Chapter 404. Huixing nodded slightly. There's no need for you to tell me. Besides, I'm not angry. It's been a long time since I've been so happy. This kind of trivial matter really can't satisfy this young master's appetite. Pausing for a moment, he asked, Right, do you have that much money on you? The two Hua family masters were both embarrassed and slowly shook their heads. Who would carry a few million silvers on them? Owing people money isn't a good thing. Huixing muttered to himself as he pinched his chin. In the bamboo knot gang's main hall, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground, condensing his yuan qi to break through his bottleneck. After an hour, the shackles on his body shattered and the tumbling yuan qi slowly subsided. His cultivation had broken through to a new realm. Yuan qi 8th stage. At the moment of his breakthrough, Yang Kai seemed to see a brilliant 5-colored lotus flower flash in front of his eyes. The 5-colored soul-warming lotus. Since obtaining it, Yang Kai had not seen it again. Although he knew it existed in his mind and constantly nourished his soul, because he had not yet opened his knowledge sea, he had never been able to see it with his own eyes. Now that such a situation had occurred, Yang Kai was a little happy and couldn't help wondering if it was because his knowledge sea was about to open, so he had seen it for a moment. Regarding the strength of his soul, Yang Kai only had a general understanding. It was no worse than an ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master, basically equivalent to an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Master, and this was only the case for Yuan Qi. If he could really break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary, then with the protection of his knowledge sea, how strong would his soul become? Yang Kai was more and more looking forward to the upcoming Great Realm. Immortal Ascension Boundary had always been the highest threshold for a cultivator. In this world, with the exception of a very small number of people who could break through and reach a higher realm, the rest of the cultivator could only reach the Immortal Ascension Boundary in their lifetime. Entering the Immortal Ascension Boundary. This meant that a cultivator had embarked on the road to becoming a master. In order to achieve this goal, countless cultivators cultivated tirelessly, forgetting to eat and sleep. They searched day and night, bitterly searching for it. There were even some people who lived deep in the mountains and forests all year round just to comprehend the true meaning of power, to pry into the mysteries of realms. However, there were still many cultivators who were blocked outside this threshold for their entire life. They could only sigh helplessly and feel regret for their entire life. However, even if one was lucky enough to break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary, there were 9 stages to the Immortal Ascension Boundary, and the martial Tao was still a long way off, not to mention that there was still a higher realm that the world did not understand. After breaking through to the 8th level of Yuan Qi state, Yang Kai did not immediately get up. Instead, he sat where he was and slowly comprehended the changes brought to him by this new realm. They had been cleansed by the myriad drug liquid. Every time he broke through, there would be some obvious changes in Kai Yang. At the very least, he now felt much stronger than before he broke through. This was an indescribable feeling. If one had to make an analogy, it would be that the current him could easily defeat his previous self before his breakthrough. One day later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. His eyes glistened with divine light. He was silent for a long time before he stood up. Opening the door to the hall, he stepped out. Outside the hall, more than a dozen people were divided into 2 rows. All of them were looking forward to Yang Kai's arrival. So when they saw him, they quickly saluted. Subordinate greets young lord. Yang Kai swept his eyes around and couldn't help being startled. He found that the people standing on the left were the several high-level members of the Bamboo Knot Gang led by Pang Qi, while the people standing on the right were the several high-level members of the Profound Light Gang led by Mu Nando. Wu Qian, who had fought with Pang Qi and the others before and had even almost killed Pang Qi, was also present. The people on both sides bowed their heads and respectfully said hello, but Mu Nando's face was filled with helplessness. On the other hand, Pang Qi's face was flushed with pride, even feeling a little elated. Yang Kai frowned and glanced suspiciously at Mu Nando. Why are your Profound Light Gang's people still here? Mu Nando quickly replied. Reporting to young Lord Kai, from now on, the Profound Light Gang will obey young Lord's orders. What's the situation? Yang Kai was even more puzzled. Young Lord, it's like this. Seeing this, Pang Qi quickly stepped forward and explained to Yang Kai. Last night, after he entered the hall to break through, Huixingxing and the two masters had pooled their money together but only managed to gather a few 100,000 silvers. Pang Qi saw that Huixingxing's expression was somewhat ugly at that time, so he proposed to let him sign an IOU. In any case, he was the Hua family's young lord, so he wasn't afraid he would renege on his debt. Originally, it was a kind gesture, but Huixingchun had unexpectedly refused, even going so far as to beat Pang Qi finally. After thinking about it, he decided to pawn the entire Profound Light Gang. After giving Mu Nando an order to submit to Yang Kai, Huixingxing led the two masters from the Hua family away, leaving behind the Profound Light Gang's group of people who didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Profound Light Gang had more than 1,000 people and was a small force developed by Huixingxing himself. They were usually used to relieve his boredom, but now they were being sold like an object, so Mu Nando and the others naturally felt sour in their hearts. Even though he was bitter and unwilling, Mu Nando didn't dare to have the slightest complaint and could only lead a group of people to stand here and wait for Yang Kai to come out. After Pang Qi finished speaking, Mu Nando's heart couldn't help pounding as he secretly observed Yang Kai's reaction and expression, wondering what he would do with them. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai remained silent and his expression was extremely dull. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Mu Nando couldn't help feeling a little scared and quickly said, "In fact, young Lord Hu doing this, young Lord Kai won't suffer a loss. Why do you say so?" Yang Kai glanced at him. Mu Nando was overjoyed and quickly said, "The Profound Light Gang has accumulated a lot of property over the past few years. If it is pawned, it should be enough to compensate for last night's losses." "How much?" "A few million silvers. Over the years, young Lord Hua has also rewarded us with some, so we've saved it all up." Yang Kai nodded and suddenly asked, "How does your Profound Light Gang compare to the other forces in the central capital?" "It's not enough to compare to the top, but it's more than enough to compare to the bottom." Mu Nando gave a hollow laugh. "It's not too big of a force. What if you merge with the Bamboo Knot Gang? Then we can definitely become one of the top 15 forces." Mu Nando said confidently. "Then we'll merge and there will be no more Profound Light Gang from now on." Yang Kai glanced at Pang Qi. "This person will be your deputy in the future." "Yes." Pang Qi was overjoyed. Although Mu Nando's expression was bitter, he didn't dare complain and could only smile. The Profound Light Gang had accumulated so much wealth. Yang Kai suddenly found that he seemed to have underestimated these small forces. Not every small force was as poor as the Bamboo Knot Gang. Grinning, Yang Kai said, "I want you to get familiar with each other as soon as possible, and then nibble away at those small forces whose strength is not as good as yours." "Ah!" Pang Qi couldn't help being surprised, but Mu Nando's expression remained normal. This isn't appropriate, right?" Pang Qi hesitated. In the past few years, the Bamboo Knot Gang had never had any ideas about others. They had always prioritized self-preservation. Now that they were suddenly turned into bandits, Pang Qi inevitably hesitated. "What do you think?" Yang Kai glanced at Mu Nando. The latter hurriedly said, "There's nothing inappropriate about it. It's just the law of the jungle. Last night, if it weren't for young Lord Kai, the Bamboo Knot Gang would have been gone. In the central capital, this kind of struggle between small forces is not uncommon. Pang Qi, your ideas are too old-fashioned." Pang Qi blushed and hesitated for a while, but didn't say anything. "It seems that your Profound Light Gang often does this kind of thing." Yang Kai stared at Mu Nando meaningfully. The latter smiled awkwardly. "It's mainly to accompany young Lord Hua to relieve his boredom. So far, I've only done it twice. However, I've already inquired about the forces that can be nibbled away, so when one day young Lord Hua is bored again, I'll take him to watch the fun, heh." Now that he had a new master, Mu Nando naturally intended to perform well. Seeing that Yang Kai was quite interested in this matter, he quickly began to talk. Pang Qi immediately realized that if he allowed Mu Nando to continue talking, the position of gang leader might not be his. So he immediately declared, "With Brother Mu's help, I think we can really nibble away at others. Then let's do it." Yang Kai nodded. "Leave a part of the wealth you obtain for your own development. The rest, Exchange it all for alchemy and artifact refining materials, the grade of which must be at least Earth-grade high rank. Yes. Pang Qi and Mu Nando respectfully responded, glancing at each other, knowing that Yang Kai was preparing for the inheritance war. Not daring to neglect, the two of them quickly excused themselves and led their respective people into the main hall to conspire. Standing in place for a moment, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. He hadn't expected that Stars Hua would come up with such a plan. However, this wasn't a loss. The number of people he could use had increased, and in the future it would only snowball. Oh! Fourth Master's Mansion. As soon as Yang Kai returned, the housekeeper immediately greeted him. Young Master, Old Master wants you to hurry to his study. There is something important to discuss. Understood. Kai Yang nodded and hurried over to the study. His heart was a bit strange. He didn't know what the Fourth Master wanted to discuss with him. Arriving at the study, before he entered, he heard Dong Suju's voice. Don't worry, Kair should be back soon. Yang Yingfeng complained. You're his mother, yet you don't even know when your son left the house? Dong Suju retorted. You don't know either, and now you're complaining about him. Don't be unreasonable. Fourth Master Yang suddenly felt helpless. From inside the room, two dry laughs sounded. Yang Kai's expression changed, a smile appearing on his face as he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Seeing Yang Kai return, Dong Suju quickly stood up and grit her teeth. You little bastard. Where did you go last night? You didn't even come home last night, only coming back now, causing me to be scolded by your father. As he spoke, he moved closer and sniffed the air with his nose. What are you sniffing for? Fourth Master Yang asked suspiciously. Checking to see if he went drinking with prostitutes last night. Dong Suju's expression was serious, sniffing for a while before nodding with relief. Fortunately, there's no smell of alcohol or rouge. Don't make trouble. Yang Kai helplessly gestured to the side. There are outsiders here. Oh! Chapter 405. Today, a guest had come to his house and he had been dragged along to play mahjong with them all afternoon. Tomorrow there would be more guests coming, so it should be the last batch of guests this year. Inside the study, Fourth Master Yang was sitting upright while Dong Suju was giggling. There was also a man and a woman sitting nearby. The man was tall and sturdy while the woman was pretty. They were the two blood warriors who had welcomed him back to the central capital, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Seeing Yang Kai return, Tu Feng quickly got up from his chair and cupped his fists to Yang Kai. Little Lord! Yang Kai responded with a smile. Sit down. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian sat down and glanced over at Yang Kai. Both of them couldn't help feeling surprised. They discovered that Yang Kai had actually broken through another minor realm and reached the Yuanqi boundary 8th stage. How long had it been? It had only been less than 2 months since his last breakthrough. This speed was a bit too fast. The last time Yang Kai broke through to the Yuanqi boundary 7th stage, they were also present. At that time, all of them had met for the first time. At that time, the two blood warriors had only thought that the little lord's aptitude was good. But now, looking at him again, it was not just good, it was simply too good. So why was it that he had only spent half a day in the dragon transformation pond before coming out? Thinking about this, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both shook their heads secretly, somewhat unable to understand. Kair, you also sit down. Fourth Master Yang quickly said, There are some things I need to discuss with you. Good. Seeing him speak so seriously, Yang Kai also realized that this matter was somewhat unusual and quickly sat down with Dong Suju. After taking a seat, everyone fell silent. Only Yang Yingfeng's brow furrowed, a moment later saying, Let's talk about the first thing first. Yesterday, the Elder Court issued an order to all the main houses related to the inheritance war. This is good news. The Blood Warriors of the Blood Warrior Hall will participate in the inheritance war. Yang Kai's brow rose and he couldn't help showing a happy expression. The Blood Warriors of the Blood Warrior Hall. Each one of them was a master among masters. Basically, in the Immortal Ascension boundary, it would be difficult for them to find an opponent. Unless they were a master from a great force with a strong background. With the help of the Blood Warriors, the inheritance war would become much easier. That's a good thing. Yang Kai was surprised, not understanding why Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, as well as Fourth Master Yang, all looked so sad. It's a good thing. Yang Ing Feng nodded. However, the Elder Court has ordered that the Blood Warriors of the Blood Warrior Hall will participate in the Inheritance War. But their task is only to ensure the safety of the young lords. They will not be responsible for anything else. Yang Kai frowned. He thought for a while and said, in other words, they can only be passive and can't take the initiative to attack, right? And the strength of the Blood Warriors is too strong. If we were to take the initiative to attack, we would be able to kill them. It's very easy to deal with an opponent. Yang Ing Feng nodded. This is also because we were worried that you wouldn't be able to win over too strong a backer. I understand. Yang Kai glanced over at Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian with a smile. But if I want to obtain the help of a Blood Warrior, is there any other condition? The two Blood Warriors couldn't help feeling surprised. They hadn't expected Yang Kai to be able to guess this. Yang Ing Feng also smiled and nodded. There are conditions. You must contribute a certain level of merit to the family. For example, the strength you've learned in the other sects these past few years. The Elder Court had issued this order, undoubtedly forcing the Yang family's direct descendants to hand over all their sect's secret arts and techniques. This was also something the family would do before every inheritance war to collect the world's most precious treasures. This was why the Yang family had so many martial skills and secret arts and secret arts. In terms of the number of martial skills and secret arts and secret arts and secret arts and secret arts, the Yang family was absolutely number one. Even the other 7 great families couldn't compare with the Yang family in this regard. The more things you hand over, the more powerful the Blood Warriors you can obtain, the more options you'll have. Although the Blood Warriors were all very powerful, within the Blood Warrior Hall, there were still differences in strength. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were relatively strong existences within the Blood Warrior Hall, but above them, there was an even stronger Blood Warrior, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Master. Moreover, each person can only obtain a maximum of 2 Blood Warriors. That's the limit. Yang Ing Feng added. Heh. Yang Kai grinned. Father, are you worried that I don't have enough things to exchange for the help of 2 Blood Warriors? Yang Ing Feng nodded. Last time, Yang Kai had handed over a mysterious grade martial skill to the family in exchange for a golden feather eagle. In Yang Ing Feng's opinion, his son had been away for so many years. Learning a single mysterious grade martial skill was already good enough. How could he possibly be rich? You don't have to worry about that. I'm prepared. Yang Kai smiled confidently. There were no outsiders here, so there was no need for him to hide anything. Yang Ing Feng suddenly thought of the myriad drug liquid and frowned. Do you want to use that thing? The myriad drug liquid was simply too miraculous. If Yang Kai exposed it, he would definitely be able to obtain the help of the 2 Blood Warriors. But the family wouldn't just sit idly by. Perhaps it would cause some trouble, so as his father, Fourth Master Yang, was naturally worried. Yang Kai shook his head. Yang Ing Feng finally understood. Only now did he realize that he didn't understand how much his son's heritage was. Glancing over at Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, Yang Kai smiled and said, Tu Feng, Yuxian, it seems that we really need to work together. He had thought that the 2 Blood Warriors had come here this time for this matter. On the way back to the central capital, Tu Feng and Yuxian had already stated that if the family allowed the Blood Warriors to participate in the Inheritance War in the future, they would definitely follow Yang Kai. The agreement from that day was still fresh in their minds. Tu Feng and Yuxian would never forget it, so naturally Yang Kai wouldn't forget it either. Now it was time to redeem his promise. Unexpectedly, after Yang Kai finished speaking, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't show the slightest joy, instead wearing bitter smiles, their eyes flashing, neither of them daring to meet Yang Kai's eyes. The smile on Yang Kai's face slowly converged as his eyes gradually became cold, snorting softly. Shouldn't the 2 of you give me an explanation? The look on the 2's faces already explained a lot. However, whether it was Tu Feng or Tang Yuxian, neither of them were the kind of people who would go back on their word. Although Yang Kai was a little unhappy, he still wanted to hear what they had to say. Why were they showing such far-fetched expressions and avoiding his gaze? Kai, Fourth Master Yang whispered, trying to smooth things over. It's not what you think. Don't misunderstand. Dong Suju also hurriedly said, That's right, son. Don't talk like that. I have a good relationship with Yuxian in private and often discuss martial skills together. Knowing that she was the one who brought you back this time, Mother couldn't have been happier. Seeing Yang Kai show signs of anger, Dong Suju couldn't help feeling startled. She had never seen Yang Kai show such an expression before. The previous Yang Kai was extremely well-behaved, completely different from the current him. Seeing his expression, Dong Suju couldn't help feeling a little scared, knowing that her son had really grown up and had his own views and ideas. For a moment she felt both sad and happy. Seeing his two old men pleading for him, Yang Kai's expression became slightly gloomy, taking a deep breath and saying, If I misunderstood, I would only drive them away now. I wouldn't say anything. After hesitating for a moment, he added, However, you still have to give me an explanation. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian smiled bitterly, glancing at each other before slowly standing up and kneeling on the ground, their faces filled with shame. It's not that Yuxian and I don't want to serve the young lord, but if possible, we are willing to go through water and tread on fire for the little lord. His voice was sonorous and powerful, causing Yang Yingfeng to feel a wave of shock in his heart. Tu Feng actually called himself a subordinate in front of his own son. Tang Yuxian also didn't refute. The Blood Warrior Hall was a very special organization in the Yang family. Blood warriors not only represented status, but also glory and loyalty. However, their loyalty was to the entire Yang family, not to any one person. In the past, two blood warriors had welcomed him back to the family, but their attitude towards him had been neither warm nor cold, only fulfilling their assigned tasks. Not to mention the past, even now, Fourth Master Yang hadn't received such respect from any of the blood warriors, nor had any blood warriors shown him any intention of submitting to him. But what he himself couldn't do, his son had actually accomplished, so how could Yang Yingfeng not be shocked? On the other hand, Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, without the slightest trace of honor or disgrace. His performance was quite ordinary. For a moment, Fourth Master Yang couldn't help feeling a sense of frustration, but also a bit of happiness. No wonder Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had hurriedly come to his house. Originally, Yang Yingfeng didn't understand why, but now it seemed it wasn't without reason. So what's the reason why you can't serve me? Yang Kai asked coldly. It's not that we can't. Tu Feng's expression was pained and ashamed. Tang Yuxian quickly took over. But before that, these two subordinates have a request. Let's talk about it. Yang Kai frowned, suddenly realizing that what Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were struggling with was definitely related to the request they had for him. This discovery made Yang Kai feel gratified. These two really weren't ungrateful people, but his performance just now had been a bit too impatient. However, it was also related to his expectations of them. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian slowly got up, both of them wearing awkward expressions, Tang Yuxian's delicate face blushing slightly. We shouldn't have bothered little lord with this matter, but we had no other choice but to shamelessly ask. I hope little lord won't take offense. Tu Feng sighed deeply. What's the matter? I've already told Fourth Master about this matter. Subordinate is a bit inarticulate right now, so I'll let Fourth Master speak. Tu Feng finished speaking and sat back down. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Yang Yingfeng, who took a sip of tea before asking, Kai, do you know how many of our brothers have returned to the central capital now? Suddenly asking such a question, Yang Kai was quite confused, but he wasn't worried and just nodded. Pretty much. Then what happened to your fourth brother, Yang Xian Wu, do you know? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before remembering what Yang Zhao had said in the restaurant last time and nodded. I've heard. Yang Yingfeng was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai, who didn't seem to care about the outside world, would actually be so well informed. Knowing that he was also doing some preliminary work and inquiring about various things, Yang Yingfeng couldn't help feeling somewhat gratified. Chapter 406. A Yang family direct descendant, Yang Xian Wu, who was ranked fourth among the younger generation, was ambushed on his way back to the central capital and was seriously injured. The two blood warriors who had come to welcome him had used their mad tyrant blood skill, but were still unable to protect him. They had hurriedly brought him back to the family for medical treatment, but his condition had only become worse and worse. No matter what pills they took, there was no improvement. Finally, the day before yesterday, Yang Xian Wu passed away. So far, of the Yang family young lords who had returned to the central capital, a total of 5 had unfortunately been ambushed. In addition to Yang Kai, there was also the eldest brother Yang Wei, 5th brother Yang Kong, and 7th brother Yang Ying. However, these 4 had all come out unscathed. Besides Yang Kong and Yang Ying, who had suffered minor injuries at that time, Yang Wei and Yang Kai were all unscathed. They were much luckier than Yang Xian Wu. The inheritance war had not yet begun, but one of the family's young lords had already died. This was something that had never happened before. The Yang family was furious and was determined to find the culprit and destroy all 9 generations of their family. The reason Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had come to Yang Kai this time was precisely because of the 2 blood warriors who had come to welcome Yang Xian Wu back to the family. Does the family want to execute those 2? Yang Kai frowned, thinking of a possibility. 4th Master Yang slowly shook his head. The family has no such intention. After all, the 2 of them had exerted their full strength at that time and were covered in scars. Even now, they still haven't fully recovered. As blood warriors, they have already fulfilled their responsibilities. The family won't execute them. Every blood warrior was not easy to cultivate, and they were all loyal to the Yang family. As long as the elder hall still had some sense, it was impossible for them to execute these 2 blood warriors for this reason. If they really did so, it would only disappoint the other blood warriors. However, a certain punishment cannot be avoided. 4th Master Yang shook his head helplessly. Tu Feng sighed. These 2 brothers have not yet fully recovered from their injuries, and now they have each been beaten 100 times, breaking countless of their meridians. I'm afraid their achievements in life will come to an end. The planks the Yang family used to beat people were not ordinary planks. Instead, they were special artifacts that could be beaten 100 times. Even a blood warrior in peak condition would not be able to withstand such a beating, not to mention they were already injured. That year, the 4th Master Yang was beaten 30 times and had to lie in bed for several months. Beside him, Tang Yuxian also wore a sad expression, her face filled with worry. Not being able to protect the 4th young lord, they are already feeling very guilty, and now that such a thing has happened, the 2 brothers are somewhat disheartened. Tu Feng pursed his dry lips, his face filled with sadness. If you can't even bear such a small blow, what kind of blood warrior are you? Yang Kai snorted. Yang Yingfeng snorted and shook his head. You don't know how loyal the blood warriors are to the family. They were not disheartened because they could not improve their strength. They would care. It's just that your 4th brother's death made them feel like they had let down the family's nurturing. If your 4th brother hadn't died, they might have felt better. But now, sigh. Yang Kai glanced at the 4th master for a moment before nodding. Perhaps I underestimated the loyalty of the blood warriors. Turning to look at Tu Feng, Yang Kai asked, Then what did you come to me for this time? Cure those 2 people? I don't have that kind of skill. No. Tu Feng shook his head. Tu Feng gently shook his head. Yuxian and I would like to ask little lord to let those 2 brothers serve you in the inheritance war. Yang Kai was stunned. Why? Tu Feng replied. Although they didn't say anything, we can feel that in this inheritance war. If young lord doesn't use them, they will definitely lose their lives. Perhaps the 2 of them will waste their cultivations, apologize to the family, and retire into the mountains. The 2 blood warriors had failed to protect Yang Xian Wu, causing the younger generation of the Yang family to have a bad impression of them. Now that they were injured, who knew how long it would take them to heal? This time, in the inheritance war, it was likely that no one would use them. Ridiculous! Yang Kai shouted. The family spent so much financial and material resources to cultivate them to their current level. How can they just say they waste their cultivation? Since the blood warriors are loyal to the Yang family, their cultivation also belongs to the Yang family. It's not up to them to decide. Although the words were harsh to the ears, Tu Feng could hear some unusual meaning from them, so he quickly asked excitedly, So, Little Lord is willing to use them? Tang Yuxian also hurriedly said, as long as they feel that they are still useful, they won't be so pessimistic. When did I say that? Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes, suddenly realizing that Tu Feng actually knew how to climb up a pole. However, Yang Kai finally understood why Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had come to him today, and why they had said that if possible, they would be willing to follow him and serve him like a dog or horse. If he really agreed to Tu Feng's request, he could only choose the two blood warriors. As for Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, who he was familiar with, they were destined to fall into the hands of others. It's a presumptuous request, but among this generation's young lords, only Yuxian and I are familiar with Little Lord. The other blood warriors have only exchanged a few words with the other young lords, let alone have any kind of friendship, so we could only shamelessly ask. Who told you blood warriors to act so high and mighty, each of you thinking you're some kind of master? Yang Kai curled his lips. Tu Feng laughed dryly. The other young lords don't have the means or ability to subdue us. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju heard this and exchanged a glance, both of them seeing a look of surprise and joy in each other's eyes. In other words, Yang Kai had already subdued Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Little Lord. Tu Feng rubbed his big hands together, his face filled with hope. Tang Yuxian also stared at him from the side, her beautiful eyes filled with pleading. Yang Kai didn't say anything, his expression gloomy as he tapped his fingers on the back of his chair, making a tapping sound. The room was silent for a while. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian felt their hearts jump into their throats as they stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his decision. The fourth master picked up his teacup and sipped, his expression serious, not showing any intention to speak. Dong Suju also lowered his head, twirling his two fingers, seemingly bored. The two old men obviously didn't want to interfere with Yang Kai's decision. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Yang Kai suddenly stopped, causing Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions to turn solemn as they quickly held their breath. What if I say I don't want to use them? Yang Kai looked at the two of them. He asked seriously. Tu Feng smiled bitterly and said, Little Lord is willing to consider. That's enough. At the very least, Yuxian and I know that Little Lord is more inclined to let us follow you. This is our honor. Tang Yuxian nodded heavily, her expression filled with gratitude. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became as sharp as an eagle's as he stared at the two of them and asked, Are you willing to become my enemy? Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions became solemn as they replied, I hope that day never comes. Pray that you won't be chosen by another young lord. Yang Kai grinned, immediately filling his cheeks with self-confidence. But even if you are chosen by someone else, I'll still snatch you back. Both of them understood the meaning behind Yang Kai's words. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were overjoyed and hurriedly stood up from their chairs. Does Little Lord agree? Yang Kai nodded and said somewhat reluctantly, Actually, I don't like those two people, but since you've come to ask, I'll accept. Then I'll reluctantly allow them to follow me. On behalf of the entire Blood Warrior Hall, we thank Little Lord. Many thanks for Little Lord's grace. Tang Yuxian's pretty face also blushed as she smiled happily. Go, tomorrow I'll discuss this matter with the Elder Hall. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yes. Both of them excitedly walked out the door, apparently wanting to convey this good news to the Blood Warrior Hall. When they reached the door, Tu Feng turned back and said, Right, Little Lord, although those two brothers are seriously injured now and can't provide you with much help. But their aptitudes are quite outstanding. Quite outstanding? How are they compared to you? Yang Kai asked curiously. Better than us. Tu Feng said solemnly. Hall Master once said that if those two brothers had enough opportunities, they would likely break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. I know. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not showing any surprise or expectation. Tu Feng nodded lightly before leaving with Tang Yuxian. When there was only the family of three left in the room, Yang Yingfeng said, I've heard the names of those two. It is said that they are indeed the two blood warriors with the best aptitude in the Blood Warrior Hall. If because of this incident they were forced to withdraw from the Blood Warrior Hall and live in seclusion, it would be a loss to the Yang family. Over the years, only one master from the Blood Warrior Hall had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary, and was now the Yang family's grand elder. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Father, you may not like to hear this, but I don't care if the Yang family loses or not. Yang Yingfeng smiled wryly. I understand. It was precisely because the Yang family's influence was too great and the familial ties within the family thin that every direct descendant didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the family when they first returned. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a fratricidal inheritance war. But Kair, this time you've made a big profit. Yang Yingfeng smiled with relief. Yang Kai nodded indifferently. A little bit, but I still hope that Tu Feng and Yuxian will follow me. After all, they're already familiar with each other. What's there to gain? You father and son don't speak in riddles. Dong Suju couldn't help feeling confused. No matter how you look at it, it's our son who suffered a loss. The two unknown blood warriors were seriously injured and wouldn't be able to provide any help to Yang Kai in the short term. Even if they were able to recover, they wouldn't necessarily play a greater role than Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Yang Kai and the fourth master smiled at each other, the former slowly getting up and saying, You tell mother about this. I need to make some preparations first. Tomorrow I have to go to the Elder Hall. Go. Yang Yingfeng waved his hand, staring at Yang Kai's strong back and couldn't help feeling a sense of unreality. He's grown up, he's really grown up. Whether it was scheming or methods, he seemed to be much stronger than his own father, and he also had so many mysterious things on him. Yang Ying really didn't know what he had experienced these past few years. Inside the house, Dong Suju was still pestering his father, his body flickering as he sat down on the fourth master's lap, his hand grabbing onto his not-too-long beard as he asked, Tell me, what did my son gain? The fourth master smiled faintly and began to explain the mysteries behind it. Chapter 407. I'm very sorry. Someone from my family came to delay me. Hurry up, hurry up. Yang Family Elder Hall. The hall was huge and spacious. The floor was covered with a thick soft blanket. The four walls were engraved with many exquisite paintings of mountains and rivers. In the middle of the hall, there was an incense burner burning with a calming incense. The room was warm and comfortable. The ceiling of the hall was inlaid with many gems, sparkling like stars. Several gray-haired old men dressed in simple robes were sitting or standing. Some were studying chess records in front of them. Some were comprehending the mysteries of secret arts, all of them enjoying themselves. These elders all looked ordinary, and their essence, qi, and spirit were restrained to the extreme. They were not much different from the ordinary old men outside, but in fact, all of them possessed consummate skills and were famous for their fighting prowess. In the middle of the hall, Yang Zhen was sitting in a chair. Although he was over 70 years old, he still had a youthful complexion, vaguely showing his youthful spirit. As one of the people in charge of the Elder Hall, coupled with his old age, it was inconvenient for him to go out, nor could he travel north and south to contribute to the Yang family. Therefore, Yang Zhen sat in the Elder Hall all year round, dealing with some affairs together with several other elders of the same age. At this time, Yang Zhen's eyelids drooped, looking quite listless, his hands tucked into his sleeves as he listened to a young man in front of him. After a while, the young man finished speaking and then stared at Yang Zhen, waiting for a reply. Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Zhen's seemingly turbid eyes overflowed with light. Yang Zhen stared at the young man coldly, his face filled with impatience. Good for nothing. Yang Zhen snorted. After going out for so many years, all you've brought back for the Yang family is this garbage? Did this kind of garbage want to exchange for a blood warrior's loyalty? I think you're even more senile than I am. Being reprimanded by Yang Zhen, the young man's face suddenly turned red. Go back. I'll record these merits for you, but it's not enough to exchange for any blood warrior. Yang Zhen waved his hand. Impatiently, Yang Zhen said, Wait until you have enough merits, but the inheritance war is about to begin. I'm afraid you won't have time to prepare. You should give up the inheritance war as soon as possible, lest you become a laughingstock. The young man looked dejected. He sighed helplessly, seemingly unwilling to give up, and pleaded, Elder, I'll change to the one with the lowest strength. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Zhen interrupted. If it's not enough, then it's not enough. What are you blabbering on about? Hurry up and scram. With a furious roar, an invisible shockwave hit the young man and sent him flying out of the elders' hall. The entire hall of elders was buzzing. The few white-haired elders who were bored didn't move at all. It was as if they were all deaf. They didn't pay any attention to this side and were still focused on the matter at hand. Outside the palace, the young man crawled up in a sorry state. His face filled with humiliation. Her face flushed red, and she left angrily. Yang Kai, who had just arrived at the entrance of the hall, saw this scene and couldn't help but have an indescribable feeling in his heart. That young man was Yang Kai's third brother, Yang Tai, who was ranked third among the younger generation of the Yang family. After the family's order to allow blood warriors to participate in the inheritance war was passed down to the various young lords, the younger generation of young lords quickly took action. All of them had used their years of experience outside in exchange for blood warriors to follow them. However, it now seemed that Yang Tai hadn't obtained anything too valuable these past few years, so he had been kicked out by the elders. Third brother won't make it. A voice suddenly came to Yang Kai's ear, carrying a sense of regret. Yang Kai followed the voice and saw Yang Zhao standing there with a sad look on his face, shaking his head as he stared at Yang Tai's departing back. Second brother. Yang Kai walked over and greeted him. Little brother Kai. Yang Zhao chuckled. Yang Kai then turned his eyes to the other person next to him. This person's figure was as straight as a sword, and just by standing there quietly, he gave off a calm and steady feeling, as if the heavens would collapse and the earth would crack. His expression was indifferent, not changing in the slightest from beginning to end. Only when Yang Zhao called out to his younger brother did he turn his eyes towards him. Big brother. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. The only young master of the Yang family who had reached the immortal ascension boundary, eldest brother Yang Wei. Little brother Kai? Yang Wei's eyes flashed with some surprise. When Yang Kai greeted him, his true qi had inexplicably fluctuated uncontrollably. This kind of situation would only occur when he felt some kind of pressure. Using his newly cultivated divine sense, Yang Wei swept Yang Kai and found that he was only at the 8th stage of Yuan Qi. Yang Wei couldn't help frowning, secretly wondering why Yang Kai would cause his Yuan Qi to fluctuate. After not seeing you for a few years, little brother Kai has also grown to this point. Yang Wei nodded gently, a touch of approval flashing across his eyes. Just as he finished speaking, a trace of horror and amazement flashed across his face. 5 or 6 years ago, this youngest brother of his couldn't cultivate and was just an ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken. But now he had actually reached the 8th stage of Yuan Qi. Although his cultivation was 2 minor realms lower than his own, the time he had spent cultivating was 7 or 8 years shorter. Yang Wei hadn't thought of this at all. Yang Wei finally realized that the other party's pressure wasn't unwarranted. Yang Wei was afraid that given some time, this little brother would one day surpass him. Are you also here to turn in your treasures? Yang Zhao chuckled and looked at Yang Kai. The latter nodded slightly and smiled wryly. There's no other way. The family has made such a move. I had no choice but to come. Haha. Yang Zhao laughed and patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately. Why else do you think the family has so many treasures? All of them were stolen by us from outside. They're all the family's possessions. One day you'll need them yourself. Yang Wei seemed to be born with a cold expression. In Yang Kai's memory, he had never smiled, was a man of few words, and appeared relatively dull, but his style of action was swift and decisive. Listening to him say this, Yang Zhao and Yang Kai quickly stopped talking about this matter. Does little brother Kai want to swap with the 2 blood warriors you brought back? I see they're quite interested in you. Yang Zhao asked, intentionally or unintentionally. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I have someone else in mind. Yang Zhao couldn't help feeling stunned. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to not want Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. However, Yang Kai obviously didn't want to say anything more. Turning his head, he asked, Where's 5th brother? How come I don't see him? Yang Zhao and Yang Kong were blood brothers and had always been inseparable. Generally, they would never separate. Yang Wei snorted. With me here, would he dare show himself? Yang Zhao and Yang Kai glanced at each other and couldn't help shrinking their necks. Not only was Yang Kong afraid of this naturally cold-faced big brother. All of his brothers had a sense of awe towards him. This wasn't just because he was the oldest. I'll go in first. Yang Wei motioned to the two of them and walked into the elder hall with his hands behind his back. After a while, he walked out again. Yang Zhao strode away. Yang Zhao smiled bitterly. Big brother still doesn't like to talk. Even if we want to get close to him, we can't. It's all because of his personality. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. In fact, he quite appreciated Yang Wei's personality. No nonsense, no sloppiness, what was on his mind, what was on his mind, what was on his mind, what was on his mind. Second brother will also go in first, little brother Kai, wait a moment. After a long time, Yang Zhao walked out with a smile on his face, apparently very satisfied with this trip. After he walked out of the elder hall, Yang Kai walked in. Seeing Yang Kai come in, Yang Zhao stared at him with a pair of eyes. Yang Zhen's eyes shone as he stared at him, waiting for him to come closer. After saluting him, Yang Zhen chuckled. I remember you, brat. Last time, you used a profound grade martial skill to exchange for a golden feather eagle. Yes. Yang Kai nodded gently. Last time, when he switched to the golden feather eagle. When he had exchanged the golden feather eagle, it was Yang Zhen who had given him the document and allowed him to take it back from Du Chengbai. It hadn't been long, so Yang Zhen naturally remembered. Smiling gloatingly, Yang Zhen said, Do you regret it now? Ha 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 ha. This old master knew you would definitely regret it at that time. You actually wanted to exchange a mysterious grade martial skill for a useless beast. You've suffered a big loss in this transaction. That was a bargaining chip that could have been exchanged for a blood warrior. It seemed that seeing Yang Kai regret his decision made this old man quite happy. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and smiled mysteriously. I don't regret it. Besides, regret is useless. It'll only add to my troubles. Yang Zhen coldly snorted and curled his lips. So stubborn. He obviously thought that Yang Kai was pretending to be generous, but in fact, his intestines were turning green with regret. Then I'd like to see what kind of surprise you can bring me this time. Yang Zhen's hands were still tucked into his sleeves, his expression indifferent. Tell me, how many blood warriors do you want to exchange for? At most, I can only exchange for 2, so 2 it is. The smile on Yang Zhen's face slowly converged as he stared at Yang Kai coldly, his expression gradually becoming serious. Even the white-haired old men nearby, who seemed to have gone deaf, stopped what they were doing and turned their heads towards Yang Kai. In an instant, all eyes in the room were fixed on Yang Kai, the old men all showing looks of interest, all of them eagerly anticipating what would happen next. The Yang family's young lords who went out for life experience were at most sent to first-class forces. The resources in first-class forces weren't that great, so there were even fewer that could be open to the Yang family's young lords. To exchange for a blood warrior, one would need at least a mysterious grade or 3 heaven grade top-rank martial skills and secret arts. Last time, Yang Kai had used a mysterious grade martial skill, but this time he actually wanted to exchange it for 2 blood warriors. That meant that he would need at least 2 mysterious grade martial skills. Did he have any? That was simply impossible. If mysterious grade martial skills and secret arts were so easy to obtain, then their value wouldn't be high. Everyone in the room didn't think that Yang Kai would be able to get what he wanted, only thinking that he didn't understand the rules and had overestimated his own chips. Each and every one of them assumed a posture of watching a good play. After a long silence, Yang Zhen smiled disapprovingly and said casually, Let's talk about your chips. This old master will evaluate whether you can exchange for 2 blood warriors. Yang Kai nodded slightly, taking out 2 white jade pieces from his sleeve and placing them on the table in front of Yang Zhen. Yang Zhen frowned and glanced at him, a wisp of impatience surging on his face. With a cold snort, he withdrew his hand from his sleeve. Without seeing him do anything, he picked up one of the pieces of jade and probed it with his divine sense to examine it. Chapter 408. Using Yuan Qi to carve a mark on a piece of jade to convey some information that was inconvenient to express in words was not a very powerful method. All it required was strict control over Yuan Qi. So when Yang Jin saw Yang Kai take out 2 pieces of jade, he knew there must be something inside. Using his divine sense, Yang Jin carefully examined them. Suddenly, Yang Jin frowned and his expression became dignified. After a while, his eyes filled with doubt, which then turned into surprise and astonishment. As his eyes changed, the expression on Yang Jin's face became extremely interesting. The old men who were prepared to watch a good show couldn't help but be stunned when they saw Yang Jin's expression, wondering if he had discovered something extraordinary. After a while, Yang Jin took a deep breath and slowly withdrew his divine sense from the jade. Looking at Yang Kai strangely, he picked up the other piece of jade with a dignified expression. Just like before, he continued to investigate, and like a replay, the various expressions on Yang Jin's face played out again. At this moment, the white-haired elders in the hall could no longer sit still. Unbeknownst to them, they all stood up and quietly gathered in this direction. After a while, Yang Kai was pushed out of the outer circle and the old men gathered around, waiting for him to withdraw his divine sense. What is inside? An elder couldn't help but wonder what Yang Kai had brought that could cause Yang Jin to pay so much attention to it. As he spoke, he reached out to grab the piece of jade on the table. Before he could grab it, he was grabbed by Yang Jin, causing the other party to glare at him. That little brat, come here. Yang Jin waved his hand and unceremoniously pushed the elders who were poking their heads out to the side. Disciple is here. Yang Kai stepped forward. Yang Jin should be a character from his grandfather's generation, but in the Yang family, generally, they would not refer to each other as relatives unless they had a good relationship. Holding the 2 pieces of jade, Yang Jin frowned and his old face couldn't help blushing as he asked, "What is this? What is it that made your performance so wonderful?" A white-haired elder was stunned and the others slowly shook their heads. The expectations in their hearts suddenly reduced. 2 sets of spirit arrays. Nonsense, Yang Jin shouted. This old master is not a fool. Of course, he knew that there were 2 sets of spirit arrays. What I'm asking is what this spirit array is for. As he spoke, his face turned even redder. He was already so old, and his knowledge and experience were extremely rich. At this moment, he actually couldn't even appraise something brought back by a youngster of the younger generation. Naturally, he felt a little embarrassed. Yang Kai pinched his nose. A spirit array for alchemy. Yang Jin was stunned. For alchemy? As he spoke, he shook his head and said, "This old man has seen many spirit arrays used in alchemy, but there has never been a spirit array as complex and profound as yours. Just engraving such a spirit array on a pill furnace is a rather troublesome matter, especially if it is used to refine pills. It will definitely consume more of the alchemist's energy and Yuan Qi. Are you sure these 2 spirit arrays are effective?" "Yes." "Tell me, what are they used for?" Yang Jin frowned and asked. He didn't understand much about alchemy, so naturally he couldn't see the mysteries hidden in these spirit arrays. He just subconsciously felt that these 2 spirit arrays were a little too complex and mysterious. Although they were definitely good things, there were definitely drawbacks. One of them, it can increase the success rate of alchemy. Yang Kai calmly explained. In other words, if an alchemist's usual success rate is only 60%, then with this set of spirit arrays, it can reach 90%. Yang Jin couldn't help feeling shocked. 90%. Even if he didn't understand alchemy, he knew how outstanding an alchemist who could guarantee a 90% success rate was. An ordinary alchemist could only guarantee a 60% to 70% success rate, and with 10 sets of alchemy materials they could only refine 6 or 7 pills. A good alchemist could only achieve around 80% success rate, and most of the disciples from Medicine King's Valley were at this level. But now, this spirit array could increase the success rate by 30%. Didn't this mean that as long as a slightly better alchemist used this spirit array, they could guarantee a 100% success rate? Over the years, how much materials could be saved, and how much time and effort could be saved? In an instant, Yang Zhen realized the preciousness of this spirit array. Of course, the premise was that Yang Kai was telling the truth. What about the other set? Yang Zhen suppressed the shock in his heart and tried to ask in a calm tone. It has a chance to increase the quality of the pills. Yang Kai said lightly. What do you mean? Yang Zhen subconsciously raised his brow and hurriedly asked, holding his breath. If his understanding was correct, then the value of this spirit array was even greater than the previous one. Originally, when refining a furnace of heaven-grade mid-rank pills using the spirit array, there is a chance that a heaven-grade high-rank pill will appear. Yang Kai explained patiently before adding, the probability of this happening isn't very high, but it's bound to happen. The breathing of the elders suddenly quickened. They could also see the value of this set of spirit arrays. One of them asked nervously, what if you want to refine a furnace of mysterious grade high-rank pills? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Perhaps a spirit grade pill will appear. Spirit grade. These two words were like a drum beating in the ears of the several elders, causing their eardrums to tremble. All of them stared at Yang Kai incredulously, trying to see if he was joking. Yang Kai was calm. These two spirit arrays were the result of his comprehension of the true alchemic way, so it was obviously impossible for them to be useless. The entire elder hall instantly fell silent as the group of old men froze in place, not knowing what to do. All of them were thinking about the value of this spirit array and whether Yang Kai's words were true or not. After a moment, Yang Zhen suddenly recovered and glared at Yang Kai sternly, coldly saying, do you know what kind of crime it is to fool the elder hall? Even if you are a direct descendant of the Yang family, if you dare to speak nonsense here, I can make sure you die without a burial. Whether or not I'm fooling around, find someone who knows how to verify it. Yang Kai frowned. Your courage isn't bad. Yang Zhen sneered and shouted, go invite Chang Bai Lian from the pill room. A fat elder responded. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Chang Bai Lian, the Yang family's chief alchemist. His attainments in alchemy were also well known throughout the world, but compared with Xiao Fushang, he was slightly inferior. Xiao Fushang was a mysterious grade top-rank alchemist, the only one in the entire Great Han dynasty. Chang Bai Lian was only a mysterious grade mid-rank alchemist. Although there was only a one-step difference, this difference was like a chasm between Chang Bai Lian and Xiao Fushang, forcing the latter to only be able to look up to the Grandmaster. It's not too late for you to regret now. When Chang Bai Lian comes here and changes your mind, this old master won't indulge you any further. Yang Zhen snorted, making a final test. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he said with a displeased expression, Elder, I offered these two spirit arrays in exchange for 2 blood warriors to follow me, and secondly, I wanted to give them to the Yang family to bring some benefits. After all, this is the place where I was born. If I only wanted to exchange for 2 blood warriors with the value of these spirit arrays, 1 would be more than enough. Why would I need to offer 2? As for the truth and lies, I believe Elder can distinguish between them. Yang Zhen's expression froze, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that what Yang Kai said made sense. Nodding slightly, you're right. Perhaps this old master is being too cautious. But as for the truth, let's wait and see. What's true can't be false, and what's false can't be true, heh. After saying so, Yang Zhen frowned and carefully examined the 2 sets of spirit arrays in the jade. But no matter how he looked at them, he couldn't see anything special about them. After a full 2 hours, the fat elder who had rushed over dragged a man who looked to be in his 50s over here. When he entered the elder hall, this man's face was gloomy and obviously not very happy. Entering the hall, before Yang Zhen could even speak, Chang Bai Lian angrily shouted, Yang Zhen, what are you doing? This old master was refining a furnace of profound blue pills and was just about to start, yet you called this old master over at this critical moment. If you don't compensate me for that furnace of pills, this old master won't refine any more alchemy for the Yang family for 3 months. Compensate, compensate. Yang Zhen's face went black as he nodded repeatedly. Although he was so old yet he was still being called by his name in front of his face, and was even being shouted at like this. Yang Zhen couldn't afford to be angry. After all, the person in front of him was the chief alchemist of the Yang family. Many high-quality pills were refined by him, so even if the gap in strength was huge, Yang Zhen could only swallow his anger. Alchemists were not to be trifled with, especially those with high skill. Chang Bailian lightly snorted and said, "That furnace of heaven-grade top-rank pills, although it wasn't very expensive, it still cost me a lot of effort. Seeing that you're pleasing to the eye, 500,000 taels is enough." Yang Zhen's face became even darker as he suppressed his anger and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's get down to business first." Chang Bailian nodded, glancing over at Yang Kai, who was standing next to him, and said, "I heard on the way here that this little brat brought back these 2 sets of spirit arrays? And take a look and see if they're really useful." Yang Zhen handed over the 2 pieces of jade. Chang Bailian casually took them and smiled contemptuously. This old master has been practicing alchemy for so many years and has even studied many spirit arrays. But I have never heard of such a magical spirit array in this world. I think the older you get, the more muddle-headed you become, being deceived by others and even dragging this old master into the water. If word gets out, I'd like to see where your old face goes. Don't talk nonsense. Take a look first. Yang Zhen was annoyed by Chang Bailian's words, but he had nowhere to vent, so his old face turned purple. He secretly decided that if Yang Kai really lied to him, he would not let him off lightly. Only then did Chang Bailian calmly find a place to sit down. With a casual expression, he released his divine sense into the jade to investigate. Everyone in the Elder Hall except for Yang Kai was staring at him, wanting to know how he would evaluate these 2 spirit arrays. However, just as Chang Bailian released his divine sense into the jade, he suddenly let out a strange cry and stood up, a look of disbelief on his face. Everyone was holding their breaths, waiting nervously, so when they heard his shout, they couldn't help being startled. Chapter 409. What are you doing? Yang Zhen snorted, glaring at Chang Bailian with displeasure. You're already so old. How can you be so flustered? Chang Bailian, on the other hand, didn't seem to hear this, his eyes widening in shock and excitement as he stared at Yang Kai. In the next moment, his figure flickered and he appeared directly in front of Yang Kai, grabbing him by the shoulders and binding him tightly, as if he was afraid Yang Kai would run away, asking in a slightly trembling voice, "Boy, this spirit array, where did you get it?" Yang Kai frowned, faintly aware of something, but still calmly replied, "Medicine King's Valley, Hidden Cloud Peak." Chang Bailian's body shook slightly, a look of understanding appearing on his face as he nodded repeatedly. "I knew it! I knew it!" Saying so, he stared at Yang Kai solemnly and asked, "What is your relationship with Grandmaster Xiao?" "It's nothing, I just spent 2 months on Hidden Cloud Peak." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, speaking in a very low-key manner. Chang Bailian's expression suddenly became gloomy as he glared at Yang Kai, a cold light flashing across the depths of his eyes as he coldly asked, "Did you steal the spirit array?" Yang Kai shook his head. "Grandmaster taught me this." Chang Bailian was startled, not understanding why this young man in front of him had been taught 2 sets of such spirit arrays if he had nothing to do with Grandmaster Xiao. But soon he smiled and said, "Good, good, alchemy can't be stolen. Since Grandmaster taught you this, there's no problem." He obviously thought that Yang Kai was holding back and didn't want to admit his relationship with Xiao Fushang in public. Although the conversation between the two was only a few words, it was enough for the white-haired elders in the Elder Hall to smell a trace of unusualness. The 2 sets of spirit arrays that Yang Zhen couldn't identify seemed to have a great origin. Does Senior recognize this spirit array? Yang Kai felt a little strange. If this Chang Bailian didn't recognize the spirit array, he wouldn't have lost his composure like this. But this was something he had learned from the true alchemic way, so how could he recognize it? Hearing Yang Kai's question, Yang Zhen and the others all turned their gazes to Chang Bailian. The latter's face was dejected as he shook his head and smiled bitterly. There was a hint of reminiscence in his eyes as he seemed to have fallen into deep thought. "Say something. Fuck." Yang Zhen had a fiery temper. After waiting for a long time and not seeing Chang Bai-Lian give an explanation, he couldn't help but curse. In normal times, this chief alchemist of the Yang family had long since lost his composure. But at this moment he was a little dispirited. After pondering for a while, he said, 30 years ago, at an alchemy convention in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, I was fortunate enough to see it once. Unfortunately, it was only half an array. Yang Kai's expression changed. He suddenly understood what was going on. That alchemy conference. Geniuses came forth in large numbers, and stars gathered in the sky. This old man has defeated dozens of opponents in a row. All the way to the finals, my momentum was like a rainbow, but in the end, I was defeated by a single person. That person is today's Xiao Fusheng. Chang Bai-Lian looked at Yang Kai with a wry smile. Grandmaster Xiao is a genius born for alchemy. Being defeated by him is not an injustice. Yang Zhen rolled up his sleeves and curled his lips. As a cultivator, he naturally didn't understand the Tao of alchemy, nor did he understand the admiration and friendship between alchemists. Later, our outstanding young alchemists were arranged to enter the Pill Saint's Peak to look at the Pill Saint's portrait and comprehend the alchemic way. Chang Bai-Lian recounted the events of that year. Xiao Fusheng and I both saw half of the spirit array in the Pill Saint's portrait at the same time, but we were never able to see the full picture, which was a great regret at the time. Later, I came to the Yang family while Xiao Fusheng entered Medicine King's Valley. Haha. Chang Bai-Lian smiled. Over the past 30 years, I have exchanged many letters with Grandmaster Xiao. When I had free time, I would also go to Medicine King's Valley to study the half of the spirit array with him in an attempt to complete it, but after 30 years of effort, I still failed. The ash-gray cloud Evil Land wantonly attacked Medicine King's Valley and destroyed the Pill Saint's portrait. This old master thought he would never have the opportunity to see the full picture of this spirit array again in his life, but unexpectedly, ha 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 ha, today my wish has finally come true. Chang Bai-Lian looked up to the sky and laughed, a bitter look appearing on his face as he muttered. Xiao Fusheng is worthy of being called Xiao Fusheng, always walking ahead of this old master. Unexpectedly, he has already completed this spirit array. This old master is far inferior to him. The world's #1 alchemist is truly worthy of his title. Yang Kai hadn't expected that the spirit array he had brought out would actually involve these past events. Even a character like Xiao Fusheng was only able to glimpse half of the spirit array, so it was easy to imagine just how profound the true alchemic way was. The appearance of this spirit array seemed to have resolved a 30-year knot in the hearts of the world's two great alchemists. Although there had been some misunderstandings, Yang Kai wasn't ready to say anything. He just wanted to use Grandmaster Zhao's name to act. You've said so much, so are these two spirit arrays useful or not? Yang Zhen asked somewhat impatiently. Nonsense. Chang Bai-Lian snorted. How could they be useless? These spirit arrays originated from the Pill Saint statue. They are supreme treasures left behind by the Pill Saint. Of course they are useful. And their value? Yang Zhen sniffed. Immeasurable. Chang Bai-Lian's expression became extremely serious. All the elders couldn't help showing strange expressions. Yang Kai taking out these two spirit arrays was truly a huge contribution to the Yang family. Even Yang Zhen didn't know how to record this merit. In the palm of his hand. Take them but don't divulge them. You know the rules of the Yang family, Yang Zhen said solemnly. Chang Bai-Lian rolled his eyes. This old master has been in the Yang family for 30 years. His entire family has lived here. How could I not understand the importance of these rules? Yang Zhen nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction. Chang Bai-Lian turned to look at Yang Kai, no longer showing any of his previous contempt, asking kindly, Little brat, what's your name? Yang Kai reported his name. Chang Bai-Lian patted him affectionately on the shoulder. I'll remember you. If you have time in the future, come to my house and I'll invite you to tea. Saying so, Yang Kai crossed his arms behind his back and strode off in a majestic manner. The elders in the hall all looked at each other, for a moment giving birth to a kind of unreal feeling. Chang Bai-Lian wanted to invite that little brat to tea. It seemed that even the Yang family's chief alchemist had never been so polite to these old fogies, let alone invite them to tea. In the younger generation, even among the middle-aged generation, this was an extraordinary honor, and if this news spread out, it was likely that others would envy them. A long time after Chang Bailian left, the group of old fogies secretly shook their heads, wondering what kind of good fortune Yang Kai had encountered that allowed him to have a relationship with a character like Xiao Fushang and learn 2 priceless spirit arrays from him. Elder, Yang Kai called out, now that everything has been confirmed, can I exchange for 2 blood warriors? Yang Jun rolled his eyes and nodded. Good, but this old master must first remind you, according to the strength of the blood warrior, the merit you need to spend will also be different. Then with my current merit, what kind of blood warrior can I obtain? Ah! Yang Jun lightly coughed. All the masters in the blood warrior hall can be chosen by you, including the hall master and vice hall master. Hall master and vice hall master? Yang Kai was surprised. Yes, they are 2 peak immortal ascension boundary masters. Yang Jun nodded. With their protection, no one should be able to get close to you in the inheritance war. It seemed that he felt that Yang Kai's merit was too great and Yang Jun wanted him to quickly exhaust it. So he spared no effort to promote the so-called Hall Master and Vice Hall Master, showing off their strength one by one in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I don't want them. Yang Jun was stunned. You don't want such masters? Who do you want? Chu Gaoyi and Ingjiu. Yang Kai reported the names of the 2 blood warriors. These 2 were the ones who had come to welcome his 4th brother Yang Xian Wu back to the family. The expressions of the group of old men in the room suddenly became extremely strange as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Chu Gaoyi and Ingjiu were originally the 2 most talented blood warriors in the Blood Warrior Hall, so the elders had naturally heard of their names and had high expectations for them. However, because of Yang Xian Wu's incident this time, the 2 blood warriors had been punished by the family, causing them to be unable to recover. The elders also felt quite sorry for the fate of these 2, but with the Yang family's rules, they had no choice but to punish them. Originally, they had thought that no one would dare to use them in this inheritance war, but none of them had expected that the youngest Yang Kai would actually want to use these 2. Even if Yang Kai had said he wanted the Blood Warrior Hall's Vice Hall Master and Blood Warrior Hall Vice Hall Master, it hadn't shocked the elders as much as this moment. Not using such a strong person, but instead choosing to use these 2 disheartened and wounded people, this Kai Yang was either an idiot or he had other plans. Yang Jun stared at Yang Kai meaningfully and quickly said, Those 2 are already crippled. Do you still want them? Yes. Interesting. Yang Jun grinned. Your appetite is quite big. Yang Jun's expression was one of complete understanding, as if he had seen through Yang Kai's thoughts and plans. Yang Kai just shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Since you want them, I'll give them to you. Yang Jun snorted. I'd like to see what kind of storm you can stir up in the inheritance war with those 2. When the time comes, don't you regret lifting a stone and smashing your own foot. That's my business. There's no need for Elder to worry about it. Yang Jin sneered, immediately writing a letter, stamping it with the Elder Council's seal, and tossing it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it, glanced at it casually, nodded with satisfaction, and cupped his fists. Many thanks, Elder. Good, after exchanging those 2 blood warriors, you still have a lot of merits left. What else do you want to exchange? Yang Jun raised his eyes and asked, In the inheritance war, it's always good to be prepared. How many merits do I have left? Yang Kai was a little surprised. A lot, Yang Jun said impatiently, but didn't disclose the specific number. Presumably, he didn't know how to calculate it. Then exchange them all for alchemy and artifact refining materials, at least heaven grade, preferably mysterious grade. Chapter 410. Listening to Yang Kai's request, Yang Jun couldn't help looking at him in surprise, not having expected his requirements to be so high. Nodding, he said, I'll help you prepare them. I'll have them delivered to your house. Many thanks, Elder. I'll take my leave. Yang Kai nodded. Turning around, he walked out. Little brat, don't be defeated too early in the inheritance war. Otherwise this old master will be disappointed. Yang Zhen's voice called out from behind. Elders, please wait and see. By the time these words came out, Yang Kai had already disappeared. Arrogant. Yang Zhen snorted. The sixth elder who had just gone to invite Chang Bai Lian frowned for a moment before saying, Yang Zhen, this little brat is gambling. If he doesn't do well, he'll be doomed. The inheritance war has always been a gamble. How could those young brats not see the opportunity in it? But none of them dared to make such a decision, only he dared. Yang Zhen's eyes flashed as he nodded lightly. Although I can't see any results in the short term, at least he has taken the initiative in the Blood Warrior Hall. This little brat from Fourth Brother's house is very courageous, very much like the Yang family. If Yang Kai were to choose these two blood servants, how could these elders, with their shrewdness and eyesight, not understand the gains and losses? With such a choice in the inheritance war, as long as they were able to stabilize their footing in the early stages and not be defeated quickly, the benefits they could receive in the future would be greater and greater. The only thing they needed to worry about was that, in the early stages, the two blood warriors would be killed before their injuries were healed. Blood Warrior Hall. There was a very special place in the Yang family, the place where the blood warriors usually lived. Even from more than a dozen kilometers away, one could clearly feel the endless fighting intent emanating from the Blood Warrior Hall. These invisible forces seemed to be able to converge into a sharp sword, revealing its sharpness and cutting through the heavens. The Blood Warriors were natural warriors, talents specially trained for small battles. Their powerful fighting intent was one of the Yang family's golden signboards. Even if they weren't fighting, the murderous intent radiating from the Blood Warriors would solidify and fill the air around the Blood Warrior Hall. Along the way, Yang Kai's expression also turned solemn when he sensed this frightening aura. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both stood respectfully outside the Blood Warriors, quietly waiting for the arrival of Yang Kai. In front of them stood a tall and sturdy man with his hands crossed behind his back, wearing a black warrior's robe that could be seen anywhere. His physique was majestic, but his expression was indifferent. His long hair draped over his shoulders, giving him an air of superiority. His eyes like cold stars, giving him an intimidating aura. The Blood Warrior Hall's Hall Master, Feng Shang, a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master who had made great contributions to the Yang family. After using his Mad Tyrant blood skill, he was even able to contend with an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. In the entire central capital, Feng Shang was one of the few masters he had ever met. Since hearing Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's report yesterday, Feng Shang had become somewhat interested in the youngest young Lord Kai. Chu Gaoyi and Ning Jiu were his subordinates, so as the Hall Master of the Blood Warrior Hall, he naturally cared about them. He wanted to see with his own eyes what the little lord who was willing to use Chu Gaoyi and Ning Jiu was like. On this day, several Yang family young lords had arrived, but until now, the little lord still hadn't appeared. Feng Shang didn't show any impatience though and just stood there quietly. Tu Feng was secretly anxious. Although Yang Kai had agreed to his and Tang Yuxian's request yesterday and he didn't doubt the authenticity of Yang Kai's words, to be honest, he really didn't know if Yang Kai had enough merits to exchange for Chu Gaoyi and Ning Jiu. What if his merits weren't enough? Just as he was feeling anxious though, a tall young man suddenly appeared in his field of vision and walked over. Is that him? Feng Shang asked. It's him. It's the little lord. The big stone in Tu Feng's heart finally fell, and his whole body relaxed as he exchanged a glance with Tang Yuxian and smiled knowingly. The little lord is really a trustworthy person. Unfortunately, in this time's inheritance war, both of them couldn't help feeling deeply regretful. Walking up to him, Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at Feng Shang. His eyes flashed like lightning. His aura was rich, and his physique seemed to contain an unparalleled explosive power. Peak Immortal Ascension Boundary. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he saw through this young man's true cultivation at a glance. If such a master were to fight against him, he would be able to kill him in a single blow. The huge gap in strength wasn't something an artifact or the unyielding golden skeleton could make up for. Although he was wearing ordinary clothes, Yang Kai could clearly feel that even though this young man was just standing there, he wasn't circulating any kind of secret art, but the world energy around him was still constantly flowing into his body, constantly condensing and refining his yuan qi, causing his yuan qi to become purer and richer, undoubtedly higher than others. He's a master from the Blood Warrior Hall. Yang Kai couldn't help but praise in his heart. The Yang family being able to stand tall for so many years and enjoy the title of first among the central capital's 8 great families was not without reason. While Yang Kai was observing Feng Sheng, the other party was also secretly observing him. He was dressed casually, not luxuriously, more simply than the average young lord from a prominent family. This kind of clothing was undoubtedly more suitable for sudden combat. He was very young, probably only around 18 years old, but his strength had already reached the Yuan Qi 8th stage. His expression was calm and his eyes seemed normal, but occasionally there was a flash of light. Feng Sheng's eyes couldn't help narrowing slightly as his expression became solemn. He felt a thick, murderous aura from Yang Kai, one that was extremely strong and obvious. Feng Sheng also had a murderous aura, one that was even stronger than Yang Kai's. This kind of aura wasn't something that could be obtained through cultivation. It could only be left behind after killing people, and it had to kill a lot of people to create this kind of aura. This little lord was so young yet had already killed so many people. It seemed he wasn't an easy opponent to provoke. This was what Feng Sheng was concerned about. What made Feng Sheng feel even more strange was that there seemed to be another strange force in this little lord's body. This force seemed to affect his murderous aura, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. It was as if even the violent aura he had been suppressing in his heart had been stirred up. Taking a closer look, Feng Sheng couldn't feel anything, only that his yuan qi was quite pure. Secretly shaking his head, Feng Sheng frowned. After a moment of silence, Feng Sheng knew that this little lord in front of him wasn't as simple as he seemed on the surface, but he didn't care too much and just asked lightly, "Young Lord Kai?" Yang Kai nodded slightly and turned his eyes to Gu Feng and Tang Yuxian. The two of them quickly stepped forward and Tu Feng said, "Little Lord, this is our Hall Master, Feng Sheng." "So it's Hall Master Feng," Yang Kai exclaimed. "Since you've come for the Blood Warriors, please show me the document signed by the Elder Hall." "Little Lord." Feng Sheng stretched out his hand and Yang Kai handed over the document. Taking a look at it, Feng Sheng gently nodded. His face, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, seemed to show some subtle changes as he said, "Young Lord Kai, please come in." Yang Kai stepped forward and Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian quickly welcomed him inside. Feng Sheng didn't follow him inside though, still standing straight at the door. After entering the Blood Warrior Hall, Tu Zheng chuckled. "Little Lord, I've never heard the Hall Master say, 'Please' to anyone." Today, there were a few young lords who came, but the Hall Master didn't even spare them a glance. "It seems the Hall Master's impression of you is quite good." Tang Yuxian also nodded heavily, seemingly having discovered something extraordinary. "Then my face is a bit big." Yang Kai grinned. Tu Feng nodded. "It's not about face. It's just that little lord is willing to use these two brothers. My Blood Warrior Hall is extremely grateful." "Is it really that serious?" Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt and he stared in front of him in amazement. In front of him, nearly 20 powerful blood warriors were lined up in several rows, all of them wearing solemn expressions as they stared towards Yang Kai with gratitude. The one leading them was the Blood Warrior Hall's Vice Hall Master, Zhou Feng, who was also a Peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. Sweeping his eyes over the Blood Warriors, Yang Kai's expression became slightly solemn. Each one of them was extremely powerful, each of them as firm as a mountain. Regardless of whether they were men or women, all of them were masters among masters, the weakest of which was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master. However, even an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master was no worse than an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master from a first-class force. The Yang family blood warriors really had a rich heritage. With more than 20 pairs of eyes staring at him, Yang Kai also felt an unparalleled pressure. This kind of pressure wasn't deliberately released by the blood warriors, but rather the aura of the flowing time great emperor. Therefore, in front of the strong, the weak would always be timid and restrained. Circulating his true Yang secret art, Yang Kai quickly circulated his pure yuan qi, stabilizing his footing. All the blood warriors' eyes lit up. Zhou Feng was also secretly surprised, but he didn't show it, only wearing a dignified expression as he cupped his fists and said, "On behalf of the Blood Warrior Hall, Zhou Feng offers his thanks to young Lord Kai." Many thanks to young Lord Kai. In an instant, a thunderous roar resounded. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, only now realizing that Tu Feng wasn't exaggerating. Although he had long known that there were gains and losses to be had, he hadn't expected to gain more than he had imagined. "We each took what we needed. Don't worry about it." Yang Kai nodded gently, his eyes sweeping past Zhou Feng and landing on the two men behind him. These two men were probably less than 40 years old, but both of them had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage. The looks on their faces were even more dignified and serious than the blood warriors beside them, even the look in their eyes giving off a sense of loyalty and willingness to die for their friends. The two men stood there, because of the unbearable pain. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble slightly. Their close-fitting clothes were stained red everywhere, as if they were adorned with blooming plum blossoms, extremely dazzling to the eye. At their feet, the crimson blood had already formed a pool, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. However, the two men still stood upright, and the other blood warriors didn't even spare them a glance. "Are you Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu?" Yang Kai glanced at them. The two men quickly stepped forward and knelt on the ground. "Subordinate Chu Gao Yi. Subordinate Ing Jiu. Greets little lord." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Stand up. Since you are my people, I will use practical actions to prove that my choice was not wrong." The two men didn't say a word, silently getting up, but the look in their eyes was quite firm and persistent. Chapter 4:11. Seeing the expressions of Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu, Yang Kai nodded secretly. He knew that even if they were seriously injured, a blood warrior was still a blood warrior. Glancing around at the others, Yang Kai suddenly chuckled. "Everyone, if we become enemies in the future, this young lord won't show any mercy." Zhou Feng nodded firmly. "As it should be." Yang Kai turned around and left calmly while Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu cupped their fists to their brothers and sisters. After this farewell, when the blood warriors met again in the future, they may have to face off against each other, using their own blood and lives to write a glorious prelude to the Yang family's next generation. Everyone returned the gesture. They all understood. Outside the door, Feng Shang still stood there, waiting for Yang Kai to walk a few dozen meters before suddenly saying, "Young Lord Kai, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my two worthless subordinates." Yang Kai waved his hand and didn't say anything. Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu both stepped forward, leaving behind a blood trail behind them. Oh! All of the Yang family's direct descendants had returned to the central capital, and the family had given them nearly 2 months to prepare. After selecting their respective guardian blood warriors, the Yang family inheritance war that everyone had been looking forward to was finally about to begin. When the news spread, the central capital boiled over. The entire Great Han dynasty was filled with turmoil. Large and small forces from all over the world were heading towards the central capital, hoping to gain some benefits in this huge event. Many of these forces had already arrived in the central capital. Many of them were sitting around waiting, hesitating, not knowing which young lords group to stand with. The Yang family young lords were even busier than before, contacting the young lords and young ladies of the other 7 families and trying to finalize their own allies. Central capital 8 great families: Yang family, Chou family, Lu family, Hua family, Kong family, Gao family, Yi family, Meng family. Among them, the Kong family, Gao family, Yi family, and Meng family had all sent out news that they had formed an alliance with different Yang family young lords. Only the remaining 3 families had yet to express their stance. The Lu family needn't be mentioned. Lu Qingyao had already declared that among the Yang family's younger generation, whoever could defeat him, he would be his ally. It was rumored that the Yang family first young Lord Yang Wei had once fought with him. However, no one knew what the result. Lu Qingyao still hadn't clearly stated who he wanted to ally with, so the result of that battle was self-evident. Yang Wei was probably going to lose. As for the Hua family, Hua Stars, the dissolute son of the Hua family, only sought pleasure all day long, drinking and throwing tantrums. It seemed that he had no intention of participating in the inheritance war at all, causing Hua Zhang a great headache. Hua Zhang also wanted to participate in the inheritance war, but unfortunately, his son wasn't up to the task, always running amok all day long, not even bothering with proper business, greatly angering him. If only the older generation could participate in the inheritance war. Then, Hua Zhang would have rolled up his sleeves long ago. On the other hand, when the young masters of the Yang family heard that Hua Stars and Yang Kai had some grudges, they all sought him out to persuade him, but none of them succeeded. Instead, they were all pulled into the brothel by him and spent a few nights there. One by one, they came out dizzy, shaking their heads and sighing that they were hopeless. Chou family. In the study, the head of the Chou family, Chou Shoucheng, was sitting on a chair. He looked to be in his 30s, but in reality he was already in his 50s. However, he was born with a delicate face, and his skin was much fairer than a woman's, so he looked much younger than his actual age. Sitting on either side of him was a man and a woman. The woman was the Chou family's first young lady, Chou Yimeng, and the man was the Chou family's young lord, Chou Ziruo. The two of them were half-siblings. The news that the inheritance war was about to begin had spread, so the Chou family naturally had to choose their best team. However, Chou Shoucheng didn't know much about the Yang family's young lords. Although he had been inquiring about them, he still didn't know enough. The main purpose of the 7 great families participating in the inheritance war was to hone the strength of their young lords. Winning or losing wouldn't have much of an impact on their foundation. But if they could win, who would want to lose? Therefore, this matter had to be taken seriously. Chou Shoucheng stroked the goatee on his chin and pondered for a long time before asking, Meng what do you think of this inheritance war? Hearing his father's question, Chou Ziruo's expression became slightly bitter. In the Chou family, although he was the first heir, whether it was personal strength or methods, he couldn't compare to his half-sister. If there was any major event in the family, his father would always find his sister to discuss it while he would sit on the sidelines and learn from her experience. He had always been like this since he was young. Chou Yimeng smiled lightly and said, According to the information I received, the Yang family has sent 8 young lords to participate in the inheritance war. In addition to Yang Xinwu, who was ranked 4th, who is now deceased, the rest of the Yang family are Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, Yang Tai, Yang Kong, Yang Xin, Yang Ying, Yang Quan, and Yang Kai. Chou Shoucheng nodded lightly and did not interrupt, his eyes indicating for her to continue. Among them, the 2nd brother Yang Zhao and the 5th brother Yang Kong are blood brothers, while the 6th brother Yang Xin and the 7th brother Yang Ying are also blood brothers. These 2 pairs of brothers probably won't attack each other until the last moment and will only help each other out. This is the difference between blood relatives. Chou Yimeng's thoughts turned quickly as she carefully phrased her words. So far, have received assistance from the other 7 families. Among them, the Meng family's Meng Shan-yi was an ally of eldest brother Yang Wei. The Yi family's Yi Xian Rou was an ally of 2nd brother Yang Zhao. The Gao family's Gao Rangfeng was an ally of 5th brother Yang Kong. And the Kong family's Kong Zhan was an ally of 7th brother Yang Ying. The strength of the 7 families cannot be ignored and will, to a large extent, determine the final outcome of the inheritance war. Because the Yang family is based in the central capital, it is necessary to communicate with the other 7 families. Chou Shoucheng nodded gently, very satisfied with his daughter's meticulous thinking and intelligence-gathering ability, but when he remembered that she was a woman, he couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Glancing over at Chou Ziruo, who was sitting next to him and looking somewhat resentful, Chou Shoucheng secretly sighed. So, from the results on the surface, there is no doubt that the pair of brothers, Yang Zhao and Yang Kong, have a relatively large chance of winning because each of them has a super force as an ally. And then, Chou Shoucheng heard his daughter's words and asked with a smile. In fact, that's not the case. Not to mention that the 2 of them are separated. Even if they help each other, they won't be invincible in the inheritance war. Over the years, in the inheritance war, The strength of the participants sent by the 7 families was not too high, mainly consisting of the younger generation. In order to avoid breaking the balance, they were also afraid of causing too many casualties. This was an unwritten rule. So, in addition to the Yang family blood warriors, the 8 great families won't send masters whose strength exceeds the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage into the inheritance war. In that case, the friends that those young masters made while they were training outside were very important. They made many friends. The number of allies and helpers that could be roped in were many. Moreover, the mothers of these young masters were mostly from first-class families. Those families would definitely lean towards these young masters. With the help of these forces, these young lords can also work hard to protect themselves and not be defeated quickly. Qiu Shouchang cast a look of approval as he smiled. Father, your daughter doesn't know who will have the last laugh in the inheritance war, but I do know. The Yang family's 3rd brother, Yang Tai, will definitely be the first to be eliminated. Why? Because he doesn't have a blood warrior to protect him. He has been out adventuring for the past few years but hasn't gained anything. Even with his contributions to the Yang family, he hasn't been able to obtain a blood warrior. Without a blood warrior to protect him, his strength isn't very high. His future is bleak. I'm afraid he won't last more than a day. Qiu Yimeng said confidently. The second one to be eliminated will definitely be 8th brother Yang Quan. He doesn't have the support of the 7 great families and his mother is only from a second-class force. His mother's family won't be able to bring much help. And the third one? Qiu Shouchang smiled. Your daughter doesn't know. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly and shook her head. It's not easy to judge the remaining young lords. 5th brother Yang Kong, 6th brother Yang Shun, and 7th brother Yang Ying are all possible candidates. Qiu Shouchang couldn't help but frown, a trace of confusion appearing on his face as he stared at his daughter with some confusion. Even Qiu Zirua, who had been standing to the side and hadn't spoken until now, chuckled and said, Elder sister, even I can see who the third one will be eliminated. How come elder sister can't see it? Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly and turned to Qiu Zirua. What is little brother's opinion? I wouldn't dare. Qiu Zirua smiled faintly. But this matter is obvious. Zirua, tell me. Qiu Shouchang nodded to his son indifferently. Yes. Qiu Zirua glanced at his sister and said, the third one to be eliminated must be the youngest, Yang Kai. Why? Qiu Yimeng smiled sweetly, her expression unchanged, as if she knew he would come to this conclusion. As elder sister just said, this Yang Kai doesn't have any blood brothers who can help him, nor does he have the support of any of the other 7 families. Even if his mother's family has some support at most, it's just a first-class force, nothing to be afraid of. On top of that, he's the youngest and seems to be the same age as me, so he definitely doesn't have any means, so the third one to be eliminated must be him. Qiu Zirua's words were resolute and decisive, as if he had already seen Yang Kai's end with his own eyes. Qiu Yimeng just smiled and didn't refute, instead turning to Qiu Shouchang and asking, does father also think so? Qiu Shouchang hesitated for a moment before nodding lightly. Yes, I have the same idea as your brother. According to the information I received, after returning to the central capital, he seems to have never contacted any of the other 7 families' young lords and has not made any efforts to win them over. Father can assume he has no confidence in himself and has already given up on the inheritance war. Qiu Yimeng firmly shook her head. Father, I don't agree with your opinion. On the contrary, I intend to turn our Qiu family into his support. Qiu Zirua stared at her like she was a fool and muttered, Elder sister, are you still dreaming? How can you say such nonsense? Qiu Shouchang also frowned and said, Meng I know you know Yang Kai and have been with him for some time. Lu Liang has already sent me a letter about this matter and reported back to me about what he did in the Lu family, so I'm not very optimistic about him. If you want to turn our Qiu family into his support, you need to give me a convincing reason, otherwise, father won't agree. Winning or losing the inheritance war won't affect the foundation of my Qiu family, but there will still be some losses. Chapter 412. Reason? I can't explain it clearly, but father, from childhood to now, when have I ever disappointed you? Chiu Shou Cheng's expression became serious as he thought about it carefully. His daughter's vision was quite accurate. Over the past few years, when he didn't understand something, as soon as he explained it to her, she would immediately understand and often give him a lot of good ideas. Seeing Chiu Yimeng speak so seriously, Chiu Shou Cheng couldn't help but re-examine his daughter and ask, "What exactly is so special about this person that you care so much about?" Chiu Yimeng still slowly shook her head. "I really can't explain it, but this person is very mysterious. Often in impossible situations, he is able to do some incredible things." She wanted to tell her father that the ash-gray cloud evil land's beguiling demon queen had been captivated by Yang Kai, but after thinking about it, she decided not to. After all, the ash-gray cloud evil land was a place where evil demons gathered, and Shanqing Luo was one of the 6 great evil kings. Her relationship with the central capital's 8 great families had always been like fire and water. So in this inheritance war, whether Shanqing Luo would help him was still uncertain. Without the assistance of the beguiling demon queen, Yang Kai's support would be greatly reduced. "What made your eyes light up?" Chiu Shou Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked meaningfully. Chiu Ziruo raised his brow and chuckled. "It seems that elder sister has finally met a man she can satisfy. I thought there was no man in this world who could enter your eyes." Between father and son, one was suspicious while the other was interested, obviously thinking that Chiu Yimeng had been moved by Yang Kai. "I do have a good impression of him." Unexpectedly, Chiu Yimeng frankly admitted. "But that's just a good feeling, because when I get along with him, I'm always in a passive position." Chiu Shou Cheng's expression changed slightly as he asked in surprise, "Is this little brat really that strong?" This daughter of his, even in the central capital, no one could force her to always be in a passive position. She had always been the one leading others by the nose. So although this comment was ordinary, Chiu Shou Cheng still managed to glean some incredible information from it. A very strong man. Chiu Yimeng smiled lightly, remembering Yang Kai's attitude towards her. He couldn't help but gnash his teeth. Love can make a person stupid. Chiu Ziruo shook his head like an old man, as if he was a veteran in the field of love. "Father." Chiu Yimeng knew that her half-brother had always had a problem with her. She didn't want to argue with him, so she just smiled and said, "Let's not talk about my opinion of him first. Let's talk about your opinion. You judged him to be the third to be eliminated. First, because you found out the information yourself. Second, I'm afraid you were also influenced by Lu Liang's message, right?" "Not bad." Chiu Shou Cheng nodded, stroking his goatee as he said, "Although Lu Liang didn't comment on this little brat in the letter, only describing his actions in the Lu family, I can still see Lu Liang's contempt for him. What if it's just a disguise?" Chiu Shou Cheng was taken aback and said solemnly, "Then this boy is too cunning. He can even deceive Lu Liang. Lu Liang is not someone who can be easily fooled." Chiu Yimeng chuckled, got up from her chair, walked a few steps, then turned around and said, "Father, in fact, I was also hesitant about whether to tie the Chiu family to him. At least before today, I hadn't made up my mind. But now I feel more and more that my judgment was not wrong. Why? It's because of his inaction. His inaction in the Lu family, his inaction after returning to the central capital. In the Lu family, he didn't win over Lu Liang, and when he returned to the central capital, he didn't make friends with any of the 7 great families. But after spending some time with him, I know that he is not the kind of person who is willing to be mediocre. This person's appetite has always been big. Either he doesn't do anything, or he does something, never giving his enemy time to breathe. His lack of action is a clear indication of his confidence." Chiu Yimeng frowned and slowly shook her head. "I really don't know where his confidence comes from, but he definitely has it. Elder sister, in the end, all of this is just your own guess and feeling. We haven't seen him with any kind of support or helper." Chiu Shou Cheng frowned and nodded. "And, Meng, you said before that you didn't consider forming an alliance with him. Do you have any other candidates in mind?" Hearing her father say this, Qiu Yimeng suddenly realized that her efforts just now had not worked. Her father still wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked such a question. And in addition to Yang Kai, I have two other candidates. One is the eldest brother, Yang Wei, and the other is the second brother, Yang Zhao. There's no need to mention Yang Zhao. He is a very powerful person and is the son of the current Yang family patriarch. His chances of winning have always been very high, but Yang Wei is also extraordinary. He is the only immortal ascension boundary master of the Yang family's younger generation and is also the eldest brother. So both of them have great hopes. Saying so, Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. But now, both of them have allies from the 7 great families. If my Qiu family were to intervene, I'm afraid it wouldn't be very good. And in that case, even if we win, my Qiu family won't obtain much benefit. Qiu Shoucheng pondered for a moment before suddenly turning to his son and asking, Ziruo, what do you think? Qiu Ziruo smiled happily, knowing that his opportunity had come. This was the first time his father had taken the initiative to ask for his opinion, and this was a matter as important as the inheritance war, so Qiu Ziruo naturally understood the profound meaning behind it. In my opinion, since we want to participate in the inheritance war, we should find a Yang family member who doesn't have any of the 7 great families as an ally. This way, after he wins, my Qiu family can eat the spoils alone. Qiu Ziruo wasn't a stupid person. After listening to his father and sister for so long, he naturally had a plan in mind and said, My idea is to form an alliance with the 6th brother, Yang Xin. His brother, the 7th brother Yang Ying, already has the Kong family as an ally, so with my Qiu family, our chances of winning are very high. At the very least, we can compete with Yang Zhao and Yang Kong. Qiu Shoucheng smiled and nodded approvingly. Perceiving his father's look of praise, Qiu Ziruo knew that he had spoken his father's mind and couldn't help breathing a little faster, his face flushing red with excitement. Qiu Yimeng shook her head helplessly and sighed. Even if she performed well, in the end, she was still a woman. The Qiu family was not something she could inherit in the future. Her destiny was ultimately just to be a chess piece used in a marriage alliance to bring more benefits to the Qiu family. The room fell into silence for a while as Qiu Shoucheng tapped his fingers on his chair. His brow furrowed as he pondered, apparently weighing the pros and cons. After a long time, his eyes became firm and he said, Since that's the case, then this time's inheritance war. Father! Qiu Yimeng quickly interrupted him. What's wrong? Qiu Shoucheng's brow furrowed slightly as he looked at her with some displeasure. Father, for this time's inheritance war, your daughter wants to take a team to Yang Kai. Qiu Yimeng grit her teeth. Although she knew that saying this would make her father unhappy, Qiu Yimeng felt that her judgment was definitely not wrong. Qiu Ziruo couldn't help but laugh. Staring at his daughter for a long time, Qiu Shoucheng faintly asked, Do you insist? Yes. Your daughter has never asked you for anything, but this time I insist. Please allow your daughter to act presumptuously. Good. Then I'll assign the family's autumn rain hall to you, Qiu Shoucheng quickly said. Thank you, father. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. The autumn rain hall wasn't a very important hall in the Qiu family, and the strength of the people inside wasn't very high. For her father to assign such a hall to her, it was obvious that he was prepared to sacrifice the entire autumn rain hall. If she hadn't been so resolute, her father probably wouldn't have even given her the autumn rain hall. Since that was the case, time would tell who was right and who was wrong, and who was more suitable to inherit the Qiu family. Qiu Yimeng's eyes became firm as a fierce light flashed across her eyes. Withdraw. Qiu Shoucheng waved his hand, and Qiu Yimeng bowed and withdrew. Walking out of the room, she heard the soft voices of her father and younger brother talking, causing Qiu Yimeng to feel even more uncomfortable. Night, clear sky in's backyard hall, Bamboo Knot Gang's headquarters. Yang Kai looked at the stack of silver bills in front of him with a dull expression. Behind him stood 2 men who were like iron towers. These 2 men quietly stood there, and ever since they entered, they had not said a single word. However, their faces were as pale as paper, and from time to time, cold sweat would seep out from their foreheads. From time to time, a ferocious expression would flash across their faces. It was obvious that they were enduring great pain, and the clothes on their bodies were also dyed red from the inside, as if they were embroidered with gorgeous flower buds. Beneath their feet, there was a trail of blood. Bamboo Knot Gang's Sect Master Pang Chi and Vice Sect Master Mu Nando stood cautiously to the side, from time to time glancing at the two men who seemed to be on the verge of death. They didn't quite understand why Yang Kai had brought such people with him. These past few days, with the combined strength of our two sects, we have already swallowed up 2 small forces. My Bamboo Knot Gang strength has soared, and we have also collected a lot of materials and money. Young Lord Kai, the accounts are all here, not a penny less. Pang Chi respectfully handed over an account book and placed it in front of Yang Kai. No need. Yang Kai shook his head. Convert all these silver bills into materials. Raise the requirements a bit, at least heaven-grade materials, the more expensive the better. In addition, how many forces are there in the North City District that can be swallowed up? If Brother Mu's information is correct, there should be 4 or 5 more, Pang Chi replied. Good. The 2 of you, take 1 person with you and go conquer those 4 or 5 forces. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed behind him. Take them. Pang Chi and Mu Nando were suddenly dumbfounded, somewhat stunned as they turned to look at the 2 bloody men behind Yang Kai. What could these 2 people possibly do? Pang Chi and Mu Nando didn't even dare to speak too loudly, fearing that their voices would shock them to death. So when they heard Yang Kai's words, they couldn't help feeling puzzled. Chapter 413. Inside the Bamboo Knot Gang's main hall, Pang Chi and Mu Nando stared at the 2 men behind Yang Kai with stunned expressions. Do you have a problem? One of the 2 men who seemed to be on the verge of death coldly snorted, a huge divine sense suddenly sweeping out. Feeling the power contained in this divine sense, Pang Chi and Mu Nando's expressions changed greatly, realizing that these 2 men weren't mediocre at all. This kind of extraordinary divine sense alone was enough to sweep up all the small forces in the North City District. Quickly restraining their expressions, they waved their hands in panic. We wouldn't dare. Go. Yang Kai waved his hand. Without seeing the 2 towering men behind him take any action, Pang Chi and Mu Nando were wrapped in a powerful force and instantly disappeared from the main hall, leaving only a faint smell of blood in the air. After Chu Gaoyi and Ing Zhou disappeared, Yang Kai smiled slightly. It had been 5 days since he had obtained the 2 of them. The 2 blood warriors were seriously injured and should have been in bed to heal, but Yang Kai had turned a blind eye to their physical condition, as if he couldn't wait for them to die early, taking them wherever he went. During these 5 days, Yang Kai hadn't spoken a word to them, nor had he given them any instructions. However, to Yang Kai's relief, he didn't feel the slightest impatience or unwillingness from Chu Gaoyi and Ing Zhou's expressions. Right now, they could only display less than 30% of their peak strength. However, if they wanted to sweep up the small forces in the central capital, it wouldn't be a problem. There was no time. Yang Kai originally wanted Pang Chi and Mu Nando to slowly nibble away at the small forces, but the inheritance war was about to begin. He couldn't afford to wait that long. In desperation, he had dispatched the 2 blood warriors to help him. Standing up, Yang Kai turned to the other Bamboo Knot Gang elder and said, "Take me to your storehouse." Yes. The Bamboo Knot Gang had nibbled away 2 small forces and at Yang Kai's request had purchased a lot of alchemy and artifact refining materials. Currently, they are all stored in the storehouse. Yang Kai walked into the black book space for a moment before coming out again, filling it with many good things. 5 days ago, Yang Zhen from the Hall of Elders sent over a large batch of materials. Now, Yang Kai's storage was already on a small scale. The efficiency of the Elder Hall was quite high. On that day, Yang Kai only said that he would exchange all his remaining merits for materials, and the matter was settled that very night. Looking at the rich materials on the 2 carriages, whether it was Yang Kai or his parents, they were all shocked. Those materials were all heaven grade and above, and 1/10 of them were even profound grade. The other half were alchemy and artifact refining. Fortunately, the Yang family had a solid foundation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to take out so many materials. Yang Yingfeng hadn't expected that after Yang Kai had exchanged for 2 blood warriors, he would still have such a large amount of merit left over. Yang Kai didn't expect this either. The father and son pair were stunned for a while before they recovered. Now, all these things were stored in the black book space. Have Pang Qi continue to collect materials. When he has enough, send them to War City. Yang Kai said before striding away. War City. It was a city the Yang family had built specifically for the inheritance war. It was only 100 kilometers away from the central capital. Yes. The Bamboo Knot Gang's elder quickly responded. After Yang Kai left, he suddenly felt a little confused. How did this young lord just walk around the storehouse and come out? He didn't seem to have taken anything. Poking his head out to take a look, this elder was suddenly scared out of his wits. The materials that were originally placed in the storehouse. But now they were all gone. What should I do? Oh. 3 days later, the Yang family's heaven altar, a majestic building, stood erect. The ground was flat and tidy, and had long been covered with a large red carpet. The altar for heaven worship was majestic and grand, and 2 huge stone pillars pierced the clouds. On the stone pillars, there were various lifelike carvings of dragons and phoenixes soaring to the 9th heaven. There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. The blue sky was clear as if it had been washed clean. The wind whistled, blowing the Yang clan's blood-red banner, causing it to flutter in the wind. Nearly 1,000 Yang family cultivator, all wearing black uniforms, gathered around the huge heaven altar. Thousands of people, breathing in unison, their auras synchronized, each breath seemingly capable of sweeping through the world. Directly below the heaven altar, the 8 Yang family's younger generation's young lords, who had already bathed and changed their clothes, stood in order of seniority, looking up in the direction of the heaven altar. A loud shout came, "Qiu family's patriarch Qiu Shouchang has arrived. Yi family's patriarch Yi Kuang has arrived. Meng family's patriarch Meng Shiping has arrived." Oh. The Yang family's inheritance war, which only happened once every few decades, was the largest and most lively event in the central capital. Naturally, the other 7 families of the central capital would not neglect this occasion, all of them personally led by their respective patriarchs. The Yang family young lords led these guests to their arranged seats, sat down, and drank tea. Half an hour later, all the patriarchs of the 7 families arrived. With a flash of blue light, the Yang family's patriarch Yang Yinghao, along with several grand elders who had reached the above immortal ascension boundary, appeared at the heaven altar. As soon as the host appeared, Qiu Shouchang and the others got up and cupped their fists. Yang Yinghao returned the gesture and shouted, "Today is the day my Yang family offers sacrifices to the heavens and ancestors. Thank you all for coming. Please sit down." Qiu Shouchang, Yi Kuang Ren, Meng Shiping, and the others nodded lightly, their eyes shining brightly as they returned to their seats. Yang Kai's eyes were fixed on Yang Yinghao. According to seniority, this person should be his eldest uncle. His real age was probably only a dozen years older than 4th Master Yang. But now, Yang Yinghao's hair looked gray, as if he was in his twilight years, and there were even deep wrinkles on his face. Before the decisive battle in the ash-gray cloud evil land, he was not like this. At that time, he was in his middle age, and although he was not young, he was not so old. The reason for this was because he had been injured by the profound Een Ghost King and the annihilating Poison King in the ash-gray cloud evil land's final battle. After returning to the family, he had used the Yang family's life and death samsara secret art in exchange for 30 years of his lifespan, in order to expel his own injuries. The position of patriarch of the Yang family was extremely important, so even though he knew the price of 30 years of lifespan was too great, Yang Yinghao had no choice but to ensure his own integrity. This was not the aftermath of a simple injury, but rather the most direct form of life loss. Yang Yinghao looked extremely old. It was precisely because he didn't know how long he could live. That was why he was so anxious to recall all the Yang family's direct descendants to begin the inheritance war. Yang Zhao and Yang Kong both looked at their father and felt sad. Yang Yinghao, on the other hand, remained indifferent and briefly explained the rules of the inheritance war. There were no rules. The Yang family would only provide blood warriors to serve as retainers for the young lords of the Yang family, and the blood warriors would be greatly restricted in the inheritance war. In addition, the Yang family would not provide any direct help to the young lords. Whether it was open spears, hidden arrows, or schemes, who would have the last laugh? Who would be the victor of the inheritance war? Do you all remember? Yang Yinghao looked at the 8 people standing below and asked. Everyone nodded. Then let's offer sacrifices to the heavens and our ancestors. Yang Yinghao waved his hand and shouted. All kinds of preparations had already been made, and in front of the solemn altar, an incense burner rose and a hard-to-find 6th-order monster beast was carried up. Yang Yinghao killed it, its blood spilling onto the altar, offering blood to the heavens, offering a beast to the ancestors. The ceremony was very complicated, and under the guidance of Yang Yinghao, the 8 young lords of the Yang family, meticulously they completed their tasks. Throughout this process, the masters of the 7 families also watched carefully, secretly observing the performance of the 8 people, observing whether the allies their sons and daughters had chosen were suitable, and whether the enemy was strong. Finally, after paying respects to the Yang family's ancestors, the whole ceremony was finally completed. This time, if you don't die then I will, you're on your own. Yang Yinghao shouted, waving his hand and shouting, set off. 8 extremely handsome cloud-treading colts roared over and stopped in front of the 8 young lords. The 8 young lords of the Yang family each mounted their mounts. The wind suddenly stopped, and the atmosphere in the air suddenly seemed a bit stagnant. Even the breathing of the 1,000 people present suddenly stopped. The 8 young lords glanced at each other and smiled slightly. Even if they were brothers, once they left the central capital, they would be enemies. I won't show mercy. Me too. Big brother will go first, Yang Wei quickly said, his voice falling as the cloud-treading colts flew off. Follow me. Yang Zhao chuckled. The 8 cloud-treading colts galloped down the Yang family's special passage, kicking up a cloud of dust as they rushed forward. This old master will go watch the fun. The Kong family patriarch, Kong Rui, grinned meaningfully, waving his hand and wrapping his followers in pure yuan qi before disappearing like a bolt of lightning. Let's go together. The Gao family patriarch, Gao Mo, followed closely behind. This old master will also go. The Kong family patriarch, Kong Zheng, was not willing to be outdone. In the blink of an eye, the people from the 7 great clans had all left, disappearing without a trace. Ignorant of etiquette, Yang Yinghao coldly snorted, blaming these old fogies for not even bothering to inform him before leaving. Along the way, the 8 cloud-treading colts galloped forward while the 7 groups of people flew up into the sky. A moment later, they had exited the south gate. Outside the south gate, it seemed to be even livelier than the Yang family's heaven altar. Countless forces, large and small, were waiting. They all knew that today was the start of the inheritance war, so naturally, they had all been waiting here early in order to follow their Yang family young lords to War City. Outside the south gate, there was a dense crowd of people. Even from a few kilometers away, there were still people secretly observing. Which young lord is your Chongyang Valley going to follow this time? A familiar face asked. Of course, it's the 6th young lord, Yang Shin. Don't go, you'll definitely lose. Follow our flying cloud manor and follow the 2nd young lord, Yang Zhao. The 2nd young lord has much more potential than the 6th young lord. Really? Naturally, come here, I'll tell you, I know a lot of inside information. The 2 of them put their arms around each other's shoulders and whispered to one another. Third-class forces such as Chongyang Valley and Flying Cloud Manor had no way to form any kind of friendship with the Yang family's direct descendants. Before the start of the inheritance war, they had no chance to meet the Yang family's young lords, so they could only wait here. They didn't know much about the inside of the Yang family, so most of them just followed whichever young lord they found pleasing to the eye. Chapter 414. In front of the south gate, 7 groups of people suddenly appeared, and all the cultivators from the various forces who had gathered at the gate were pushed back by an invisible force. After everyone stood firm and stared forward in amazement, not only did they not dare show any anger, they were instead pleasantly surprised. The patriarchs of the 7 families had all appeared at the same time. These master and young masters were not ordinary people. Coming to the central capital this time had been the right decision. Just seeing these 7 was worth the trip back. For a time, many of the cultivators' eyes filled with excitement as they stared towards the 7 patriarchs in awe. On the other hand, the 7 patriarchs stared towards the central capital with a look of interest on their faces. The moment they left the central capital was also the moment to test the charm of the Yang family young lords. Naturally, they wanted to know which young lord these cultivators who had been waiting outside the south gate would follow. With the sound of wind and lightning, 8 cloud-treading colts appeared one after another. The 8 Yang family young lords who were participating in the inheritance war appeared. The Meng family's Meng Shan-yi quickly urged his mount forward and cupped his fists to Yang Wei. "Young Lord Wei, you've been waiting for a long time." Yang Wei's expression remained indifferent as he nodded calmly. The two of them had long been in an alliance, so it was not surprising that they were acting so close at this moment. The Yi family's Yi Xian-ro leisurely stepped forward, a faint blush on her charming face. She was in her 20s, her skin was white as snow, her figure was graceful, and her expression was shy yet charming. She smiled and said, "Young Master Zhao." Yang Zhao laughed, bending over and extending his hand to Yi Xian-ro. His expression as gentle as jade. "Come up!" Yi Xian-ro nodded slightly. Grabbing Yang Zhao's big hand, she leapt forward and sat down atop one of the cloud-treading colts in front of him. The patriarchs of the other 6 families all shot meaningful glances towards the Yi family patriarch, Yi Kuang-ren. In front of so many people, a man and a woman acting so intimate, it didn't seem like they were simply allies. Perhaps there was some kind of inside story behind this. Yi Kuang-ren's expression remained indifferent. He didn't seem to have any intention of criticizing his daughter's boldness, as if he already knew. At the same time, Gao Rangfeng and Yang Kong were chatting happily. Kong Zhan and Yang Ying smiled at each other. The 4 great families had made their positions clear, so the 4 young lords were proud of themselves. This was a stage for the younger generation. "Old Qiu, has your Qiu family not made a decision yet?" Huazhang looked at him anxiously. His heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat, but looking left and right, he didn't see his good-for-nothing son present. He knew that he must be having a romantic affair somewhere, so he suddenly felt annoyed. Turning his head, he found Qiu Shoucheng standing alone by his side, and could not help but feel a sense of sympathy for him. "Isn't that already a choice?" Qiu Shoucheng smiled. Huazhang was stunned for a moment, but when he looked over again, he was surprised to find that Qiu Ziruo and Yang Shun were together. Yang Xin was also overjoyed. He treated Qiu Ziruo very politely. Huazhang couldn't help feeling surprised. "Oh, old Qiu, this time the Qiu family is participating in the inheritance war? Is your son leading the team?" Qiu Shoucheng had a son and a daughter, but there was a natural chasm between the two. Qiu Yimeng's name had already spread throughout the central capital. She was ranked 2nd among the younger generation of the central capital. Everyone had thought that this time the inheritance war would be led by Qiu Yimeng, but now it was actually Qiu Ziruo who would appear here. "My son is all grown up. I need to let him experience the world." Qiu Shoucheng chuckled. "The inheritance war is a rare opportunity." Kong Zhang curled his lips and sneered. "Old Qiu, it's not that I don't want to be rude, but my family's little brat is just a pile of mud. Although your family's little brat is a bit better, he's not much better. I think you should pass the position of family patriarch to your daughter. If you really pass it on to your son, the Qiu family will sooner or later be finished." Qiu Shoucheng coldly snorted. "This old master doesn't need you to interfere." Huazhang rolled his eyes. "You don't know how to appreciate good intentions." On the field, after the 5 great families had expressed their stance one after another, the large and small forces who had been observing finally couldn't hold back, and one of them hurriedly rushed up to Yang Wei, cupped his fists and said, This one is 3 sacred sects chief disciple, Xian Li, and is willing to follow eldest young lord. Yang Wei glanced at him and nodded gently. Good! Xian Li couldn't help but express his gratitude and quickly stood behind Yang Wei. With this 3 sacred sects Xian Li taking the lead, the young leaders of the various forces quickly stepped forward and pledged their allegiance to the Yang family young lords they had already chosen. For a time, the scene was lively. Looking at the crowd, the eldest brother Yang Wei and the second brother Yang Zhao undoubtedly received the most support. Whenever someone came forward to join them, Yang Wei would gently nod to them, while Yang Zhao would greet them with a warm smile. The 2 brothers had different personalities, and this was vividly displayed at this moment. In addition to the 2 of them, the 5th brother Yang Kong, 6th brother Yang Xin, and 7th brother Yang Ying had also gathered a lot of support in a short time. Only the 3rd brother Yang Tai, 8th brother Yang Quan, and the youngest Yang Kai were completely deserted. The difference in the personal connections and charm of these brothers was obvious at a glance. Yang Tai and Yang Quan glanced at each other, and both smiled bitterly, knowing that the 2 of them definitely had no hope in this inheritance war. Little brother Kai, don't worry about it, Yang Tai suddenly whispered to Yang Kai. And Yang Quan nodded gently. You're better off than us. At the very least, you have 2 blood warriors and a first-class force from your mother's family. Of the 2 of them, one only had a single blood warrior while the other didn't even have a single blood warrior. I don't care. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not showing the slightest sense of loss, but his eyes remained fixed on 2 of the dozen or so blood warriors in front of him. These blood warriors were all selected by the Yang family young lords to participate in the inheritance war. Among them, Chu Gao-yi and Ying Jiu stood in the middle with pale faces. Anyone with discerning eyes could see at a glance that these 2 blood warriors were seriously injured and had yet to recover, their blood force fluctuating erratically. Obviously their strength had been greatly reduced. If they weren't treated and rested, it was likely they would either die or become crippled. However, the 2 of them stood there with firm expressions, not moving at all. Only when Yang Kai cast his gaze towards them did they involuntarily straighten their waists. What Yang Kai was looking at was not the 2 of them, but rather the other man and woman, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Both of them smiled helplessly at Yang Kai. They didn't want to be enemies, but Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were both chosen by the Yang family young lords from the Blood Warrior Hall. In this time's inheritance war, they were destined to become enemies. It was just that Yang Kai didn't know who these 2 were following. Grinning at the 2 of them, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. Every time the little lord smiled like this, it meant he was about to do something bad. They really didn't want to become enemies with him. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both smiled bitterly. Although they were far stronger than Yang Kai, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't know why, but they still respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Not long after, the large and small forces were divided up by the 5 Yang family young lords who had hopes of winning the Blood Warrior Hall. Yang Tai and Yang Quan's expressions became more and more lost. The patriarchs of the 7 great families were all commenting on the Yang family young lords, but Qiu Shoucheng's expression was one of shock. Since that night when he heard his daughter's evaluation of Yang Kai, Qiu Shoucheng had been paying some attention to this young man. Today, after carefully observing him, he found that although this young man hadn't won the allegiance of any of the forces, his expression had remained unchanged. On the contrary, his pair of bright eyes were filled with a strong sense of self-confidence. Qiu Shoucheng was secretly amazed. The eye contact between Yang Kai, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian did not escape his observation, which made Qiu Shoucheng even more puzzled. A Yang family young lord without support was equivalent to a tiger without claws. What kind of waves could he possibly stir up in the inheritance war? In such an embarrassing situation, Yang Kai didn't show the slightest embarrassment, instead remaining calm from beginning to end, as if he had full confidence in himself. Moreover, why did the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Blood Warriors seem to be afraid of him? Qiu Shoucheng couldn't help thinking to himself and couldn't help raising his evaluation of Yang Kai slightly. Perhaps he really did have some kind of heritage, but it was definitely not enough to win in the inheritance war. From the current situation, It could be seen that he wasn't qualified to participate in the final battle of the inheritance war. The various forces had been divided up, so the Yang family young lords were naturally ready to set off for War City. Yang Wei tightened his grip on the reins and was preparing to lead the way when suddenly, a steady tapping sound came from afar. Outside the south gate, the silence was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, so this sudden tapping sound was extremely harsh. Following the sound, everyone turned their heads and looked in that direction. They saw a cloud-treading colt approaching. A young man with an unruly smile on his face sat on the back of the cloud-treading colt. His arms were crossed in front of his chest as he rode the cloud-treading colt. His eyes flashed with a strange light as they constantly roamed the bodies of the beautiful women in the crowd. Being stared at by this young man, no matter which woman it was, they all felt as if they had been stripped naked, causing them to shiver involuntarily. The Hua family patriarch Hua Zheng's face instantly became livid, because the one who had come was none other than his useless son, Hua Xingchun. Not far away, Yang Kai and Hua Xing glanced at each other, the latter showing a trace of disdain and provocation as his lips curled up slightly. That night, Hua Xing led the Profound Light Gang to attack the Bamboo Knot Gang. Yang Kai had rushed over to help and captured Hua Xing, forming a grudge between them. Later, Yang Kai had ruthlessly extorted a large sum of money from him, forcing him to give up on the Profound Light Gang. Now that they met again, Hua Xing naturally didn't give him any face. This young lord isn't late, right? Arriving in front of everyone, Hua Xing stopped and smiled, sweeping his eyes around before nodding. Fortunately, it looks like I came in time. Chapter 4:15. Before the Yang family young lords returned to the central capital, there were 3 famous youngsters in the central capital. The first was Lu Qingyao, the second was Qiu Yimeng, and the third was Huastars. However, while the first 2 were famous in the central capital, the last one was infamous. Everyone in the central capital knew that the Hua family's sole young lord was an extravagant and unrestrained man. When beautiful young women saw him from a distance, they would all hurriedly avoid him to avoid being abducted by him. Every family with a young woman in the central capital would have a portrait of Huastars' head in order to remember his appearance. To some extent, Huastars' name was even more famous than Lu Qingyao and Qiu Yimeng. He was nicknamed the Central Capital Wolf. Wherever the Central Capital Wolf Huastars passed, the wind and clouds would change color, the earth would tremble, and the children of the central capital would stop crying upon hearing his name. At this moment, the central capital wolf young lord Hua sat casually on the back of his cloud-treading colt, his arms crossed in front of his chest. Even after seeing so many elders, he didn't show any intention of dismounting and saluting, causing the other patriarchs to secretly shake their heads. "Where did you go last night?" Hua Zheng glared at him and asked sharply. "Secluded cultivation," Huastars blurted out. Hua Zheng suddenly became furious, stomping his feet and shouting, "Bastard! What's with that lipstick mark on your face?" Outside the south gate, a burst of laughter suddenly broke out. Huastars didn't show the slightest embarrassment, instead just glancing around with a sneer. The laughter suddenly stopped. Even though this central capital wolf's reputation wasn't very good, he was still a young lord of one of the 8 great families. He wasn't someone these people could mock. What's more, he was also the sole young lord of the Hua family, so he couldn't be provoked. If they continued to laugh, he might remember their faces and die without even knowing how they died. Hua Zheng shook his head, his face filled with resentment. "Why aren't you fooling around in the Spring Breeze Pavilion? What are you doing here?" Huastar smiled and said, "Father, didn't you say the Yang family's inheritance war was a rare opportunity? Your son thought about it and felt my Hua family naturally had to participate in such a big matter. Otherwise, wouldn't others look down on our Hua family?" Hearing his words, Hua Zheng couldn't help but be overjoyed. The displeasure and annoyance from before had long been thrown out of his mind. Quickly asking, "You mean, you want to participate in the inheritance war?" "That's exactly what I'm thinking. That way I won't let you down," Huastars replied seriously. Huazheng was overjoyed. He slapped his thigh and said, "Good, good, good. You finally understand. It's not too late to understand now. Come down, come down." As he spoke, Huazheng rushed forward and attentively helped his son down from the back of the cloud, treading colt like a manservant. Not only did he not feel that there was anything wrong with such a doting approach, but he also felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Instead, he was full of smiles. Of course, Huazheng would be happy. No matter what he said to his stars before, his son was unwilling to participate in the inheritance war. Compared to the inheritance war, he was more willing to drink and have fun. This led Huazheng to think that in this inheritance war, he was afraid that the Hua family would have nothing to do with it, so he had always been unhappy. But unexpectedly, on the day of the inheritance war, his son actually ran over and took the initiative to ask to participate. Naturally, this made him overjoyed. "Look!" Huazheng smiled. Waving his hand, he pointed to a spot not far away and said, "These are the 8 young lords of the Yang family. Son, choose one carefully. Once you do, father will leave the star door to you." "Really?" Huastars raised his brow, a wretched expression appearing on his face. "Naturally, in front of your other elders, how could this old master joke with you?" Huazheng said seriously. "Good, I like it." Huastars grinned obscenely. The words of this father and son pair reached the ears of many Yang family young lords, causing their breaths to quicken slightly. Star Door. The Hua family was a very special force. It was composed entirely of women. Not only were these women beautiful, but their strength was also quite good. More importantly, because they were women, they practiced light cultivation methods and martial skills, so they were always in charge of assassinations and assassinations. If such a force was in their hands, it would be a great help, but if it was an enemy, it would definitely be troublesome. So when they heard Huazheng mention the Star Door, whether it was Huastars or the Yang family young lords, all of them were full of interest. Huastar's expression was casual as his eyes swept over the Yang family young lords one by one. Except for Yang Wei, who still wore a cold expression, everyone else smiled and cupped their fists. Obviously, they wanted to win his favor in the hope that he would stand on their side. Huazheng also waited with a smile. He wanted to know who his son would choose. After a moment, Huixing Chen's eyes fell on Yang Kai, a playful expression appearing on his face as a cold smile appeared on his face. Nodding, "You!" Yang Kai frowned as he glanced over at Huastars, a strange expression appearing on his face. He hadn't expected that Huastars would choose him. This was completely illogical. Yang Kai had a grudge with him, so as long as he was a normal person, he would choose someone else to suppress him in order to achieve the purpose of revenge. But now, his choice made Yang Kai somewhat confused. "Who?" Huazheng was also stunned for a moment. "Young Lord Kai." Huastars replied with a smile. The 7 great families' patriarchs frowned slightly, while Qiu Shoucheng was even more confused. "Father, hand over the Star Door to me now," Huastars said excitedly. "The Star Door and my name match, so I should be the one to manage it. Father, you're old, you should let go, lest those beauties be left alone." Huazheng's old face flushed red with anger as he opened his mouth a few times, seemingly wanting to curse, but in front of everyone's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to do so. After holding back for a long time, he angrily shouted, "Bastard! I don't agree." Huastars said in surprise, "Father, why are you talking like a fart? Just now you said you would hand over the Star Door to me, but now you're going back on your word. Do you have any shame?" Even though the various patriarchs had deep self-restraint, at this moment, they couldn't help feeling the urge to laugh, but they all pretended to be deaf and mute, suppressing their laughter. It was extremely difficult. Huazheng's anger soared to the heavens. "Father said I would hand over the Star Door to you if you made your choice, but what did you do? Of all the people you could have chosen, you chose this one." Yang Kai's face sank as he sneered meaningfully. Huazheng coughed dryly and didn't continue, simply shaking his head and saying, "No means no. You choose another one. As a man, I must keep my word. This is choosing an ally, not a wife. How can I change my mind?" Questar said sternly, waving his hand. Father, you don't need to say anything. I've already made up my mind. You're making me angry. Huazhang staggered. His face and neck were flushed red as his yuan qi began to swell. Hey, father, you're so angry. Do you want to hit me? Questar said with a reckless expression, as if he really wanted to infuriate his father to death, continuing to provoke him. The other patriarchs had seen enough of the show and also tried to persuade him. Gaomo said, Old Hua, forget it. Children have their own ideas. There's no need to stop them. Meng Shiping also said, That's right. It's just a game, it's not a big deal. Huazhang coldly snorted. Not a big deal? That's my Hua family's strength. Why don't I see you not taking your family's strength seriously? The other patriarchs all chuckled and no longer said anything. Huazhang. Yang Yinghao had also appeared at the south gate at some point and had witnessed the farce just now. At this moment, he shouted, The inheritance war is a grand event for my Yang family to choose the next patriarch. It is also a stage for the younger generation. Your son has made his choice, you don't need to interfere. Hearing Yang Yinghao's words, Huazhang couldn't help frowning. Questar, on the other hand, smiled and cupped his fists. Patriarch Yang is wise, unlike my father. He's old and senile. If you dare act presumptuously again, father will kill you today. Huazhang was furious. Enough, you're already so old. Yet you still dare to come out and make a fool of yourself. Hurry home and retire, the Hua family still has me. Questar waved his hand impatiently. You've got guts. Huazhang grit his teeth. You're free to choose. Father won't stop you. But if you want to take the star door from father's hands, you're dreaming. Saying so, he flicked his sleeves and stormed off. Questar, on the other hand, didn't care and simply smiled towards Yang Kai. Young Lord Kai, it looks like we'll have to share joys and sorrows in the future. Yang Kai didn't deny this. Outside the south gate, the situation finally subsided. The 8 young lords rode their cloud-treading colts towards War City. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian glanced at Yang Kai awkwardly before nodding slightly and following behind Yang Kong, gradually disappearing into the distance. Yang Kai saw all of this and grinned, saying to Chu Gaoyi and Ning Jiu, Let's go. Yes. The two responded in unison. Questar urged his mount to catch up with Yang Kai, looking at him for a moment before turning back to Chu Gaoyi and Ning Jiu, laughing loudly. Interesting. A powerless helper and 2 seriously injured blood warriors. No matter how you look at it, the situation isn't optimistic at all. If you keep spouting nonsense, then scram. Yang Kai glared at him coldly. Questar was startled, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai's attitude towards him to be so bad. Surprisingly, he didn't show any signs of anger and instead said with great interest, Your other brothers treat their allies with kindness, yet you actually dare to treat me like this? Interesting. This young master would like to see how you plan to survive tonight. Do you really want me to lose? Yang Kai suddenly looked at him with a smile. Questar choosing him as an ally was greatly beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Before he figured out his true intentions, Yang Kai didn't intend to count him as a helper. Yang Kai thought of him as an idler. Why do you think this young master chose you? Questar grinned meaningfully. This young master just wants to see how a toothless tiger like you will be defeated in this inheritance war. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Yang Kai's lips curled upwards, his eyes filled with self-confidence. Questar sneered. I don't deny that your personal strength is very strong, but what can you do without helpers? Pointing to Chu Gaoyi and Ning Jiu, he said, What can those 2 accomplish? Don't tell me you haven't woken up yet like my father. Chu Gaoyi and Ning Jiu both wore stupefied expressions as they nodded. Even if we die, we won't let anyone near little lord. Chapter 4:16. Listening to Chu Gaoyi and Ning Jiu call themselves subordinates and act so respectfully, Questar couldn't help frowning, subconsciously feeling that something wasn't quite right. The masters of the Yang family blood warrior hall didn't seem to be so kind, right? How about we make a bet? Yang Kai suddenly proposed, looking at Stars Hua with a smile. Bet on what? Hua Stars suddenly became interested. Let's bet on whether I can survive tonight. Turning to look at Yang Kai, the central capital wolf young lord Hua's expression became playful, his pair of eyes narrowing slightly as his thoughts raced. Scared. Yang Kai snickered, his expression quite cold as he snorted. If you're scared, then don't follow me. Be careful you don't lose your life tonight. I heard you're the Hua family's only heir. If you really die in War City, things won't end well. Scared? Hua Stars sneered meaningfully. This young master has lived for so long, yet doesn't know how to write the word scared. Since you dare bet with me, I'll make sure you lose convincingly. Don't you know this young master is best at eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling? As he spoke, his face filled with excitement. What's the bet? Hua Stars asked. Yang Kai swept his eyes over him and said, You're so poor right now. I'm afraid you don't have anything to offer, right? Hua Stars scratched his head awkwardly. That's true. Then let's play small. Yang Kai chuckled. If you lose, I don't want anything from you. Just run 10 laps around War City naked. That's not very appropriate, Brother Kai. Hua Stars suddenly frowned. Running 10 laps around War City naked. Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? In any case, your reputation is already in tatters. Running 10 laps isn't a big deal. Don't worry about debts, don't worry about lice. Yang Kai raised his brow at him, a wretched expression appearing on his face. Hearing him say that, Hua Stars couldn't help feeling this was reasonable and nodded. That's right. But I don't think I'll lose. What if you lose? What can you give me? Yang Kai whistled. Suddenly, a loud eagle cry came from the sky. Immediately, a golden light swooped down, and the handsome golden feather eagle landed firmly on Yang Kai's shoulder, its sharp eyes sparkling. If you lose, I'll give it to you. Hua Stars was unable to contain his joy. If Yang Kai said that he would lose to him some treasures, Hua Xingxing would be very happy. He might not be interested yet. As the sole heir of the Hua clan, how could he lack treasures? However, the golden feather eagle was different. This was the Yang family's unique monster beast. Not to mention its strength, just its appearance alone was enough to tempt Stars. When he went out in the future, if he could keep the golden feather eagle by his side like Yang Kai, it would be a matter of pride for him. Spoiled, arrogant, and extravagant young masters loved these kinds of things. Deal! Hua Stars were afraid that Yang Kai would go back on his word. Quickly settling the matter, Hua Xingxing stared at the golden feather eagle happily, muttering, Eagle, eagle, after tonight, you'll change your surname to Hua. Yang Kai just smiled and didn't say anything. 100 kilometers away from the central capital, War City. This was a city built by the Yang family. Although it wasn't as prosperous and vast as the central capital, it was still quite good. Normally, it was only used as an ordinary city, but every time the inheritance war came, it would become a battlefield. War City had 8 corners, each with a mansion prepared for the 8 young lords who would participate in the inheritance war. Perhaps for a long time in the future, they would be engaged in a tug-of-war here. Throughout the years, the Yang family's inheritance war rarely ended in a short period of time. Most of them were long-lasting battles, often lasting 3 to 5 years before the result was decided. According to the ancient records of the Yang family, 100 years ago, a Yang family patriarch had won the final victory in less than half a year. This kind of result was enough to be proud of because the closer to the end, the more powerful the enemy would be, and the more difficult it would be to win. Only when one had a considerable advantage could they easily defeat their enemy. The brothers entered the city one by one, causing the entire War City to boil with excitement. There were originally many people living here, but most of them had already left, afraid they would be implicated in the Yang family's inheritance war. Those who remained were all bold people. They were also looking forward to the inheritance war. After exchanging some pleasantries, the brothers tacitly separated and went to their respective mansions. Yang Kai's mansion was in the northwest corner. The location wasn't very good, it was relatively remote and deserted, but he didn't care. There were only 4 people in the group, so when they arrived at the northwest corner of the mansion, there were 2 pretty maids standing at the door. Inside the mansion, there were also some servants who could be ordered around. These were the servants sent by the Yang family to serve the daily lives of the young lords. This was a treatment that every mansion had. These people were just ordinary people, so there was no need to worry about them affecting the outcome of the inheritance war. When Yang Kai arrived, the 2 young girls politely bowed and said, "Greetings, young Lord Kai." Their tone wasn't very enthusiastic. It was just a routine greeting. But whether it was Yang Kai or Stars Hua, both of them subtly noticed that the expressions of these 2 maids were faintly lost. Obviously, because they had been assigned to a young lord with no future prospects. The 2 young girls felt that there was nothing to look forward to. Although the servants in these mansions wouldn't participate in the inheritance war, they certainly hoped to follow a more outstanding young lord. This way, not only would their safety be guaranteed, but if the young lord they served was satisfied with them, when he inherited the position of patriarch in the future, his own status would also rise. Huastars glanced over at Yang Kai with a smile, seemingly thinking that even these ordinary servants thought he had no future. Quite interesting. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, just nodding slightly, leading Chu Gaoyi and Ing Jiu into the mansion. Behind them, Huastars grinned obscenely as he turned to the 2 young girls and asked, "What are the names of these 2 girls?" Seeing the expression on Huastars' face, the 2 young girls couldn't help being frightened and quickly retreated. The central capital wolf's name was something they naturally knew, but just as they were secretly anxious that they would not be able to escape this time, Yang Kai's voice came from inside. "None of the people in my mansion are allowed to touch them." Huastars was startled and shouted, "Hey, Yang Kai, aren't you meddling a bit too much?" Saying so, he hurriedly chased after him and angrily said, "But there don't seem to be any other beautiful women here. What do you want me to do for fun?" Yang Kai glanced over at him faintly and said, "There should be some brothels in War City. As long as you're not afraid of being caught, you can naturally enjoy yourself." "Forget it." Huastars waved his hand. He had chosen Yang Kai as an ally in front of so many people, which was tantamount to making him an enemy. If he ran to the brothels now, he would definitely be in trouble. "Who wants to find a beautiful woman? Let's see if I can do it." Suddenly, a woman's voice called out from the hall of the mansion. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai couldn't help gawking while Huastars almost reflexively shrank his head. Both of them stared blankly. What they saw was a beautiful woman with bright eyes, white teeth, white skin, white bones, wearing a lavender dress, a smile on her face as she walked out from the brothels. She smiled at the 2 of them. "Zhou Yimeng?" Huastars exclaimed. "I was wondering who was looking for a beautiful woman. So it turned out to be you." Zhou Yimeng smiled at Huastars. The latter's expression became bitter. Secretly cursing his bad luck, he had unexpectedly run into her here. Suddenly, he was startled. Looking at Zhou Yimeng, his face filled with shock, as if he had thought of something. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai frowned. Today's events were really strange. Huastars had suddenly become his ally for no apparent reason, and now even Zhou Yimeng had come here. "Isn't your Zhou family on my 6th brother's side?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. The Zhou family's Zhou Ziruo was Yang Shun's ally. At that time, the Zhou family's patriarch, Zhou Shouchang, was also present and had clearly informed everyone that his Zhou family was Yang Shun's ally. Yang Kai didn't understand why Zhou Yimeng would suddenly appear in his house, and it seemed she had been waiting here for a long time. "The Zhou family is the Zhou family. I am me." Zhou Yimeng smiled lightly, raising her chin and saying, "What, am I not welcome?" "Beautiful woman, you weren't expelled from the family by your father, were you?" Huastars guessed. "What do you mean? Speak clearly." Yang Kai didn't understand for a while. "I'm here to help you. Isn't this the inheritance war? What's there to be confused about? From now on, we're allies." Zhou Yimeng smiled sweetly, seeing Yang Kai's puzzled expression, suddenly feeling quite happy. Huastars' eyes narrowed slightly as he sneered. "Your father is really a wily old fox, actually betting on 2 treasures?" He obviously misunderstood, thinking that the Chiu family had not only befriended Yang Xin but also Yang Kai. However, Huastars was also full of doubts. He didn't understand what was so special about Yang Kai that the Chiu family would bet half of their chances on him. He had only come here to play with Yang Kai because he was looking for excitement, but the Chiu family was definitely not like this. I said, the Chiu family is the Chiu family, I am me. Chiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. This time I'm not representing the Chiu family, I'm only representing myself. Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply and he quickly understood many things. Nodding, I understand. How many people do you have? Chiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. The people from the Autumn Rain Hall were brought here by me. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai instantly understood the strength of all the cultivator in the house, nodding lightly. Huastars, on the other hand, sneered, Autumn Rain Hall? That hall that specializes in taking in defective cultivators? It seems there are only 20 of them, right? And it's the hall that specializes in taking in defective cultivators. Chiu Yimeng glared at Huastars. The Chiu family's cultivator, as long as they were seriously injured, their strength declining, and there was no hope for them to improve, they would be sent to the Autumn Rain Hall to do some light work. In the entire hall, there were only 1 or 2 Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators, and their cultivations weren't high. Chiu Yimeng bringing these people here was simply not enough to cope with the upcoming crisis. If they're here, they're here. Yang Kai looked at Chiu Yimeng and nodded with a smile. Chiu Yimeng smiled back. I hope you won't let me down. What are you so optimistic about? Huastars shook his head slightly, wondering why these two didn't care about this inheritance war more than he did, patting his chest and saying, a powerless helper, 2 blood warriors, and now a young lady who only brought a group of waste cultivators. This is really a gathering of wastrels. Yang Kai, you're really finished. Chapter 417. Huastars clearly wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. Listening to him say this, Chiu Yimeng frowned but didn't refute. This time, she had decided to assist Yang Kai in the inheritance war, which was also a great risk. Although she couldn't see what cards Yang Kai had up his sleeve, she still had a faint hunch that she absolutely couldn't underestimate him. It was just a feeling. As for whether Yang Kai could win the inheritance war or even survive the dangers tonight, Chiu Yimeng had no confidence in him at all. Forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Huastars showed an impatient look, shaking his head and waving his hand. I'm going to bed. I need to rest and prepare to enjoy the show tonight. Heh. Do as you wish. Yang Kai didn't bother with him. The mansion was very large. After all, it was likely to become a gathering place for many forces, so there were countless empty rooms. Huastars casually found a room and disappeared. What are you going to do? After Huastars left, Chiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai helplessly and asked softly. The attitude of the Hua family's only young lord made Chiu Yimeng understand something. This central capital wolf was probably here to sightsee and had never thought of doing anything for Yang Kai. In other words, although on the surface Yang Kai had 2 8 great families' young lords as allies, in fact, he couldn't even bring out a decent force. There were only 2 blood warriors, both of whom were still seriously injured and weak, unable to display even 30% of their usual strength. You can mobilize the people of my Autumn Rain Hall at will, but don't expect them to play much of a role. Chiu Yimeng frowned. Smiling bitterly, Chiu Yimeng said, although today is the first day of the inheritance war, if you count on these 2 blood warriors, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The strength your brothers have gathered now is more than enough to delay or even defeat them. Capturing you won't be a problem. I know. Yang Kai nodded, his expression indifferent. What about the Dong family? Chiu Yimeng hesitated for a moment, a faint anxiety in her voice. Isn't the Dong family your mother's family? Why haven't they shown up this time? Don't they care about you? At this time, if there was a first-class family supporting them, the situation wouldn't be so bleak. They'll come. Yang Kai's smile. But not today. What do you mean? Chiu Yimeng's words. From Yang's smile, she could smell a hint of a conspiracy. But even with her intelligence, She didn't know what Kai Yang was planning to do. You do as you please. There's no need to worry about today's matters for the time being. Different situations call for different actions. Different situations call for different actions. Yang Kai said casually before leading Chu Gao-yi and Ying Zhou inside. You! Chiao Yi-meng tried to catch up, but seeing Yang Kai stride forward without even looking back, she couldn't help feeling a little annoyed and angrily stomped her foot. She ground her teeth in anger. She was now even more certain that Yang Kai had some sort of hidden card up his sleeve, but he didn't give her a clear explanation, causing Chiao Yi-meng to feel somewhat discouraged. Every time she faced Yang Kai, she was always led by the nose, unable to gain the upper hand. She couldn't grasp what this man was thinking or what he would do next. Slippery as a loach, Chiao Yi-meng cursed in her heart. After standing in place for a while, Chiao Yi-meng snorted and turned to arrange the Autumn Rain Hall's defenses. Although there weren't any masters in the Autumn Rain Hall, it was still possible to arrange some traps around the mansion. War City. Hong Yuan Restaurant. The restaurant was bustling with activity. With a constant stream of customers, the waiters and waiters were all busy. Before the Inheritance War began, a lot of people had gathered in War City. This was the Yang family's battlefield, so naturally, many people had been waiting here for the arrival of the Yang family young lords. At a table near the window, a slightly chubby young man in his late 20s was leisurely drinking wine and tasting delicious food. Next to him, to his left and right, sat two old men who seemed to be in a daze. These two old men were motionless, their eyes closed as if they were asleep, but their eyes were hidden under their eyelids, constantly observing the guests coming and going in the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, the guests who had just finished drinking were all talking about what had happened outside the South Gate today. Two old men and one young man, the three old men all listened to these words. After a long time, one of the old men said, "Young Lord, it seems that young Lord Kai's future is bleak. With only Hu Xing as his helper and unable to mobilize any of the Hua family's forces, Yang Kai was tantamount to having no support." Indeed, the other old man gently nodded. "Shouldn't we go to his house to help now?" "I'd like to go." The chubby young man curled his lips disdainfully. "But that little brat sent me a message 2 days ago, telling me not to intervene today and to just wait and see." "Not intervene?" The old man who spoke before was puzzled. "But young Lord Kai doesn't have the strength to defend himself. How can he cope with the upcoming crisis? My Dong family has a marriage alliance with the fourth master, and young Lord Kai is young Lord Kai's cousin. Now that he is in trouble, we should help." This young man was the Dong family's Dong Qinghan, and the two old men were the Wind and Cloud dual guards who had always followed him. Dong Qinghan shook his head. "Only the heavens know what that smelly brat is up to. I also heard that his two blood warriors were seriously injured and unable to display their full strength. Originally, I wanted to rush over to help, but since he said so, I can only wait." The Wind Guard gently nodded. The Yang family's blood warriors are all powerful masters. The two blood warriors beside young Lord Kai, these two old men have also dealt with them and are well aware of their strength. Dong Qinghan suddenly became interested and asked with a smile, "If you had a life or death battle with them, what would the result be?" The Wind and Cloud dual guards wore a solemn expression. "Our cultivations are lower than theirs by a single minor realm. If they were at their peak, as long as one of them used his Mad Tyrant blood skill, they would be able to easily kill us. But now, the two of us are confident we can easily defeat them." Dong Qinghan sucked in a cold breath, his face filled with amazement as he nodded. The Yang family really has its own methods. This Mad Tyrant blood skill is so powerful, who would be able to resist it? The Wind Guard solemnly said, "Although the Mad Tyrant blood skill is powerful, it consumes a person's vitality and burns away their combat effectiveness. So the Yang family's blood warriors generally don't live long. This is also the tragedy of the Yang family's blood warrior hall masters." The Cloud Guard also nodded, a look of deep agreement. "Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Since that little brat told me not to intervene, he must have some kind of arrangement. Let's just wait for a day. Then tomorrow we'll go to his house and ask him." Dong Qinghan said casually, as if he wasn't worried about whether Yang Kai could survive the night. The wind and cloud dual guards couldn't help marveling in their hearts, wondering what young Lord Kai had said to their young master that actually made him so confident. In another restaurant on the 3rd floor, at the same time, there was also a young man around the age of 2 or 13 or 14 who was also quite handsome. At this moment, just like Dong Qinghan, this young man was sipping wine and eating food, but unlike Dong Qinghan's helpless expression, this young man's face was full of smiles, as if he was enjoying a joyous occasion. Young master, old master ordered us to deliver something to that Yang Kai in order to keep the peace. Now that he's arrived in War City, do you think we should pay him a visit now? One of the guards who had been following Yang Kai quietly suggested. The young man smiled and said, "Why should we pay him a visit? Didn't you hear the people in the restaurant say that Yang Kai is probably going to be eliminated tonight? Although the things I, Lu Song, brought this time are not priceless, they are also not ordinary. If we deliver them to him now, he won't even be able to warm them up. Wouldn't that be like throwing meat buns at a dog, having no effect at all?" Then young master's meaning is, although the guard felt this was somewhat inappropriate, he could only ask. The young master in front of him was the next patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Liang's son. This time, under Lu Liang's orders, he had brought a lot of gifts to the central capital in order to settle the matter of Yang Kai being attacked after leaving the Lu family. Although that incident had nothing to do with the Lu family, and later there were rumors that many of the Yang family young lords had been assassinated on their way back. Lu Liang had no choice but to pinch his nose and admit defeat. Who told Yang Kai to stay in his Lu family for a few days. An unexpected calamity was an unexpected calamity. As a great family, which great family didn't have its share of problems? After Qiu Yimeng sent this news, Lu Liang ordered his son to set off overnight to the central capital to apologize. The young man, Lu Song, coldly snorted, "This Yang Kai has gone too far. Just because he passed by my Lu family and was attacked, he took the opportunity to blackmail us and conspire with my Lu family's wealth. Tell me, how could my Lu family's things benefit such a despicable person?" What young master says is true. The guard also followed up and angrily said, "This Yang family young lord really isn't honest. What's even more despicable is that he actually asked the Chiu family's first young lady to send a letter to my Lu family, making it clear that he wants to extort money from my Lu family. That's why I won't give these things to him. He's just a grasshopper after autumn. He won't be able to jump around for more than a few hours. Heh, let's just wait and see the good show tonight." Lu Song smiled smugly. "Once he loses, there's no need for me to apologize to him." The guard frowned and whispered, "But young master, before we left, the old master said that no matter how this young Lord Kai performs in the inheritance war, these gifts must be delivered to him." Lu Liang knew that his son was a bit short-sighted, so he had repeatedly ordered the masters accompanying him to be responsible for supervising. Hearing this, Lu Song also frowned, unable to understand no matter how he thought about it. He naturally didn't know that at the same time the news of Yang Kai's attack reached the Lu family, the Lu family's first young lord, Lu Si, had also returned from Hidden Cloud Peak. Chapter 418. A few months ago, Lu Si went to Hidden Cloud Peak and gave the letter and jade pendant Yang Kai had given him to Xiao Fusheng. Grandmaster Xiao immediately refined a mysterious grade pill for him. After taking this mysterious grade pill and refining its medicinal efficacies, Lu Si was completely rid of his past sufferings and truly became an above immortal ascension boundary master. After returning to the Lu family, Lu Si immediately called Lu Liang over and gave him some confidential instructions. No one knew what Elder Si told the patriarch, but the elders of the family could feel that after returning from Lu Si, Lu Liang's opinion of Yang Kai had somewhat changed. It was because of this that he had ordered Lu Song to bring a lot of good things to the central capital to apologize to Yang Kai. Lu Song wasn't clear about the twists and turns of the story, so he still didn't quite understand his father's words. If this Yang Kai is defeated in the inheritance war, why would I give him so many things? Lu Song said as he shook his head, unable to understand what was going on, muttering under his breath, "This isn't good. This isn't good." The master next to him heard this and said, "Young master, why don't we first see how this Yang Kai performs?" In any case, old master only said to deliver these things to him. He didn't say when they would be delivered. If he can't make it through tonight, then it's up to young master to decide what to do with these resources. If he performs well, then we'll have to listen to master's orders. Yes, that's right. Lu Song nodded. If he loses on the first day of the inheritance war, he will definitely have no status in the Yang family in the future. My Lu family doesn't need to make friends with such a person. What young master says is correct. The master also nodded. Northwest corner of War City. Yang Kai's house. Inside a small room, Yang Kai sat lazily as a maidservant served him tea. Yang Kai took a sip. Waving his hand, he dismissed her. Before the maidservant left, she glanced over at Chu Gao-yi and Ying Zhou in horror. The condition of the two blood warriors was getting worse and worse these days, especially after Yang Kai had sent them out to subdue the small forces in the North City district. Their bodies had become increasingly weak and their injuries hadn't improved in the slightest. Even after taking the Yang family's special healing pills, the effect was still minimal. His foundation had been damaged. Whether it was Yang Kai or himself, they were all very clear about this. If it wasn't for the fact that his foundation was damaged, with their strength and vitality, their injuries would more or less heal. At this moment, the two blood warriors' faces were pale and their bodies were sweating profusely. It was as if there was an intense pain assaulting their bodies. Their expressions were sometimes gentle and sometimes ferocious. Green veins protruded from their foreheads like earthworms. It was a terrifying sight. Ordinary people saw it. Naturally, they would be terrified. Even so, the two of them were like javelins, standing there straight and motionless. Yang Kai looked up at them. His eyes were filled with admiration. He himself was a person with extremely strong mental fortitude, and his temperament was also quite firm. But if he were to put himself in the shoes of these two blood warriors, he wouldn't be able to endure such treatment. Yang Kai was certain he wouldn't be able to do any better than them. At the very least, the young lord who followed them didn't seem to regard them as human beings, only wanting to squeeze the last bit of value out of them before their vitality ran out. This was something Yang Kai couldn't accept. However, the loyalty of the two blood warriors to the Yang family didn't allow them to complain. Not only did they not complain, they didn't even show any dissatisfaction. Instead, they were completely loyal to Yang Kai, doing whatever he told them to without uttering a single word of nonsense. Feeling Yang Kai's gaze, Chu Gao-yi and Ying Zhou's expressions became more and more meticulous. After a long time, Yang Kai chuckled and asked, "Which one of you is Chu Gao-yi?" To be honest, Yang Kai really didn't know who these two were, because from the day he returned from the Blood Warrior Hall until now, they hadn't said a word to each other. When the two blood warriors heard this, their expressions didn't change in the slightest. The taller one who looked stronger quickly cupped his fists. "Subordinate is Chu Gao-yi. Then you're Ying Zhou?" Yang Kai looked at the other man. Ying Zhou nodded gently. Compared to the two blood warriors, Ying Zhou was the more special one because although he was a man, his appearance was quite delicate. His figure was tall and thin, and he had a small mustache at the corners of his mouth, giving him a particularly astute appearance. Relatively speaking, he was more taciturn. This person's personality should be similar to Yang Wei's, a lonely person. From the few words of Fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju, Yang Kai also learned that these two blood warriors were good at dominating territory. Chu Gao-yi's specialty was rapid eruption of power. He could release all of his yuan qi and spiritual energy in just a stick of incense worth of time. Once he launched an attack, it would be continuous, not giving his enemy the slightest chance to breathe. During this incense worth of time, he was basically invincible among cultivators in the same realm. This person was the one who dared to risk his life the most in the entire Blood Warrior Hall. Although he was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage cultivator, after so many years, he had defeated many peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Even in the entire Blood Warrior Hall, his strength was still relatively high. However, Ying Zhou was different. Ying Zhou's specialty was speed, coming and going without a trace. His concealment skills were also quite good, so when he attacked, his enemy wouldn't even have time to react. It was rumored that in the Yang family Blood Warrior Hall, the most difficult person to deal with wasn't Hall Master Fengshang or Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng, but rather Ingjiu, who was like a shadow. Those who were targeted by Ingjiu, even if they fled to the ends of the world, couldn't escape his pursuit. When these two worked together, they complemented each other and were a pair of terrifying blood warriors. Last time, when these two escorted the Yang family's fourth young Lord Yang Xian Wu back to his family, they were besieged by many immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. The strength of that group of enemies was even stronger than the one Yang Kai had encountered. Chu Gaoyi and Ingjiu desperately tried to defend themselves, but Yang Xian Wu's own strength wasn't enough, so they couldn't escape. When Yang Kai suddenly spoke to them, Chu Gaoyi and Ingjiu were both confused, not knowing what instructions he had to give them, so they quickly turned to him. "Do you have any complaints about me?" To the two's surprise, Yang Kai actually asked such a question. As he spoke, Yang Kai's lips curled into a smile as he stared at them meaningfully. Chu Gaoyi quickly said, "Subordinate wouldn't dare. Not even a little bit." Yang Kai snorted, "I want to hear the truth." Chu Gaoyi's expression couldn't help becoming a little awkward, glancing at Ingjiu, not knowing what to say. When they were in the Blood Warrior Hall, the two of them had heard Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian say how kind this little lord was and how good he was to the Blood Warriors. Later, when they had lost all hope, Yang Kai had taken them in as his retainers. With the words of Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian in addition to Yang Kai's righteous actions, Chu Gaoyi and Ingjiu were naturally grateful and secretly decided to assist Yang Kai in making a name for himself, even if they had to lose their lives. But these days, he didn't even spare them a glance. His attitude was extremely cold, and he didn't even give them time to heal. Although they were blood warriors who were loyal to the Yang family, in the end they were still people. As the saying went, a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. Yang Kai being so inconsiderate of his subordinates, they naturally felt uncomfortable in their hearts. "Speak." Yang Kai picked up his teacup and took a sip, looking at them solemnly. Chu Gaoyi pursed his dry lips and said, "Ingjiu and I were already at the end of our rope, but Little Lord helped us when we were in danger. Sending charcoal in snowy weather is something we two subordinates will never forget, so in any case we would never dare to complain to Little Lord. But we are a little disappointed." His words were sincere and his expression was solemn. Obviously, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Yang Kai's brow slowly rose. "Do you think I'm different from what Tu Feng and the others said?" Chu Gaoyi nodded gently. This time, even Ingjiu nodded. "Of course it's different, because I never wanted to choose you." Yang Kai stood up. "I wanted Tu Feng and Yuxian. After all, everyone is already familiar with each other." The two blood warriors' expression darkened. "But the first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. I think we're now familiar with one another." Yang Kai looked at the two of them with a smile. "At the very least, I know what you really think." Both Chu Gaoyi and Ingjiu's eyes lit up as they stared at him silently. Yang Kai saying this was tantamount to telling them he wanted to communicate with them. This was something both of them had been looking forward to. "Your loyalty to the Yang family, I don't doubt, nor do I doubt your gratitude to me." Yang Kai raised his brow and smiled. "But if one day I were to have a conflict with the Yang family, what choice would you make? Would you stand with me, or with the Yang family?" When the two heard this, their expressions changed greatly as they stared at Yang Kai in horror. "Little Lord is joking, right?" Chu Gaoyi frowned and asked. "I'm serious." Yang Kai stared at him without blinking. Chu Gaoyi took a deep breath. "Although I don't want such a thing to happen, if such a day comes, Ingjiu and I will still follow Little Lord." Ingjiu finally spoke up, his expression cold. "If it weren't for Little Lord, the two of us would have already wasted our cultivations and retired into the mountains. So, our cultivation is Little Lord's. If Little Lord needs it, feel free to use it." Listening to the two of them say this, Yang Kai finally grinned. The reason why they said this was because Yang Kai was also a member of the Yang family, so they didn't think such a situation would really happen, and also because they knew that their days were numbered. Even if such a day did come, they wouldn't be able to wait. But in any case, Yang Kai finally got the answer he wanted. I once told Yushin that those who know my secret will either become one of my people or become a dead man. Yang Kai's smile suddenly became strange. Now you're qualified to know some of my secrets. Chu Gaoyi and Ing Jiu both looked at Yang Kai with some surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. These 2 pills, one for each of you, take them and eat them. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tossed out 2 pills. Chu Gaoyi and Ing Jiu reached out and caught them, both of them thanking Yang Kai verbally, but their hearts were filled with doubts. Chapter 419. Just like Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, as soon as the 2 blood warriors entered their hands, they discovered that the pills Yang Kai had taken out were only Earth grade top rank. Although they were healing pills, their grade was too low. What use could they have? Although they had doubts in their hearts, they didn't show any of it on their faces. Time is of the essence. Quickly take these pills and refine them. Tonight there will be a big show for you to play. Yang Kai's eyes were deep as his mouth flashed a sharp sneer. I'd like to see who won't be able to restrain themselves and will be the first to act against me. Yes. The 2 blood warriors nodded, both of them knowing that tonight would not be a peaceful night, so they didn't dare delay. Just as they were about to take the pills, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold as he turned his head and glanced outside, grinning meaningfully. It's not even night yet. How come someone has come looking for trouble? Chu Gaoyi and Ing Jiu both froze for a moment before quickly releasing their divine senses. Sure enough, they found that there were many people gathered outside the mansion, causing them to feel both annoyed and surprised, because Yang Kai had detected them faster than they had. The location of the 3 blood warriors was located in a relatively deep room in the mansion, about 1,000 meters away from the main entrance, so even the wind blowing outside couldn't reach them. Chu Gaoyi and Ing Jiu didn't know how Yang Kai had detected them. There weren't many people here and their strength wasn't too high, but there were at least a few Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Subordinates will send them off first. Chu Gaoyi volunteered. Don't worry. Yang Kai frowned. Qiu Yimeng is here. Before he could finish speaking, the voice of the Qiu family's first young lady sounded from outside. Yang Kai, someone is looking for you. Yang Kai and the 2 blood warriors glanced at each other. Both of them couldn't help feeling puzzled. Opening the door, the 2 blood warriors saw Qiu Yimeng standing outside with a smile on her face. Seeing this scene, the 2 blood warriors couldn't help secretly praising Yang Kai's luck with women. Despite being in such a disadvantageous position, he was still able to obtain the assistance of such a beauty. Who is it? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Qiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. I don't know, a young man. I think he came here to seek refuge with you. But his attitude is a little strange. Do you want to go and take a look? You can't tell? Yang Kai was slightly surprised. If he doesn't say it himself, how can I tell? Qiu Yimeng rolled her eyes. Is he a fat man? Yang Kai suddenly thought of Dong Qinghan. However, Yang Kai had clearly sent a letter to Dong Qinghan 2 days ago, telling him not to show up today. With his personality, he would never be so reckless. He's not fat. You should go and take a look. Yang Kai nodded. Chu Gaoyi and Ing Jiu were about to follow but were stopped by Yang Kai. Hurry up and heal your wounds. There's no need to follow me. But Chu Gaoyi couldn't help but worry. With the strength of those people, they can't do anything to me. Yang Kai said as he walked out. Behind him, both Chu Gaoyi and Ing Jiu's expression changed slightly. Kai Yang's words sounded ordinary, but if one thought about it carefully, there was some extraordinary information contained within them. This little lord seemed to know what kind of strength the people outside possessed. How did he know? He was only a Yuan Qi Boundary 8th Stage cultivator, not an Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator. He hadn't cultivated his divine sense. With his own perception, it was impossible for him to perceive anything too clearly. Moreover, even if he knew what kind of strength those people outside possessed, why did he say they couldn't do anything to him? This kind of inexplicable self-confidence was what surprised Chu Gaoyi and Ing Jiu. One had to know that there were several immortal ascension boundary masters outside. Glancing at each other, Chu Gao-yi and Ing Zhou both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Together with Qiu Yimeng, they walked out. The Qiu family's first young lady smiled as she glanced over at Yang Kai. It looks like you're not worried at all. What's there to worry about? Yang Kai turned to look at her. Don't play dumb with me. Qiu Yimeng grit her teeth as she grabbed Yang Kai's sleeve and stopped in her tracks, muttering angrily. Now that things have progressed to this point, shouldn't you make things clear to me? What do you mean make things clear? I don't know what you're talking about. Yang Kai frowned. How many connections do you have? And how are you going to get through tonight's difficulties? Qiu Yimeng was helpless and bluntly asked, because she knew that if she didn't, Yang Kai would only pretend to be polite. So her tone softened. Now I'm also your ally. Although I don't represent the Qiu family, and although the help I bring to you isn't great, I've already done so much, so why are you still trying to deceive me? Am I not worthy of your sincere friendship? Sincere friendship? Yang Kai smiled strangely as he looked Qiu Yimeng up and down, a lustful light gradually appearing in his eyes. How do you want to be my sincere friendship? Seeing the aggressiveness in his eyes and hearing the meaning behind his words, Qiu Yimeng's face reddened, but she quickly calmed down. Isn't it good to be your confidant? If you have something troubling you, you can tell me and I'll be able to chat with you. No need. I only talk about love with women. Chatting is too superficial and not suitable for me. Yang Kai shook his head solemnly. You never speak seriously in front of me. Am I so annoying to you? Qiu Yimeng's chest heaved up and down as she curled her lips. Although you're very good, the most powerful young man I've ever seen, I don't want to compete with the likes of the beguiling demon queen. I know I'm not her opponent. It's not that you annoy me, it's just that you're too smart. When I'm with you, I have to be careful. Yang Kai glanced at her coldly. Qiu Yimeng was startled, her long eyelashes fluttering a few times before she suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. It turns out I can bring you pressure. I always thought I was the only one who felt pressure. You underestimate yourself too much. I don't know why, but my mood has suddenly improved a lot. Qiu Yimeng smiled sweetly, seemingly feeling that she could make Yang Kai be careful around her. I won't tell you anything else, but as for tonight, you just have to wait and see. Yang Kai grinned confidently. You really do have plans. Qiu Yimeng snorted. You made me worry about you. Knowing that she was just trying to gain his favor, Yang Kai didn't say anything and simply walked out. Huixing Chun appeared out of nowhere like a ghost, waving a folding fan in his hand, pretending to be a playboy as he followed the two of them, smiling as he asked, Why did I hear some movement outside? Your ears are really sharp. Qiu Yimeng glared at him. Huixing grinned meaningfully. I like to watch the fun, especially when it comes to my enemies. Tell me, did someone come looking for trouble with Yang Kai? It doesn't seem like they're looking for trouble. Speaking of business, Qiu Yimeng's expression became serious. That person's attitude is very strange, as if they're here to seek refuge, but not at the same time. There are a few people accompanying them and they're also carrying a lot of big boxes. Fuck! Huixing cursed, his eyes widening as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. With your appearance, someone actually wants to seek refuge with you? Are they blind or do they have nothing left to live for? Shut up. Qiu Yimeng scolded him. Huixing seemed to be a little afraid of the Qiu family's first young lady and quickly waved his folding fan, shutting his mouth. You need to be careful. Don't fall for other people's tricks. Qiu Yimeng exhorted Yang Kai. I don't want you to really be destroyed. She was equivalent to leaving the Qiu family to ally with Yang Kai. If Yang Kai was really destroyed by this little trick, it would prove that she had no vision at all. Outside the door, a young man wearing a black robe stood there with his hands crossed behind his back. Behind him, there were at least 20 cultivators, 4 of whom were Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, but the strongest was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Cultivator. An Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Cultivator from a first-class family, although not too bad, was still somewhat poor. What was more interesting was the large red boxes this group of people had brought with them. It was impossible to tell what was inside these boxes. Some were very light, some were very heavy, and there was even a faint medicinal fragrance in the air. There were a total of 4 such crimson chests. They were also arranged in a row and placed to the side. The young man's eyes were firm and his expression was calm. More than 20 people stood there motionless, all of them silent, staring indifferently towards Yang Kai's mansion. After a short while, Yang Kai, Huixing, and Qiu Yimeng came out together. The young man's eyes narrowed as he glanced between Huixing and Yang Kai, his expression slightly puzzled. He couldn't tell which one was Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also puzzled. He had thought it was Dong Qinghan who had come, but now it seemed it wasn't him, and this person, he didn't know him at all. Someone he didn't know coming to seek refuge with him was a bit inexplicable. In this inheritance war, as long as one had a discerning eye, they could see that his chances of winning were almost zero, and today was the first time he would face such a crisis. At this juncture, the purpose of this group of people was somewhat thought-provoking. But even if they weren't here to seek refuge, the fact that they had brought so many red boxes clearly indicated they were filled with supplies. Shaking his head secretly, Yang Kai didn't quite understand. Qiu Yimeng had told him to be careful, so how could Yang Kai be careless? Before he had time to ask, though, Huixing opened his folding fan and waved it gently, asking with a smile, "Which family's disciples are you?" As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, the young man immediately turned his eyes and saw Huixing acting like a playboy, his brow furrowed, a cold light flashing across his face as he asked, "You're the youngest young Lord Yang Kai?" Huixing's appearance had greatly disappointed this young man, so his tone was naturally not too polite. Hearing this question, Huixing grinned wickedly. "Looking at your stupid face, I know you're not very well informed. Do you want this young lord to give you a few pointers?" Saying so, without waiting for the young man to answer, Huixing continued, "After tonight, this place will change owners, you stupid bird. Go back to where you came from. Even if you want to seek refuge, you need to keep your eyes open. Of the Yang family's 8 young lords, you could have chosen anyone, but you chose this place. You really are hopeless." Chapter 420. In front of Yang Kai's mansion, Huixing's arrogant attitude and exaggerated words not only made Yang Kai frown, but also made the young man opposite him look displeased, coldly snorting. Huixing grinned and was about to say something when Yang Kai grabbed his clothes and flung him away. With a beautiful somersault mid-air, Huixing Chun landed gracefully on the ground, pinching his nose, not daring to complain, only wearing an embarrassed expression. Seeing this scene, the young man couldn't help turning his eyes to Yang Kai, the cultivators standing behind him also whispering to each other. "I'm the one you're looking for?" Yang Kai stared at the newcomer indifferently. The young man couldn't help frowning slightly, but his eyes still flashed with an arrogant and unruly light as he stared at Yang Kai provocatively, not moving from his spot as he said indifferently, "Greetings, Lord Kai. Who are you?" Yang Kai also thought this was quite interesting. No wonder Qiu Yimeng said this young man's attitude was a bit strange. This young man looked like he had come to ally with him, bringing not only a lot of cultivator but also 4 boxes of supplies, but his expression was clearly somewhat reluctant, as if he was being coerced. Yang Kai couldn't remember where he had seen this young man before. "Xiang Tianxiao." The young man replied in a deep voice. "Xiang Tianxiao?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed, suddenly realizing this young man's surname. Thinking of something, he raised his brow and smiled. "Who is Xiang Chu to you?" Xiang Chu, whom Yang Kai had met a few months ago in Taifang Mountain, was the Grand Duke of the first-class Xiang family and the future successor of the Xiang family. At that time, Xiang Chu and Nanshang had joined forces to coerce Yang Kai, but at the last moment, Yang Kai's blood warrior had come to him and plucked 2 of the golden feather eagle's feathers to frame him, forcing the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters from the Xiang and Nan families to lose an arm and Nanshang to cut off 2 of his own fingers. The status of these 2 wasn't low, so Yang Kai couldn't kill them rashly, so he could only let them go. But before they left, Yang Kai had told them that within 3 months he would see their sincerity in the central capital. Now it seemed that this Xiang Tianxiao was definitely related to Xiang Chu, so the origin of these cultivator and supplies made sense. He is my eldest brother. Xiang Tianxiao replied lightly. Sure enough, Yang Kai nodded slightly and swept his eyes over the cultivators with a smile. Is this the sincerity of your Xiang family? Very good. I'm very satisfied. Xiang Tian slowly shook his head. Yang Kai, of course, yours faces. These 4 boxes represent the sincerity of the Nan's family. Good. I don't worry, of course, to be honest, these things to help me. These 2 first-class families, one providing people while the other providing supplies, were both quite reasonable. Yang Kai guessed that they were afraid that news of them attempting to kill a Yang family descendant would spread, so they were willing to swallow their anger and pay up. Xiang Tianzhao's eyes overflowed with contempt as his mouth curled into a sneer. Your tone is bigger than the heavens. I'm not in the mood to ask about your grievances with my eldest brother. But if you want me to help you participate in the inheritance war, you'll have to show me your skills first. Haha, you want to fight with him? Guoxingchen suddenly laughed as he stared towards Xiang Tianxiao, a look of interest flashing across his eyes as he shook his head. Second young Master Xiang, it's not that I don't have a good opinion of you. It's just that following him isn't a wise decision. Qiu Yimeng also smiled as she stared at Xiang Tianxiao. Both of them had fought Yang Kai before, but when Qiu Yimeng and Yang Kai met, he was only a Yuan Qi 3rd stage cultivator. At that time, he was able to fight evenly with her, perhaps even surpassing her. Now that Yang Kai had broken through to the Yuan Qi 8th stage, even if Qiu Yimeng had successfully broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st stage, she wouldn't dare boast that she could defeat Yang Kai. As for Huixing, what happened that night was simply a nightmare. After all, he was the eldest brother of one of the 8 great families, the only son of his family. Although he had spent many years indulging in sensual pleasures, he had consumed countless precious treasures, so his strength wasn't weak. He also carried a number of extraordinary artifacts on him. Even with this kind of heritage, he had still been defeated by Yang Kai in a single exchange, not even giving him time to react, which was enough to show just how tyrannical Yang Kai was. Huixing didn't think that this Xiang could win against Yang Kai in terms of martial prowess. Among the younger generation, the only one who could win against Yang Kai was Lu Qingyao of the Lu family. Besides him, there was no one else. Xiang Tianxiao took in the expressions of Huixing and Qiu Yimeng, his heart trembling slightly. With his eyesight, he could naturally see the strength of these 2. Although he didn't know who they were, for them to be so strong at such a young age, they were definitely from one of the 8 great families. Although these 2 didn't say much, their demeanor and tone had already explained a lot. Is this Yang Kai really that strong? Taking a closer look at Yang Kai, Xiang Tianxiao secretly shook his head. He couldn't see through Yang Kai's depths at all. This Yang Jiagong just stood there, his Yuan Qi like an ancient well, seemingly restrained to the extreme, without the slightest trace of leaking out. This degree of restraint, either his own strength was extremely high, or he was using some kind of artifact to deceive others. Xiang Tianxiao couldn't figure out whether this young man had real skill or was just bluffing. If he wanted to understand his true strength, the only way was to fight him. Now that things had reached this point, Xiang Tianxiao had no way to retreat, so he shouted. If you only relied on your 2 blood warriors to cause my eldest brother to fall so miserably, then that's nothing. If you want me to wholeheartedly assist you, you'll have to defeat me first. Huixing couldn't help shaking his head and sighing, walking over to Qiu Yimeng and lamenting, "This child is hopeless." Qiu Yimeng nodded heavily, expressing her agreement. Listening to them say this, Xiang Tianxiao couldn't help feeling a little angry. Even the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters behind him couldn't help glaring at Huixing, seemingly thinking that he shouldn't be so contemptuous of his family's 2nd young lord. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he frowned. It seems that your eldest brother didn't tell you everything about the situation at that time. From Xiang Tianzhao's words, Yang Kai quickly realized some problems. Your big brother won't tell you anything? But what about your cousin Nanshang? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, a strange smile flashing across his face. Qiu Yimeng's long eyelashes fluttered as she remembered the rumors she had heard. Looking at Xiang Tianxiao again, she couldn't help showing a look of sympathy. Xiang Tianxiao's expression suddenly became cold as he coldly snorted. What you hear is false. Seeing is believing. If you want, I'll leave now. These people will be at your disposal. Your grievances with the Xiang family will be written off. Yang Kai shook his head. A headless snake. Why would I want him? Without this Xiang's second young lord, leaving these cultivators behind wouldn't be of much use. These people were obviously loyal to Xiang Tianzhao's cultivator group. Saying so, he took a few steps forward and calmly stretched out his hand towards Xiang Tianxiao, beckoning slightly. This contemptuous look made Xiang Tianzhao's blood boil, but after taking a deep breath, he quickly eliminated the anger on his face and resentment in his heart. In an instant, his entire aura calmed down and he stared at Yang Kai coldly. This rapid change made Yang Kai's eyes light up. When facing an enemy, the most important thing was to avoid being impetuous, so when a cultivator was in a stalemate, they would generally use words to stimulate their opponent, causing their mood to fluctuate. As a result, it was possible for them to make mistakes they shouldn't have made. Only when a cultivator was calm could they display their full strength, or even exceed their limits and fight above their realm. Xiang Tianxiao being able to stabilize his state of mind in a single breath was obviously extraordinary. Second young lord, be careful. The Xiang family cultivator quickly retreated. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage High Elder cautioned. I know, Xiang Tianxiao responded. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a completely azure machete with an insolent shape suddenly appeared on the ground. A heaven-grade artifact. As the machete entered his body, Xiang Tianzhao's entire temperament suddenly changed, becoming extremely arrogant. His eyes filled with a thick sense of self-confidence, as if in this world, no one could block his attack. Without saying anything, Xiang Tianxiao suddenly waved his artifact, and in an instant, a sky full of machete light flew out and fiercely attacked Yang Kai. Does this count as a sneak attack? Guastars asked in amazement. Qiu Yimeng was too lazy to respond to him. Yang Kai had already expressed his willingness, so what more did he need to say? This Xiang Tianxiao was indeed a straightforward person, just like the rumors said. Moreover, his strength wasn't low either. Yuanqi Boundary 9th Stage. Quickly turning her beautiful eyes, Qiu Yimeng wanted to see how Yang Kai would resolve this attack. Although she knew that Yang Kai was very strong, it had been a long time since she had met him. After such a long time, to what extent Yang Kai had grown, Qiu Yimeng was also very interested. Like a torrential storm of blades, Kai Yang still stood in place, his expression indifferent, as if he had no intention of dodging at all. His outstretched hand, at the moment the blades neared him, he accurately retracted it and pushed it back. A fierce yuanqi burst out from his palm and a giant seal visible to the naked eye met the machete light. Asterisk boom. Star. With a loud explosion, the energy raged. The machete light collided with the giant seal and disappeared without a trace. Amidst the flying dust, Xiang Tianxiao had already approached with his saber in hand, and his figure was unrestrained while a ball of azure blue energy surged out from the tip of his saber. Traces of horrifying lights flickered within it, and it possessed an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. This energy ball was the size of a millstone, fierce, murderous, and contained the power of thunder and lightning. With the support of the power of thunder and lightning, Xiang Tianzhao's speed seemed to have reached a limit, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he rushed forward. Thunder Blade Flash. This was one of Xiang Tianzhao's killing moves, invincible and unstoppable. Often, under this move, his opponent would only be routed. The Xiang family cultivator showed a faint smile on their faces, their eyes full of expectation, wanting to see how Yang Kai would be hit by this move. Chapter 421. This move of Xiang Tianzhao's had been honed for a long time and was something he had comprehended himself through the Xiang family's secret arts. Mixed with the power of thunder and lightning, It was invincible and had been praised by many of the Xiong family's masters. This was one of his killing moves that he had always only used when facing the most powerful enemy. It was so powerful that it was often enough to determine victory. Seeing him use this move, the Xiong family cultivator knew that the second young lord was truly angry. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so murderous. Let's see how you block it. The several Xiong family Immortal Ascension boundary masters secretly sneered, thinking that after the second young lord defeated Yang Kai, they would immediately leave this place. There was no need to stay and help him participate in the inheritance war. In this muddy water, it was best not to get involved. As for the supplies, they were the Nan family's compensation to Yang Kai, so there was nothing wrong with leaving them behind. Qiu Yimeng was also secretly shocked, her face filled with shock. She hadn't expected that the second young lord's combat power would be so strong, and he had even used a killing move right from the start. Such a move was impossible for an Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator to resist. Even she, an Immortal Ascension boundary first-stage cultivator, would have to first avoid this attack and then look for an opportunity to strike. She didn't know if Yang Kai could block this attack. Although she had seen Yang Kai's strength before, after not fighting for so long, Qiu Yimeng wasn't sure how strong Yang Kai had become. But when she remembered that day by the Mist River, Yang Kai had single-handedly killed an Immortal Ascension boundary third-stage master. Qiu Yimeng instantly calmed down. Even if Xiang Tianxiao was strong, he couldn't be stronger than an Immortal Ascension boundary third-stage cultivator, right? With a loud bang, the lightning ball on the tip of Xiang Tianxiao's saber suddenly split apart and weaved into an impenetrable net of lightning that enveloped a radius of several dozen meters. Thousands of bolts of lightning swam like snakes, each of them containing Xiang Tianxiao's saber qi, sharp and unparalleled, covering the sky and earth. Surrounded by this net of lightning, Huastars widened his eyes. His unruly expression finally disappeared, and his face was full of shock. Yang Kai was still standing in the same place, like an iceberg that would never melt. His expression was as cold as a knife as he indifferently watched the countless lightning bolts entangling him. Xiang Tianxiao's expression was meticulous, but the corners of his mouth inadvertently revealed a faint smile. He won. He was enveloped by this move. No one under the Immortal Ascension boundary could escape from it. He would only be knocked down to the ground by the power of his blade qi and lightning. He had full confidence in this. A bright light flashed, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. At this moment, Yang Kai's figure suddenly blurred and disappeared without a trace. The next moment, the boundless electric light was shattered into pieces in the violent yuan qi waves. A large handprint rapidly enlarged in Xiang Tianxiao's eyes, seemingly covering the entire sky. He couldn't help but have the misconception that he couldn't avoid it, and it imprinted itself on his chest. With a muffled groan, Xiang's second young master flew like a kite with a broken string. He flew far away, his face pale in mid-air, and he spat out a pool of blood. Second young master. The several Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators who were watching the show suddenly saw that the situation was not right. They couldn't help but change their expressions greatly, and they all came forward. They reached out and caught Xiang Tianxiao falling from mid-air. The dust settled. Yang Kai didn't seem to have moved at all. He still stood in the same place with a calm face, his expression still indifferent. Hu's teeth were a little sore. He suddenly found that Yang Kai seemed to have been merciful when dealing with him that night. The cultivators from the Xiong family were all dumbstruck, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets, their eyes filled with disbelief. Xiang Tianxiao spilled some blood from the corner of his mouth. His body swayed, and he broke free from the support of his family's experts. He frowned, his eyes full of unwillingness. Looking at Yang Kai in a daze, for a long time, the unwillingness in Xiang Tianxiao's eyes slowly faded, and he became a little dispirited. He had never expected that someone in the Yuan Qi boundary would be able to defeat him so easily. He was a rare genius of the Xiong family, his aptitude far better than Xiang Chu's. The Xiong family had also vigorously cultivated him, and at such a young age he had already reached the Immortal Ascension boundary. In time, his future would be limitless. Xiang Tianxiao had always been the one to win a battle, but never had he been so thoroughly defeated like today. His own moves hadn't even been able to lift the corners of his opponent's clothes, which was quite a blow to him. Second Young Master. The Xiang family Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master was afraid that Xiang Tianxiao would not be able to withstand the blow and become disheartened. So he quickly tried to comfort him. Winning and losing are common. Don't take it to heart. Xiang Tianxiao nodded gently, the dispirited look in his eyes disappearing in an instant. When he turned to look at Yang Kai again, his eyes were burning like flames. Yang Kai was secretly surprised. This Xiang Tianxiao, his mental fortitude was quite good. If he was given enough time to hone himself, his future achievements would even surpass those of some of the 8 great families' young lords. Xiao Yimeng giggled to the side, a happy expression on her face while Stars shook her head and sighed. So strong? How did he cultivate? Xiao Yimeng, arrange things for them. Also, have your Autumn Rain Hall people carry those 4 boxes to my room. Yang Kai faintly said, no longer looking at Xiang Tianxiao as he turned around and walked into the house. Before leaving, though, he seemed to inadvertently glance in a certain direction. In that direction, the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters couldn't help feeling shocked. One of them was startled and asked suspiciously, did that young Lord Kai discover us? The other man also looked stunned and shook his head. That can't be. We hid so well and didn't show any hostility, only secretly observing him. How could he have discovered us? Then why did he look in our direction? Strange. The other master was puzzled. Don't worry about him. The Patriarch just told us to observe how this young Lord Kai performs tonight. If he loses tonight, then we'll take the young master back. Ha, of all the people the young master could have chosen, why did he choose this young lord with no future as an ally? But speaking of which, this young Lord Kai's combat strength is really too strong. I don't think anyone who has just broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary is his opponent. Outside the house, Qiu Yimeng walked over to the group of Xiang family people with a smile. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master quickly bowed respectfully. Xiang family's Xiang Fei greets young Lady Qiu. At the same time, a look of suspicion appeared on his face. The Qiu family and the Yang family's 6th lord, Yang Shan, had become allies. This was something he had naturally heard about. But why was the Qiu family's first young lady in Yang Kai's house at this moment? Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's attitude towards her, it was as if he was ordering her around. On the other hand, this famous Qiu family first young lady didn't have the slightest complaint, instead remaining calm and willing to be ordered around. Unable to understand, Xiang Fei was filled with doubts. Xiang Tianxiao also cupped his fists in greeting. Qiu Yimeng chuckled and said, you don't need to be so polite. From now on, we'll be working together. Xiang Fei nodded. Since young Lord Kai can defeat my family's 2nd young master, my Xiang family will also keep its word. As long as young Lord Kai is not defeated in the inheritance war, we will do our best to assist him. Qiu Yimeng nodded with satisfaction. But first, young Lady Qiu, why are you? Xiang Fei asked the doubts in his heart. I am his ally, haha. Qiu Yimeng smiled and didn't explain too much. Xiang Tianxiao and Xiang Fei's expressions changed slightly. Suddenly, they discovered that this young Lord Kai, who no one was optimistic about, had quietly gained 2 young lords and young ladies from the 8 great families as allies. Among the 8 young lords, this was a unique situation. Let's go inside first. I'll arrange things for you, Qiu Yimeng said, shaking her head and smiling bitterly. I didn't expect to come here only to take on the role of a housekeeper. Leading the Xiang family group inside, Huixing waved his folding fan and walked up to them. Wrapping his arm around Xiang Tianzhao's shoulder affectionately, fellow sufferers, I'll treat you to a drink. Xiang Tianzhao nodded. Good. After drinking, I'll take you to the Spring Breeze Pavilion to enjoy yourself. That won't be necessary. Oh. With a few soft knocks, Yang Kai opened his eyes and said, come in. The door was pushed open and Qiu Yimeng walked in. Her appearance dignified, a fragrant scent wafting from her body. After entering the room, she didn't hesitate to pour herself a cup of tea to moisten her throat. Behind her followed a group of people from the autumn rain hall, carrying 4 large boxes, placing them inside the room before bowing and retreating. Qiu Yimeng didn't leave and instead sat down, looking at Yang Kai with a smile. When did you cause the Xiong and Nan families to suffer such a big setback? About 3 months after I separated from you and Luo Xiaoman last time. Tell me what happened at that time. I asked second young Lord Xiong, but he didn't know much, only that his eldest brother and cousin both hated and feared you. It was also said that Nan Shang of the Nan family was forced to cut off 2 of his fingers by you. You really are ruthless. That's the young lord of a first-class family we're talking about, the future successor of the Nan family. They asked for it. Yang Kai sneered, frowning as he briefly described the situation at that time. Qiu Yimeng's eyes flashed as she listened, secretly feeling a burst of joy, especially when she heard that the Xiong and Nan families were humiliated and unable to resist. If that's the case, it's normal for the 2 of them to admit defeat. Attempting to kill a Yang family young lord isn't a small matter, especially after the death of your Yang family's 4th young lord. If someone were to link these 2 incidents together, the Xiong and Nan families would be finished. Tell me about the Xiong family's situation, especially the relationship between Xiong Tianxiao and Xiong Chu. Yang Kai stood up and walked over to the 4 boxes, inspecting them while asking casually. Like a fox, Qiu Yimeng curled her lips disdainfully. Yang Kai chuckled. Xiong Chu obviously didn't tell his younger brother everything. Otherwise, Xiong Tianxiao wouldn't have rashly challenged me today. An older brother hiding things from his younger brother, the relationship between the 2 is obviously not very harmonious. If I couldn't see that, wouldn't I be blind? Chapter 422. At that time, Yang Kai had told the Xiong and Nan families that he wanted to see their sincerity within 3 months. The Nan family had sent 4 boxes of supplies, so it could be said that they had paid a heavy price. However, the Xiong family had sent a group of people, led by the second young lord himself, which made Yang Kai somewhat confused. However, after a brief exchange, he had some speculations in his heart, so he decided to ask Qiu Yimeng about the situation. This Qiu family first young lady was different from him. She had lived in the central capital all year round and knew a lot about the world. What kind of inside story did the Xiong family have? With her Qiu family's heritage and means, she must have heard some rumors. Listening to Yang Kai's words, Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. This man's shrewdness really made it difficult for her to resist. You've met the Xiong family's Xiong Chu, the eldest young lord of the Xiong family and the future successor. This second young lord is said to be the son of a concubine, so his status in the family is naturally not as high as his eldest brother's. But this person is very qualified and talented in cultivation. He is the most outstanding genius the Xiong family has produced in the past few decades. When you fought with him just now, you should be able to see that such a young Yuanqi 9th stage master is quite rare. Yang Kai nodded. Among the younger generation of the Yang family, there were only a few Yuanqi 9th stage masters. But that was because the family's young lords were often out in the world and did not have access to many resources. However, Xiong Tianzhao's aptitude was truly exceptional. Even first-class forces had their own geniuses. For example, when Yang Kai first met the 9-star sword sex Wu Changyi in that isolated world, he was already at the 7th or 8th stage of Yuanqi. If he had lived until now, he may have broken through to the immortal ascension boundary. However, Wu Changyi was actually older than Xiong Tianxiao. Xiong Chu is a scheming and shrewd person, but his younger brother, Xiong Tianxiao, is the complete opposite of him. Xiong Tianxiao is more straightforward, coupled with his excellent aptitude. He has won the favor of many of the Xiong family's elders. Qiu Yimeng smiled slightly. So the problem has arisen. About the successor. Yang Kai frowned slightly. And, among all the great forces, only your Yang family chooses its successor through the inheritance war. As for the other 7 great families of the central capital, In fact, all of the first-rate forces in the world basically let the eldest son take over the position of the head of the family. When Qiu Yimeng spoke of this, her expression couldn't help but change slightly, but she quickly recovered and continued. As long as the eldest son isn't too bad, this position is generally stable. This was because the successor to the position of the head of the family did not need to have a strong cultivation base. It was fine as long as he could manage the entire clan well. For example, the Lu family's Lu Liang you once met, he was only an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator. There were a few people who were stronger than him, but he was still the patriarch. Firstly, he had the ability to do so. Secondly, he was the eldest son of the Lu family. Our Qiu family will be the same in the future. As for the Xiang family, Xiang Chu is the legitimate heir. However, Xiang Tianzhao's outstanding performance made Xiang Chu realize some crisis. From what Yang Kai had heard, Xiang Chu often used underhanded means to deal with his younger brother, and Xiang Tianzhao never once resisted. It seems that for him, he didn't want to compete for power. Yang Kai listened to these words and confirmed his own judgment, nodding. With Xiang Chu's personality, it is indeed possible for him to do such a thing. So, you can understand why Xiang Tianzhao appeared in your house, right? Qiu Yimeng asked with a smile. And I understand. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Xiang Chu feared his younger brother's ability, and since Yang Kai was blackmailing him, he had sent his younger brother here to assist Yang Kai in the inheritance war. First, Yang Kai really needed help in the inheritance war, so this was a good opportunity. This kind of sincerity may be more useful than the Nan family's 4 boxes of supplies. Secondly, Xiang Tianzhao was with Yang Kai, so as long as he assisted the other Yang family young lords in the inheritance war to defeat Yang Kai, it would be tantamount to proving to the family that he was better than his younger brother. By doing so, his position as the successor would be secure. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Xiang Chu had done a good job. It was very likely that he also intended to cut off those who supported Xiang Tianzhao during the inheritance war, because those people were the ones who supported Xiang Tianzhao in the family. Do you think this person is useful? Yang Kai looked up at Qiu Yimeng. Yang Kai's kind inquiry immediately made Qiu Yimeng smile like a flower. I think he is useful, but whether you use him or not is up to you to decide. Let's put it aside for now. Yang Kai didn't deny it. Whether this second young Lord Xiang was sincerely assisting him or not was still unknown. Yang Kai had always been a cautious person. It was impossible for him to trust a complete stranger just because of this information. Time will reveal a person's heart, and a long journey will test a horse's strength. Knowing he would say this, Qiu Yimeng nodded lightly and said, But I got some bad news from Xiang Tianzhao. Do you want to hear it? What news? His eldest brother and the Nan family's Nanshang are also in War City. Qiu Yimeng giggled. Yang Kai wasn't surprised at all, his expression indifferent as he asked, Who did they choose? Your second brother, Yang Zhao. Not bad. Yang Kai snorted. It looks like tonight will be quite lively. Qiu Yimeng also smiled lightly, but her expression was no longer tense. Since Yang Kai wanted her to watch a good show tonight, she naturally didn't need to worry about anything else. Is there anything else young Lord Kai needs? If there's nothing else, this servant will take her leave. Qiu Yimeng asked with a smile. Yang Kai glanced at her strangely and curled his lips. Don't tease me. I can't afford it. Seeing the awkward look on Yang Kai's face, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help laughing happily. But there really is one thing I need you to do. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he said, What is it? 1,000 meters outside the mansion, there are 2 old men in that elm tree. Find someone to send them 2 pots of wine. Qiu Yimeng was stunned. 2 old men? What kind of people? I guess they're from the Hua family, probably here to protect Hua stars. The Qiu family's first young lady blinked a few times, her expression blank. She didn't understand why Yang Kai was so sure there were 2 people there. And since they were here to protect Hua stars, they must be masters who followed the central capital wolf young lord Hua all year round. That was an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage master. With their cultivation, how could they be discovered by Yang Kai? Although she was confused, Qiu Yimeng didn't feel that Yang Kai's guess was abrupt. Although Huazhang was infuriated by his son, Huastars was still the sole heir of the Hua family. Now that he was alone in Yang Kai's house, it was understandable that he would be more vigilant. If there really were 2 people there, they must have been secretly sent by Huazhang. Qiu Yimeng withdrew with a suspicious look on her face, frowning for a moment, then went to grab 2 pots of wine and diligently carried them out. 1,000 meters in front of Yang Kai's mansion, atop an elm tree, the dense foliage obscured the figures of the 2 powerhouses of the Hua clan. Their breaths were long and even, and their auras were restrained to the extreme. Rings of hazy halos enveloped their bodies, moving in a mysterious path, causing the 2 of them to completely fade into the air. Even if someone stood under the tree and looked up, they wouldn't be able to find any trace of these 2 unless they swept them with their divine sense. At this moment, the 2 men were sitting on the trunk of the tree, meditating. Their invisible divine senses had covered the entire Yang Kai mansion, so even the slightest movement inside couldn't escape their detection. Their tyrannical divine senses were constantly gathering and dispersing, ready to attack at any time. So even though they were hiding here, they weren't worried about anyone harming their young master. The 2 men's divine senses were so presumptuous that they naturally couldn't conceal themselves from Chu Gaoyi and Ing Jiu. But the 2 men didn't have any malicious intent. Chu Gaoyi and Ing Jiu both had to heal their wounds, so they simply turned a blind eye to their actions. From below, the sound of footsteps could be heard. At first, the 2 men didn't care. There were now tens of thousands of people living in War City, so although the location of Yang Kai's mansion was remote, there were still pedestrians passing by. But as the sound of footsteps got closer and closer, the 2 masters couldn't help opening their eyes and glancing at each other, slightly puzzled. These footsteps seemed to be coming for the 2 of them. Looking down, the 2 men couldn't help feeling shocked. They saw the Qiu family's first young lady, Qiu Yimeng, at this moment, like a maidservant, holding a tray with 2 pots of aged wine on it, a smile on her face as she walked towards them step by step. Under the tree, Qiu Yimeng looked up and saw one of the Hua family's masters. This man's heart clenched as he subconsciously thought that the martial skill he had used to conceal himself had failed. But after a moment's inspection, it was clear that the martial skill was still working. Qiu Yimeng's eyes were somewhat empty, so she should just be looking in his direction and not at him. She didn't see him. The weather is dry. 2 seniors have been up in the tree for so long. Presumably you are thirsty. These 2 pots of wine will be sent to you to moisten your throats. I hope you don't mind. When this voice reached their ears, the 2 Hua family masters looked at each other and immediately stretched out their hands. A ripple spread out and the 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of Qiu Yimeng's eyes. Since they had already been exposed, the 2 of them felt embarrassed to continue hiding. What's more, Qiu Yimeng's identity wasn't ordinary. Seeing the 2 of them appear, Qiu Yimeng remained calm on the surface, but in her heart she couldn't help admiring Yang Kai. The 2 Hua family masters lightly jumped down from the tree and stood in front of Qiu Yimeng, cupping their fists. Greetings, young lady Qiu. Thank you for your trouble. Saying so, they accepted the 2 pots of wine. Please enjoy. Qiu Yimeng smiled and nodded, turning around to leave. Young lady Qiu, please wait. One of them quickly shouted. What's wrong? Qiu Yimeng looked at him suspiciously. That person frowned and stammered for a while before saying, Can I ask, young lady Qiu, how did you discover the 2 of us? Did the 2 Yang family blood warriors tell you? Chapter 423. The 2 Hua family masters both thought it was the blood warriors who had betrayed them. Qiu Yimeng slowly shook her head and chuckled. The 2 blood warriors are currently in the middle of healing and have no time to care about you. But it wasn't me who discovered you. I don't have such great skill. Then, haha, Junior will take her leave. Qiu Yimeng didn't say much and just smiled lightly. The Cho family's first young lady was intelligent and was good at scheming. Although she had restrained herself in front of Yang Kai, she was still the same in front of others. At this time, she didn't want to reveal anything. Leaving a sense of mystery to these two would only be beneficial to Yang Kai. After Chiu Yimeng left, the two Hua family masters stared at the wine in their hands and sighed. They also knew who had taught Chiu Yimeng, but they really couldn't imagine that Yang Kai had such great skill. What do we do now? One of them frowned. The other also wore an ugly expression as he shook his head. It's not easy, we took 2 pots of wine from them tonight. This young Lord Kai is really insidious. Although it was only 2 pots of wine, they had been personally delivered by the Cho family's first young lady. The gift was light, but the sentiment was heavy. Tonight, when Yang Kai was in danger, how could they just stand by and watch? If someone else had come to deliver the wine, even if it was Yang Kai himself, the 2 Hua family masters could refuse, but they couldn't refuse Chiu Yimeng. But the patriarch hasn't allowed us to participate in the inheritance war yet, and over the years, the other great forces have sent Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage masters, even peak masters, but none of the 8 great families have sent masters above the Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage. If we act rashly and are discovered, where will we put our old faces? Should we send the wine back? One of them suggested. The other nodded. Good. You send it back. Scram. Sending the wine back. Wasn't that the same as slapping young Lady Cho's face? Who would do such a stupid thing? Ha! The 2 Hua family masters glanced at each other. Both of them shook their heads and sighed. The 2 pots of wine at this moment was even hotter than a hot iron clamp. Left with no other choice, each of them shared a pot. When they drank it, it no longer had its usual mellow taste, only bitterness and helplessness. Time passed slowly. The sun set, the moon rose, and the stars dotted the sky. The sky seemed to be filled with sparkling gems. It was a magnificent sight to behold. The bustling war city during the day suddenly quieted down. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes were closely watching the movements of the 8 young lords inside War City. Faintly discernible divine senses intertwined within War City, monitoring its surroundings. Some experts with tyrannical strength even spread out their divine senses wantonly to have a comprehensive understanding of the various situations around them. At the very center of War City, Temple of Gods. This was a majestic palace. Inside the palace, there were 8 white-haired old men. He sat cross-legged in an octagon. The 8 of them remained as calm as an ancient well, each of them circulating their secret arts, seemingly not caring about the outside world. But in fact, their divine senses had already penetrated every corner of War City. These 8 people belonged to the central capital's 8 great families. Each one of them was a top master at the above Immortal Ascension boundary. The Yang family's inheritance war was being waged in War City, and most of the world's young elites had gathered here. Almost everyone who participated in the inheritance war was a leader of their respective force, a matter of great importance. Therefore, every time the inheritance war began, the 8 great families would send an above Immortal Ascension boundary master to War City. Firstly, they were responsible for overseeing the outcome of the inheritance war, and secondly, they were responsible for protecting the young people who participated in it. Otherwise, if the masters of the ash-gray cloud evil land came here and wiped them out, the loss would be great. These 8 people were all over 100 years old, the oldest even reaching 200 years old. They had all but buried half of their necks in the ground, never caring about the affairs of the family or the general trend of the world, only focusing on their own cultivation and comprehension of the martial Tao. Sitting here, they would not intervene in the inheritance war, only be responsible for overseeing the outcome and guarding War City from being taken advantage of. Who won or lost, they didn't care. After reaching their level of strength, they only wanted to comprehend the mysteries of the above Immortal Ascension boundary while they were still alive. This was their only pursuit. In the 8 great young lords' mansions, some were eager to make trouble, some were anxious, and some were prepared to watch the fire burn across the river, sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight in an attempt to reap the benefits of the fishermen. The strength they grasped was different, so their mentality was different. The night was getting darker and darker, but there was still no movement from the 8 great young lords' mansions, causing many people who were waiting to watch the inheritance war to become anxious. Yang Kai crossed his hands behind his back, his figure like a sword as he stood in the main hall of his mansion, staring at the flag hanging at the top of the hall. In the inheritance war, this flag was also a key thing. If one wanted to defeat a young lord in the inheritance war, there were two ways. The first was to directly capture this person. In this way, that young lord would lose the qualification to continue competing for the inheritance throne. The second way was related to this flag. Once someone took away this flag, the corresponding young lord would also lose the qualification to compete for the inheritance throne. Moreover, this flag had to be hung in a position directly above the main hall. It couldn't be carried on the person's body. The Yang family had set this rule for generations, probably to give the various young lords who participated in the inheritance war a way to win, as well as to increase the difficulty of the inheritance war and test their wisdom. For the Yang family young lords, this flag being hung here was nothing more than a hindrance, because they had to send people to guard this flag at all times, to prevent it from being stolen or lost. On one hand, they had to guard their own flag, on the other hand, they had to have ideas about others. The inheritance war was a battle of wits and courage. Looking at the large Kai character on the flag, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile. Are you crazy? Xiao Meng shook her head as she stared at Yang Kai incredulously. The strength you have now isn't even enough to defend yourself, yet you want to take the initiative to attack? Tell me, who can you take out with you? My Autumn Rain Hall's people? Or the Xiang family's people? Or the two blood warriors? The first two groups of people wouldn't be of any use, but if the latter two were to be taken out, the house would be completely defenseless and would only be easier to defeat. I'll go alone. Yang Kai frowned. I don't agree. Xiao Meng's chest heaved up and down as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly smiled and stared at her full chest for a moment before saying, I didn't ask for your opinion. I just wanted to inform you. I don't need others to interfere with my decisions. Xiao Meng's expression suddenly became bitter as she ground her teeth. After a long time, Xiao Meng took a deep breath and said, Good. Since you've decided, I won't say anything more. But if you lose tonight, then I, Xiao Meng, was blind to have followed a man like you. Woman, don't say such words that can easily be misunderstood. Yang Kai sneered. Besides, it's not certain who will win or lose. Chapter 424. The night was dark. Wind chasing in, inside the heaven room, Dong Qinghan was meditating while the two old men, Wind and Cloud dual guards, stood guard on either side of him, their divine senses constantly scanning the surroundings to prevent anyone from approaching and harming Dong Qinghan. Tonight was the first night of the inheritance war, so it was destined not to be peaceful. Whether the 8 great young lords were attacking or defending, they would definitely make a move. The Wind and Cloud dual guards couldn't understand why Dong Qinghan didn't seem to be worried about Yang Kai's situation, but since their young master didn't want to say more, they didn't ask. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The expressions of the Wind and Cloud guards, who were on high alert, changed drastically. They simultaneously turned their heads to look at the door, their faces filled with shock and horror, because under the supervision of their divine senses, they hadn't noticed when the person outside the door had arrived. If this person was an enemy, if they suddenly attacked at such a close distance, would Dong Qinghan still be alive? Thinking so, the Wind and Cloud dual guards suddenly began sweating profusely, hurriedly standing up and secretly circulating their Saint Qi while remaining vigilant. Perceiving their abnormalities, Dong Qinghan also opened his eyes and frowned. Who is it? It's me. A familiar voice called out from outside the door. When this voice reached his ears, not only did Dong Qinghan's expression become extremely strange, even the Wind and Cloud dual guards also wore strange expressions. Young master, be careful. The Wind guard whispered and signaled to the Cloud guard, one of them retreating to Dong Qinghan's side while the other walked over to the door and opened it while keeping an eye on the situation. At the door, a figure flashed and a man wearing a black robe entered. This person's face was covered by a large hat, so the cloud guard who opened the door only saw a pair of bright eyes. Yang Kai? Dong Qinghan narrowed his eyes and asked softly. Under the vigilant gaze of the wind and cloud dual guards, the man slowly lifted the hat on his head, revealing his true face and grinning towards Dong Qinghan. Seeing this man's appearance, Dong Qinghan couldn't help cursing, "Fuck, it's really you." Even though the wind and cloud dual guards had high cultivation and were quite old, at this moment, they couldn't help but want to roll their eyes, but fortunately, their mental fortitude was extraordinary, so they managed to endure. "Greetings, seniors." Yang Kai nodded to the storm guard and the cloud guard. "Greetings, young Lord Kai." The two quickly concealed the shock on their faces and quickly returned the courtesy. "You brat." Dong Qinghan hurriedly got up and closed the window tightly, motioning the wind and cloud dual guards to remain vigilant before hurrying over to Yang Kai, his slightly chubby face showing a dumbfounded expression. "How did you know I was here?" "I have a small force under my command that specializes in collecting information," Yang Kai explained. A small half of the Bamboo Knot Gang's members had been sent here by Yang Kai a few days ago and had now infiltrated every district of War City, allowing him to accurately find Dong Qinghan's residence. "Not bad. But do you know what you're doing?" Dong Qinghan slowly shook his head. He pulled Yang Kai to sit down. This was the inheritance war, not some child's play. As a Yang family direct descendant, Yang Kai had no choice but to accept. Instead of staying in his own residence to protect himself, he actually ran out, however. Thinking about it for a moment, Dong Qinghan couldn't help feeling a little excited. "Are you planning to take the initiative to attack?" "I had such an idea." Yang Kai nodded. "Good boy," Dong Qinghan exclaimed. "I knew you wouldn't be unprepared." "Tell me, how many people did you bring?" "I'm alone." The excitement and smile on Dong Qinghan's face quickly stiffened, and he quickly restrained himself as he stared at Yang Kai. "I'm your cousin? Are you going to play this game with me?" Yang Kai shook his head seriously. "I'm not lying to you. I'm really the only one here." Dong Qinghan couldn't help sitting up straight, the fat on his face showing signs of twitching slightly. This time, even the wind and cloud dual guards were stunned. Running out alone at such a sensitive time in the middle of the night, was he a fool or an idiot? How could he be so bold as to regard all the heroes in this world as nothing? On top of that, he actually managed to arrive here safely, not even being intercepted halfway. This was the most incredible part. Yang Kai had a small force dedicated to collecting intelligence, so how could the other Yang family young lords who wanted to win the inheritance war not have a special intelligence network? It could be said that the 8 young lords were all monitoring each other's movements at all times. If there was even the slightest sign of trouble, they would immediately report back. "How did you manage to come here?" Dong Qinghan felt a little incredulous. "Did the 2 blood warriors around you dare to let you leave?" "They don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. When he left the mansion, he didn't tell anyone. Only Chioi Meng. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to come here. "Then your mansion?" Dong Qinghan asked anxiously. Without Yang Kai there, the people there were tantamount to having no commander. "There's no problem there. Let's not talk about that. I came to you to borrow some people." Yang Kai waved his hand, interrupting Dong Qinghan's chatter. "Borrow people?" Dong Qinghan asked, immediately understanding and pointing to the wind and cloud dual guards. "Them? I'm alone. I'm afraid I won't be able to accomplish anything. Adding them will be enough." Dong Qinghan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if he added the wind and cloud dual guards, it was still only 3 people. They could steal chickens and dogs, but stirring up trouble was definitely not enough. "Not necessarily, but there's always a chance." Yang Kai didn't speak too confidently. For the time being, he didn't know what his target's situation would be like. But thinking about it, tonight, just like his own mansion, it would be very lively. "If you want to borrow people," naturally, Dong Qinghan quickly said, "But I also want to go." "You can't, your strength is too weak, you'll only be a burden." Yang Kai refused. Dong Qinghan was rendered speechless, his face flushed red. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and patted Dong Qinghan's shoulder. "Cousin, It's not that I'm looking down on you, but right now, I can single-handedly defeat you. You should go to bed early." The wind and cloud dual guards both wore awkward expressions, not daring to speak. "Come to my house tomorrow and I'll explain to you in detail. Seniors Wind and Cloud, I'll take them with me first." Yang Kai informed Dong Qinghan before standing up directly. "Scram!" Dong Qinghan shouted, his expression quite ugly. Yang Kai chuckled, waved to the wind and cloud dual guards, opened the door, and left. This little bastard, how much has he grown? After Yang Kai and the wind and cloud dual guards left, Dong Qinghan slowly shook his shoulders to relieve the numbness in his body. Just now, when Yang Kai had patted him, half of his meridians seemed to have been sealed. So naturally he knew that Yang Kai wasn't lying when he said he could single-handedly defeat him. But last time in High Heaven Pavilion, he had only narrowly defeated Bai Yunfeng from the Bai family, so how could he have grown so much in just a few years? "Monster!" Dong Qinghan muttered to himself, his face filled with resentment. Inside War City, 3 dark figures were rapidly flying. Even though the city was brightly lit and countless divine senses were intertwined, no one was able to discover the whereabouts of these 3 people. As soon as they left the inn, the wind and cloud dual guards noticed that a mysterious and powerful divine sense had wrapped around them, isolating their auras and vitality, making it impossible for outsiders to detect their whereabouts. This divine sense was so strong and strange that it was even stronger than the wind and cloud dual guards' own. It was one of the few masters they had encountered who possessed such divine sense. As a result, all they needed to do was carefully follow behind Yang Kai without worrying about exposing themselves. Seeing this, the wind and cloud dual guards finally understood how Yang Kai had been able to safely arrive at the place where Dong Qinghan lived. The 2 of them didn't know that this was Yang Kai's own divine sense, only thinking that he had used some kind of high-grade soul-type artifact to achieve this effect, causing their expectations and evaluation of Yang Kai to rise a notch. This cousin of their young master really seemed to have the potential to succeed. Under the cover of this mysterious divine sense, as long as the 3 of them didn't attack, no one would be able to discover them, making them practically invincible. Not long after, Yang Kai, who was leading the charge, suddenly turned around and hid under a roof. The wind and cloud dual guards hurriedly followed, somewhat confused as to why Yang Kai had suddenly become so cautious. Just as they were about to speak, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gestured, causing the 2 of them to quickly hold their breath. After a moment, the sound of fluttering clothes came from all directions, followed by several figures flying forward. The wind and cloud dual guards' expressions couldn't help changing slightly, only now realizing that Yang Kai wasn't just randomly speaking. He had actually noticed that some masters were approaching. What a strong sense! Both of them were secretly shocked. Although they hadn't released their divine senses out of caution, with their immortal ascension boundary cultivations, their cultivator's intuition was still there. Even they hadn't noticed anyone approaching, yet Yang Kai had, which was enough to explain many things. Staring at the figures of the people who were flying forward, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a strange grin. These people weren't trying to hide their figures, nor were they trying to hide their identities. The leader of this group was the Yang family's 5th brother, Yang Kong, who had been escorted by Tang Yuxian. As for Tu Feng, he was nowhere to be seen. He should have been left behind in Yang Kang's mansion to guard the flag. The survival of the flag was extremely important, so a powerful blood warrior had to be left behind to guard it. It was impossible for Yang Kong to leave his own mansion empty while attacking others. Yang Kong was accompanied by a number of masters who weren't weak. These people were all rushing towards the northeast corner of War City, so it was obvious they were all from the forces that had allied with Yang Kong. That direction was also the target of Yang Kai's trip, the mansion of his 3rd brother, Yang Tai. Shortly after Yang Kang's group left, a series of shuffling sounds rang out as countless figures flew up into the sky, following closely behind Yang Kang's group as they rushed towards the northeast corner of War City. These people were all following along to watch the fun. Tonight's battle had attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people. So naturally, There were some bored people who wanted to witness the Yang family's infighting. How could they miss such a wonderful show? Seeing such a group of bored people, Yang Kai was also somewhat happy, winking to the wind and cloud dual guards before also soaring into the sky and flying forward with the rest of the group. Chapter 425. The crowd gathered together, all of them smiling widely as they followed Yang Kang's group towards the northeast. Although War City wasn't as large as the central capital, it was still a behemoth compared to the other cities. If not for this, the Yang family wouldn't have chosen to conduct the inheritance war here. Without a huge space as a battlefield, the inheritance war simply couldn't be carried out. Yang Kang's group flew at a leisurely pace. Their expressions relaxed, and they even had the mood to chat and laugh leisurely, making them feel quite at ease. About half an hour later, they arrived at the northeast part of War City. In front of Yang Tai's house, Yang Kong and the others calmly landed. The bored people who had followed them to watch the fun also hurriedly found a favorable position and stopped, looking forward to seeing what would happen. Yang Kai and the wind and cloud dual guards also landed in a position not too far away, quietly waiting for the show to begin. Third brother, fifth brother is here. Yang Kong stood outside the house and shouted with a smile on his face. Since you've come in. Yang Tai's voice called out from inside. Yang Kong smiled lightly and led the large group of people in. Although Yang Tai's voice was neither fast nor slow, anyone could hear the hidden powerlessness and loneliness in his tone. After all these years of life experience outside, he hadn't been able to obtain any decent merits, so he couldn't exchange for a blood warrior. There was no blood warrior around him to protect him, nor did he have the support of any other forces. With just the support of his mother's family, it wasn't enough to accomplish anything. Chiu Yimeng's original judgment was roughly correct. Yang Tai was destined to be the first to be eliminated. Inside the courtyard, Yang Tai stood upright. Behind him stood 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters and a few other cultivator whose strength wasn't too weak. These people were all from Yang Tai's mother's family, the Duanmu family. As for the Duanmu family, they were also Yang Tai's only source of support in the inheritance war. Whether Yang Tai could pass this night safely or not, he would have to rely on the strength of the Duanmu family. On the other hand, Yang Kong not only had a powerful blood warrior like Tang Yuxian who was proficient in soul skills, but he also had one of the 8 great families, the Gao family, as an ally. Gao Rangfeng also had 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters with him. These 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters from the 8 great families couldn't be treated as ordinary people. They were strong enough to defeat an average Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master. Other than that, there were also 5 or 6 Heavens Wander State experts and dozens of Yuan Qi State cultivators. With such a contrast in strength, the difference in strength was obvious. Yang Kong only needed to dispatch half of his strength to restrain all of Yang Tai's helpers. Capturing Yang Tai himself or seizing his flag would be as easy as flipping one's hand, and this was 1 person and 1 item. All of them could be exchanged for resources from the family. Yang Tai calmly looked at the approaching Yang Kong, his expression indifferent. Yang Kong stopped 10 feet away from him and the two stared at each other for a moment. Yang Kong smiled and said, "Third brother, we're all brothers. Why don't you listen to my advice and settle this peacefully?" He obviously wanted Yang Tai to surrender on his own accord. Now that he had the absolute advantage, he naturally had the right to say such words. Hearing this, Yang Tai slowly but firmly shook his head. "My Yang family has always been defeated, never surrendering. Even if you are my brother, that won't do." "Good. I knew you would say that." Yang Kong nodded gently, the smile on his face slowly converging. "If it were me, I would have said the same thing. Since that's the case, don't blame fifth brother for not showing mercy. Do as you wish." Yang Tai's expression suddenly became cold. The Duanmu family cultivator behind him also condensed their Yuan Qi at this moment, secretly taking precautions. At that moment, Tang Yuxian, who had always been by Yang Kang's side, suddenly frowned and whispered something. Yang Kang's expression became playful as he glanced back and called out, "Seventh brother, since you've come, why don't you just show yourself? What are you doing sneaking around?" A burst of laughter rang out as a group of people flew out from the night sky and landed in the courtyard, standing opposite Yang Kang's group. It was the Yang family's seventh brother, Yang Ying, and his allies. Yang Kong had the Gao family's Gao Rangfeng as an ally, while Yang Ying had the Kong family's Kong Zhan as an ally. Yang Ying also had a blood warrior by his side, so even if there was some gap in strength between the two sides, it was very small. The crowd watching the fun suddenly became excited. With the three Yang family brothers gathered here, there would naturally be a good show to watch. Now, whether it was Yang Kong or Yang Ying who would be the one to eat the fat piece of meat that was Yang Tai. Third brother, fifth brother, little seven greets you. Yang Ying landed and first greeted them with a smile, his face filled with warmth and gentleness. Seventh brother, if it weren't for you Xian noticing, I'm afraid fifth brother would have been stalked by you without even realizing it. Yang Kong smiled and shook his head. What is fifth brother saying? In the inheritance war, all kinds of schemes and tricks are used. Little seventh was just quietly hiding for a moment. I was worried that there might be other brothers in the crowd watching the fun. Saying so, both he and Yang Kong swept their eyes around vigilantly. Yang Kai's head was wrapped in a hat and his face was covered. But when he heard these words, he couldn't help smiling. The Wind and Cloud brothers also couldn't help feeling like they had been exposed. No one should be coming. Yang Kong slowly shook his head. Tonight, eldest brother is biding his time. He is the eldest brother, so it's only right for him to show some respect to his brothers. Tonight, he won't be participating in the first battle. Eighth brother is currently in a state of panic and will only defend, not take the initiative to attack. Although the eighth brother Yang Quan had a blood warrior as his retainer, his mother's family was only a second-class force, so the support they could provide was limited. During the day, he hadn't been able to win over many followers, so naturally he didn't dare take the initiative to attack others. On top of that, he had a blood warrior as his retainer, so even if there was only one, it wouldn't be easy to break through, so no one had any ideas about attacking him on the first night. As for second brother and sixth brother, they should have taken their people to another place that is easier to attack. So here, it's only us two brothers. Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his brow and sneered meaningfully. Second brother Yang Zhao and sixth brother Yang Shin had gone to another place that was easy to attack tonight, so besides his own house, there was no other place. He just didn't know what the situation there was now. As Yang Kong spoke, Yang Ying couldn't help smiling. Fifth brother's news is truly fast. Little seven admires you. Yang Kong shook his head and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's discuss how to deal with third brother first. What does fifth brother think? How about we each take one of the people and the flag?" Yang Kong asked with a smile, not putting his third brother Yang Tai in his eyes at all, as if he wanted to divide up some kind of supplies with Yang Ying. Yang Tai's face couldn't help going pale, while the other Duanmu family masters also wore angry looks. Yang Ying smiled and shook his head, calmly saying, "Fifth brother, don't blame little seven for having such a big appetite. I want third brother's people, but I also want his flag." Yang Kong was stunned and couldn't help sneering. "Seventh brother, your appetite is really big. Then let's see if you have the ability to snatch food from the tiger's mouth." Yang Ying's smile also slowly converged and his expression became cold. The two brothers stared at each other for a moment before the surrounding 1,000 meters suddenly became silent, the air seemingly stagnant. When the wind and rain came, the city was about to be destroyed. **Shio. More than 10 powerful spiritual energy senses suddenly burst forth, and as if they had discussed this beforehand, the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters brought by Yang Kong and Yang Ying simultaneously released the soul skills they had been accumulating for a long time. As the invisible forces collided, some people let out muffled groans and were forced to retreat a few steps, while others took advantage of the situation and fiercely attacked. The brilliance of various martial skills and artifacts blossomed at this moment, dazzling the onlookers. Tang Yuxian flew to the side to protect Yang Kong from the whirlpool of battle, while the other blood warrior brought by Yang Ying also flew to the other side to protect him. The two Yang family young lords stared at each other from a few dozen meters away, their cold gazes colliding, creating a series of sparks. As key figures in the inheritance war, unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kong and Yang Ying wouldn't take action themselves. Firstly, doing so was dangerous, and secondly, their strength wasn't high, so even if they took action, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. The blood warriors guarding them were also restrained by the Yang family's rules and couldn't take the initiative to attack. The blood warriors were only responsible for passive counterattacks. When no one attacked them or the Yang family young lords, even if the situation was critical, they had to stand by and watch. The strength of the cultivator brought by Yang Kong and Yang Ying was roughly the same, so when they clashed, they were actually evenly matched. As the hosts, Yang Tai and the Duanmu family cultivator were relaxed. No one actually came to find trouble with them. After observing for a while, Yang Tai coldly snorted. "Did you really think this third brother wasn't prepared at all? You're looking down on me too much. Release the arrows." Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk on top of the surrounding walls and roofs. A number of figures appeared, each of them holding a powerful bow that glowed with a brilliant light. The shape of these bows was quite arrogant. At a glance, it was obvious they were high-grade artifacts. As for the cultivators holding bows, each of them was at least a true element boundary 8th stage master, with one or two even having reached the immortal ascension boundary. Yuan Qi madly poured into the bows and artifacts, and in just a short time, the cultivator holding the bows all went pale, seemingly having exhausted all of their Yuan Qi. Wherever the arrows were pointed, everyone felt a sense of danger and their complexion changed greatly. As the violent power gathered, even the bored people who were watching from outside the mansion couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines, their scalps tingling as a chill ran down their spines, as if some kind of danger was staring at them. Asterisk schwa, schwa schwa. Asterisk 6 or 7 powerful bows, the bowstrings trembling, the sharp arrows on the bowstrings emitting a dazzling light, like meteors falling from the sky, creating a halo of light visible to the naked eye as they slammed towards the cultivator who was still fighting. The arrows flew out and instantly weaved into a rain of arrows, wrapping around Yang Kong and Yang Ying's followers. A loud bang rang out, shattering the sky and shattering the earth as blood and flesh flew everywhere. Everyone's eardrums trembled as they lost their sense of hearing in an instant. Both Yang Kong and Yang Ying's eyes trembled as they stared in disbelief at the energy eruption below. Tang Yuxian and the other blood warrior quickly circulated their Yuan Qi to protect Yang Kong and Yang Ying. Chapter 426. After a while, the raging waves of energy gradually subsided. Half of Yang Tai's mansion was blown away by those 6 to 7 arrows, and was almost razed to the ground. A huge crater appeared on the ground, and people crawled up from the edge of the crater. The ground was littered with broken limbs and pieces of flesh. The scene was extremely bloody. The inheritance war was not a child's play. People could really die. The minced corpses and rotten flesh on the ground, as well as countless rocks, had proven this cruel fact. The entire Yang Tai's mansion fell into a suffocating silence. Only some intermittent groans could be heard. The smell of blood filled the air. Among the crowd of onlookers, many female cultivator averted their eyes, covered their mouths, squatted down, and began retching. Yang Tai watched all this indifferently, a trace of ruthlessness flashing across his face. Yang Kong and Yang Ying's expressions suddenly became gloomy. They never thought that their third brother would actually have such a trick up his sleeve in such a disadvantageous situation. It wasn't that they didn't know those people were lying in ambush on top of the walls. They were well aware of their position. It was just that they hadn't expected Yang Tai to be able to obtain such a powerful killing artifact. The Shattering Star Bow was only Earth-grade top rank, but it was capable of swallowing a cultivator's Yuan Qi without limit, releasing all of it in one shot. As soon as the arrow was released, the bow cracked and the cultivators were injured. The 6 or 7 Shattering Star bows, which were not easy to refine, were shattered the moment the arrows left the bowstrings. The force of the explosion even caused the cultivators holding the bows to be severely injured, their bodies riddled with holes. However, Yang Tai's purpose had been achieved. He was indeed unable to resist the attacks of Yang Kong and Yang Ying. But before he was defeated, he could viciously take a bite out of his enemy's flesh. I can lose, but whoever comes after me, I won't let them off so easily. Yang Tai's shattering star bow had perfectly expressed his intentions. Under the barrage of arrows, Yang Kong and Yang Ying's cultivator subordinates had lost at least a dozen people, 2 of whom were Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, and more than 20 had been seriously injured. Minor injuries didn't count. At the very beginning of the Inheritance War, such losses were not small. How could Yang Kong and Yang Ying's expressions be good? Looking at the miserable situation below, the 2 of them were so angry that their eyes were about to crack. Kill them for me! Yang Kong and Yang Ying furiously ordered almost at the same time. In the next moment, the brief silence was broken. The 6 or 7 cultivator who had been injured by the explosion of the Starshatterer bow had shot the arrows. He didn't even have the strength to resist before he was killed in one move. These were all cultivators of the Duanmu family. Although the Duanmu family was a first-class force and had many masters, they couldn't devote all of their strength to the Inheritance War. Moreover, Yang Tai was destined to have no chance of winning. Therefore, although the Duanmu clan had sent quite a few people this time, they were only doing their best. The Duanmu clan's patriarch had long been mentally prepared to sacrifice all of them. Therefore, even if 6 or 7 people were killed, the others did not even frown. Old 7. 5th brother, I think it's better to deal with 3rd brother first. What do you think? Yang Kang's expression was gloomy as he stared at the motionless Yang Tai, asking his 7th brother, Yang Ying. Exactly. Yang Ying nodded. The ownership of the people and flag will depend on your own methods. Yang Kong snorted. Under his command, the people he had brought with him attacked Yang Tai. At the same time, Yang Ying also issued an order to attack. In an instant, the 2 of them aimed their spears at Yang Tai and the Duanmu family. Among the cultivator the Duanmu family had dispatched this time, the strongest were only 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters. The rest weren't worth mentioning. Although the 6 or 7 Starshatterer bows had won back some face, in this kind of head-on confrontation, they couldn't gain any advantage at all. The 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters tried their best to protect Yang Ying as they were forced to retreat, but after a short while they were forced to retreat. At that moment, a person from each side of Yang Kong and Yang Ying secretly left the battlefield and hid themselves as they rushed towards the main hall of Yang Tai's mansion. That was where Yang Tai's flag was hanging. Although Yang Tai saw them, he was powerless to stop them and could only allow them to enter, a look of unwillingness appearing on his face. Get ready. Yang Kai, who had been quietly observing the situation, suddenly shouted. The wind and cloud guard's expressions became solemn, knowing that Yang Kai was finally going to make a move. Turning his head to look at the wind and cloud guards, Yang Kai smiled and said, although the 2 seniors aren't weak, in this kind of chaotic battle, I'm afraid they won't be able to gain any advantage. The wind guard nodded. What young Lord Kai says is correct, and among those people, there are several whose strength is not inferior to ours, some even surpassing ours. As for what to do, young Lord Kai can give us orders. Old Cloud and I will do our best to cooperate. Just follow me. Go in and make a few false moves. Don't fight. Immediately leave. Yang Kai whispered. The wind and cloud guards were masters of the Dong family who had followed Dong Qinghan for so many years. If they died here, it would be a big blow to Dong Qinghan. Yang Kai had brought them here to fish in troubled waters. He didn't want them to risk their lives. Good. After listening to Yang Kai, the wind and cloud guards nodded firmly. If they just went in and made a few false moves, there wouldn't be any danger. What they feared the most were the masters from the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall, but as long as they didn't attack Yang Kong and Yang Ying, the Blood Warrior Hall's masters naturally wouldn't attack them. Also, go help Yang Ying's people. Attack Yang Kang's people. Don't attack both sides at once. If they only attacked one side, it would give Yang Kang's people the illusion that they were allies. Although they would quickly realize this, Yang Kai wanted to seize this fleeting opportunity. If they attacked both sides, it would only be a thankless task. As he spoke, two people suddenly rushed out from Yang Tai's room. One of them belonged to Yang Kang's camp. The other belonged to Yang Ying's camp. When the man saw Yang Kai's face, he couldn't help but become slightly dazed. By the time he regained his composure, the flag in his hand had already been snatched away by Yang Kai. You! The master's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He naturally recognized the 8 Yang family young lords who were participating in the inheritance war, but he had never imagined that he would meet the youngest one here. For a moment, he felt like he was dreaming, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, Yang Kai didn't give him any time to breathe, continuing to entangle with the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia while he leapt into the air and tossed the flag into the air. In the dark night, a golden light flashed and a pair of claws stretched out, accurately grabbing Yang Tai's flag and disappearing in an instant. The sound of flapping wings rang out and gradually disappeared into the distance. It was the golden feather eagle. Are you an idiot? The Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master in Yang Ying's camp couldn't help cursing. In his opinion, the opponent who had just been holding the flag had clearly been snatched away without any resistance. So how could he understand the confusion and shock in his opponent's heart? It's him. He. The man knew he was in the wrong and didn't know how to explain for a while. On the other hand, Tang Yuxian, who was guarding Yang Kong, couldn't help but frown as she stared in the direction the golden feather eagle disappeared, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as a smile appeared on her face. When she turned to look at Yang Kai again, Tang Yuxian's eyes softened. Chapter 427. The flag that should have belonged to Yang Kong had suddenly been snatched away, causing the originally joyful Yang Kong to be slightly startled, his mood instantly turning sour. Moreover, after the person who had snatched the flag flew up and down, the flag had already disappeared. Yang Kong couldn't help gritting his teeth and cursing, but he didn't dare to act rashly. That extremely powerful spiritual energy belonging to a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master still shrouded the surrounding area. Not only did Yang Kong not dare to move, but everyone present also didn't dare to move. Such a master hiding nearby was a deterrent to anyone. They didn't know who this person was, but they all knew in their hearts that this master was not one of them. Because of this deterrent spiritual energy, Yang Tai and the several Duanmu family cultivator, who were originally in a precarious situation, became much more relaxed at this moment. The wind and cloud dual guards, on the other hand, didn't have any scruples, rushing into the battlefield, swinging left and right, attacking all the people brought by Yang Kong. Although the people brought by Yang Ying felt that these two were unfamiliar faces, they didn't think much about it, allowing the wind and cloud dual guards to act wantonly. After a few exchanges, the wind and cloud dual guards arrived in front of Yang Tai. Seeing that the situation was not right, Yang Kong couldn't help shouting, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and capture my third brother." The flag was already gone. If they still couldn't capture this person, then this time they would really go for wool and come home shorn. Yang Kang's shout finally caused those who were on guard to take action. Yang Ying also shouted, "Stop them for me!" The cultivator on both sides once again engaged in a fierce battle. They were entangled with each other. The wind and cloud dual guards approached Yang Tai, and in the midst of the chaos, they actually received the help of several cultivator from Yang Ying's camp, successfully forcing back the 2 Duanmu family masters guarding Yang Tai and grabbing him. Yang Ying laughed and shouted to the wind and cloud dual guards, "You two, please send him over." "Yes." The wind and cloud dual guards quickly responded. "Hurry up." "Good." Saying so, he casually threw Yang Tai over. Yang Ying was taken aback, not understanding what was going on. The person who had just snatched the flag actually jumped into the air to intercept Yang Tai, carrying him and flying away. At the same time, the wind and cloud dual guards also flew into the air. They disappeared into the night sky in a streak of green light. "Fifth brother, seventh brother. Thank you." A familiar voice came from afar. Both Yang Kong and Yang Ying's faces suddenly became ashen as they cried out in alarm, "Ninth brother!" When the crowd of onlookers heard this, they immediately went into an uproar. Ninth brother. That was the youngest young master of the Yang family, Yang Kai. Just now, when Yang Kong was speaking, he had also said that Yang Zhao and Yang Shun had brought people to Yang Kai's mansion tonight to cause trouble, and judging from Yang Kai's performance today, he didn't have much help. Even if his situation was better than Yang Tai's, it wouldn't be much better. At this time, shouldn't that ninth brother Yang Kai be in a terrible fix in his own mansion? Why would he appear here to reap the benefits? Moreover, he seemed to have only brought 2 helpers with him. This person was so bold. Without knowing why, when they heard Yang Kang's exclamation and felt the incredulity in his tone, the crowd felt a burst of excitement. It seemed that this kind of unexpected battle was the kind of show they had been looking forward to. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already flown 1,000 meters away with Yang Tai, his Yuan Qi fully activated as his figure flashed, leaving behind a long trail of afterimages. It really is the little lord, Tang Yuxian smiled and muttered to herself. Just now, she had seen a golden light in the dark night. Tang Yuxian had some doubts about whether it was the golden feather eagle, but now hearing Yang Kai's voice, she immediately confirmed her suspicions. Did you already know? Yang Kong glanced at her unhappily. Tang Yuxian's expression remained serious as she shook her head. It was just a guess. I wasn't sure. Yang Kang's expression became ugly, but he didn't say anything more. He knew that Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both had a very respectful attitude towards Yang Kai. This time, he had deliberately chosen these 2 as his retainers for the inheritance war, firstly because their strength was really good, and secondly because he wanted to disgust Yang Kai. However, at this critical juncture, he had been the one to disgust Yang Kai. Both his flag and his people had been snatched away by Yang Kai. He and Yang Ying had fought a life-and-death battle and had lost so many helpers, but in the end they had obtained nothing. The depression in his heart could be imagined. Chase! Yang Kong grit his teeth and roared, immediately flying off. Yang Ying's expression was also gloomy as he followed without a word. The 2 groups of people left together, leaving behind only the ruins of Yang Tai's mansion and the 4 or 5 injured Duanmu family masters. In order to chase down Yang Kai and recapture Yang Tai, the 2 of them had no intention of dealing with the remaining Duanmu family masters. The first battle of the night was actually a sandpiper and clam fight, a fisherman taking advantage of the situation. This was greatly beyond everyone's expectations. The onlookers still wanted to see more, so they quickly followed. These people were also quite interested in the daring 9th brother Yang Kai, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They couldn't help wondering what kind of person this youngest young Master Yang was and how he was able to act so boldly. Faintly, these people didn't want Yang Kai to be caught. With the existence of such a person, the inheritance war would be much more interesting and exciting. With the ground covered in blood and corpses, the 4 or 5 Duanmu family masters who had survived glanced at each other and smiled bitterly, slowly sitting down and adjusting their breathing. They had done their best. The Duanmu family had sent a total of 30 to 40 people this time, but after this battle, only 5 of them had survived. This was a loss to the Duanmu family's strength, but it would also strengthen the Duanmu family's reputation. In the future, when people talked about this inheritance war, they would only praise the Duanmu family for their loyalty and uprightness, knowing full well that they would lose but still sending people to protect them without hesitation. Such a family was bound to have people befriending them. So in the long run, the Duanmu family not only didn't lose anything. Instead, they benefited. Yang Kong and Yang Ying led their own people to chase after Yang Kai. At first, they could still see his shadow, but as time passed, even his shadow disappeared. Many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters released their divine senses in an attempt to detect Yang Kai's movements. But these divine senses were like stones sinking into the sea, completely useless. Yang Kai and Yang Tai had disappeared. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. The results reported by their pursuers made Yang Kong and Yang Ying's expressions become more and more ugly. Your ninth brother's speed is too shocking, Gao Rangfeng muttered in horror. Carrying a person in his hand, he was actually able to leave so many immortal ascension boundary masters behind. Such speed was simply incredible. Regardless of his speed, under the divine senses of so many immortal ascension boundary masters, how could he hide his whereabouts and aura? Kang Zhan shook his head, somewhat unable to understand. Yang Ying's eyes flashed as he stared towards Tang Yuxian, chuckling lightly, "Fifth brother, I heard that your blood warrior's attainments and soul skills are far higher than anyone else's. Was she unable to detect it with her divine sense?" Listening to Yang Ying's words, Yang Kong also quickly turned his eyes to Tang Yuxian, full of questions. Tang Yuxian shook her head lightly and said, "I've tried. I couldn't detect the little lord's movements." Yang Kong frowned, quickly saying, "Yuxian, I know you and ninth brother have a good personal relationship, but don't forget, this is the inheritance war. You are a blood warrior of the Yang family's blood warrior hall." Tang Yuxian's expression became serious as she said, "Fifth young lord, I understand what you're saying, but I also ask you to understand that blood warriors always distinguish between public and private interests. Since you used your merits to exchange with the family for me and Tu Feng to serve as your retainers. Before you fail, Tu Feng and I will do our best to assist you." Listening to her say this, Yang Kong didn't continue to press the issue, nodding slightly. "That's not what I meant. Since you can't detect him, ninth brother must have some kind of powerful master helping him hide his whereabouts." "You mean the master of that divine sense?" Yang Ying suddenly remembered the terrifying and strange spiritual energy he had just sensed. It should be, with such a powerful master helping him, it is indeed possible for him to do so. Yang Kang's brow furrowed as he muttered to himself, "Strange. How could ninth brother have such a powerful helper?" In the inheritance war, all the great forces in the world participated. Among them, the strongest master the 8 great families had ever dispatched was an immortal ascension boundary 5th stage master. As for the other first-class forces, they generally wouldn't send a peak immortal ascension boundary master to participate. Such masters were usually relatively old and wouldn't be willing to disturb the balance of the inheritance war. On top of that, these families couldn't afford to lose such a master. Therefore, the strongest master a first-class force could send was an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage master. Of course, this fact was not absolute. As the inheritance war heated up, peak immortal ascension boundary masters were likely to appear on the battlefield. As for the second-class forces, there were very few immortal ascension boundary 8th stage masters. For example, in Blood Battle Gang, only Sect Master Hu Man was an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage master. As the leader of the Blood Battle Gang, how could he participate? As for Storm Hall, there wasn't even a single immortal ascension boundary 8th stage master. Even the Sect Master Xiao Ruohan only had a 7th stage cultivation. Therefore, the masters a second-class force could send out were mostly immortal ascension boundary 6th or 7th stage masters. As for third-class forces, it was impossible for them to have too many masters. The support they brought was much smaller than that of first-class and second-class forces. In the inheritance war, people would die. If too many masters died, those forces wouldn't be able to afford it and would likely never be able to recover from this setback. Because of this, no matter which force participated in the inheritance war, the number of people they sent out was limited. As for a peak immortal ascension boundary master, none of the young lords had one yet. If Yang Kai really had such a powerful ally, Yang Kong and Yang Ying would be in grave danger, so how could they have time to think about anything else? Ninth brother really made a big profit this time. Yang Ying shook his head and smiled bitterly. The flag had been snatched by him, and now even Yang Tai was in his hands. Each person and flag could be exchanged for a lot of useful materials from the family, even artifacts, martial skills, and secret arts. These things could be used to equip his followers, allowing them to become stronger and stronger. He'll be able to hold on until tonight. Yang Kong coldly snorted. At this time, the battlefield over there should also be a great deal of chaos, right? Ninth brother didn't stay in the mansion and actually ran out on his own. Although this was a risky move, in Yang Kang's opinion, the gains weren't worth the losses. Chapter 428. Unable to catch up with Yang Kai, unable to find any trace of Yang Kai, and even more fearful of the mysterious peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, Yang Kong and Yang Ying both wore depressed expressions. After a moment of silence, Kong Zhan of the Kong family suddenly smiled and said, "The two of you, do you want to go to your ninth brother's house now?" Yang Kong and Yang Ying both glanced at him suspiciously, but soon their eyes lit up. And Yang Kai had run out on his own, so there was no one guarding his house. Moreover, that mysterious master had also been brought out by him, so the defenses there must be empty. Moreover, Yang Zhao and Yang Shin were also there. If they went there now, the four of them together would be enough to flatten Yang Kai's house. Looking at each other indifferently, the two brothers both saw the opportunity in this situation. But before they could consider the pros and cons, Gao Rangfeng of the Gao family shook his head and said, "That's not right. I think the two of you should hurry back to your own houses. If there really is a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master as Yang Kai's ally, I'm afraid your houses will be in danger right now." Hearing this, Yang Kong and Yang Ying's expressions changed greatly. They had only seen the opportunity to defeat others, but had completely ignored their own situation. This time, in order to eat the first piece of meat, the two of them had brought a lot of allies with them. In addition to leaving behind a blood warrior to guard their flags, they didn't have many powerful forces to guard their respective houses. At this time, if Yang Kai really took advantage of this situation, they would be defeated unjustly. Thinking so, the two of them no longer had any ideas about Yang Kai and quickly led their respective forces back. 10 kilometers outside War City, Yang Kai put down Yang Tai in his hand. Not bothering to seal his meridians and Yuan Qi, Yang Kai lifted his hat and called out, "Third brother, ninth brother's methods are quite good," Yang Tai said with a look of admiration. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I just took advantage of their loophole. Tonight, no one would have thought that he would dare to come out and cause trouble. So when Yang Kong and Yang Ying were fighting each other, they were completely unprepared. If not for this, how could Yang Kai so easily capture the flag? As long as they were slightly on guard, Yang Kai would not have succeeded this time. No matter what, now that third brother has fallen into your hands, it's all thanks to you." Yang Tai looked at Yang Kai indifferently and said, "Rather than being captured by those two, why don't you just stay here? Third brother would rather let you take advantage of me. At least you didn't take the initiative to attack me. Third brother, you're being too serious." Yang Kai sensed his indifference and naturally knew that he was a little depressed because he was the first to be eliminated. "You can go back to the central capital, there's nothing for you to do here." Yang Tai was stunned and frowned. "What do you mean? It's nothing special, just taking the flag is enough." Saying so, without waiting for Yang Tai to say anything else, Yang Kai's figure flickered and returned to War City. Standing in place for a long time, Yang Tai's expression gradually eased. Frowning, Yang Tai stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared, a faint trace of gratitude appearing on his face. Yang Kai not taking him to the family to exchange for supplies was tantamount to giving him some face. Yang Tai hadn't achieved much in these past few years, nor had he done anything earth-shattering. His performance had always been mediocre, but as a Yang family young lord, his pride was still ingrained in his bones. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have chosen to die tonight and would have taken the initiative to surrender. If he was really captured by Yang Kai and taken to the family to exchange for supplies, if that happened, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in the Yang family in the future. Taking a deep breath, Yang Tai looked up at the gem-like clusters of stars in the sky, smiled bitterly, and turned in the direction of the central capital. The battle here really had nothing to do with him. The Yang family young lords who had been defeated in the inheritance war were no longer allowed to participate, but those from other forces still had a chance to choose. Yang Kai shot out like a meteor. using his powerful divine sense to isolate his aura from leaking out as he hurried back to his mansion. Letting Yang Tai go wasn't because of their brotherly love. Yang Kai's relationship with his cousins was very thin, but tonight, Yang Tai's refusal to surrender had touched him a little. She shouldn't do anything to humiliate such a person. Northwest corner of War City, Yang Kai's mansion. Half an hour ago. Almost at the same time as the chaos in Yang Tai's mansion, Yang Kai's mansion was also very lively. The information Yang Kong had received was not wrong. Tonight, among the 8 young lords, besides the eldest brother Yang Wei, who didn't take any action due to his status, only the 8th brother Yang Quan had remained inactive. The second brother, Yang Zhao, and his ally, the Yi family's Yi Xian Rou, led a number of masters to Yang Kai's mansion. Before these people had even begun to move, the 6th brother, Yang Shen, and Qiu Zirua also arrived. The two sides stood firm and exchanged pleasantries. All of them exchanging pleasantries. Tonight, they had only come to attack Yang Kai. There was no need for them to become enemies. This was something everyone was very clear about. In front of the mansion's main hall, Huixing Chun sat in an armchair, fanning himself with a folding fan in his hand as 2 beautiful maids poured wine for him, a look of contentment on his face. The arrival of Yang Zhao and Yang Shen didn't seem to disturb his mood. Next to Yang Zhao, Yi Xian Rou stood gracefully, a gorgeous smile on her face, her curvaceous figure blooming with a different kind of seductiveness, her skin white as jade, and her grace outstanding. The Yi family's first young lady, although not as famous as Qiu Yimeng, was still a prestigious figure among the younger generation. Behind Yang Zhao, the Xiang family's Xiang Chu and the Nan family's Nanshang stared down gloomily, their faces filled with pleasure. In particular, Nanshang, when he stroked his 2 severed fingers, a vicious light flashed across his face. Those 2 fingers were the result of Yang Kai forcing him to cripple himself. This kind of hatred was absolutely irreconcilable, and for the past few months, Nanshang had been constantly thinking about how to exact revenge. Yang Zhao's allies were strong and had a large number of people, but Yang Shen's side was not weak either. With the help of the Qiu family's Qiu Zirua and the support he had gathered, he was able to resist Yang Zhao for a short time. On the other hand, in Yang Kai's mansion, besides the central capital Wolf, only Qiu Yimeng and Xiang Tianshao were standing next to him. In addition, Chu Gaoyi stood like an iron tower in front of the main hall, motionless. Ying Zhou's whereabouts were unknown. However, everyone present knew that this shadowy blood warrior was lurking in the darkness, ready to launch a thunderous strike at any moment. Separated by some distance, Qiu Yimeng and Qiu Zirua's eyes met. The former smiled slightly, her smile full of confidence, while the latter's eyes couldn't help flashing slightly before quickly returning to his former self, seemingly not wanting to show any timidity in front of his elder sister. At the same time, Xiang Chu and Xiang Tianshao also stared at each other, one expressionless, the atmosphere suddenly becoming a little tense. 6th brother, what do you want to do with little brother Kai? Yang Zhao suddenly asked with a smile. Yang Shen also smiled. If 2nd brother wants to eat the meat, little brother will drink the soup. 2nd brother can't eat all of it alone, right? Naturally. Yang Zhao slowly shook his head, hesitating for a moment before saying, since that's the case, 2nd brother will take little brother Kai's flag. We'll split it evenly, as long as 2nd brother is in charge. Yang Shen grinned meaningfully, quite satisfied with Yang Zhao's proposal. Intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced towards Xiang Chu and Nanshang and couldn't help curling his lips, a trace of disdain flashing across his eyes. The grievances between Yang Kai and them had already spread today. It wasn't difficult to explain why Yang Zhao chose little brother Kai instead of the flag. The Xiang and Nan families joining Yang Zhao's camp had greatly increased his strength, so he naturally wanted to express his gratitude to his allies. Capturing Yang Kai was tantamount to losing face, so Xiang Chu and Nanshang should be satisfied and would only serve him more loyally in the future. Hey, you two, aren't you tired of standing there talking? Why don't you come down? Huixing Chun suddenly called out casually. Yang Zhao smiled and shook his head. No need, brother Hua. Let my little brother Kai come out and speak. I don't want to embarrass him too much. Yang Kai? Huastars grinned meaningfully. He doesn't seem to be at home. Not at home? Yang Zhao frowned, apparently thinking that Huastars was trying to fool him, asking curiously. If he's not at home at this time, where would he be? How would I know? Maybe he's somewhere enjoying himself, heh. Huastars grinned as he stood up and opened his folding fan, pretending to be a romantic. In any case, he's not at home. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao Meng. She should know where Yang Kai is. Yang Zhao couldn't help turning his eyes to Xiao Meng, who smiled lightly and tucked her hair behind her ear, asking softly, If I say he's not at home, would second young lord believe me? Hearing her speak so ambiguously, Yang Zhao couldn't help but frown, subconsciously thinking that Yang Kai was playing some kind of trick. But soon, Yang Zhao's expression became firm and he said loudly, I don't believe you. Tonight was such a sensitive time. How could Yang Kai not be at home? He must be hiding somewhere, not daring to show himself. Then second young lord can search this place and see if you can find him. Xiao Yimeng smiled lightly, but in her heart she was cursing him. Yang Kai had indeed said hello to her before going out, but before she could agree, he had disappeared. Where he had gone or what he was going to do, she had no idea. No need. Yang Zhao's face showed a look of impatience as he shouted loudly, Little brother Kai, come out yourself. Second brother promises not to embarrass you. After calling out twice in a row, Yang Kai didn't respond. Nanshang couldn't help sneering. Second young lord, it seems that your little brother doesn't want to give you any face. Since that's the case, there's no need to talk nonsense with him, just directly attack. He won't be able to resist. He seemed to be impatient to defeat Yang Kai so he could watch him make a fool of himself and soothe the wounds he had suffered these past few months. Matters between us brothers don't need others to meddle. Yang Zhao snorted. Nanshang's brow furrowed as he grit his teeth, not daring to say anything more. Xiang Chu saw that Nanshang had suffered a setback, but instead of restraining himself, he smiled and said, Second young lord, I also think it's best to directly attack. The defensive forces here aren't too strong. If you and the sixth young lord join forces, what's there to fear? This is what it means to be courteous before resorting to force. If others don't appreciate it, haha. Chapter 429. Xiang Chu could see at a glance that Yang Zhao's words were false. Although he was reprimanding Nanshang, he obviously agreed with Nanshang's point of view. But he had no choice but to say a few words. At this time, someone needed to add oil to the fire so that outsiders would think it was someone else who was helping him make up his mind. This way, in the future, others wouldn't say he didn't care about his brother's feelings. That was why Xiang Chu dared to continue instigating Yang Zhao. He was a hypocrite with a sword in his heart. Xiang Chu was such a person, so he naturally understood Yang Zhao's thoughts. Sure enough, Yang Zhao hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. Good. What Brother Xiang said is right. Second brother has already shown ninth brother enough benevolence. Since ninth brother doesn't want to give second brother face, I have nothing else to say. Turning his head and looking at Yang Shun, Yang Zhao smiled and said, If ninth brother doesn't want to show up, sixth brother, you can go get the flag yourself. Yang Shun had been waiting for a good show with a smile on his face, but when he heard Yang Zhao's words, he couldn't help feeling a bit startled. Immediately realizing that he had fallen into his second brother's trap without a trace, Yang Zhao's intestines turned green with regret. Just now, Yang Zhao had discussed with him, one wanted a person, the other wanted the flag. Now that Yang Kai wasn't showing up, the only thing left was the flag. Naturally, it was up to Yang Shin to snatch it. Perceiving Yang Zhao's intentions, the smile on Yang Shun's face slowly converged and became dignified. Yang Zhao continued to smile and said, Go get it yourself. Second brother promises he won't have any ideas about you. Saying such words in front of so many people was enough to show Yang Zhao's sincerity. Yang Shin frowned and thought for a while, then nodded and said, Thank you, second brother. Sweeping his eyes over the crowd he had brought, Yang Zhao pointed to an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage cultivator and said, "Go to the central hall and take out the flag." This person was a helper from Yang Shun's mother's family and was also from a first-class force, so his strength wasn't too weak. However, his strength wasn't too high either. Seeing Yang Shin point at him, this cultivator couldn't help wearing a bitter expression as he glanced over at Chu Gaoyi, who was standing in front of the central hall. The Blood Warrior's name: Deterrence. "What are you afraid of?" Yang Shun snorted. The two Blood Warriors around Ninth Brother have yet to fully recover from their injuries. They can't even display 30% of their usual strength. What's more, they are restrained by the Yang family's rules and cannot take the initiative to attack. As long as you don't provoke them, they naturally won't attack you. They don't care even if I take out the flag? The Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master's eyes lit up. If this was really the case, then he had nothing to worry about. Of course not. Yang Zhao shook his head. They're only responsible for passive counterattacks. If you try to grab the flag, they'll naturally stop you. But as long as you're fast enough and run out with the flag, I think they won't be able to stop you in their current state. What are you waiting for? Yang Shin shouted impatiently. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master helplessly stepped out of the crowd. While watching Chu Gaoyi vigilantly, Yang Kai pushed his divine sense to the limit, trying to find where Ying Jiu was hiding. But no matter how hard he tried, it was difficult for him to detect where Ying Jiu was hiding. This blood warrior didn't seem to be here at all. Huixing was still waving his folding fan leisurely. Qiu Yimeng's pretty face also wore a calm smile as her pair of beautiful eyes stared at the newcomer, clearly taking pleasure in his misfortune. Being stared at by her like this, the newcomer couldn't help feeling even more nervous. Slowly walking forward, this person condensed his strength and secretly became vigilant, bypassing Huixing and Qiu Yimeng before staring at Chu Gaoyi, who was standing in front of the main hall. Humph! Chu Gaoyi suddenly snorted, scaring the newcomer so much that he almost used the move he had been hiding. If he had used this move, Chu Gaoyi would have been able to counterattack. Ha 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 ha! Huixing saw this scene and couldn't help laughing. Qiu Yimeng also pursed her lips, trying not to laugh. Seeing one of his subordinates disgrace himself like this made Yang Shin's face very ugly. The newcomer's face alternated between blue and red, seemingly feeling a little ashamed, and in a fit of anger he walked briskly into the main hall. It was as if he had entered a place where no one could stop him. From inside, there was a rustling sound, and soon, the newcomer rushed out holding a flag in his hand. "Sixth young lord, I..." Before he could finish his sentence, a figure seemed to flash in the darkness and everything quickly calmed down. The newcomer held a flag in his hand and stood at the entrance of the main hall, half of his body already out of the main hall, but he would never be able to take another step. Yang Zhao and Yang Shun's expressions suddenly changed. The cultivator behind them also paled. "He's dead," a blood warrior next to Yang Zhao shouted, his eyes darting around. "It's Ying Jiu's shadow dance. So fast." Yang Zhao's voice filled with horror as he asked in a low voice, "Did you see where Ying Jiu was hiding?" "I didn't see clearly." The blood warrior slowly shook his head. Ying Jiu's assassination and concealment skills are second to none in the Blood Warrior Hall. Even the Hall Master and Vice Hall Master would find it difficult to find him. I couldn't find him. After a pause, he shook his head again. But what puzzles me is, shouldn't Ying Jiu be seriously injured? How could he still display such a powerful attack? His injuries shouldn't have healed, right? Yang Shun asked in shock. One of his subordinates suddenly dying had put him in a bad mood. Impossible. The blood warrior next to Yang Shin also interjected, shaking his head. Chu Gaoyi and Ying Jiu's injuries are very serious. When we saw them this morning, their vitality was still weak. It's impossible for them to have recovered in just a single day. Then it must be his mad tyrant blood skill, Yang Zhao confidently inferred. The two blood warriors who had spoken before also nodded silently, a trace of sadness appearing on their faces. Ying Jiu using his mad tyrant blood skill now was likely the last time he would use it. After tonight, there would be no more Ying Jiu in this world. The blood warriors all had feelings for each other. Although they didn't talk about it openly, they were closer than blood brothers, willing to sacrifice their own life to save the others. In his current state, how long can his mad tyrant blood skill last? Yang Zhao asked. Even though he was reluctant to answer, the blood warrior next to him whispered, "About half an hour, his vitality will be completely overdrawn. Then we wait. We'll wait half an hour." Yang Zhao made up his mind. The mansion fell into a brief period of peace, only Huixing once again sitting back in his armchair, humming an unknown tune while drinking and making merry, his leisurely appearance drawing everyone's attention. Yang Zhao was furious. Time passed slowly, and the feeling of waiting was torturous. After half an hour, Yang Zhao nodded. "It's about time." Yang Shen's spirits rose. A trace of decisiveness appeared on his face as he said, "Brother Qiu, this time let your two Qiu family elders go up as well. I don't believe we can't win back the flag." Qiu Zirua heard this and smiled. "As sixth young lord commands." Saying so, he signaled to the two Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Qiu family elders, and they both stepped forward. Before they could move, though, Qiu Yimeng suddenly said, "Brother, if I were you, I wouldn't play around with their lives. Your decision is too reckless." Qiu Zirua frowned and sneered, "Elder sister, don't try to be mysterious. Yang Kai is destined to be eliminated tonight. You've always been good at reading people. But this time, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. With so many of us here, how can you resist?" "Stubborn fool." Qiu Yimeng shook her head in disappointment and no longer said anything. Yang Shen waited for the siblings to finish speaking before waving his hand. "All of you go up, split up half of you to entangle that Chu Gao Yi, the other half get me the flag." With a series of shuffling sounds, more than a dozen figures flew out. Half of them were Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators, the strongest of which was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage cultivator, while the rest were not weak. Among the dozen or so people, the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage cultivator led 4 or 5 others to surround Chu Gao Yi, who had been standing motionless. None of them made a move and simply surrounded him. Even though they knew that he was seriously injured, these first-class cultivators didn't dare to take the initiative to attack the blood warriors. Chu Gao Yi was like an ancient mountain, standing motionless, only glancing over at them indifferently. The rest of the people rushed to the main hall and rushed towards the man who had just died, wanting to take back the flag in his hand. These masters all had excited looks on their faces, as if victory was already in sight. Ingzhou should have no power to attack at this moment, which meant that this flag would belong to whoever obtained it. Taking back the flag would be a great merit to Yangshin, so what was there to worry about not receiving a reward? 7 or 8 hands reached out to grab the flag. At that moment, a faint light burst out from the darkness and a thin figure suddenly appeared. This person held 2 daggers in his hands that glowed with a dark light. While everyone was excited, a cold light flashed from these daggers. This thin figure blurred and suddenly split into more than a dozen copies, each of them cold and gloomy, each of them decisive in their killing intent. Shadow dance kill. Screams and screams rang out as blood splashed out. How could the masters who had tried to snatch the flag resist the assassination of an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage blood warrior? In a flash, 3 of them were knocked to the ground. The others quickly retreated, but still couldn't avoid the fate of being injured. In an instant, the dust settled. Ingzhou stood alone, holding his daggers, like a ghost in the dark, standing at the entrance of the main hall, reaching out and retrieving the flag from the dead man's hand, tossing it back into the main hall. His figure quickly blurred and disappeared into the air without a trace. He didn't use his mad tyrant blood skill. Yang Zhao's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed. The characteristics of a blood warrior after using his mad tyrant blood skill were very obvious. Their vitality would glow red, but Ingzhou didn't show any such signs. Second brother. Yang Shen's eyes went bloodshot. Just now, he had mistakenly believed in Yang Zhao's judgment, causing his subordinates to suffer heavy casualties. Yang Zhao glanced at him coldly and frowned. Second brother made a mistake in his judgment. Then my losses, ha! Yang Shin also knew that it was unrealistic to ask Yang Zhao to compensate him for his losses, hating himself for not being more cautious and trusting others so easily. Chapter 430. In front of the central hall, Ing Jiu had appeared like a ghost, killing 3 people before quickly disappearing. Yang Shun's subordinates no longer dared to act rashly, all of them turning back one by one, their faces filled with relief as they cast inquiring looks towards Yang Shun. Yang Shun's face was gloomy to the extreme, his stomach full of annoyance, no longer daring to issue orders casually. Yang Zhao, on the other hand, was frowning as he silently cursed. Ing Jiu hadn't used his mad tyrant blood skill, but he was still so fierce. With his current injuries, this shouldn't be the case. Before coming here, Yang Kai had clearly heard that although Ing Jiu was an elite of the Blood Warrior Hall, any Immortal Ascension Boundary 6 stage master would be able to easily defeat him. Had he really fully recovered from his injuries? Or had he used some kind of special method to suppress his injuries? Yang Zhao was confused, secretly speculating, but still couldn't help feeling curious. Looking at Chu Gaoyi again, from beginning to end, he hadn't said a word. His body hadn't moved at all, except for the occasional movement of his eyes. This blood warrior was no different from a corpse. However, even after being surrounded by 4 or 5 people, his expression hadn't changed at all, remaining as indifferent as water. Yang Zhao suddenly felt a headache coming on. Although the strength of the people he and Yang Shin had brought wasn't weak, if they wanted to snatch the flag from under the noses of 2 blood warriors, they would have to take a great risk. The biggest question now was how strong these 2 blood warriors in Yang Kai's house were. If they were just playing tricks, Yang Zhao was confident he could eliminate Yang Kai tonight. But if they weren't, after hesitating for a long time, Yang Zhao coldly snorted and said, "Sixth brother, it seems you can't handle this flag." Yang Shin's face went cold, unable to refute. "Since that's the case, second brother will help you." Yang Zhao stared down and said. Tonight's opportunity was rare. Yang Zhao didn't want to miss it. Even though he knew his decision was somewhat inappropriate, he couldn't help feeling restless. "You can help me, but as for the ownership of the flag..." Yang Shun had suffered a loss this time but had learned his lesson and knew to ask clearly. "We'll talk about it when the time comes." How could Yang Zhao accept a loss? Right now, he didn't know where Yang Kai was, so if he hastily agreed to hand over the flag, he might not be able to obtain anything. Yang Shin frowned, not bothering with Yang Zhao's decision to go back on his word, pondering for a long time before nodding. All right, now that 4 of them had died at once, Yang Shun couldn't wait to win a victory to salvage the situation. "Good. Let's go." Yang Zhao chuckled and waved his hand. Behind him, the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters brought by the Yi families Yi, Xi, and Rou, as well as the 2 elders from the Xiong and Nan families all set out. Yang Shin also signaled to the people he had brought with him. In an instant, the 2 brothers joined forces. More than a dozen mental travel realm experts approached the middle hall. At the same time, there was a group of Yuan Qi cultivators. Hey, let me make things clear first. You guys can go back, but don't drag me in. I'm just here to watch the fun." Huastars shouted and took a few steps back. Chou Yimeng sneered and kicked him in the ass, sending him flying forward while she and Xiang Tianshao took a step forward. The people from the Autumn Rain Hall and Xiang Tianshao suddenly appeared in the surroundings like ghosts. There were quite a few of them, but not many of them were presentable. The high realm experts brought by Yang Zhao and Yang Shun didn't show any fear and quickly approached the middle hall. Chu Gaoyi, who had remained motionless until now, suddenly roared as a violent Yuan Qi burst forth from his body. An invisible shockwave spread out in all directions as his voice rang like thunder in everyone's ears. "If you want to enter the middle hall, you'll have to pass through me first." Full of qi, there was no trace of injury on his face. Yang Zhao and Yang Shun's subordinates had already been alerted by Ing Jiu, who was hiding nearby. So when they heard Chu Gaoyi's roar, It was hard to say which one of them had the worst mental fortitude and actually sent out a ray of light towards Chu Gaoyi. Chu Gaoyi blocked it and grinned. Because of the Blood Warriors' family rules, they were only responsible for passive counterattacks. Before others attacked them, they couldn't take any action. But now that they had been attacked, Chu Gaoyi could naturally act without any scruples. His figure suddenly transformed into a streak of blue light and in the next moment appeared in the middle of a large group of enemies. In the Blood Warrior Hall, Chu Gaoyi was known as the one who dared to risk his life the most. He was most proficient in short bursts of power. In the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, he could release all of his yuan qi and spiritual energy into his body without leaving a single trace behind. During this time, basically no one could withstand his attack. A burst of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye burst out from Chu Gaoyi's mind as a tyrannical soul skill suddenly exploded all around him. Forming a series of hand seals, Chu Gaoyi unleashed a series of exquisite and lethal martial skills. In an instant, everyone was thrown off their feet and thrown into chaos. No one had expected that this blood warrior, who should have been seriously injured, would dare to rush into the crowd and launch an all-out attack without any intention of defending himself. In just 3 breaths of time, someone had fallen to the ground and died while another was sent flying, exploding into a cloud of dust mid-air. Yang Zhao, Yang Xin, Xiang Chu, Nanshang, and Qiu Zirua's eyes suddenly trembled. None of them seemed to have expected that the outbreak of battle this time would be so ferocious. On the other hand, the 2 blood warriors who had followed the 2 Yang family brothers glanced at each other and smiled knowingly. With their eyesight, they naturally saw that Chu Gaoyi had fully recovered from his injuries. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to display such powerful combat strength. How had he recovered? When they saw him during the day, he was obviously the same as before, so how could he have undergone such a huge change in a single day? The 2 blood warriors couldn't understand this. Chu Gaoyi's ferocity and valiance had truly frightened his enemies. After 2 people died, the rest of the blood warriors couldn't help feeling a little nervous, none of them daring to get too close to him. What are you afraid of? With so many people, can't we take down a single blood warrior? Yang Zhao saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and roared angrily. At this point, there was no turning back. Either he didn't do anything or he had no choice. He had already seen that Yang Kai was concealing his strength and biding his time. If he didn't defeat Yang Kai tonight, his youngest brother would definitely become a big enemy in the future, even more terrifying than his eldest brother Yang Wei. He had to get rid of him tonight. Yang Zhao grit his teeth. His shout really had a good effect. Those who had attacked Chu Gaoyi had only been deterred by the blood warrior's name, but after stabilizing their footing, they quickly discovered that the blood warriors weren't invincible. Chu Gaoyi's method of only attacking and not defending had allowed him to force his enemies into a panic, even taking advantage of the opportunity to kill 2 of his blood warriors. But he had also added a lot of scars to his body. What's more, there were too many of them, so they could easily avoid Chu Gaoyi's killing moves. If they cooperated, it was more than enough to kill this powerful blood warrior. Unless he used his Mad Tyrant blood skill, but with no one to support him, he wouldn't have the time to do so. For a time, everyone's morale soared and their courage soared, all of them pushing their martial skills and artifacts to the limit. In the next moment, more than a dozen streaks of light shot out from all directions towards Chu Gaoyi, who was surrounded in the middle. With so many energy beams raining down on him, even if Chu Gaoyi was a blood warrior, he couldn't resist them all, and in an instant, many wounds appeared on his body. However, Chu Gaoyi didn't make a sound and continued to use his yuan qi and soul skills. With this kind of method, the final result would undoubtedly be Chu Gaoyi's death. But Yang Xin and Yang Zhao's subordinates would also lose more than half of their lives. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared at the entrance of the central hall, then back at Yang Zhao and Yang Shun, her thoughts turning sharply. Ying Zhou couldn't come out now, but once he did, either Yang Zhao or Yang Xin would be able to easily take away the flag with the blood warriors. Hiding in the dark was the only way he could become a hindrance to Yang Zhao and Yang Xin, as well as a weapon to deter the enemy. Ying Zhou obviously understood this very well, so even if Chu Gaoyi was surrounded, he remained indifferent. However, if Ing Zhou didn't come out, Chu Gao-yi alone wouldn't be enough to defeat the enemy. This was something Qiu Yimeng also understood. In this situation, guarding the flag wasn't a problem. The biggest key was that the blood warriors couldn't die. Otherwise, Yang Kai's power would be greatly reduced. "Go help!" After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Yimeng shouted. The autumn rain hall's people instantly moved out, and with a wave of Xiang Tianzhao's hand, the Xiang family's cultivators also swarmed in from all directions, Xiang Ergong taking the lead, brandishing his artifact blade as he bravely charged forward. With his strength, he naturally couldn't compete with an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, but among the people brought by Yang Zhao and Yang Shun, it was impossible for all of them to have reached the Immortal Ascension boundary. There were still some who had reached the Yuanqi boundary. These people were Xiang Tianzhao's targets. Killing one was one less. Seeing Xiang Tianzhao rush up, Xiang Chu couldn't help snorting, a trace of contempt flashing across his eyes. His younger brother's aptitude was indeed good, and he was quite popular in the family, but even if he was outstanding, he would never become the patriarch of the Xiang family, because once a battle broke out, he would be the first to rush forward. Which patriarch would take the lead and disregard his own safety? If this were the case, then all the families in this world would probably have to change patriarchs every few days. A patriarch had to act like a patriarch. A patriarch had to sit behind the scenes, coordinate the overall situation, and plan strategies. The one who rushed to the front was a general, not a commander. Staring at the figure of Xiang Tianzhao, Xiang Chu's eyes gradually became gloomy, a cold light flashing across them. "You go too." Qiu Yimeng turned to look at the smiling Huastars. "Me too." Huastar's eyes widened. "What nonsense are you spouting? You're the Hua family's young master. Do you think they'll dare kill you?" Qiu Yimeng shouted, grabbing Huastar's clothes and throwing him into the chaotic battlefield. Huastars let out a strange cry as he fell from the sky like a meteor, smashing into the ground and creating a large crater. Qiu Yimeng sneered, "No one dares to kill you. At most they'll just injure you. Bitch." Huixing Chen's legs were numb for a long time before he gradually regained consciousness. Gritting his teeth, he cursed under his breath before raising his arms and shouting, "Don't call me that. I'll tell you. I am Huixing Chen. I am the sole heir of the Hua family. If anyone dares to touch me, I'll kill them." Chapter 431. Huixing Chen shouted loudly, the name of this central capital wolf young Lord Hua, who among the crowd hadn't heard of him. Hearing him say this, both sides couldn't help rolling their eyes, Yang Zhao and Yang Shun's faces turning black. Huastar's standing on the battlefield was a complete hindrance. Anyone who tried to attack him had to be careful not to touch him. Even the surging Yuanqi had to be careful not to touch him. Otherwise, if they really hurt him with his playful personality, he would definitely settle accounts with them later. At that time, even with Yang Zhao and Yang Shin's protection, those who hurt him would likely not be able to avoid retribution. Of all the people present, only those from the 8 great families were qualified to fight with him and capture him. But the battlefield was so chaotic that Yang Zhao and Yang Shin didn't have the courage to go down personally. Before Huastars could finish speaking, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage cultivator was knocked out of the battlefield by Chu Gao-yi and hit his shoulder. The Hua family young lord was enraged on the spot, raising his hand and slapping this man across the face, cursing, "Fuck! I already said I was Huastars, yet you still don't have eyes. If you hurt me, can you afford to pay for it?" This Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage cultivator had been beaten by Chu Gao-yi to the point where he couldn't even breathe. His qi and blood were tumbling, and after being slapped by Huastars in front of everyone, he had nowhere to vent his resentment and anger. Opening his mouth, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell limply to the ground. He had actually fainted from anger. "Blind fool!" Huastars snorted. Yang Zhao and Yang Shun's expressions became more and more ugly. Huastars' actions were too shameless, except for him. None of the young lords from the central capital 8 great families had the face to do such a thing. The Yi family's Yi Xian Ro's charming face showed a wry smile, while Qiu Zirua also shook his head. Everyone was ashamed to be associated with such a person. On the other hand, Qiu Yimeng stood nearby with a smile, enjoying the Hua family young lord's shameless performance. Huastars shuttled through the chaotic battlefield like there was no one around him. Anyone who saw him would retreat, making Huastars extremely bored. He stood still and scratched his head. Qiu Yimeng, can I come back now? No one wants to fight me. Who would dare to fight with him now that he had said that? He was the only heir of the Hua family, unlike other families who had at least a few descendants who could carry on the family line. Just stand there, Qiu Yimeng replied with a smile, suddenly realizing that this debauchee young lord could play a significant role. No way. Huastar's face immediately turned bitter. Outside, Yi Xian Ro's beautiful eyes turned. She said softly, "Second young master, let me go and capture him." Although Yi Xian Ro's fame wasn't as good as Qiu Yimeng's, she was still a leader of the younger generation of the central capital. Some people even called her and Qiu Yimeng the two delicate flowers of the central capital. On top of that, her own strength wasn't weak. Coupled with a variety of extraordinary artifacts, she was more than capable of exchanging blows with an ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary first stage master. Yes, capture Huastars. She was rather confident. Others didn't dare to move against the Hua family young lord, but that didn't mean the 8 great families wouldn't. Yang Zhao heard this and shook his head, a dignified expression appearing on his face. "You're not his opponent." Yi Xian Ro was stunned for a moment before smiling wryly. "Second young master is looking down on me. Don't just look at my delicate appearance. In fact, I also have some skills." Yang Zhao smiled lightly and said meaningfully, "I naturally know your abilities and I'm not looking down on you. It's just that you're looking down on this young Lord Hua." Yi Xian Ro looked stunned and hesitated. "You mean he?" Yang Zhao chuckled. Before the Yang family young lords returned to the central capital, there were 3 most famous people in the younger generation, and Huastars was ranked 3rd. Do you think he only became famous because of his lust? Xian Ro, you underestimate the heritage of the Hua family too much. Yi Xian Ro's expression became serious and she nodded gently. Second young master's words make sense. Perhaps it's because I don't like this person that I underestimated him. While the 2 of them were talking, Xiang Chu, who was standing next to them, quietly glanced towards one of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters below. This Immortal Ascension Boundary Master understood and quietly left the besieging of Chu Gaoyi's group, intentionally or unintentionally moving towards Xiang Tianshao, who was fighting a peak Yuan Qi cultivator. The battlefield was chaotic, so no one paid attention to such a small detail. Even Xiang Tianshao himself didn't notice. A moment later, this Immortal Ascension Boundary Master arrived not far from Xiang Tianshao, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he sent out a burst of invisible spiritual energy. At that moment, the Hua family young lord, for some unknown reason, staggered a few steps to the left. These few critical steps had allowed him to block Xiang Tianzhao's path. His spiritual energy rushed into the Hua family young lord's mind and exploded. Huastars' body suddenly released a blue halo. This was the soul-type artifact he carried with him, which played a defensive role. Seeing this blue halo, Huastars glanced around suspiciously and happened to meet the eyes of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, who had attacked Xiang Tianshao. Seemingly reacting, Huastars couldn't help grinning. "You actually dared to use a soul skill to attack this young master. Your courage isn't small. Fortunately, this young master has a soul-type artifact on him. Otherwise, wouldn't you have succeeded?" The man didn't expect such a change to occur and was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. Just now, someone had accidentally bumped into Huastars and was slapped in public. Now that he had used a soul skill to attack this young master, how could he have a good end? In an instant, cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he quickly waved his hand and explained, "Young Lord Hua, I didn't mean to." Huastars' expression became fierce as he ground his teeth. "You didn't mean to? Could it be you didn't mean to?" As he spoke, he threw a slap at Zhang Xian. The young master instinctively raised his hand to block Huastars' slap, But after blocking it, he realized that something was wrong, his expression becoming strange and brilliant. Young Lord Hua, Master, can you please not lower yourself to my level? You don't need to say anything. Huastars sneered. You're from the Xiang family, right? If this young master doesn't cripple you today, I'll call you Xiang Stars from now on. Stand there and don't move. How could the young master dare to move? He couldn't wait to directly slap himself unconscious. If he hadn't instinctively blocked that slap just now, allowing Huastars to vent his anger, he probably wouldn't have ended up like this. His mouth was filled with bitterness, as if he had eaten a bitter pill. Huastars turned around and searched the battlefield. He didn't know which corpse he had found a sharp weapon. Waving it a few times, he slowly walked back and stood in front of the young master, his eyes sharp as knives, flashing a cold light as he sized him up. Speak for yourself. Should I chop you to death? Or should I chop you to death? Even if this young master's strength was not bad, at this moment, he couldn't help feeling a little scared. Quickly turning his eyes to Xiang Chu, his eyes filled with pleading. Xiang Chu smiled helplessly, although he was the future heir of the Xiang family. The Xiang family was only a first-class force. How could they be qualified to challenge the Hua family? He didn't dare to provoke a rogue like Huastars. Seeing Xiang Chu's bitter smile, the young master also knew that he would not be able to escape today. So he grit his teeth and said, Young Lord Hua, you decide for yourself. Haha, you have quite the backbone. Huastars was very surprised, seemingly not having expected this young master to not resist at all. Just as he finished speaking, the sharp weapon in his hand flashed a cold light. With a muffled groan, the young master standing in front of Huastars had one of his arms chopped off, blood gushing out like a fountain. Humph, since you still have some backbone, I'll cripple your arm. The young master was in unbearable pain, but he still didn't dare resist, circulating his yuan qi to slow down the flow of blood. His face pale as he grit his teeth and said, Many thanks, young Lord Hua, for not killing me. Huastars casually said, The Xiang family should have one of their arms cut off, and that Nan family should have done the same. If you don't get out of this inheritance war and return home, this young master will cut off all your arms and rename you the One-Arm Xiang family, One-Arm Nan family, wahahaha. Laughing wildly, Xiang Chu and Nan Shang's faces both became extremely pale. Huastars was obviously ridiculing the fact that the four masters from their families had been forced by Yang Kai to cripple their own arms. For both the Xiang and Nan families, this was a great shame. Whether it was Xiang Chu or Nan Shang, both of them couldn't help clenching their fists at this moment. This time, they had followed Yang Zhao to find trouble with Yang Kai, but after fighting for so long, Yang Kai still hadn't appeared. On the contrary, their camp had been completely destroyed by Huastars' shameless methods, even cutting off the arms of some of their masters. This was even more embarrassing than slapping their faces. Second young lord, please uphold justice for us. Xiang Chu grit his teeth and whispered to Yang Zhao, his tone filled with an unforgettable hatred. He was truly enraged. Yang Zhao couldn't help but frown. To be honest, he didn't want to intervene in this battle right now. First of all, Chu Gao-yi was still madly attacking, and the raging energy fluctuations made every corner of the battlefield unsafe. Secondly, Yang Kai still hadn't shown himself, so he didn't know what his little brother, who had been hiding his strength and pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, was planning. However, the Xiang and Nan families were a big help to him. If he didn't do anything at this time, it would only disappoint them. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Zhao nodded. Good. This young lord will meet him personally. Hearing him agree, both Xiang Chu and Nan Shang couldn't help smiling. In the next moment, Yang Zhao and the blood warrior beside him flew into the battlefield. Seeing him personally appear, Huixing quickly converged his unrestrained expression and became dignified, muttering, Second young lord is quite refined. Yang Zhao chuckled, Others don't dare to fight with you, so I'll accompany you. Huixing smiled bitterly. Isn't this the end? Turning back to Chiu Yimeng, he muttered, Beauty, Please find a way to save me. Otherwise, I'll be captured by second young lord. Although I want Yang Kai to lose, I don't want to be caught. That would be too shameful. Xiao Yimeng's body flickered as she sat down firmly in the armchair. A smile on her face as she said, "It's fine. In any case, it doesn't matter whether you're here or not. You can rest assured. How can you be so cruel? A woman's heart is the most poisonous. How could young Lord Hua not understand?" Xiao Yimeng snickered like a viper. Hua Xing suddenly became speechless. Chapter 432. Old Hua, be careful. Yang Zhao chuckled, gently reminding him before slowly lifting his foot and stamping it down. Suddenly, several strange lines appeared on the ground, as if there were giant earthworms wriggling beneath them. A terrifying energy burst forth from below, causing Hua Xingxing's expression to change. Earth Demon Dragon Art. A heaven-grade top-rank martial skill, Yang Zhao was able to clearly demonstrate its extraordinariness. Each of these Earth Fiend dragons was condensed from the soul of a fifth-order monster beast and stored in Yang Zhao's body, allowing him to use them flexibly when facing an enemy, often allowing him to catch them off guard and catch them off guard. Yang Zhao now had a total of 7 Earth Demon Dragons at his disposal. With this move, when facing enemies in the Yuan-Chi realm, he could often defeat them without needing to move. Hua Xingxing's expression became dignified as he quickly retreated, using a mysterious footwork technique. With every step he took, a lotus flower bloomed beneath his feet, blocking and swallowing the Earth Demon Dragons one by one. Moon-concealing lotus steps. Also a heaven-grade top-rank martial skill. This was a perfect match for Yang Zhao's Earth Demon Dragon Art. After retreating a total of 7 steps, Hua Xingxing paused in a panic and glanced over at Yang Zhao, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he chuckled. "Second young master, there's no need to be so ruthless, right? In any case, we've gone to the brothel together. Last time at the Spring Breeze Pavilion, you invited me. Don't talk nonsense." Yang Zhao couldn't help rolling his eyes, immediately coldly snorting, "You really are a wolf in sheep's clothing. What is second young master talking about? I don't understand." "Heh. Since second young master wants to fight, this young master will gladly oblige." Saying so, Hua Xingxing simultaneously released 2 different attribute energies. One was wind, the other was thunder. Wind howled, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. The 2 energies merged into one and condensed into a giant fist that shot towards Yang Zhao. Wind and Thunder Chi Fusion Seal. The Hua family's mysterious grade low-rank martial skill. The 2 forces of wind and thunder fused together, greatly increasing their power. Yang Zhao not only didn't show any signs of panic, but instead maintained a calm expression, not even showing any intention of dodging. Only a calm smile remained on his face. "Capture him." Just as the wind and thunder combined chi seal was about to reach him, Yang Zhao suddenly ordered. Hua Stars' expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Second master, this isn't appropriate, right?" Yang Zhao shrugged his shoulders and chuckled. "Evil people will be dealt with by evil people." While the 2 were talking, the blood warrior beside Yang Zhao had already stepped out. Blood warriors really couldn't take the initiative to attack due to the rules, but now that Hua Stars had attacked Yang Zhao, he could naturally counterattack. Yang Zhao had obviously intended to use his blood warriors to capture Hua Stars from the very beginning, which was why he had not evaded his martial skill. Just now, Stars Hua had used shameless methods to mess up the enemy's camp, but now Yang Zhao was using this almost cheating method to deal with him. The blood warrior simply waved his hand and the wind and thunder forces disappeared. Even if this martial skill was mysterious grade low rank, when displayed by Hua Stars, it couldn't affect the blood warrior in the slightest. After breaking the wind and thunder combined chi seal, the blood warrior didn't hesitate and grabbed towards Hua Stars. Grand Duke Hua's expression was one of shock, as if he hadn't expected Yang Zhao to be as shameless as himself. At that moment, 2 people suddenly appeared from nowhere, both of them wearing black tights. One of them shielded Huixing Chen as he retreated while the other lightly pushed out a palm towards the Blood Warrior. The Blood Warrior's face went cold as his yuan qi surged. With a loud bang, the black-robed man who had been hiding his head and tail was forced back several steps before he was able to stabilize himself. On the other hand, the Blood Warrior's figure remained steady. With just one move, the difference in strength between the two was obvious. The Blood Warrior was undoubtedly stronger, but the two men in black weren't weak either. "There's more help." Yang Zhao's expression sank. He had never expected that there would be so many high school masters hiding in Yang Kai's mansion. Chu Gaoyi alone was enough to pin down most of the people he and Yang Xin had brought. Chu Gaoyi was about to exhaust his yuan qi and spiritual energy, and victory was in sight. But at this critical moment, two masters who were only slightly weaker than the Blood Warrior had appeared. Yang Kai's mansion was equivalent to having 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters. In addition, there was the Qiu family's Autumn Rain Hall, the Xiang family's group, and the Rogue Huastars. On the other hand, although he and Yang Xin's strength wasn't inferior to the other parties, in fact they completely surpassed them, the two Blood Warriors couldn't take the initiative to attack, so there was no hope for them to take this place. Where did his 9th brother get so many helpers? Yang Zhao's eyes went red with envy. Fuck! Huastars stared dumbfoundedly at the two masked men in black, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Yang Zhao didn't know who these two people were, but he was well aware. These two had followed him for so many years that even if Huixing Chen was blind, he would still be able to recognize them. These two fellows, who seemed to be hiding their heads and tails, were clearly his protectors. For a moment, both Yang Zhao and Huastars were stunned. Qiu Yimeng sat in her armchair and laughed happily, as if she had won a big prize. Yang Xin's face was as black as charcoal. The two sides stared at each other for a while, before Yang Zhao grit his teeth and shouted, "Retreat!" If there was no hope of taking over Yang Kai's mansion tonight, what was the point of staying? Yang Zhao was also a decisive person. With a single order, the cultivator who had been besieging Chu Gaoyi jumped out of the battle. Chu Gaoyi, who was covered in blood, gasped for breath, but didn't pursue, simply standing in place and watching the enemy retreat. Xiang Tianzhao's cultivator and the Autumn Rain Hall's people also quickly separated from the enemy. "Sixth young master, are we just going to give up like this?" Qiu Zirua asked somewhat unwillingly. He couldn't wait to defeat Yang Kai and prove his ability, so when he heard Yang Zhao's order to retreat, he was dumbfounded. "What else can we do?" Yang Xun had nowhere to vent his anger, so he simply replied. In tonight's battle, he had lost far more people than Yang Zhao, so his mood was naturally not very good. Saying so, Yang Xin sighed and was about to leave with Yang Zhao when a figure suddenly flew in from outside. A clear voice called out, "If we leave like this, 9th brother will feel a little apologetic, so I'll give 2nd brother and 6th brother a small gift to bring back." As he spoke, an overwhelming sword wave descended from the sky. 9-star sword school's mysterious grade martial skill, 10,000 swords returned to 1. Amidst the sword light, streaks of purple light burst forth as a mysterious and icy soul skill erupted. Tiger roars and ox roars rang out as beast soul skills burst forth. Thousands of sharp blood-red petals fell from the sky like snowflakes, but each one of them was a deadly weapon. These numerous attacks were launched almost simultaneously, enveloping all of the enemies. In an instant, the atmosphere that had just calmed down once again became tense and murderous. "Young master, be careful!" Cries of alarm rang out. The two Blood Warriors took the lead to protect Yang Zhao and Yang Xun while the Xiang family, Nan family, Qiu family, and Yi family's high rankers all rushed to their young master and young lady's sides, activating all kinds of martial skills and artifacts to ensure the safety of their young masters and young ladies. The energy between the heavens and earth suddenly became chaotic as a violent yuan qi raged. After a while, the earth-shattering commotion gradually subsided. Of the people who had come to attack Yang Kai's mansion, 6 or 7 had fallen while the remaining ones wore ugly expressions. Yang Zhao's cold eyes turned towards the star field. Midair, Yang Kai stood with his sword in hand, a smile on his face as he calmly said, "Second brother, sixth brother, good evening. Ninth brother went out and just returned, so I apologize for my lack of hospitality. Between us brothers, I'm sure you won't mind." Yang Zhao's face twitched slightly while Yang Shen screamed, "Ninth brother, you really went out?" Before, when Huastars and Qiu Yimeng said that Yang Kai wasn't at home, he and Yang Zhao didn't believe them, thinking that Yang Kai was afraid of being captured and had gone into hiding. But now that they saw him fly back, they had no choice but to believe it. And Yang Kai nodded. "The night was long, so I went to third brother's house for a bit. I didn't expect you would come tonight. If I had known, I would have stayed to entertain you." Third brother's house. Yang Zhao's eyes narrowed, suddenly realizing his ninth brother's boldness, and couldn't help admiring him. Taking a deep breath, Yang Zhao asked, "How is third brother's situation?" Third brother was defeated. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Fifth brother and seventh brother jointly attacked, but third brother couldn't hold on. It's normal that he couldn't hold on, but little brother Kai, you've greatly exceeded second brother's expectations. Quietly, you've gathered so many people. Second brother admires you. Second brother is too polite. Yang Kai smiled lightly. So, who took third brother's flag and people? Listening to Yang Zhao's question, Yang Shen couldn't help looking over with interest. The news will come out tomorrow. Yang Kai smiled and didn't say anything. Yang Zhao didn't ask again, just nodding lightly and chuckling. Since that's the case, second brother will take his leave. Little brother Kai, the future is long. Next time, second brother will be fully prepared. I hope you won't let me down. I'll try to satisfy you. Let's go! Yang Zhao shouted, leading his people and quickly retreating. Before Xiang Chu and Nanshang left, they couldn't help glancing over at Yang Kai with dread. Last time in Taifang Mountain, Yang Kai had left a deep impression on them. Even though they had been clamoring for revenge, seeing Yang Kai in person at this moment, they couldn't help feeling apprehensive. With Yang Zhao gone, Yang Shen naturally wasn't willing to stay any longer. His subordinates took the corpses of their companions and quickly disappeared into the night. The first night of the Inheritance War came to an end. In the Seal Temple, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, the Supreme Elders from the various great families, all slowly opened their eyes, gradually withdrawing their divine senses, their turbid eyes filled with amazement. When one's strength reached their level, when one reached their age, it was difficult for anything in this world to cause them any kind of emotional fluctuation. But tonight, someone had done just that. Chapter 433. After a moment of silence, a white-haired old man asked in an extremely weak voice, "That northwest corner, which one of the Yang family's children's mansions is it?" Someone hesitated for a moment before replying, "It seems to be the youngest one." Everyone nodded gently, praising, "Since ancient times, heroes have always come from the young." The Yang family's grand elder Yang Li Ting couldn't help laughing, his face filled with pride. Even though he no longer pursued anything in this world and his heart was as calm as still water, after spying on Yang Kai's performance tonight, he couldn't help feeling somewhat relieved, thinking that the Yang family had finally found a worthy successor. The Qiu family's grand elder, Qiu Daoren, nodded. His courage is great and his personal strength is impeccable, but in the Inheritance War, these 2 points alone are not enough to win. I just wonder if he has more helpers. Pay more attention to his performance. This time's Inheritance War seems to be much more exciting than in previous years. Everyone nodded, agreeing with this point of view. The 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Grand Elders were all ancestors of their respective families. Before nightfall, they had already sent out their divine senses to every corner of War City, monitoring the surrounding movements. Yang Kai's actions naturally couldn't escape their perception. However, there was one thing these 8 people couldn't understand. What method did he use to suddenly erupt with such a tyrannical and strange spiritual energy? With his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to possess a divine sense. so the only explanation was that this youngest Yang family young lord had a powerful soul-type artifact on him. This artifact was capable of releasing divine sense pressure, causing others to have illusions. Although all 8 of them showed interest in Yang Kai, that was the extent of it. These 8 old men would not participate in the inheritance war, nor would they interfere with it. If Yang Kai won, they would be happy to see it. If Yang Kai lost, they didn't care, including Yang Liting. They all shared the same thought. Almost immediately after the 8 old men withdrew their ocean-like divine senses, Yang Kai involuntarily let out a sigh of relief, the faint vigilance that had been hanging on his face finally converging. Glancing towards the seal temple, Yang Kai glanced over. He could sense that someone was watching him, and there was more than one person. However, those people's divine senses were so powerful that he was powerless to hide his whereabouts. Thinking of the rumors, Yang Kai quickly understood who was monitoring him. He had to break through to the immortal ascension boundary as soon as possible. With the protection of his knowledge sea and the assistance of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai believed he could conceal himself from the prying eyes of these 8 people. The feeling of being watched was very unpleasant, even though he knew that they wouldn't do anything. Yang Kai would not allow this to continue. He had too many secrets. Yang Kai. Qiu Yimeng was overjoyed as she stood up from her chair and called out. Glancing down, Yang Kai ordered, "Get someone to clean up the corpses and blood here." The corpses on the ground all belonged to their own people. The enemy's corpses had already been taken away by them. The Qiu family's autumn rain hall had lost 6 people, and Xiang Tianxiao had also lost 7 of his men. 13 corpses were laid out in front of the central hall, and the smell of blood filled the air. After he finished speaking, his figure flickered, landing in front of Chu Gaoyi. In this battle, Chu Gaoyi had single-handedly resisted the attacks of nearly 10 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, several of whom were Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th Stage Masters. If he hadn't been so fierce, it would have been difficult to predict what would have happened tonight. But now, Chu Gaoyi's body, which had just recovered, had suffered another heavy blow. His whole body was covered in blood, some from his enemies, some from himself, and some from his own. Subordinate didn't ask little lord to do this. Chu Gaoyi grit his teeth and said, "You've done well." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Receiving this praise, Chu Gaoyi grinned and his burly body began to sway. In the darkness, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was Ying Jiu who appeared and supported Chu Gaoyi, not letting him fall. "Send him back to rest," Yang Kai ordered Ying Jiu. "Yes." Ying Jiu nodded, supporting Chu Gaoyi as they slowly disappeared. Yang Kai then turned to look at the 2 masked men in black, chuckling lightly. "Many thanks for your hard work." The 2 men didn't say a word, simply cupping their fists to Yang Kai before leaving like a whirlwind. Huixing Chun had been staring at them all this time, and even now, his pair of eyes were like locusts gnawing at their backs, his mouth letting out a sinister grin as he sneered. After they left, Huixing turned to look at Yang Kai with a speechless expression, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "You're really something. You even schemed against father here." Yang Kai smiled and gently shook his head. "There's no need for them. This place is safe tonight. At most, you'll be taken away." Good. This young master won't argue with you." Huixing Chun also knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. With Ying Jiu in his peak state hiding nearby, whether it was Yang Zhao or Yang Xin, neither of them dared to act rashly. If the 2 of them could cooperate sincerely and use one of their blood warriors to entangle Ying Jiu while the other went to retrieve the flag, there was a chance they could succeed. But how could they sincerely cooperate? Each of them were rivals. If there was any benefit, then there was no benefit to be gained. Who would be willing to work for another's wedding dress? Yang Kai had obviously considered this point, so he felt relieved and boldly ran out on his own. The people from the Autumn Rain Hall and Xiang Tianxiao were collecting the corpses when Yang Kai swept his eyes around and declared, "This inheritance war is something you all voluntarily participated in. No matter how many of you die, you should be mentally prepared." Hearing this, the people from the Autumn Rain Hall and Xiang family couldn't help frowning. suddenly feeling that this Yang Kai wasn't a good person. Others had come to help him win the inheritance war and had even died here, yet he didn't even say a single word of praise. At the very least, he should have comforted them. So what if you're a young lord of the Yang family? Those who died here weren't animals. They were human lives. His expression becoming cold, Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic and continued, I will remember all those who died here. In the future, I will pay you several times the compensation for your losses. So live and wait. Qiu Yimeng's expression suddenly brightened as she smiled lightly. These words were enough for her. Although the time she had spent with Yang Kai wasn't long, it wasn't short either, and she had never heard him promise anything. A man who didn't always keep his promises was definitely a man who kept his word. For a moment, Qiu Yimeng was full of expectations for the future. She still remembered that Kai Yang had once said that what he needed were allies who would stand firmly by his side when he was in the midst of his most difficult times. He didn't need allies who wanted to get involved with him for their own benefits. But now, all of the people here had taken the initiative to come to his side when he was at his weakest. No matter what the reason was, they had obviously won his approval. In the inheritance war, the earlier you invested your capital, the greater the return you would receive. If you wanted to make friends with someone, you couldn't do so while they were still weak. Once they were strong, there would be no more opportunities. Qiu Yimeng suddenly felt a little lucky that she had made the right choice. This man was really a man who could bring about miracles. After this battle, the mansion was seriously damaged. After the autumn rain haul and the Xiang family people finished collecting the corpses, they immediately threw themselves into the repair work, not even having time to rest. Qiu Yimeng was like a real housekeeper, directing what little strength she had to fill in the holes in Yang Kai's mansion as much as possible. At some point, the Hua family young lord had disappeared, and no one knew where he had gone. Outside Wu City, Hua Xingchan swaggered out, walking straight for 10 kilometers before slowly coming to a stop and shouting, Come out! What are you still hiding for? The next moment, two old men at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage walked out of the darkness and came up to Hua Xing, respectfully calling out, Young master. Hua Xing stared at the two old men with a complicated look on his face, only asking after a long time, Did father ask you to protect me in secret? One of the old men nodded. Yes, old master was afraid that something would happen to you tonight, so he asked us to watch over you in secret. Hua Xing was the only son of the Hua family. Although Hua Zhang hated his son for failing to live up to his expectations and had opposed his choice of Yang Kai as an ally during the day, how could he rest assured that his son would remain in such a dangerous place? Naturally, he had arranged everything so he could feel at ease. Father asked you to protect me in secret. Hua Xing grit his teeth. Don't you understand what that means? Why did you run out here? That Yang Zhao's blood warriors don't have the guts to kill me. At most they'll capture me. But this young master won't lose a single hair. And the two of you actually covered your faces, both of you hiding your faces, making a fool of yourself. This young master will die from anger because of you. Fortunately, you hid your actions well and only exchanged a single blow with the blood warriors, so those people probably couldn't see your origins. Otherwise, wouldn't my Hua family have lost a great deal of face this time? Of the masters sent by the central capital's 8 great families to participate in the inheritance war, except for the Yang family blood warriors, the strongest was no more than an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage master. The Hua family's 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage masters had actually fought. If news of this spread out, they would definitely become a laughingstock. The 2 old men glanced at each other, both of them wearing awkward expressions, the one who spoke first saying, We also have our own difficulties. Difficulties? What kind of difficulties? Let's hear it. Hua Xing squinted at the 2 old men. The 2 old fellows immediately looked embarrassed. Stuttering, they recounted what had happened during the day. As Hua Xing listened, his expression became uglier and uglier, waiting for them to finish before chuckling. 2 pots of wine were enough to buy you? I think you should just go to the Qiu family or the Yang family. My Hua family probably doesn't have that kind of fine wine for you to enjoy. Young master, Please don't be angry. The two old men panicked and quickly said, "The key is that the Cho family's first young lady personally sent us 2 pots of wine. We really couldn't refuse." Huixing curled his lips and glared at them for a moment before gritting his teeth and cursing. "This pair of adulterers is really cunning to the extreme. It's all your fault. You 2 idiots didn't hide well and let others discover your whereabouts." Chapter 434. The 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters from the Hua family both wore awkward expressions, wanting to explain to their young master that it wasn't their fault for not hiding properly, but they simply couldn't bring themselves to do so. Even now, they still didn't understand how they were exposed. This matter was full of mysteries. This time, this young master is finished. He's really going to die without a burial. There's no way to reverse this situation. Huastar sighed and shook his head. What happened? The 2 masters were shocked. They had followed Huastar's for so many years but had never heard him speak such serious words. At first, they thought Huastar's had some kind of abnormality with his body, so how could they not worry? "Young master, if I were to run 10 laps around War City naked, wouldn't you say I'd die?" Huastar's said with a sullen expression. The expressions of the 2 experts suddenly became extremely strange. They secretly thought that although their young master was good at eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling, he had never been raised to have such an indecent hobby since he was young. Glancing at each other, the 2 masters seemed to be imagining a scene of Huastar's running around War City naked, causing all the women in War City to scream. For some reason, both of them couldn't help laughing. Quickly restraining their expressions, one of them asked, "Young master, what happened? How could you, do that? Did someone force you?" "No one forced me. It's just that this young master made a bet with that bastard Yang Kai on impulse during the day." Thinking back to the day's bet, Stars Hu gritted his teeth angrily. That bastard Yang Kai clearly had a plan in mind. Thinking that he wouldn't be able to resist tonight, he had actually been attracted by a golden feather eagle and excitedly agreed to his bet. At that time, he had thought that this fool was a bit whimsical, but now it seemed that the fool wasn't Yang Kai, but himself. After briefly explaining the bet during the day, the 2 masters from the Hua family suddenly became speechless. They both knew their young master's character. Huixing Chen's reputation in the outside world was quite bad. He was known for being unrestrained and unrestrained, but when such a person made a promise, he would absolutely abide by it. In other words, this person's gambling character was quite good. He was indeed a rogue. However, he had never regretted gambling with others. From the beginning, he didn't have enough silver. Directly mortgaging the profound light gang to Yang Kai could be seen from this point. He was a very conceited person who didn't like owing people things, including bets and favors. Since he had made a bet, now he had lost. Now he would really be forced to run 10 laps around War City. The 2 powerhouses of the Hua family could almost predict that when this news reached the Hua family, Old Master Huazhang would be so angry that he would bleed from all 7 orifices and die. "Young masters, let's hear it." Huastar's Hua, without a care for his image, he sat down on a large rock and cast a sidelong glance at the 2 men. Young's young master, S's young master. "Young master, I don't think that young Lord Yang Kai really wants you to run 10 laps around War City naked. Young master, you are an ally of his, so he should give you some face. You might as well explain it to him directly. He will probably do you a favor and turn the big problem into a small one, and the small problem into nothing." "Nonsense!" Huastar's was snorted. "Although this young master hasn't spent much time with him, I'm quite clear about his temperament. This bastard is ruthless and ruthless, even more difficult to deal with than this young master. If I don't do something, he'll definitely force me to run 10 laps. Perhaps he's already looking for me right now." As he spoke, he ground his teeth. Damn, this bastard's personal strength is extraordinary. If not for that, this young master would have directly beaten him to vent his anger. Thinking back to the scene of that night and thinking back to how he had defeated Xiang Tianshao in a single move, Huastars who couldn't help feeling a little resentful. Both of them were young lords from the 8 great families, so how could he be so strong? What does young master want to do? One of them heard Huastars' words and couldn't help asking. I don't know, that's why I'm asking you. Huastars acted like a hands-off boss. The man pondered for a moment before slowly saying, in any case, young master has already declared himself an ally of young Lord Yang Kai. Although the old master opposes it, it's useless. What's more, Yang Kai's house seems to be lacking both manpower and supplies. Our Hua family has a lot of financial resources. It's better to ask the old master for some manpower and supplies. This way, I'm afraid young Lord Yang Kai won't pursue the matter of your bet. Hearing this, Hua Xingchen grinned meaningfully and pointed to the master. You're the one who said that. This young master didn't say anything. When we get home, if my father asks, you'll report it truthfully. The master couldn't help being stunned and immediately smiled bitterly, understanding that Huastars had long since planned this and was just trying to induce him to speak up. In this way, if Huazhang asked, he would have a reason to explain. Huazhang was annoyed with his son's reckless actions and didn't give him any power to mobilize. But if these two masters acted as lobbyists, perhaps he could really mobilize manpower and supplies from the Hua family. Good, let's go home. We need to finish this matter before the sun comes out. Lest that bastard say this young master goes back on his word and doesn't keep his word. Huastars crossed his arms behind his back and swaggered back towards the central capital. The 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters following closely behind him. From an angle where no one could see, Stars' expression became dignified and serious, no longer showing any of his previous arrogance. In tonight's battle, everyone had only been amazed by the powerful defensive capabilities of the 2 blood warriors, but they had also been distracted by their own shameless actions. It seemed that no one had time to think about how the 2 blood warriors had managed to restore themselves to their peak in just a single day. Huastars admitted that he had underestimated Yang Kai. Before nightfall, he really thought that Yang Kai would definitely lose tonight. Even if he guessed that he had some kind of trump card up his sleeve, he wouldn't be able to reverse the situation. However, he really hadn't expected that Yang Kai would be able to easily defend his mansion and even run around on his own. This Yang family little lord was really interesting. Not only him, but all the other young lords of the Yang family were also not easy to provoke. His original intention was just to play around in this inheritance war to pass the time, but now Huastars was faintly looking forward to seeing what the final outcome of this inheritance war would be. He wanted to see whether Yang Kai would win or lose. With a deep look in his eyes, Stars considered many things on his way home. On the first night of the inheritance war, there were a total of 2 battles, one at the 3rd brother Yang Tai's house and the other at the 9th brother Yang Kai's house. The final outcome of these 2 battles had greatly shocked the crowd. Similarly, in both of these battles, there was a single person who was entangled in them, Yang Kai. In the battle at the 3rd brother Yang Tai's house, at the last moment, both the flag and the person had been snatched away by Yang Kai, but his own house, without him guarding it, had actually been perfectly defended. This was simply incredible. No one who heard these 2 pieces of news was willing to believe it, and after many inquiries, they were able to confirm that the news was true. At the same time, another bombshell was thrown out. This Yang Kai not only had Stars Hua as an ally, but even the Chiu family's Chiu Yimeng had temporarily left her family and become his helper. Stars Hua was a useless young lord, so it was understandable that he didn't have a good eye for talent. But why was Chiu Yimeng willing to temporarily leave her family to help him? The Chiu family's first young lady's name was extremely resounding, and she had always been known for her sharp eyes. So Chiu Yimeng's actions made many people think. All of a sudden, Yang Kai had gone from being completely ignored to a Yang family young lord with the support of 2 young lords and young ladies from the 8 great families. Not only did this shock the entire war city, but even the entire central capital began to spread Yang Kai's name. Yang Kai's fame was currently unparalleled. The moon was hidden, and the sun was rising. In the courtyard, Yang Kai was practicing his unyielding golden skeleton secret art when Chiu Yimeng walked over with a tired face. She had barely slept all night, and after cleaning up the aftermath of yesterday's battle, she had been busy until now. Standing 10 meters away from him, Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes revealed a suspicious look. She had seen Yang Kai use this set of martial arts before, so she was naturally familiar with it now. However, no matter how she looked at it, she couldn't see what was so profound about this set of martial arts. It seemed like she could also use it easily. She didn't know why Yang Kai was so fond of this set of martial arts, and why he always chose to use it at sunrise. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked softly. "Your cousin is here." Qiu Yimeng rubbed her forehead and replied, "That fat man? And that fat man. Let him find a place to live. I'll go find him later." Qiu Yimeng nodded, walking a few steps before turning back and saying, "I forgot to tell you. Today you'd better set aside some time." "What for?" "There will probably be a lot of people coming to join you." "I don't know any of them." Yang Kai frowned, still performing his martial arts unhurriedly. Today there were people coming to seek refuge. It must be because the news of last night had spread out. Although during the day yesterday, many forces had already chosen allies at the south gate of the central capital, but even more forces were secretly observing, waiting to see the performance of the various young lords last night before making a decision. Yang Kai's performance last night was too eye-catching, so it wasn't surprising that there would be people coming to join him. Listening to Yang Kai's answer, Qiu Yimeng didn't refute it, instead gently nodding, "Good. If people we don't know come, I'm afraid they're only here for benefits." She thoroughly understood Yang Kai's character. He was someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Now that the relationship between them had eased a bit, how could Qiu Yimeng oppose him and make him hate her? Nodding, she went back to her work. Half an hour later, Yang Kai finished his work, his bones crackling with joy. The unyielding golden skeleton body secret art he still hadn't been able to fully display. This seemingly ordinary set of martial arts actually contained the essence of the martial Tao. The more he used it, the greater the pressure he would have to bear. With Yang Kai's current cultivation, he could only display half of it at most. He estimated that he would need to reach the above immortal ascension boundary at least to be able to fully display the unyielding golden skeleton body secret art. Chapter 435. In a side hall of Yang Kai's mansion, Dong Qinghan was sipping tea, recalling some of the things the Wind and Cloud brothers had told him after they returned last night, the shock in his heart still not completely subsiding. Although he was not present at the time, through the description of the Wind and Cloud brothers, Dong Qinghan still realized how terrifying Yang Kai was. His cousin's growth these past few years was like a divine blessing. Dong Qinghan couldn't help feeling a little envious. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai came out sweating profusely. Dong Qinghan didn't blame him for putting on airs. After all, he had beaten him many times when he was a child. When Dong Qinghan saw Yang Kai, he was closer than a real brother, so naturally he didn't think too much about it. "You little brat." Dong Qinghan didn't get up, just stared at Yang Kai playfully. "You've got some skill. You didn't waste me lending the Wind and Cloud brothers to you for half a night." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "If I don't have a diamond, I won't take on porcelain work. Last night I worked hard for the two seniors." Towards Feng Yun and Feng Yun, Kai Yang also respected them, not only because they were his cousin's guardians, but also because before High Heaven Pavilion's disaster, Feng Yun had traveled thousands of miles alone to deliver a message, giving the hundreds of people from High Heaven Pavilion some time to evacuate ahead of time. If the Wind Guard hadn't arrived in time, High Heaven Pavilion may have suffered some losses. If that had happened, his relationship with Qiu Yimeng would have been irreconcilable. The Wind Guard smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Old Yun and I just want to take a look around. We didn't contribute much. The one with real skill is young Lord Kai." The Cloud Guard also nodded silently. When the two old men looked at Yang Kai again, they couldn't help admiring him. There was no other young man who could amaze them like this. Their own young lord was considered good among the younger generation, but compared to this young master, he was still far from enough. Even Feng Yun didn't know to what extent a person like Yang Kai could grow. This time, I brought 30 people with me to help you. In addition to the Wind and Cloud brothers, there are 5 immortal ascension boundary masters, and the rest are all Yuan Qi cultivators, the lowest of which is Yuan Qi 5th stage. Dong Qinghan's expression changed. In addition, my father asked me to bring some supplies, most of which are finished pills and some raw materials. There are quite a few of them. Yang Kai nodded silently and said with a smile, "Thank you, uncle." The Dong family was Dong Suju's maternal family, and Yang Kai was Dong Suju's son. As a first-class force, the Dong family was able to send so many immortal ascension boundary masters. Moreover, he even had the materials to bring along with him, which was already very good. After all, before this, Yang Kai's chances of winning the inheritance war were almost nil. There was no hope at all. These people from the Dong clan must have been mentally prepared to sacrifice all of them. The loss of this group of people, in particular, the loss of a Heaven's Gate Realm Master, was a heavy blow to the Dong family. Yang Kai knew what the Dong family had done for him. "I've already handed over everything to your steward." Dong Qinghan smiled, his slightly obese face filled with a wretched expression. "You mean Qiu Yimeng?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Who else could it be? Little brat, not only are you proud on the battlefield, but you're also proud of your love life. You're really something," Dong Qinghan said enviously. "Moreover, I heard from my little sister that there seems to be a pure and beautiful woman who misses you day and night." Dong Qinghan's words were filled with envy. Even though he was the young lord of a first-class family, it was difficult for him to compare to Yang Kai's luck. Yang Kai's brow twitched, and just as he was about to ask, Qiu Yimeng walked in from the outside and smiled. "What are you two brothers talking about? Why do I seem to hear you speak ill of me?" "I wouldn't dare." Dong Qinghan quickly got up from his chair. In front of Yang Kai, he could act as he pleased. After all, they were cousins, and in terms of closeness, he was closer than any of Yang Kai's cousins. But in front of Qiu Yimeng, Dong Qinghan didn't dare act rudely. Yang Kai chuckled, but before he could answer, his eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the woman next to Qiu Yimeng, his brow furrowing slightly. This was a rare beauty. Her beautiful black hair flowed down like a waterfall, her arched eyebrows, a pair of starry eyes that could captivate souls, a delicate nose, pink cheeks that were slightly flushed, and 2 cherry lips that were dripping with water. Her oval face was as beautiful as a flower, and her skin was as white as snow. Her figure was absolutely beautiful, and she was charming and affectionate, pleasing to the eye. This beauty's figure, appearance, and temperament were all comparable to Qiu Yimeng's. However, if someone who didn't know her saw her for the first time, they would definitely not be attracted by her beautiful face, but rather by her pair of full breasts. This pair of jade peaks was a rare sight, almost bursting out of her clothes, trembling with elasticity. Next was her waist, which was as soft as a water snake, as if it had no bones, and her round buttocks seemed to ripple as she walked. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but stare at this pair of soft breasts for a while. Qiu Yimeng saw this and lightly snorted, straightening her back. Sniffing his nose, Yang Kai's eyes shifted upwards, just in time to meet the woman's pair of watery eyes. There seemed to be a mix of joy, regret, excitement, embarrassment, and a variety of other emotions. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth rose slightly, and the woman also pursed her lips into a smile. "Yang Kai, do you remember this girl?" Dong Qinghan asked with a smile. "Naturally I remember." Yang Kai nodded, turning to the woman and saying, "Senior Sister Lan, long time no see. Since we last met, it's been 3 or 4 years. The woman converged the complex look in her eyes and calmly replied. This woman was none other than Lan Chudai from High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai had bought 2 Yang Attribute Spirit Grass seeds from her, and later, when they entered the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, he had teamed up with her. However, inside the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, Yang Kai and the senior sister had some disagreements, so they parted ways. Later, when the first-class forces heard that the Heaven's Cave Inheritance had appeared near High Heaven Pavilion, many of their disciples had obtained benefits from it, so they tried to poach her. At that time, Lan Chudai was poached by Dong Qinghan into the Dong family. If it were up to me, we should go out tonight and eliminate your eighth brother. Your ambition isn't small. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. I admit what you said makes sense, but I won't attack my eighth brother. Why? Qiu Yimeng asked suspiciously. If we miss these few days, we may not have such a good opportunity in the future. Dong Qinghan also nodded seriously. Young Lady Qiu is right. I also think we should go out tonight. He hadn't been able to participate in last night's battle, so naturally he couldn't wait to stir up some trouble. Haven't you figured out the rules of the inheritance war yet? If you can defeat my eighth brother, then you will have a chance to grasp his strength. With such a good opportunity, why hesitate? Qiu Yimeng couldn't understand. If she were in Yang Kai's shoes, there was no need to think too much. Tonight, she would strike while the iron was hot and turn the world upside down, making her name even more resounding. So when she heard Yang Kai refuse her proposal, she was a little confused. Chapter 436. In the side hall, not only was Qiu Yimeng puzzled, everyone else also didn't understand why Yang Kai didn't take advantage of the situation to attack. Now, he should have the qualifications to attack Yang Quan. Could it be that at this time you still care about your brotherly feelings? Qiu Yimeng sneered. Don't forget, last night you were attacked by two brothers. When did they care about you? Your Yang family's inheritance war, to put it bluntly, is a survival of the fittest, using the blood and bones of the other family's cultivator to pave your road to fame. Yang Kai frowned. Although he admitted that what Qiu Yimeng said was true, he still didn't say anything. Qiu Yimeng didn't seem to notice his expression and continued. What's more, even if you don't attack Yang Quan, someone else will sooner or later. Instead of letting others take advantage of this piece of fat, it's better to grasp it in your own hands now. Junior brother, there should be a reason for doing this, right? Lan Chudai suddenly spoke, her beautiful eyes flashing a soft light of understanding. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling a bit uncomfortable as she snorted. What reason? Think about it yourself, your young lady Qiu is so smart. Naturally you can figure it out. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Qiu Yimeng stared at him, her slightly fluctuating mood suddenly calming down. The reason why her tone had been so harsh was because no matter what she suggested, Yang Kai had never accepted it. She couldn't help but feel discouraged. Secondly, it was because Yang Kai had just glanced at Lan Chudi's chest, which made her feel very uncomfortable. This young lady also has one. It's just not that big. Qiu Yimeng was a smart person. She was intelligent and naturally had her own way of thinking about things. After calming down, her thoughts quickly turned, trying to figure out why Yang Kai hadn't attacked. Dong Qinghan saw the slightly tense atmosphere and didn't dare to interrupt, only remaining silent and pretending to be deaf and mute. Inside the side hall, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a while, Qiu Yimeng's eyes lit up and she raised her head. Looking towards Yang Kai with a look of understanding, she smiled and said, I understand. Since you know, don't suggest it again. Yang Kai nodded. And I won't order you around in the future. It's like showing off in front of an expert. Qiu Yimeng spat disdainfully. Good girl, it's better for women to be obedient. Yang Kai gave her a you're quite sensible look. Dong Qinghan had just taken a sip of water, but when he heard these words, he almost spat it out, coughing uncontrollably as his admiration for Yang Kai deepened. Who would dare to say such words to Qiu Yimeng? None of the young lords of the central capital's 8 great families had the courage, nor the qualifications to do so. Only his own cousin dared. How bold! But the Qiu family's eldest young miss actually didn't refute. Lan Chudai listened to the conversation in a daze, but she was too embarrassed to ask. He still couldn't figure out the deeper meaning behind it. On the other hand, Elders Feng and Yun nodded in agreement after a moment of contemplation. Can I ask? Dong Qinghan's curiosity was piqued. What kind of riddles are you playing at? Qiu Meng chuckled lightly and turned to the wind and clouds. If two seniors have guessed correctly, please share it with young Master Dong. Don't make your young master anxious. The elders Feng and Yun glanced at each other before the wind guard lightly coughed and said, "These two old men can only see one reason. If there is anything wrong with what we said, we hope young Master Kai and young Lady Qiu can point it out." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Young Master Kai is now in the limelight. Of the remaining 7 young lords, no one can match him." On the surface, it is indeed a good time for him to take advantage of the situation. The other young lords all suffered heavy losses last night and have no time or mood to pay attention to others. As for the eldest young lord Yang Wei, since he didn't take action last night, it is obviously because of his status as the eldest young lord. This time, if young Master Kai were to attack Yang Quan's mansion, with young Master Yang Wei's temperament, he wouldn't act in secret. At most, he would join forces with young Master Kai and share the benefits. But if young Master Kai really did this, he would have defeated 2 Yang family young lords in a row. As a result, his reputation would naturally become even more resounding, but that resounding reputation would also push him into the limelight. The other 5 young lords would definitely regard young Master Kai as their biggest enemy, perhaps forcing them to join forces to suppress him. The wind guard's face was filled with horror as he quickly said, "The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind." Listening to him, Dong Qinghan and Lan Chu-dai couldn't help but suddenly understand why Yang Kai didn't agree with Qiu Meng's proposal. The wind guard's analysis was meticulous, and it was indeed very possible. No, it was definitely going to happen. If the other Yang family young lords were really forced to join forces, Yang Kai's days would not be easy. Being in the limelight once was enough. Doing it twice would only be counterproductive. For a moment, Dong Qinghan couldn't help secretly rejoicing that he had not been born in the Yang family. If he had been born in the Yang family, with such a sinister character as Yang Kai as his opponent, he was afraid he wouldn't even know how he had been defeated. The wind guard slowly shook his head. "This is the only reason this old man can see, but I think young Master Kai must have other reasons. Can young Master Kai explain to this old man? Is this reason not enough?" Dong Qinghan was stunned. This reason alone was enough to make Yang Kai stay put. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "There are indeed other reasons, but I can't say for now. If I say it now, it will only make people think I am too arrogant. You'll understand in a few days." The wind guard nodded gently. "Since young Master Kai has some difficulties, there is no need to force him. Let us wait and see." Qiu Meng sighed. "I can't understand you more and more." Even she couldn't figure out the second reason why Yang Kai didn't attack, and she didn't know if he had a third reason. As the group was talking, Xiang Tianshao walked in with a serious expression, cupping his fists and saying, "Young Master Kai, someone has come to join us. Didn't I say I didn't want anyone I didn't know?" Yang Kai frowned. "The person who came said he knew you." Xiang Tianshao replied. "Which family?" Yang Kai suddenly felt a little surprised. "The Lu family." Yang Kai and Qiu Meng glanced at each other and smiled, both of them knowing that Lu Liang had sent someone. "Since they've come, let them come in." Yang Kai ordered, not giving face to the monk but the Buddha. The Lu family had definitely come to deliver gifts. Xiang Tianshao nodded and went out to greet them. After a while, Lu Song led 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters into the hall. Lu Song really didn't want to give the materials he had brought to Yang Kai. In his mind, Yang Kai was definitely a treacherous and cunning person. Otherwise, why would he try to extort his Lu family's wealth? He had never seen such a shameless person before. If possible, Lu Song would have taken this batch of materials to one of the other Yang family young lords. But after Yang Kai's bizarre performance last night spread out, Lu Song suddenly realized that it was impossible not to deliver these things. Lu Liang had ordered that no matter how Yang Kai's performance in the inheritance war was, these things had to be given to him. What's more, Yang Kai's performance was not ordinary. If this batch of materials was privately handed over to someone else, he would definitely be punished when he returned home. This time, not only did he have to deliver gifts, but he also had to bring people to act as a hired thug for Yang Kai. Lu Song couldn't help feeling disgusted. The Lu family had dispatched a lot of people this time, 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters to act as Lu Song's protectors, 1 Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage, 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage, and 20 Yuan Qi cultivators. With such a force, no matter which young lord they chose to rely on, they would definitely be welcomed into his mansion. But this Yang Kai was too arrogant, actually allowing his subordinates to lead him in without even bothering to greet him. Lu Song was annoyed. When he walked in, his expression was calm, but after seeing Qiu Yimeng, he quickly stepped forward and said, "Lu Song greets cousin." Qiu Yimeng gently nodded. You've worked hard." Lu Song smiled. "It's not hard. I just came to deliver some things. It's nothing." Saying so, he swept his eyes over the crowd and asked, "Which one of you is young Lord Kai?" Yang Kai nodded. "I am." Lu Song's eyes swept over, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he chuckled. "Greetings, young Lord Kai. This Lu Song has long been looking forward to meeting you." When Qiu Yimeng heard these words, her brow couldn't help wrinkling slightly. Lu Song's tone was slightly provocative. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, not caring much about it, simply saying, "Patriarch Lu must have spent a lot of money." Yang Kai had just blackmailed Lu Liang, so it would be strange if this young Lord Lu's mood was good. So Yang Kai didn't bother arguing with him. After all, what he had done was a bit unkind, but there was a reason for it. Lu Song hadn't expected Yang Kai's reaction to be so calm, so he didn't dare show any disdain, simply saying, "Before I came here, my father ordered me to deliver these things to young Lord Kai. The people I brought are at young Lord Kai's disposal. I hope they can help young Lord Kai in the inheritance war." "And I understand." Yang Kai nodded. "Since that's the case, you can do as you please. The mansion is quite large. Have Qiu Yimeng arrange a courtyard for you to rest in. If there's anything you need, I'll call for you." Regarding the change in attitude of the Lu family's patriarch, Lu Liang, Yang Kai didn't show any surprise, but he didn't care much about this group of people from the Lu family. If he hadn't guessed wrong, Lu Song's group should have arrived in War City a long time ago. They hadn't shown up yesterday and only arrived today, apparently waiting to see if he would be eliminated last night. Whether this guess was correct or not, Yang Kai would have to ask the Bamboo Knot Gang about it. For such late allies, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't treat them the same as the Dong family and Qiu Yimeng. Qiu Yimeng smiled and was about to arrange for Lu Song's group when Xiang Tianxiao suddenly ran in and said, "Young Lord Kai. Someone else?" "Who?" "Purple Fern Valley." Qiu Yimeng's eyes lit up as she said in surprise, "It's Xiao Man." As she spoke, she hurried over to Kai Yang and whispered, "It's not that Xiao Man didn't want to help you yesterday, but you also know that Xiao Man is just a girl. Although she has some status in Purple Fern Valley, she doesn't have the right to make decisions. For her to be able to bring people here today, she must have spent a lot of effort. You should thank her properly." Chapter 437. Luo Xiaoman and Qiu Yimeng's situation was quite similar. Both of them were women and had high status in their respective forces, but because they were women, they often felt helpless. "I understand." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Let's go out and greet them." Hearing him say this, Qiu Yimeng suddenly smiled. "Seems you still have some conscience." Standing up, Yang Kai led the group out. Before leaving, Qiu Yimeng turned to Lu Song and said, "You wait here for a moment. I'll arrange everything for you later." Lu Song nodded indifferently, feeling a sense of contempt in his heart. After all, when he had just arrived, Yang Kai had not gone out to greet him. Outside the mansion, the group from Purple Fern Valley, led by Luo Xiaoman, waited quietly. A moment later, Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng walked out together, followed by Dong Qinghan and Lan Chu Dai. "Elder sister Qiu." When Luo Xiaoman saw Qiu Yimeng, she called out happily, and was about to rush forward. But when she saw Yang Kai standing right next to her, she immediately stopped and shrank her neck, becoming extremely timid. Her fear of Yang Kai had penetrated deep into her soul. She didn't know why, but as long as she saw Yang Kai, or even thought about him, Luo Xiaoman would become afraid. This time, if it weren't for Qiu Yimeng, she wouldn't have had the courage to choose to stand on Yang Kai's side. Xiaoman Qiu Yimeng knew that she was timid and quickly stepped forward to hold her hand, comforting her for a while. Yang Kai glanced at her with a smile and then at Lan Chudai, who was following behind Dong Qinghan. Surprisingly, he found that these two women had one thing in common. Both of them had a pair of proud breasts. Both women were not tall. They could even be described as petite and exquisite, but their chests were extraordinarily large. After looking at them for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and couldn't help feeling a little dizzy. Lan Chudai took in his unscrupulous gaze and blushed slightly. Purple Fern Valley's Fan Hong. Greetings, young Lord Kai. A young man from the Purple Fern Valley crowd stepped forward and cupped his fists with a smile. Brother Fan is not an outsider. There's no need to be so formal. Yang Kai laughed. Fan Hong smiled bitterly. Last time at High Heaven Pavilion, if young Lord Kai was offended in any way, I hope young Lord Kai won't take offense. Fan Hong is here to apologize. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. His attitude also became much more amiable, and he laughed heartily. It is my honor that Brother Fan is willing to help me. Everything that happened in the past is just a passing cloud, and I have long forgotten about it. Last time in High Heaven Pavilion, the Dong family's Dong Qinghan, the Bai family's Bai Yunfeng, and this Fan Hong from Purple Fern Valley had joined forces to poach people from other sects. Later, they met Yang Kai and learned that he had a set of mysterious grade martial skills. All of them were moved, and each of them wanted to buy the black-level martial skill from Yang Kai. Dong Qinghan knew Yang Kai's details, but Bai Yunfeng didn't. So after offending Yang Kai, Bai Yunfeng ended up dying in the ash-gray cloud Evil Land Spider Mother's lair. At that time, Fan Hong's attitude towards Yang Kai wasn't very good, but at least he didn't bully others like Bai Yunfeng, so Yang Kai didn't hold any grudges. Hearing him say this, Fan Hong suddenly smiled and thanked him profusely. Let's go in and have some tea, we'll talk while we drink. Yang Kai warmly said. The people from Purple Fern Valley weren't many, but they weren't few either. In terms of strength, they weren't much different from the people brought by the Lu family. Since the Inheritance War was a stage for the younger generation, these people naturally followed Fan Hong and Luo Xiaoman's lead. However, Luo Xiaoman and Qiu Yimeng had always been inseparable, so Yang Kai guessed that the people from Purple Fern Valley would probably follow Luo Xiaoman's orders, which was equivalent to following Qiu Yimeng's instructions. This meant that they could truly become his helpers. Yang Kai's thoughts quickly turned, and he quickly set the people from Purple Fern Valley in his mind. Arriving at the main hall, Yang Kai introduced the young lords and young ladies of the various forces one by one. After exchanging some pleasantries, everyone took their seats. Lu Song's expression wasn't very good, but when he saw Yang Kai go out to greet Luo Xiaoman, a look of understanding suddenly appeared in his eyes and the anger in his heart subsided. Since ancient times, heroes loved beautiful women. Now that such a beautiful young woman had come to seek refuge, Yang Kai taking the initiative to greet her was understandable. A pair of shifty eyes swept over Luo Xiaoman and Lan Chudai, secretly comparing which of them had more capital. Luo Xiaoman was originally a mischievous girl, but after going to the ash-gray cloud Evil Land, her temperament had changed greatly, her courage becoming smaller than a mouse's. Being stared at by Lu Song like this, she suddenly felt a little uneasy and couldn't help hiding behind Qiu Yimeng. On the other hand, Lan Chudai gracefully stood next to Dong Qinghan, her pair of beautiful eyes staring back at Lu Song without the slightest trace of fear, a cold smile appearing on her face. Lu Song immediately restrained himself. Although Yang Kai was talking to Fan Hong and Dong Qinghan, he was also observing the expressions of everyone in the hall. Noticing Lu Song's awkwardness, he couldn't help sneering in his heart. Senior Sister Lan was not a person to be trifled with. She was a strong person, so how could she allow others to take advantage of her without reacting? Before they could exchange a few words though, Xiang Tianxiao, the errand boy, actually walked in again. Before he could speak, Yang Kai asked, "Who is it this time?" "It's a young man and woman. Their strength is probably around Yuan Qi 7th stage." Xiang Tianxiao replied meticulously, "They say they are old acquaintances of young Lord Kai. One is called Chan Xue Shu and the other is called Su Xiaoyu." "Them?" Yang Kai looked surprised. "You know them?" Qiu Yimeng asked in surprise. "And I know them." Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile. "I met them one time when I was out for life experience. They were a pair of brother and sister from Reflecting Moon Sect." Reflecting Moon Sect. Qiu Yimeng frowned. "If I remember correctly, this Reflecting Moon Sect should be just a second-class sect." "Is a second-class sect?" Yang Kai nodded. Xiang Tianxiao then asked, "Young Lord Kai, they're only two people and don't seem to have a master accompanying them. What do you think we should do?" "Only two young cultivators around Yuan Qi 7th stage wouldn't be able to play a role in the inheritance war." If one wanted to participate in the inheritance war, all the great forces in the world would either send a large number of people to assist or provide supplies. It was impossible for them to only send two weak young cultivators to help. Xiang Tianzhao's question was obviously because he thought Chan Xue Shu and Su Xiaoyu wanted to use old acquaintances as an excuse to climb up the great tree known as Yang Kai. Xiang Tianxiao quite despised such people who tried to climb up the social ladder. Yang Kai, even if they're old acquaintances, if they have bad intentions, you should know how to refuse. As his cousin, Dong Qinghan felt that he had an obligation to remind him. If he really did so, it would only disappoint other allies who had brought people and supplies. After all, after the inheritance war was won, this Reflecting Moon Sect would also want a share of the spoils. However, if they were sincere in coming to help, even if they were few in number and had low strength, it wouldn't matter, at least it was their good intentions. "They won't." Yang Kai shook his head, got up and straightened his clothes. "Wait a moment, I'll go out and greet them myself." Qiu Yimeng stared blankly, not understanding why Yang Kai would treat a second-class sect so seriously. Even when he had just greeted the people from Purple Fern Valley, he hadn't been so happy. After pondering for a moment, Qiu Yimeng chuckled. Turning her head to look at Lu Song, she found that the Lu family young master's expression had become quite ugly. Frowning, Qiu Yimeng knew that he was resentful because of Yang Kai's preferential treatment and couldn't help secretly sighing. Lu Liang sending his son to participate in the inheritance war this time was likely to ruin their plans. Qiu Yimeng hadn't had much contact with this Lu family young master, so she didn't know what his character was like before, but now it seemed that this cousin of hers wasn't enough to accomplish anything great. Suddenly smiling, Qiu Yimeng said, "Lu Song, don't think too much about it. Since those two people are Yang Kai's acquaintances, there's nothing wrong with him going out to greet them. Later, when they come in, we'll just send them away. I'm afraid they don't have the qualifications to stay here." Dong Qinghan couldn't help glancing over at Qiu Yimeng with some surprise, seemingly not having expected this young lady Qiu to be so narrow-minded. Lu Song was secretly annoyed, but when he heard Qiu Yimeng say this, he suddenly smiled, thinking that Qiu Yimeng was supporting him, quickly nodding. "What cousin says is right. Which one of us here isn't from a first-class force? That Reflecting Moon Sect is quite interesting. A trivial second-class sect actually wants to send only two people to participate in the inheritance war. Ridiculous. I'd like to see what kind of face they'll have to remain here." Qiu Yimeng smiled and nodded, no longer saying anything. Seeing the encouragement in her eyes, Lu Song couldn't help rubbing his hands together, waiting for Chan Xue Shu and Su Xiaoyu to come in so he could teach them a lesson. Outside the mansion, a young man and a young woman were waiting anxiously. Su Xiaoyu stared inside for a long time but didn't see any sign of Yang Kai, so she couldn't help pursing her lips and asking, "Brother, do you think that Yang Kai is this Yang Kai? Why didn't anyone stop us even after we reported our names?" Chan Xue Shu heard this and smiled wryly. "You're asking the wrong person. How could I know if this brother Yang is the same brother Yang? This world is big. There are many people with the same name and surname. Ah, Su Xiao, you couldn't help feeling a little lost. If the Yang Kai here isn't the one we know, then if we ran over here and were rejected by him, how shameful would that be? If it's shameful, then it's shameful. Master didn't want to participate in this inheritance war. Our reflecting moon sect is just a second-class force. Our capital isn't strong, so even if we participate, we won't get any benefits. It was only because we heard that there was a Yang Kai here that Master allowed us to participate. If the person here isn't the one we know, it's actually a good thing to refuse. We can just go back home and save ourselves some trouble. I think he is. Su Xiaoyu suddenly affirmed. Do you remember his performance in that isolated world? Those people from the Tianlang dynasty were all toyed with by him. All of our lives were saved by him. Besides the central capital's Yang family, I'm afraid there is no other force capable of cultivating such a person. Recalling all his experiences in that isolated world, Chen Shueshu couldn't help smiling bitterly. At that time, if it weren't for this Yang Kai, that group of cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty would likely have been completely wiped out. Whether it's him or not, we'll see soon enough. Chapter 438. As the brother and sister pair were talking, they saw Yang Kai walk out from inside. Brother Chun, little sister Shu, I trust you've been well since we last met. Yang Kai smiled, seemingly having not been so happy for a long time. Chan Shui and Su Xiaoyu were just wondering if the Yang Kai they knew was the one from the central capital's Yang family. But after seeing him in person, they couldn't help falling into a daze, even forgetting to answer, just standing there stupidly staring forward. At this moment, the two of them didn't know why, but their hearts suddenly skipped a beat, as if they had never imagined that they would be lucky enough to make friends with such a character, causing their faces to glow. Is there a flower on my face? Seeing their hesitation, Yang Kai jokingly asked. Hearing the affability in his tone, the brother and sister pair recovered and returned to their normal state. Chun Shui calmly greeted, Junior brother Yang, it's been a long time. Su Xiaoyu pursed her lips and looked Yang Kai up and down, muttering angrily, You really are from the central capital's Yang family. We actually didn't know anything about it? So hateful. Junior sister. Chun Shui tugged at Su Xiaoyu's clothes and glared at her. The Yang family has rules. When its disciples go out for life experience, they must not reveal their identity. Junior brother Yang didn't deliberately deceive you. I know. Su Xiaoyu smiled. I was just a little surprised. It's not too late to know now, come on in. Yang Kai warmly greeted the two of them and led them in. Along the way, Su Xiaoyu chattered like a sparrow, constantly asking questions. She was only from a second-class sect, and although she was the future pillar of Reflecting Moon sect, her status wasn't high. Even the young lords and young ladies of first-class forces rarely saw her, so now that she had suddenly met someone from a super force, her curiosity was naturally overflowing. Especially since this person was someone she had known for a long time. On top of that, they had all gone through thick and thin together. Su Xiaoyu's questions were messy and chaotic, like a village girl from the countryside entering a big city. All kinds of questions bombarding the two of them. Yang Kai led the two of them inside while answering casually. Chan Shui smiled bitterly and shook his head. Is your Yang family big? I heard that it occupies 1/10 of the entire central capital's surface area. Just by riding a horse, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to complete a single lap. Is that true? The more Su Xiaoyu asked, the more excited she became. Yang Kai didn't answer. Suddenly, a disdainful laugh was heard. The voice entered his ears. Su Xiaoyu couldn't help feeling startled, quickly glancing around and discovering that Yang Kai had led them to a side hall where many people were already sitting. Those young masters and young mistresses were dressed luxuriously. It was obvious that they came from extraordinary backgrounds. Most of them were accompanied by powerful guardians, and the accessories they wore were also glowing. Obviously, they were all high-grade secret treasures. She and Chun Shui, on the other hand, although they also had secret treasures and were dressed properly, they were nothing compared to those people. However, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. The one who laughed was a young master sitting on a chair. At this moment, he was looking at them as if they were country bumpkins. Su Xiaoyu's face flushed red in an instant, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. Yang Kai frowned slightly and smiled. Don't listen to the nonsense of outsiders. Although the Yang family occupies a large area, it's not so exaggerated. Su Xiaoyu's eyelashes fluttered. Even with Yang Kai's help, she was still embarrassed. Chen Shui gently squeezed her palm and conveyed his comfort, making Su Xiaoyu feel much better. She really didn't expect that there would be so many people waiting here. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have asked so many idiotic questions. She really hadn't seen much of the world, but when she went out, she knew what to say and what to do. It was just that Yang Kai had been very easygoing before, not showing the slightest contempt for her and Chen Shui because of their extraordinary background. Su Xiaoyu was so happy that she had asked a few more questions, but she didn't expect it would reach the ears of others. Come, let me introduce them to you. Yang Kai lightly brushed aside the awkwardness and said enthusiastically, These two are friends I met in an isolated world, reflecting moon sects Chen Shui and Su Xiaoyu. In that isolated world, Yang Kai had received a lot of guidance from Chen Shui. After that, this brother and sister pair had wanted to travel together with Yang Kai and take care of each other. At that time, they were both Yuan-Qi boundary third stage cultivators, while Yang Kai was only at the separation and reunion boundary third stage. Chen Shui and Su Xiaoyu obviously wanted to take care of him. Because of this, Yang Kai also had a good impression of these two. Chen Shui smiled and shook his head. Junior brother Yang is too serious. It was junior brother Yang who saved my brother and sister's lives. If it weren't for junior brother Yang, I'm afraid my two brothers and sister would have already become skeletons. This life-saving grace will always be engraved in our hearts. Since you are Yang Kai's friends, you are also Dong Qinghan's friends. Fatty Dong smiled and stood up, cupping his fists in a pleasant manner. Fatty Dong was very clear that the friends Kai Yang had made over the past few years had all been made with heart and soul. They weren't friends that were mixed with the slightest interest or interest. Such people were what Yang Kai liked the most. Generally, all young lords from powerful families had a common problem. When others came to make friends with them, their first thought was to suspect that they were trying to form a relationship with them. Therefore, Dong Qinghan was also quite serious about this matter. So it is young Master Dong. Chen Shui had obviously heard of Dong Qinghan's name and quickly returned the greeting. Purple Fern Valley, Fan Hong. Greetings, Brother Fan. Cho family Cho Yimeng. The Cho family's first young lady smiled lightly, her pretty face glowing with an amazing luster. Chen Shui's expression shook while Su Xiaoyu also turned a surprised look towards Cho Yimeng. So it is the Cho family's first young lady. It is an honor to meet you. This wasn't some kind of polite greeting. Chen Shui's words were filled with sincerity, a look of admiration even appearing on his face. Cho Yimeng chuckled happily, glancing towards Yang Kai provocatively, as if saying, even if you don't take me seriously, this young lady is still famous throughout the world. Everyone present took the initiative to greet Chen Shui out of respect for Yang Kai. Only Lu Song sat in his chair with a trace of contempt on his face. Chen Shui turned to him and smiled, cupping his fists. May I ask who this is? He naturally saw that this person was looking down on him and his junior sister. It was him who had just ridiculed them. It was normal for a second-class sect's disciple to be looked down upon by a first-class family's disciple. Chen Shui had seen this many times, so naturally he didn't hold any resentment. Moreover, the people here should all be Yang Kai's allies, so how could he embarrass Yang Kai? Yang Kai also wanted to resolve the conflict between him and Lu Song. After all, if everything went well, everyone would be working together in the future. If there was a conflict between allies as the head of the family, Yang Kai would also be in a difficult position. Unexpectedly, when Chen Shui lowered his posture and asked, Lu Song didn't say a word, as if he was deaf, simply holding his tea and calmly blowing at it. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and a cold smile gradually appeared on his face. Immediately, he turned to look at Qiu Yimeng. No matter what, Lu Song was still Qiu Yimeng's cousin. Yang Kai wanted to see who gave Lu Song the courage to act so arrogantly here and who supported him. Turning his gaze, Yang Kai happened to meet the beautiful eyes of the Qiu family's first young lady. Qiu Yimeng actually smiled at Yang Kai and slowly shook her head. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown, his eyes slowly narrowing, the cold light in his eyes becoming even colder. Chen Shui waited for a moment, but still didn't see Lu Song answer, so he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Patiently, he continued to ask, "This brother, has this Chen offended you in any way? If so, this Chen will apologize to you here. I ask this brother master to be magnanimous." After these words came out, Su Xiaoyu's eyes instantly became moist, and she even had the urge to cry. Chen Shui was her senior brother and also her lover. It was not a big deal for her to be ridiculed by Lu Song. She was just embarrassed, that was all. But seeing her hero apologize to someone so humbly, how could she not feel distressed? Especially since the other party was looking down on them for no reason at all. With tears in her eyes, Su Xiaoyu turned her head and looked towards Yang Kai, hoping that he could mediate so that her brother would no longer be embarrassed. Yang Kai grinned at her and moved his mouth. Su Xiaoyu didn't see what he was saying, but she understood the meaning of his eyes. "Don't worry." Su Xiaomei's mood suddenly calmed down. Knowing that Yang Kai wouldn't just sit back and watch, she couldn't help sniffling and holding back the tears in her eyes, not saying a word. After Chen Shui asked twice, Lu Song finally put down the teacup in his hand and shook his head proudly. "No need to be so serious. You haven't offended me in any way. It's just that I'm a bit of a loner, not good at communicating, especially with those who haven't seen the world." Chen Shui's expression froze for a moment before he smiled awkwardly. "Is that so? Then this Chen will be rude." Lu Song raised his eyes and looked at Chen Shui, chuckling. "Are you from Reflecting Moon Sect?" "Yes, junior sister and I are from Reflecting Moon Sect." "How many people have come to participate in the inheritance war this time?" Chen Shui's expression became somewhat awkward. "For the time being, it's just me and junior sister." But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Lu Song's sneer. The Lu family first young master stood up and walked forward with his hands crossed behind his back, putting on a haughty look as he said, "Only 2 people. Yuan Qi 7th stage, yet you want to participate in the inheritance war? Do you think this is child's play?" Hearing this sarcastic remark, Chen Shui was left speechless, his face flushed red. Lu Song smirked as he quietly glanced over at Qiu Yimeng. The Qiu family's first young lady was currently smiling with a look of approval on her face, making Lu Song feel like he should strike while the iron was hot and get rid of these 2 guys who were trying to climb up the social ladder. "Do you know how many people my Lu family brought?" Lu Song looked at Chen Shui contemptuously. 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, 1 Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th stage, 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage, in addition to 20 Yuan Qi cultivators and countless supplies. Chapter 439. Inside the main hall, Lu Song arrogantly sneered. Dong Qinghan and Fan Hong both snickered. They weren't idiots like Lu Song, so they naturally understood what was going on. But since Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng didn't say anything, the 2 of them didn't intervene, instead choosing to sit back and watch the good show. Lu Song, seeing Qiu Yimeng's look of approval, became even more arrogant and sneered. "If you want to get something in return, you must first invest. Can your Reflecting Moon sect take out so much strength and materials? Sorry, I forgot you're just a second-class sect, so you probably don't have such strength, but at the very least, my Lu family should take out at least half of its strength. If you can't, I advise you to go back to where you came from." Young Master. The Lu family's Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage master's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He wasn't young and had been observing the situation, so of course he could see the coldness and displeasure in Yang Kai's eyes. His own young master was in someone else's mansion, speaking arrogantly, bullying and suppressing Yang Kai's friends. Wasn't this not giving Yang Kai face? What's more, when Yang Kai had just introduced Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu, his tone was quite serious. These two didn't have high backgrounds, but they were clearly highly valued by Yang Kai. If Lu Song was allowed to continue, he was afraid he would ruin things. Young master, you've already said so much. Sit down and have some tea. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, this master couldn't say anything, so he could only quietly signal Lu Song. However, Lu Song simply turned a deaf ear and continued to sneer, becoming more and more arrogant. Chen Xueshu's face became uglier and uglier. Lu Song. Yang Kai suddenly glared at the Lu family first young master coldly and shouted, "What orders does young Lord Kai have?" Lu Song immediately stopped his endless taunts. He quickly asked. Towards Chen Xueshu, he could speak bluntly, but towards Yang Kai, he didn't have the courage. "You can go." Lu Song was stunned, his face full of confusion. "I'll give you 30 breaths of time. If you don't leave my mansion in 30 breaths of time, I'll make you stay here forever." Yang Kai's expression was extremely cold, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. Lu Song was completely stunned. He had never expected such an ending. Yang Kai was clearly trying to chase him away, but what made him confused was, the person he was chasing away was not the two from the Reflecting Moon sect, but him. Young Lord Kai must be joking, right? Lu Song's mouth twitched slightly as his face gradually reddened. If he was really kicked out by Yang Kai in front of so many people, he would definitely be kicked out. He had lost all his face. "I'm not joking. You have 25 breaths left." Yang Kai snorted. "How is that possible?" Lu Song screamed as he stared at Yang Kai incredulously. "Our Lu family has contributed so many people to help you participate in the inheritance war, yet you actually want to drive us away? Don't you want this help?" Yang Kai didn't answer and just stared at him coldly. Perceiving this coldness, Lu Song couldn't help feeling a little scared, but suddenly, as if thinking of something, he shouted, "My cousin is also here to help you. She's a great help to you. If you drive me away, aren't you afraid she'll also leave? If she doesn't know what's good for her, I'll also drive her away." Yang Kai sneered. "You have 20 breaths left." Chou Meng couldn't help rolling her eyes. "Cousin." Lu Song finally panicked, secretly regretting all the nonsense he had just said. He stared at Chou Meng, expecting her to say a few good words so Yang Kai wouldn't be so arrogant. Chou Meng sighed. "Lu Song, you should leave. This man says 1 is 1, 2 is 1. You've angered him. I can't help you." But 15 breaths. Yang Kai issued a final warning. "Young master, let's go." The Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Master smiled bitterly as he tried to persuade Lu Song. Lu Song didn't see the hidden meaning behind this farce, but the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Master did. Knowing that it was useless to say anything more, he quickly pulled Lu Song along with his other companion and rushed out. Seeing Lu Song's embarrassment and helplessness, Su Xiaoyu suddenly flushed with excitement and secretly clenched her fists. All the insults and ridicule she had received before seemed to have been returned at this moment. She couldn't help glancing towards Yang Kai gratefully. Outside, Lu Song's shouts could be heard. "I'm not leaving. I brought people and supplies to participate in the inheritance war, yet someone actually wants to drive me out. Today he wants to drive me away. Tomorrow I'll expose this matter and see who dares to seek refuge with him in the future." Inside the hall, Chou Meng shook her head, secretly smiling bitterly. If this Lu family young master's performance hadn't been so bad, how could the Chou family's first young lady have been so insidious as to push him out? The Lu family was supported by the Chou family, and they were also related. If there was even the slightest possibility, Chou Meng would have been more than happy to let Lu Song stay here. Hearing him actually threaten her, Chou Meng couldn't help rejoicing that her decision had been correct. Driving him away now would only cause him to lose face, but if she had allowed him to stay, perhaps one day Yang Kai would kill him. "Did you encourage him to do so?" Yang Kai stared at Xiao Yimeng meaningfully. Although Lu Song was a bit of an idiot, without Xiao Yimeng's support, he wouldn't have dared act so presumptuous in front of him. Just now, he had acted so arrogantly and unscrupulously because when Yang Kai went to meet Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu, Xiao Yimeng had given him some hints. And I just casually said a few words. Xiao Yimeng nodded lightly. What's wrong with that? I don't think you wanted to keep him here anyway. And I didn't want to keep him here, but he did bring a batch of things with him, so it wouldn't be good to drive him away. Yang Kai smiled slightly. That's why you should thank me. Xiao Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed as she unabashedly claimed the credit. With Yang Kai, she had no intention of being polite. This man was too strong. If she were to show weakness, she would only be led by the nose by him for the rest of her life. Yang Kai pretended not to hear her and just turned to Chen Xueshu. Brother Chen, I've let you suffer. Chen Xueshu scratched his head. From the exchange between Yang Kai and Xiao Yimeng just now, he had understood some of the meaning. It seemed that this time it was a trap for that person, and he had just caught up with it. However, Chen Xueshu didn't mind and just smiled. To be able to contribute to junior brother Yang? What's the matter? So what if I'm criticized? I won't lose a piece of flesh. Frowning, Chen Xueshu said, It's just that if you drive him out like this, it may not be good for your reputation. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. Keeping him here is troublesome. This person is too unreasonable. Even if he doesn't have a conflict with you now, he will have conflicts with others in the future. A single piece of rat shit can ruin a pot of porridge. I won't allow such a thing to happen. It's better to cut the Gordian knot. Don't you see that Xiao Yimeng, your cousin, doesn't want to take care of him? Xiao Yimeng curled her lips. Don't push me. You make it sound like I'm a vicious woman. If you drive him away, I'll have to explain it to Lu Liang. I hope Lu Liang understands my difficulties. Of all the people he could have sent, why did he send this person? Perceiving Xiao Yimeng's embarrassment, everyone fell silent. At that moment, some fluctuations of power suddenly came from outside, mixed with a few muffled groans. Everyone's expression changed, not knowing why a battle had suddenly broken out. Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense and his expression soon calmed down. Turning to Xiao Yimeng, he said, I'm very glad you found a way to drive Lu Song away. What happened outside? Xiao Yimeng asked in surprise. Everyone else also looked puzzled. He provoked someone he shouldn't have. Yang Kai sneered. Being so blind, he only has himself to blame. As he spoke, the battle outside subsided and Lu Song's miserable howls reached everyone's ears. Listening to them made everyone's blood run cold. What the hell is going on? Xiao Yimeng was anxious and couldn't help but want to go outside and see what was going on. That bastard actually dared to have ideas about father. A cursing voice came from outside and a moment later, Huixing walked in with an annoyed look on his face. As he cursed, he shouted, Who do you think father is? Don't you know what kind of person he is? After coming in, he shouted, Hey, Yang Kai, what happened to that little brat just now? Why did he try to steal my things as soon as he saw me? What did he steal from you? Yang Kai was stunned. His divine sense had only probed the general situation and wasn't clear on the specifics. Father's treasures. Huixing waved his hand. Bring them in. Immediately, a group of people came in carrying a few boxes and placed them on the ground. With both hands on his waist, Huixing said, That's all. That little brat wanted to steal from me. I don't know what's wrong with him. Xiao Yimeng was extremely helpless and hurriedly asked, What did you do to him? I broke a few of his ribs and threw him out. Huixing replied indifferently. Hearing this, Xiao Yimeng couldn't help feeling relieved and glanced at Yang Kai, both of them not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Lu Song was probably unhappy that he had been driven out and had lost all his supplies. So when he saw Huixing bring some things over, he wanted to steal them to make up for his losses. He had 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters, while Huixing only had 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters. In terms of strength, he clearly had the upper hand. Unexpectedly, These two Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters weren't ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. By the time he realized what was going on, it was already too late. Fortunately, Wuxia didn't want to kill anyone in Yang Kai's house. Otherwise, Lu Song's life would have been forfeit. After listening to Qiu Yimeng's brief explanation, Wuxia suddenly realized, "So that was your cousin. Fortunately, I didn't go too hard on him, otherwise he would have died." "Qiu Yimeng, how did you have such a bad cousin?" "Let's not talk about me first. You suddenly disappeared last night. Where did you go?" Qiu Yimeng asked. Wuxia's expression couldn't help becoming a bit awkward as he hesitantly said, "I went home to find my father and ask for some things and people." "Your father actually arranged for some of the family's masters for you?" Qiu Yimeng was overjoyed. With the addition of the Hua family's forces, Yang Kai's strength would definitely increase greatly. "I had no choice but to give them to him." Wuxia was very embarrassed and didn't want to explain too much. Walking over to the boxes, he opened them and shouted to Yang Kai, "Look, a box of alchemy materials, a box of artifact refining materials, all of which are at least heaven grade, a few mysterious grade, a box of finished pills, a box of healing materials, a box of soul-calming pills, a box of artifacts. And although the grade is a bit low, all of them are earth grade, but they should be enough to equip some people. There are also a few good items." Finished speaking, Wuxia stared at Yang Kai majestically and asked, "For boxes, and this young master, you can choose what you want." Chapter 440. The words of the Hua family's great young lord could be described as sonorous and forceful. Everyone in the hall heard this and stared blankly at him and Yang Kai, seemingly thinking that there was some unusual relationship between these two. Lan Chudai was a big-breasted beauty. She covered her mouth in surprise. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Yang Kai's face went black, knowing that Hustar's words were too easily misunderstood. So he couldn't help snorting, "Speak clearly." Hustars also realized that there was something wrong with his words and couldn't help smiling awkwardly. "Don't misunderstand. It's just that yesterday I made a bet with Brother Kai on whether he could survive last night. This one's eyesight wasn't good enough, so I lost." "What was the bet?" Qiu Yimeng suddenly became interested. She really didn't know about the bet between Yang Kai and Hustars. "If I lose, I'll give him my golden feather eagle. If he loses..." Heh. Yang Kai looked at Hustars with a smile. "Young Lord Hua has to strip naked and run 10 laps around War City." Everyone couldn't help laughing and many of the women couldn't help blushing, thinking about the scene of this young Lord Hua running around naked in War City. It really was quite funny. A loss is a loss, there's no need to say it out loud. Hustars was extremely depressed, but suddenly his expression turned to one of indignation. "Yang Kai, you can choose. If you want these things, our bet is over, but if you say no, this young master will take off his clothes right now and fulfill the bet, but don't even think about these things. Even this young lord will have to leave this place." Saying so, he opened his folding fan and fanned himself. This young master has never broken a bet with anyone. As he spoke, his expression was one of contentment, without the slightest trace of nervousness. Obviously, Yang Kai would accept the masters and materials he brought with him. Compared with letting him run 10 laps around War City naked, these masters and materials were more practical. As long as Yang Kai wasn't stupid, he would know what to choose. Yang Kai smiled and said confidently, "Then I ask young Lord Hua to take off his clothes." Stars Hua's expression gradually froze as he waved his folding fan stiffly, saying with a bitter expression, "Young Lord Kai, don't be like this. I haven't done anything to offend you. Why must you be so ruthless?" Qiu Yimeng, who was standing to the side. Stars quickly turned to her. Qiu Yimeng, young lord? Why are you looking at him?" Qiu Yimeng slowly shook her head and solemnly said, "I can't do anything about this man, you know that." Stars, master. Seeing Fatty Dong sitting there, he quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "This fat brother, At first glance I can see that your relationship with Yang Kai is not shallow. Dong Qinghan's face went black. Hu Xingchun calling him brother fatty really made him unhappy, even if he wasn't happy about it. However, due to the other party's status, Dong Dang couldn't do anything. He could only smile bitterly and say, "Young Master Hua, please forgive me. My words carry little weight." They were contending with each other. Dong Pangzi was very depressed to find that this young Master Hua was actually staring at Lan Chudai, who was standing beside him. His pair of eyes were shining with a lustful light. Dong Pangzi could not help but cough. A beauty. Xing, who didn't hesitate to praise as he swept his eyes around, quickly discovering Luo Xiaoman again. The light in his eyes became more and more vigorous, and even his nostrils began to emit waves of heat. Luo Xiaoman quickly hid behind Fan Hong, a look of panic filling her face. She had never seen such a lecherous and daring lecher. It was as if the word lecherous was written all over his face. He was even more shameless than Yang Kai. "Yang Kai, are these people all your allies?" Huastar's suddenly asked. They all came here today." Huastar's face suddenly became serious as he took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Yang Kai. First, he cupped his fists solemnly and said, "Young Lord Kai, I, Huastars, was short-sighted and looked down on you. Young Lord Kai, please don't lower yourself to my level. I'm just a playboy young lord. How could I compare to you? Last night's battle, I deeply realized my mistake. So I rushed back to the central capital and begged my father to give me some men and supplies. From now on I, Huastars, am young Lord Kai's man, and when I die, I will be young Lord Kai's ghost. My only request is that you make me stay." Saying so, he actually sat down and muttered, "In any case, I'm going to stay here. You can't drive me away." Qiu Yimeng shook her head and sighed, turning to look at Yang Kai and saying, "I think it's best to let him go. If he really stays here, the women who come here will feel uneasy." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. "That's what I mean. Young Lord Kai. Young Lady Qiu, I was wrong. How can you be like this?" Huastars was on the verge of tears. Although he had seen countless women, it was rare for him to encounter a woman like Lan Chudai and Luo Xiaoman. Occasionally, he would encounter a prostitute who was attracted by his identity and wealth. Enough! Yang Kai frowned and was too lazy to continue this nonsense, waving his hand and saying, "Let your people send the things inside." He didn't want to do anything to Huastars, nor did he expect him to bring people and supplies. It was just that a playboy like Huastars wouldn't listen to him in the future. After suffering this loss, Yang Kai estimated that Huastars would restrain himself a lot in front of him in the future. Hearing this, Huastars was overjoyed and quickly got up from the ground, shouting to his subordinates, "What are you waiting for? Quickly send the things inside. Also, tell our people to behave themselves. Don't think you're so great just because you're from the Hua family. Everyone here is a friend. Do you understand?" "Yes." The few people from the Hua family nodded and hurriedly left with the boxes. The Hua family young lord grinned and walked over to Luo Xiaoman's side, asking with a smile, "What's your name, beautiful woman?" Luo Xiaoman was frightened and stood up timidly, walking over to Qiu Yimeng and tugging on her clothes. "Elder sister Qiu?" Seeing this delicate appearance of a helpless woman begging for protection, Huastars couldn't help but feel excited. Qiu Yimeng patted her hand and sneered at Huastars. "If you dare have any ideas about her, I'll make sure you die without a burial." Huastars laughed dryly. "So there's someone behind you. Don't worry. Qiu Yimeng is under your protection, so I promise I won't touch her." Saying so, he rushed over to Lan Chudai, but before he had time to ask, Lan Chudai smiled and said, "I am Yang Kai's senior sister." Huastars suddenly became speechless and felt extremely depressed. "Don't make trouble." Qiu Yimeng snorted. "Although you're lustful, you're not that horny. What's more, with your identity as the Hua family's young lord, what kind of beautiful woman can't you get? Using this kind of method to resolve your embarrassment is too clumsy." Quistars scratched his head and smiled. You can see it, but it's pointless to say it out loud. Saying so, he shrugged his shoulders and found a seat to sit down, quickly restraining the arrogance on his face. Waiting for him to calm down, Qiu Yimeng smiled slightly. Yang Kai, I think you need to plan carefully. I'm afraid your house will become more and more lively in the future. Yesterday it was quiet here, but today, 3 groups of people have arrived. The other young lords shouldn't have such great charm. Although it's lively with so many people, the various forces are not familiar with each other. If you don't coordinate properly, I'm afraid there will be some inevitable conflicts. Yang Kai chuckled. With you here, why should I bother? Qiu Yimeng glared at him. Do you really think I'm a servant? Capable people do more work. Dong 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 also smiled. If young Lady Qiu is the one to coordinate, my Dong family will not object. Purple Fern Valley as well. Fan Hong nodded gently. They were all first-class forces and their strength was about the same, but Qiu Yimeng was different. She was from the central capital's Qiu family and her personal strength was high, so she was indeed qualified to coordinate the overall situation. Although it is somewhat embarrassing to say this, my reflecting moon sect is also willing to listen to young Lady Qiu. Not only us, I think the people who come later will also have no objections. Chen Shui-shu said. The people who come later. Qiu Yimeng's eyes lit up as she asked. Yang Kai also looked at him curiously. Chen Shui-shu smiled and said, because we weren't sure if this Yang Kai was the one we knew before. My junior sister and I decided to take the initiative to inquire about the situation. If he is, then my reflecting moon sect will participate in the inheritance war to help junior brother Yang. If he is not, then my reflecting moon sect will not participate in this muddy water. So that's how it is. Then, how long will it take for your sect's people to arrive? Qiu Yimeng didn't show any contempt towards his reflecting moon sect just because they were a second-class sect, which made Chen Shui-shu feel very gratified. They'll arrive within 3 days and are already on their way. Once we send word back, they'll decide whether or not to continue. Chen Shui-shu smiled and looked at Yang Kai. It's not just our reflecting moon sect. There are many others who are also on the way. Who are they? Yang Kai was a little surprised. They're all people you know. Chen Shui-shu smiled lightly. In addition to our reflecting moon sect, there is also Water Moon Hall, Pure Heart Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, and 10,000 Flower Palace. 10,000 Flower Palace's people are also participating in the inheritance war? Qiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling surprised while Huixing couldn't help laughing. Interesting. This will be a feast for the eyes. 10,000 Flower Palace was a very special sect. A first-class sect composed entirely of women. Because they were all women, their competitive spirit wasn't strong and they had never participated in the previous inheritance wars. However, Qiu Yimeng hadn't expected that this time, 10,000 Flower Palace's people would actually participate and even choose Yang Kai's side. And, because these sects suffered heavy losses in the battle with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land a few days ago, they didn't intend to participate, but when they heard that there was a Yang Kai here, they all became interested. Chen Shui-shu explained. Chapter 441. Thank you for your kindness. Yang Kai showed a trace of gratitude. In the last war with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, almost all the first-class forces had been involved. Every one of them had suffered losses, but some had suffered large losses while others had suffered small losses. Yang Kai hadn't expected that these people, who had almost been forgotten by Yang Kai, would be able to persuade their sect's elders to participate in the inheritance war because of his existence. In particular, the people from 10,000 Flower Palace had broken hundreds of years of precedent and must have encountered a lot of resistance from their elders. Yang Kai could imagine the hardships involved. Most importantly, last night's events had not yet reached their ears, so they didn't know the current situation in War City. Without knowing Yang Kai's current situation, the fact that they had come to him without hesitation was the most important thing. The people he had made friends with in the isolated world were all sincere in wanting to help. After all, Yang Kai had saved their lives from the hands of the Tianlang dynasty cultivator. These people were all leaders of the younger generation of their respective sects. Water Moon Hall, Pure Heart Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, 10,000 Flower Palace. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly, her face filled with an attractive luster as she sighed. All first-class forces. The first three aside, 10,000 Flower Palace actually came to participate in the inheritance war because of you. Yang Kai, your face is really big. Just how many people have you met in the past few years? Dong Qinghan and Fan Hong also looked at Yang Kai in amazement, wondering how he had such a wide range of contacts. Chen Xueshu smiled and shook his head. In fact, there are 2 other sects that I can't contact. If I could, I'm afraid they would also come. Oh, which 2 sects? Qiu Yimeng asked with great interest. She also wanted to inquire about the details of Yang Kai. One is the Endless Sea Islands Azura sect, and the other is the Tianlang dynasty's San Luo temple. Everyone was visibly moved. The Endless Sea Islands Azura sect. Of all the people present, only Qiu Yimeng knew the details of this sect. Although it was based in the Endless Sea Islands, it was still a first-class force, no weaker than the first-class forces of the Great Han Dynasty. This was because the sects in the outer seas occupied many islands with abundant spirit qi. These islands produced some materials that the Great Han Dynasty didn't have. This would make it easier for the cultivator of the overseas sects to cultivate. As for that Dark Azura Hall, everyone had heard of it before. The superpower of the Tianlang Dynasty. Their status was equivalent to the central capital's 8 great families. As long as one had a bit of knowledge, they would naturally not be unfamiliar with this name. Everyone present was a young master and young lady of a first-rate force, so how could they not have heard of the great name of Dark Azura Hall? Young Lord Kai is truly amazing. Not only do you know friends from the Endless Sea Islands, you even have friendly relations with people from other countries. This Fan Hong is truly impressed. You bastard! Qiu Yimeng ground her teeth. Before, when I asked you how many contacts and helpers you had, you told me you had none. I almost believed you. Humph! Let's see how you're going to hide it now. Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head, not bothering to explain. He didn't include the people Chen Xueshu had mentioned, but the way these sect disciples knew how to repay their kindness surprised him and warmed his heart. Junior brother Yang, since this place is really yours, I'll send a message first. In that case, I'll go back and report the news first so that the people from the sect can rush over as quickly as possible. Also, the Soaring Feather Pavilion, Pure Heart Palace, and 10,000 Flower Palace all need me to send a message to inform them. I'm not sure, but if they know you're here, they'll definitely be very happy. Chen Xueshu proposed excitedly. Yang Kai nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Pausing for a moment, he called out, Ing Jiu. Inside the hall, a vague figure appeared like a ghost. No one knew where he had been hiding before, nor how he had appeared. It was as if he had always been there. The vague figure rippled and gradually condensed into a solid form, revealing the thin but shrewd Ing Jiu. Everyone present was shocked, especially the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters standing behind the various young lords and young ladies. Even they hadn't noticed Ing Jiu's aura before. This elusive blood warrior was really extraordinary. Subordinate is here. Escort Brother Chun out of the city. Yes. Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu arriving in War City wasn't a big deal, but after leaving Yang Kai's house, they would definitely be regarded as enemies. If they weren't protected, they would likely be intercepted. Each of the Yang family's young lords had their own intelligence network, so naturally they would do everything possible to suppress the new forces of their opponents. Chen Xueshu obviously knew this and didn't refuse, instead cupping his fists to Ing Jiu, his expression dignified and respectful. Then I'll have to trouble Senior Ing. Junior brother Yang, junior sister and I will take our leave first. Little sister Shu, you stay here. You can go alone. Qiu Yimeng suddenly said with a smile. Don't misunderstand. I just want to know what this isolated world you spoke of is all about. What did that bastard do to you in that isolated world to make you so grateful? Hearing this, Chun Shu smiled lightly. Good, junior sister. You stay here and accompany young Lady Chiu. Brother can go alone and return quickly. Saying so, he cupped his fists to Yang Kai and turned to leave. Ingju nodded and his body blurred again, disappearing in the next instant. Chiu Meng, you arrange things for them. Yang Kai said before turning to the others. I don't think there will be any fighting in the near future, so we can take advantage of this opportunity to get to know each other. Where are you going? Chiu Meng asked. Cultivating. Yang Kai grinned and strode away. Cultivation, madman. Chiu Meng shook her head and smiled bitterly. His strength isn't without reason. Huastar said thoughtfully, his expression becoming frivolous. If I worked half as hard as him, I wouldn't be too bad, right? Chiu Meng was too lazy to respond. Inside his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the floor, inspecting the black book space. During this period of crazy gathering, the black book space was filled with a variety of materials, as well as finished pills. As for artifacts, besides the box of Earth grade ones that Stars Hua had brought today, there weren't many. These finished artifacts could be distributed to arm his own forces. Yang Kai's mental fortitude wasn't bad, but when he saw the dazzling array of materials, he couldn't help feeling slightly moved. These materials included spirit herbs and herbs used in alchemy, rare metals of the 5 elements, all kinds of spirit pills, and rare materials that were rarely seen in the world. Everything could be found here. If there was a good alchemist or artifact refiner here, using this huge batch of materials, it would be enough to refine many rare and useful spirit pills and artifacts. Yang Kai suddenly found that unknowingly, he had actually gathered a wealth not inferior to that of a medium-sized family. And this was just the beginning. The Bamboo Knot Gang was still constantly purchasing materials from the outside world, and as more forces came to join them, more and more materials would be brought in. Not only was Yang Kai gathering materials, but the other Yang family young lords were also doing the same. It was just that Yang Kai was one step ahead of them. The first result of the Yang family's inheritance war was that the price of alchemy and artifact refining materials had all risen. As the price of materials rose, the status of alchemists and artifact refiners also rose. Many alchemists and artifact refiners had also gathered in War City and the central capital, waiting for the Yang family young lords to recruit them. Yesterday was the first day of the inheritance war, and all the Yang family young lords were focused on competing for the first victory. But today, all the Yang family young lords had received news that they were recruiting high-grade alchemists and artifact refiners, and the treatment they received was absolutely excellent. The higher the grade of the alchemist and artifact refiner, the more important they would be. Only the 8th brother, Yang Quan, and Yang Kai didn't make any moves. Yang Quan was aware that victory was hopeless, and even if he recruited alchemists and artifact refiners, there would be no one willing to work for him, so naturally he was too lazy to bother. On the other hand, Yang Kai didn't care about alchemists and artifact refiners from outside. He was already prepared. Sorting out the finished pills in the black book space, Yang Kai took out all the Yang attribute pills and those that cultivated spiritual energy. When he saw the yin-yang monster ginseng, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming slightly startled. Where did Su Yen go? He had already ordered the Bamboo Knot Gang to send out hundreds of people to inquire, but there was still no news. Even the several elders of High Heaven Pavilion and Ling Tai Su seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai realized that High Heaven Pavilion still carried the name of an evil sect. The world was still afraid of the existence of the Demon Lord. As long as Yang Kai didn't win the inheritance war, he wouldn't be able to restore High Heaven Pavilion's reputation. The name of an evil sect wasn't a big deal. The key was that the Demon Lord was from High Heaven Pavilion. This was the fundamental reason why all the great forces feared High Heaven Pavilion. If they could cultivate a Demon Lord, it didn't mean they couldn't cultivate a second. Calming his thoughts, Yang Kai began to absorb the energy from the Yang attribute pills. In War City, there were 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters monitoring the situation, which made Yang Kai realize that if he didn't quickly break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, sooner or later his secret would be discovered by these 8 old men. Right now, he was Yuan Qi boundary 8th stage, only 2 minor realms away from the immortal ascension boundary. It took Yang Kai an entire day to fully absorb all the Yang attribute pills. He could clearly feel that the Yang liquid in his dantian and the Yuan Qi in his meridians had become thicker and purer. He did that? Yang Wei asked in surprise. That's why I said his actions were too unexpected. Meng Shanyi shook his head. In any case, I couldn't see what his next move would be. Originally, I thought he would take advantage of the situation and capture Yang Quan in one fell swoop while everyone else was recuperating. But he hasn't done anything for several days now. If he was smart enough, he wouldn't have done that. He shouldn't have done that. Yang Wei's eyes flashed. And at first I didn't understand, but after thinking about it, Yang Kai obviously doesn't want to attract too much attention, so he's biding his time. Meng Shanyi's face showed a touch of admiration. He sees things much further than I do. Don't underestimate my 9th brother. I feel like there's something wrong with him. Yang Wei frowned, recalling the first time he saw him in front of the Elder Hall. His Yuan Qi couldn't help fluctuating. First young master, you mean? 9th brother may be his biggest enemy. Even stronger than 2nd brother. How is that possible? Meng Shanyi's face was filled with disbelief, seemingly thinking that Yang Wei was overestimating Yang Kai. Although many people have sought refuge with him these past few days, all the young lords have done the same. First young master, the friends you've made over the past few years have all gathered here. They all want to see you. And Yang Wei nodded gently. I'll arrange for them later. Meng Shanyi couldn't help asking with some excitement. First young master, are you planning to take action? What action? Yang Wei looked at him suspiciously. Meng Shanyi frowned. First young master, don't you want to attack Yang Quan? Yang Kai isn't willing to attract too much attention right now. Besides you, everyone else is recuperating, so this is a rare opportunity. As long as first young master brings your friends over, I don't think Yang Quan will resist. After all, you are the eldest young master, you have prestige in the hearts of your brothers. Yang Quan only had an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage blood warrior, while his mother's family was only a 2nd-class force. Such a defensive force would be vulnerable in front of the current Yang Wei. If I go and attack 8th brother now, I'm sure I can win. Yang Wei didn't refute Meng Shanyi's point of view. Even if he resists, he won't be able to. Then why is first young master hesitating? Meng Shanyi was confused. If there isn't much benefit, I won't do it. Yang Wei shook his head. This topic ends here. When it's time to attack, I will. Brother Meng, accompany me to meet those people now. Saying so, Yang Wei stood up. Although Meng Shanyi was depressed, he didn't say anything more. But how could defeating Yang Quan not have any benefits? Not to mention that Yang Quan himself and his flag could be taken to the family to exchange for materials after defeating him. He could also collect his current support. How could there not be any benefits? At this moment, 300 kilometers away from War City, in the wilderness, 2 dignified and enchanting women were walking while laughing. Beside these 2 women, there were 2 pure young girls. One of them was more lively, calling out Auntie Xiang, Auntie Lan, and talking about interesting topics, causing the 2 women to laugh again and again. On the other hand, the other girl was very quiet. This girl was covered with a veil, making people unable to see her true appearance. However, her pair of beautiful eyes were bright and clear, making people infatuated. On her forehead, there was a light blue gem, making her look even more elegant and refined. She was like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world and didn't eat the world of mortals. When she looked towards the direction of War City, the eyes of this veiled young girl were filled with expectation and joy, as well as a hint of shyness. Recalling the figure from her memories, it seemed that her cheeks hidden under the veil blushed slightly. A young girl in love was the most moving. At this moment, she was at the most beautiful moment of her life. Even the two beautiful women who saw her couldn't help feeling a little stunned. The more lively young girl suddenly rushed over and grabbed the arm of the veiled young girl, giggling. "Is elder sister Xia thinking about my cousin?" Xianing Chong heard this and became extremely shy, her delicate earlobes instantly turning completely red as she stammered. "No, no, don't speak nonsense." "Heh." Dong Qingyan laughed wickedly. "You're still denying it? When I mention him, your face becomes even redder." "I'm blushing?" Xianing Chong couldn't help but stretch out her hands and cover her cheeks. But then she suddenly realized that she was still wearing her veil, so even if she was blushing, no one would be able to see it. However, her cheeks really were burning hot. "Look at how nervous you are." Dong Qingyan didn't give up and continued to ask, "Elder sister Xia, what do you like about my cousin? From what I can see, he's just ordinary, nothing special." "I don't like him." Xia Ningchang wrinkled her nose and flatly denied. "Then why did you leave Hidden Cloud Peak as soon as you heard that he was participating in the inheritance war? Master can't bear to part with you. If you leave, no one will be able to discuss the alchemic way with him. I'm his little senior sister. A senior sister taking care of a junior brother is a matter of course." Xianing Chong bit her red lips and replied in a low voice, seemingly thinking that this reason was too far-fetched and that even she couldn't believe it. On the side, Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan overheard the conversation between the two girls and couldn't help chuckling. Towards Xianing Chong, this clever, quiet, and innocent girl, these two beautiful women were very fond of her. The two of them had no children in their lives, so during the few months they spent on Hidden Cloud Peak, they almost treated her as their own daughter. Xianing Chong liked Yang Kai. This was something they both knew and approved of. They both felt that in this world, only a young lord from the Yang family was worthy of Xianing Chong and had the ability to protect her. "You really don't like him?" Dong Qingyan asked mischievously. Xianing Chong reluctantly nodded. "That's great. I'll be able to marry my cousin in the future." Dong Qingyan giggled, her words shattering the heaven and earth. "Ah!" Xianing Chong was shocked as she stared at Dong Qingyan dumbfoundedly. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock. "Good. Qingyan, don't tease your elder sister Xia. If you continue to tease her, she'll cry." Auntie Xiang couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Dong Qingyan to her side, glaring at her for a moment before whispering to Xianing Chong, "Don't listen to her nonsense. She's just lying to you." Xianing Chong nodded gently and smiled. "Sister Dong wants to marry junior brother? It's fine. You two are cousins. If you really become husband and wife, then you'll be even closer." This time it was Dong Qingyan's turn to be dumbfounded, quickly waving her hands. I don't want to marry someone like my smelly cousin. The person I want to marry is an ordinary man who will only love me for the rest of his life. Only then will I be happy." Auntie Xiang was also secretly surprised by Xia Ningchang's magnanimity. This girl clearly cared about Yang Kai very much. Her longing for Yang Kai on Hidden Cloud Peak was heart-wrenching. But when she heard someone wanted to marry him, not only did she not object, she even smiled. "What's going on?" Chapter 443. Xianing Chong obviously didn't want to continue discussing this topic, her brow furrowing slightly as she softly said, "Auntie Xiang, this time Medicine King's Valley has dispatched so many people. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" As she spoke, she glanced back. Behind these four women was Old Man Meng. Treasurer Meng's face was filled with worry as he sighed. When he thought about seeing that little bastard Yang Kai again, he couldn't help feeling sorry for his precious disciple. But his disciple was wholeheartedly devoted to him, and Meng Wuya could only sigh helplessly. When it came to matters of love, Meng Wuya couldn't control it even if he wanted to. Thinking of this helplessness, he couldn't help but squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. Behind Treasurer Meng was a large group of people, all of them wearing white robes. There were at least 30 of them. Of these people, the strongest was Qin Zhe, a trivial immortal ascension boundary second stage cultivator, while the weakest was only at the separation and reunion peak. If such a group of people were to be pulled out into battle, they could only be described as unable to withstand a single blow. However, these people were all alchemists from Medicine King's Valley. Even if their strength was lacking, they were still respectable existences. No matter where they went, no one dared to take the initiative to attack them. Alchemists were also divided into grades, corresponding to the grade of precious treasures: ordinary grade, earth grade, heaven grade, mysterious grade. Each grade was also divided into 3 grades: high, medium, and low. Alchemists generally had obvious symbols on their chests to show their rank. Each petal corresponded to a grade: gold, silver, and white, corresponding to high, medium, and low. Through the embroidery on these alchemists' robes, it was easy to see what level they were. These alchemists from Medicine King's Valley all had flower petals embroidered on their chests. At the very least, they had 2 petals, while half of them had 3 petals. Among them, Qin Zhe had 4 petals. 4 petals was the symbol of mysterious grade. In the entire Great Han Dynasty, there were only a few dozen alchemists who were qualified to wear 4 petals. A quarter of them were concentrated in Medicine King's Valley. Those who had 3 petals embroidered on their chests were heaven-grade alchemists. Those who could easily refine heaven-grade pills and 2 petals were earth-grade alchemists. "Martial uncle, what orders do you have?" When Qin Zhe saw that Xianing Chang had turned around, he hurried forward and asked her respectfully. He thought that Xianing Chang wanted him to do something. Xianing Chang couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "Senior Qin, please don't call me that. I'm younger than you. How can I bear that title?" Qin Zhe shook his head. "That won't do. Since Martial Uncle Xiao has already informed Medicine King's Valley, he will treat you as an equal. No matter how old you are still my martial uncle." Xianing Chang could not help but smile bitterly. He did not know what to say. Originally, when she heard that Yang Kai was going to participate in the inheritance war, she just wanted to rush to the central capital with Meng Wuya to help, but she hadn't expected that Xiao Fushang would suddenly give her an order. He had gathered 30 Medicine King's Valley disciples and brought them along. Xianing Chang had stayed in the Hidden Cloud Peak for a long time, so only the people of the Hidden Cloud Peak knew about her attainments in alchemy. Alchemists were a group of proud and aloof people. Qin Zhe and the others originally looked down on Xianing Chang, but after hearing Xiao Fushang's words, all of them were stunned. Xianing Chang's attainments in alchemy were not inferior to his own. In fact, Xianing Chang was certain that in time, he would reach a height that Xiao Fushang had not yet reached. Qin Zhe naturally did not believe this. Who in this world could compare with Grandmaster Xiao? Relying on the fact that he had just been promoted to mysterious grade alchemist a few days ago, he confidently competed with Xianing Chang. The result was a crushing defeat. Seeing this, Qin Zhe sincerely admired him and no longer dared to show the slightest disrespect. Alchemists were like this, they did not scheme against others. If you wanted them to respect you, you had to conquer them with your alchemy skills. To a certain extent, alchemists were a group of relatively upright people. It was not easy for the disciples of Medicine King's Valley to see Xiao Fushang and learn alchemy from him, but now a top-level alchemist on par with Xiao Fushang had suddenly appeared, and one so young at that, naturally he would be respected. These 30 people, from their initial reluctance to follow Xianing Chang, now took the initiative to follow her and learn the alchemic way from her. However, Xianing Chang was well aware that Xiao Fushang had spent a great deal of effort to recruit 30 alchemists to follow her, and had even said that he would treat her as an equal. On the surface, he wanted these people to become apprentices to her, but in reality, he was helping Yang Kai in disguise. "It's none of your business. Ning Chang is just talking to me." Aunt Xiang waved her hand. Qin Zhe didn't complain and immediately retreated, leading the 30 alchemists behind him. Medicine King's Valley has never participated in the inheritance war before. Now that it has rashly participated, I'm afraid it will be criticized. Xianing Chang said worriedly. Aunt Xiang smiled and softly said, "Don't worry. No one is qualified to comment on Medicine King's Valley's actions. However, Grandmaster really cares about Yang Kai. If not, how could he have used the Elder Token to transfer 30 people from Medicine King's Valley? He even asked me and your Aunt Lan to come along because he was afraid that Yang Kai would have some kind of accident. Xia Ningchang nodded silently. How could Xiao Fusheng not care about Yang Kai? Yang Kai had twice asked her and Lu Si to bring him 2 sets of extremely valuable alchemy spirit arrays, and during this time the Grandmaster had been immersed in studying them, even forgetting to eat and sleep. For the Grandmaster, these 2 sets of spirit arrays were more fascinating than any other treasure. So how could he not care about Yang Kai's safety? What Medicine King's Valley had remained neutral for thousands of years? What Medicine King's Valley did not participate in worldly disputes? In front of these 2 sets of spirit arrays, nothing could stop him. He had even argued with the Valley Master of Medicine King's Valley over this matter, almost quarreling with him. Thinking of the Grandmaster's willfulness and protectiveness, Xia Ningchang couldn't help smiling. After walking for a while, the sky gradually darkened and the group stopped to rest by a riverside. Looking in the direction of War City, Xia Ningchang's mood fluctuated. Tomorrow he would see his junior brother. What should he say first? For a time, Xia Ningchang fell into contemplation. Yang Kai's mansion inside the room. An incense burner rose and the fragrance filled the entire room. The true Yang secret art seemed to be slowly circulating under the pressure of a great mountain. Yang Kai didn't ask, instead focusing on the mysteries and mysteries conveyed by the true alchemic way, comprehending the complex truths of heaven and earth contained within, his state of mind unconsciously improving. As his understanding of the true alchemic way became deeper and deeper, Yang Kai also realized its preciousness, his expression constantly changing, sometimes shocked, sometimes excited, sometimes confused, all kinds of different expressions. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai, who was immersed in the true alchemic way, was completely unaware of the situation in the outside world. His whole body glowed with a strange light as he focused wholeheartedly on comprehending and understanding. All kinds of alchemy Grandmaster's insights and experiences were also digested into his mind. A brand new picture seemed to slowly unfold in his mind, and through prying into the true alchemic way, Yang Kai gained a deeper understanding of the martial Tao. There was a kind of restlessness in his heart, and he couldn't help wanting to experiment with alchemy himself. He wanted to see how the first pill he refined would bloom with a brilliant light. But when he remembered what Xiao Fusheng had once said, Yang Kai forced himself to suppress this desire. Until he reached the immortal ascension boundary, he couldn't perform alchemy. Right now, Yang Kai's goal was to break through to the immortal ascension boundary as soon as possible. Once he reached the immortal ascension boundary, there would be enough time for him to begin practicing alchemy. In order to improve a cultivator's strength, not only did they need to rely on the accumulation of yuan qi, but also the tempering of their physical body, as well as their own comprehension and cognition, was the key to making a breakthrough. Therefore, when a cultivator encountered a bottleneck, they would not choose to enter secluded cultivation but would instead walk around casually. Perhaps they would encounter some special opportunity and miraculously break through their bottleneck. Yang Kai faintly felt that exploring the mysteries of the true alchemic way would not only increase the strength of his spiritual energy, but would also bring great benefits to his cultivation. Immersed in this situation, Yang Kai didn't know how long it was before he gradually woke up. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai saw that his true Yang secret art was still slowly circulating, but it was undoubtedly much faster than it had been at the beginning. The yuan qi in his body had already adapted to the current pressure, and as time passed, it would only become faster and faster. Moreover, his own yuan qi 8th stage cultivation seemed to have soared by a large margin. Gently exhaling, Yang Kai felt a little happy. Standing up, Yang Kai put away the incense burner into the black book space and condensed a stream of pure yuan qi at his fingertips, slowly rotating, creating a huge attractive force that absorbed all the fragrance in the room. The incense burner's incense was too overbearing. Apart from himself, who possessed the unyielding golden skeleton, Yang Kai estimated that no one below the immortal ascension boundary would be able to withstand it. If one of the palace's maidservants walked in and inhaled it, they would likely immediately die. Opening the door, Yang Kai stepped out, He had been in seclusion for a few days now, so the people Chen Xueshu had mentioned should have already arrived. Chapter 444. Saying so, he turned to Luo Xiaoman and smiled. Tell me, why are you so afraid of me? I don't think I've done anything to you, right? Luo Xiaoman blinked her long eyelashes, lowered her head, and whispered, I don't know. In any case, I'm just afraid of you. How afraid are you? Yang Kai took a step forward. Luo Xiaoman screamed, Don't come any closer. Yang Kai was stunned and quickly stopped, fearing that if he took another step, this girl would faint from fright. Forget it, you two can continue chatting. Feeling a bit bored, he strode away. The people from Reflecting Moon sect had already arrived. Not only that, but all the sects Chen Xueshu had mentioned before were also present. They were already on the road, and after receiving Chen Xueshu's message, they had traveled even faster. These people, under Qiu Yimeng's arrangement, had each found a courtyard to settle down in. Learning that Yang Kai had come out of seclusion, they all rushed to the main hall to meet him. Water Moon Hall's Feng Qianhen, Pure Heart Palaces Wufang, 10,000 Flower Palaces Han Shaoqi, Yihan, Lu Qingru, and Huarua Yin were all present. In addition to Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu, almost all the people Yang Kai had met in that isolated world were present. After not seeing each other for such a long time, these leaders of their respective sects naturally had their own opportunities, and their strength had improved significantly. However, after realizing how strong Yang Kai was, this group of people could only smile bitterly and sigh that no matter how hard they worked, they would never be able to catch up to Yang Kai. Back in that isolated world, each of them had surpassed Yang Kai by at least a great realm, but now, Yang Kai had surpassed them. What's more, Yang Kai, a Yuan Qi 8th stage cultivator, couldn't be compared to an ordinary Yuan Qi 8th stage cultivator. As time passed, this gap would only grow bigger and bigger. Exchanging pleasantries, the main hall was lively. Unfortunately, Yi Qingxi and Zhouba's Azura sect are overseas. Zimo's San Luo Temple is also in another country, otherwise we would all be here now. Chen Xueshu sighed. Everyone couldn't help but reveal a trace of nostalgia. Back then, in that exotic land, everyone had gone through life and death together, so they naturally had a friendship. The future is long, Yang Kai chuckled, then suddenly turned his head to the left and asked, How is Li Xenuan doing right now? Back then, in the exotic land. In the end, there were two survivors from the Palace of Conscience. One was Wufang, and the other was Li Xianyuan. However, the latter's luck was rather bad, as the Tianlang dynasty cultivator's soul-controlling insect drilled through his dantian, crippling his cultivation. Hearing Yang Kai ask about this person, everyone fell silent and looked over with concern. Wufang's expression darkened as he said with a wry smile, Ever since he came back that time, Brother Li seemed to be quite optimistic on the surface. However, only he knew the bitterness in his heart. My master also went to the Medicine King Valley to inquire and found out that there is a kind of medicinal pill called the Heaven Mending Pill, which has a chance of repairing damaged dantian. It was just that this pill required a lot of materials, and its grade was also very high. Very few people were able to refine it. My master has been collecting materials all this time, but there was an accident in Medicine King's Valley a few days ago, so now is a busy time. My master is not accepting requests from outside cultivators to refine this pill, so we can only wait for a few more days. And since there is a medicinal pill that can repair his dantian, that should be easy. Yang Kai nodded. When the time comes, I'll help you find someone to refine it. Brother Yang, do you have connections? Wufang was overjoyed and immediately realized that the person in front of him was not the same Yang Kai he had met in the exotic land, but rather a direct descendant of the Yang family. I know some people, they'll probably arrive in a few days. Yang Kai smiled lightly, thinking of a gentle and quiet face. Chiu Meng suddenly smiled and interjected, Yang Kai, do you know how many supporters you have now? Less than 10, right? Yang Kai glanced at her. Chiu Meng snorted lightly and casually said, Chiu family, Hua family, Xiang family, Dong family, Purple Fern Valley, Reflecting Moon Sect, Pure Heart Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, and 10,000 Flower Palace. There are a total of 9. You know them. Yang Kai nodded. Although he had been in retreat for the past few days, he still had a rough idea. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? There are many you don't know. Chiu Meng smiled. Many supporters I don't know? Yang Kai chuckled. That's interesting. Tell me, what is it that I don't know? It just so happens that I need to report to you, Master, that Tianyuan City has also sent some people to deliver things and a group of people. Tianyuan City? Yang Kai was stunned. Chiu Meng shook her head. You didn't blackmail them and then forget about them, right? The first-class force that Lanjiang belongs to? Yang Kai suddenly remembered that when they were attacked on the way back to the central capital, not only did the Lu family suffer an unexpected calamity, but Tianyuan City was also targeted by Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai had not deliberately blackmailed it, nor did he send a letter to it. Now it seemed that the person in charge of Tianyuan City was quite clever, sending people and supplies without a word. Chiu Meng nodded. I've seen the people who came, and they're not bad. The young man leading them is the son of Tianyuan City's city lord and has a very gentle temperament. He has been here for 2 days now, and his subordinates have been very honest. As long as they aren't as blind as Lu Song. Yang Kai didn't care. You can decide for yourself. If they are useful, keep them. If not, send them away. Chiu Meng's eyes lit up as she secretly rejoiced. It seemed that Yang Kai was ready to give her some authority. She couldn't help secretly rejoicing that she had temporarily left the Chiu family to help him. Otherwise, if she had gone to Yang Shen's side, she would have only been an ally. However, the people from Tianyuan City have come for some reason, so in the future, don't accept people you don't know. Yang Kai said. And I know. Chiu Meng was very happy. Besides Tianyuan City, is there any other force I don't know about? Yang Kai asked again. Chiu Meng's expression became dignified as she quickly said, The Duanmu family. I don't know if you've heard of it. Duanmu family? Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. I seem to have heard of it somewhere, but I can't remember where. What kind of relationship does this family have with me? They actually came to me to seek refuge. This Duanmu family is the family of your third brother Yang Tai's mother. Do you understand now? Chiu Meng smiled lightly. My third brother? Yang Kai was surprised. The Duanmu family didn't send many people, only 5, but one of them was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage, 1 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, 1 Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage, and 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage. The 5 people who survived that night? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. That night's battle could be said to have been extremely tragic for the Duanmu family. There were a total of 30 to 40 people, but in the end, only 5 of them were able to survive the chaotic battle. It was obvious that these 5 people were not easy to deal with, so it was understandable that they had such a high level of cultivation. At that time, Yang Kong and Yang Ying had led their forces to chase after Yang Kai, so they didn't have time to deal with these 5 people. Otherwise, according to the rules of the Inheritance War, they could have tried to persuade these 5 people to join their camp. However, even if they really did so, there shouldn't be much hope. After all, so many people from the Duanmu family had died. Yes, it's them. Chiu Meng stared deeply at Yang Kai, her red lips exuding a seductive luster. Tell me honestly, when you let your third brother go that night, did you have this plan in mind? Glancing over at her, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. You think too much of me, don't you? I let my third brother go because I wanted to. There was no need to think too much about it. Hearing this, Chiu Meng couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief and patted her chest. Fortunately, you aren't that shrewd. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have the confidence to face you in the future. Listening to the Chiu family's first young lady's ridicule, everyone present couldn't help feeling slightly moved. Some of them couldn't believe that the current Yang Kai could bring so much pressure to the world-renowned Qiu Yimeng. But in any case, your move is quite exquisite. Qiu Yimeng smiled. The fact that these 5 people came to join you should have been instructed by Yang Tai. Yang Kai nodded silently. He hadn't expected his third brother would also do such a thing. He couldn't help smiling slightly. So, you now have the support of 11 forces. Qiu Yimeng's voice was slightly excited. There weren't many things that could make the Qiu family so excited. Of these 11 forces, 2 were super forces. Of the remaining 9, only Reflecting Moon Sect was a second-class force. The rest were all first-class. From a few days ago when no one was interested in him, with no hope of victory, even 90% of the people were certain that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to survive the first night, to now having 11 major forces, Yang Kai's mansion's development and gathering speed could be described as astonishing. Such connections and charisma were second to none among the Yang family's direct descendants. Qiu Yimeng seemed to be able to see the dawn of victory. Restraining her expression, the Qiu family's first young lady solemnly said, "Right now, the support you have is greater than any of your brothers. According to the information I've inquired, only your second brother Yang Zhao has 20 big and small forces to help him. However, most of his helpers are from second-class and third-class sects, so although their numbers are slightly greater in terms of quality, they can't compare to yours. However, as time goes by, your advantage will become smaller and smaller, and you may even be surpassed by them. You need to be mentally prepared." "I know," Yang Kai grinned confidently. "Not all of them are here yet." Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed as she lightly snorted. "You'll have to tell me all about it someday. Otherwise, I really don't know how many helpers you've hidden away." Seeing Qiu Yimeng's gentle appearance, everyone couldn't help feeling shocked, their expressions becoming playful, as if they had discovered something extraordinary. Yihan of 10,000 Flower Palace even laughed. "Young Lady Qiu, if you want to subdue Yang Kai, wouldn't that be a piece of cake? He doesn't like me." Qiu Yimeng replied half-truthfully, quietly observing Yang Kai's reaction. Yang Kai grinned wickedly and said, "I'll go to your room tonight. Let's have a good chat." Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face couldn't help paling slightly. His heart still hasn't changed. Han Shaoqi spat disdainfully. Back in that isolated world, all of her women, except for Su Xiaoyu, had been taken advantage of by Yang Kai. The past was still vivid in her mind. How could Han Shaoqi forget? Chapter 445. Perhaps because of her status as the great senior sister, Han Shaoqi's temperament was cold. Yihan was innocent and lovely, Lu Qingru was charming, and Hua Ruayin was quiet and well-behaved. Staring at Han Shaoqi, Yang Kai seemed to find a bit of Su Yan's shadow in her, his sharp eyes inadvertently becoming soft. The two of them were both great senior sisters in their respective sects, so there were some similarities between them, but Su Yan was undoubtedly colder than Han Shaoqi. Her coldness was reserved for outsiders, but in front of Yang Kai, her ice would only melt like snow in early spring. Han Shaoqi's neck flushed red, and under Yang Kai's burning gaze, she couldn't bear it and glared fiercely at Yang Kai, whispering, "I'm telling the truth. Why are you looking at me like that?" Qiu Yimeng couldn't help snorting, secretly gnashing her teeth, thinking that all men were bad things, seeing a beautiful woman and becoming lustful. The tenderness in Yang Kai's eyes and the deep affection on his face. As long as one wasn't blind, anyone could see it. None of the people present were children. How could they not understand? "Yang Kai, you don't have to be so direct." Fang laughed dryly. "Although senior sister Han is beautiful and we all want to take a few more glances at her, we can only sneak a peek. Why are you being so obvious?" Han Shaoqi was already feeling a little uncomfortable being stared at by Yang Kai. So hearing this, her face reddened and she glared at Fang. "You're not a good thing either. You're just jackals of the same tribe." Fang suddenly laughed. Yang Kai didn't answer, nor did he explain. the strange look in his eyes gradually converging, becoming extremely calm. Immediately, turning his head, he looked out of the hall. Asterisk dang 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 asterisk the sound of hurried footsteps rang out. Dong Dong's face showed a trace of anxiety, and after coming in, he didn't greet the others, instead hurriedly saying, Yang Kai, something's happened. You have to take people out to see what's going on. What's the matter? Yang Kai frowned and asked. The others also couldn't help wearing dignified expressions. In the inheritance war, there was always an unexpected situation. Since they had chosen to come to Yang Kai's government to help him, they would naturally be prepared to fight at any moment. Qing Yan's group has arrived in War City, but he was stopped in the city. They're here. Yang Kai's expression shook as a look of joy appeared on his face, not daring to delay. Hurrying out, he shouted, Ing Jiao, come with me. Without the protection of a blood warrior, appearing in broad daylight was a very dangerous thing to do. No, you have to mobilize at least half of the support you have now. You still don't know the situation over there. There was some cold sweat on Fatty Dong's forehead. It was obvious that when he received the news, he was also shocked. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. He nodded and said, Then the Hua family, Xiang family, Dong family, and Duanmu family will follow me. Chiu Meng, you stay. The Chiu family's first young lady replied in a low voice. What about us? Han Shaoqi asked. Everyone should also stay and rest. This time it shouldn't be a big deal. Saying so, Yang Kai and Dong Qinghan hurriedly rushed out. As they rushed out, Dong Qinghan blew a loud whistle, and in the next moment, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard from inside the mansion. When Yang Kai arrived at the door, Huastars and Xiang Tianshao had already led a group of people to wait outside. Among them were the 5 Soul Ascension Boundary Masters Yang Kai had met that night. After seeing Yang Kai, they nodded lightly. Greetings, young Lord Kai. Many thanks. Yang Kai nodded to the 5 Duanmu family masters. Yang Kai, what happened? Huastars asked curiously. Yang Kai then turned to the 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Duanmu family and cupped his fists. Several seniors should also follow second young Master Xiang. Chiu Meng will know what to do. The 5 Duanmu family masters nodded in unison. Xiang Tianshao then led his own people and the 5 Duanmu family masters back. What are you doing? Huastars Hua looked puzzled. Yang Kai frowned. I didn't know the situation was like this before, but now that I know, naturally I need to make some arrangements. Otherwise I'm afraid we won't be able to bring those people back. They dare attack Medicine King's Valley's people? Huastars Hua stared at him. Extraordinary times require extraordinary treatment. Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmly said, If it were me, I would rather offend Medicine King's Valley than allow such a large number of people to help my enemy. Besides, they won't kill anyone. They'll just find a way to abduct Medicine King's Valley's people. Listening to him say this, Dong Qinghan and Huastars both nodded lightly. Not killing anyone meant they wouldn't offend Medicine King's Valley too much, so in the future they could prepare some gifts to apologize to Medicine King's Valley. In the middle of War City, the group of people from Medicine King's Valley wearing white robes had all stopped. Dong Qingyan and Xianing Chang stood side by side while Auntie Xiang also stood nearby. From all directions, they were surrounded by several groups of people, and as time passed, more Yang family young lords were leading a large number of masters to arrive. Even though they were surrounded, the group from Medicine King's Valley still wore an arrogant expression, each of them showing contempt and arrogance. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan also wore calm expressions. Only Dong Qingyan was gnashing her teeth in anger, while Xia Ningchang's beautiful eyes were filled with worry and anxiety, glancing towards the northwest from time to time. Apparently, that direction was the location of her junior brother's mansion. On the other hand, the several groups of people surrounding the group from Medicine King's Valley didn't show the slightest disrespect. Instead, all of them wore flattering smiles on their faces as they bowed respectfully. Yang Zhao, Yang Kong, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying stood in 4 different directions. In addition to Yang Kang's depressed expression, the other three were all glancing at each other vigilantly. Yang Kang was really quite depressed. When this group from Medicine King's Valley entered War City, they had to walk 1,000 meters past his house. By the time someone came to report that 30 alchemists in white robes had suddenly appeared in War City, it was already too late for Yang Kang to rush over. Although he had successfully stopped this group of people, the news had quickly spread, causing Yang Zhao, Yang Xin, and Yang Ying to also appear here. Now that all the young lords were urgently recruiting alchemists and artifact refiners, the appearance of such a large group of people in War City would inevitably attract attention. What made Yang Kang vomit blood, though, was that this group of alchemists was actually from Medicine King's Valley, completely incomparable to the alchemists from ordinary forces. The one leading this group was none other than the young valley master of Medicine King's Valley, Qin Zhe. Although Qin Zhe was more than 40 years old, his old man was still alive, so even in his middle age, he still carried the title of Young Valley Master and was respected by the world. Qin Zhe was also a famous figure in the alchemy world. His aptitude in alchemy was outstanding, and it was not impossible for him to reach the same height as Xiao Fusheng. It was rumored that Qin Zhe had recently passed the test of the Medicine King's Valley Elders and successfully promoted to a mysterious grade low-rank alchemist. The four-petal flower embroidered on his chest was the most conclusive evidence of this. Looking at the others, half of them were heaven-grade alchemists while the rest were earth-grade alchemists, all of them earth-grade top rank. These numerous petals dazzled the eyes of the Yang family young lords, causing them to become envious. With such a group of people, if they could pull them into their camp, how many pills would they be able to refine? How many people could they equip and enhance their strength with these pills? The four Yang family young lords silently calculated in their hearts and were shocked to find that as long as they could supply enough materials, with the help of this group of people, within 3 months, the strength of all the people they controlled would rise to a new level. In other words, with such a group of people, in the future of the inheritance war, they would have a considerable advantage. For a time, no matter who it was, the eyes of the four Yang family young lords turned red and their breathing suddenly became hot. The temptation of these more than 30 alchemists was no less than 30 naked beauties begging for love. Only their demeanor was too arrogant. Now tell me, is it convenient or not? Yang Zhao knew that Yang Kai wasn't feeling well and didn't continue to provoke him, instead continuing. This junior has been out for life experience for the past few years and once entered a remote mountain range by mistake. While resting at night, I suddenly heard the sound of a baby crying. Out of curiosity, I went to investigate and found a very strange world spirit treasure. It was a flower with a baby's face and was blooming with 7-colored light. Qin Zhe's expression was extremely ugly, but when he heard Yang Zhao mention this, he couldn't help showing a trace of excitement, staring at him eagerly, seemingly forgetting his anger. And then, Qin Zhe hurriedly asked, wanting to know what happened to that 7-colored flower. Seeing that Yang Zhao had successfully attracted Qin Zhe's interest with the topic of spirit medicines, the other Yang family young lords couldn't help feeling annoyed, secretly hating their second brother for being so quick-witted. Knowing that they couldn't use force to deal with these people from Medicine King's Valley, bringing up such a topic was just what they wanted. All of them quickly began racking their brains, trying to recall what kind of precious treasures they had obtained over the years. That world spirit treasure also developed sentience. This junior wanted to reach out and pluck it, but unexpectedly it ran away. Idiot! Qin Zhe cursed. Yang Zhao didn't show the slightest annoyance and instead continued with a smile. Yes, this junior was foolish and didn't think too much about it at the time, allowing it to escape. What was the final result? Did you manage to obtain that spirit flower? Yang Zhao smiled and nodded. Fortunately, this junior was fast enough to catch up with it and harvest it. After returning to the sect, I made some inquiries and found out that it was a black grade high-rank 7-colored ghost nascent flower. This junior listened to the advice of an alchemist and sealed the 7-colored ghost nascent flower with a spirit array and raised it in a patch of sand. It was fine before, but a few days ago it seemed to be showing signs of withering. I don't know what happened. Idiot. A complete idiot. Qinze flew into a rage, as if his wife had been taken advantage of, his face filled with anger. Who told you that the 7-colored ghost infant flower had to be raised in sand? Please enlighten me, senior. Yang Zhao hurriedly asked. Qinze calmed his anger and showed a look of disdain, casually saying, the 7-colored ghost infant flower is born with the ability to emit a sound similar to a baby's cry. If a cultivator is allowed to hear this sound for many years, it will be beneficial to the growth of their soul. On top of that, this spirit flower can be refined into a mysterious grade pill that can nourish one's soul. What senior says is right, but the grade of this spirit flower is too high. In this world, besides Grandmaster Xiao, I'm afraid no one would dare to refine it, so this junior has been raising it ever since. Yang Zhao nodded solemnly. Who said that no one but Grandmaster Xiao can refine it? Although Qinze showed an expression of disdain, he didn't say anything more, simply saying, however, this spirit flower naturally prefers the cold, so if it is raised in sand to provide it with energy, it won't have any problems in the short term, but after a long time, its medicinal efficacies will begin to fade and it will naturally show signs of withering. Your Yang family has deep financial resources, so it shouldn't be a problem to obtain some ice crystals filled with world energy, right? The alchemist who suggested this to you is an idiot, an insult to the title of alchemist. So that's how it is, Junior understands. Yang Zhao suddenly understood. Qinze nodded, his face filled with arrogance as he said, it's not too late to learn now. If you wait another half a year, this spirit flower will have no value at all. Yes, as Senior Qin says, this junior will immediately follow Senior's instructions. Saying so, Yang Zhao's expression became serious as he continued. But this junior is clumsy. If Senior is willing, Qinze sneered, I won't go. No matter what you say, this Qin won't go. Yang Zhao was stunned, never having expected Qinze to refuse so bluntly. This shouldn't be the case. Normally, when this group of alchemists heard about a mysterious grade top-rank alchemy material, shouldn't they all follow him around and insist on seeing it? Why was it different this time? Seeing Qinze refuse Yang Zhao, the other Yang family young lords were secretly pleased, but soon their brows furrowed. Qinze's refusal to listen to reason this time made them feel quite troubled. Just as they were feeling helpless, another group of people arrived. The eyes of the four brothers couldn't help shrinking because the person who had just arrived was actually Yang Wei. Since the beginning of the Inheritance War, Yang Wei had not taken any action, but today, people from Medicine King's Valley suddenly appearing in War City had alarmed him. Towards this big brother of theirs, the four brothers all felt a bit of awe, secretly remaining vigilant while allowing Yang Wei to step forward. Yang Wei greets Senior. Arriving in front of Qinze and the others, Yang Wei greeted indifferently. N. Qinze nodded faintly, his attitude neither warm nor cold. Junior has a request. I wonder if Senior can agree. Qinze frowned, glancing over Yang Wei for a moment before saying lightly, as long as you don't ask me to perform alchemy for you, I'm willing to listen to your request. Yang Wei nodded. I would like to ask Senior and everyone here to perform alchemy for me. As soon as this statement came out, everyone secretly shivered. They had all come here to block this group from Medicine King's Valley with this purpose in mind, but none of them dared to say it out loud. They had all been observing each other and using their own methods, but none of them had expected Yang Wei to be so blunt. In an instant, everyone became a little nervous, not knowing what kind of decision Qinze would make. If Qinze agreed, the four of them would have no choice but to die. Surprisingly, Qinze didn't become angry and instead just smiled towards Yang Wei. Yang family eldest brother. N. I like your temperament, but this Qin didn't come to War City this time to help you. Yang Wei didn't show much surprise or loss on his face, simply nodding and cupping his fists. Many thanks for your hospitality, Senior. Saying so, he turned around and left, his movements clean and without the slightest hesitation. Yang Zhao, on the other hand, heard some unusual meaning from Qin Zhe's words and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Senior Qin, who did you come to War City this time to help?" "No one, we just came here to study the alchemic way." Chapter 447. There were no blood warriors around Yang Kai, but everyone present, as long as they had reached the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage, could still clearly feel that there was a pair of eyes watching their every move. Ingzhou, this powerful blood warrior, was definitely lurking nearby. Once someone dared to act against Yang Kai, they would definitely be ruthlessly attacked. The blood warriors who followed the young lords immediately reported this discovery to their superiors. "They're all here." Yang Kang's face was gloomy, obviously not very happy. Originally, he could have enjoyed the benefits of being in such a favorable position, but now, everyone in War City knew that Medicine King's Valley had appeared here, attracting one enemy after another to compete with him. Among the crowd, a pair of bright and beautiful eyes suddenly froze as they stared at Yang Kai's figure, her heart overflowing with joy and excitement. Yang Kai's eyes also turned towards her, the murderous intent and coldness in his eyes instantly disappearing, replaced by infinite gentleness. His lips curling up slightly as he revealed a smile. Being stared at like this, Xia Ningchang suddenly became shy. Obviously, she wanted to see how this junior brother of hers was doing recently and whether there had been any changes, but she still couldn't help averting her gaze, her cheeks blushing slightly as her heart began to race. Xia Ningchang's shyness blossomed into a different kind of charm. Although she was always wearing a veil and no one could see her true face, no one doubted that she was a stunning beauty. Her beauty was the kind of beauty that was reserved and restrained. Because the existence of the veil was not eye-catching, it did not steal the limelight, but it was precisely because of this kind of half-concealment that it made her even more attractive. Everyone wanted to know what kind of peerless beauty was hidden under that veil. The flirtatious glances between Yang Kai and her naturally didn't escape the attention of those who were observing them. In an instant, the expressions of the several Yang family young lords became ugly. Unlike them, their 9th brother seemed to have some kind of relationship with this woman. This was what it meant to be in a favorable position. Junior brother Yang, Qin Zhe, who had always been arrogant, actually greeted Yang Kai with a smile on his face, becoming incomparably amiable. Moreover, when they heard this form of address, they were confused. "Brother Qin," Yang Kai smiled and returned the greeting. He then turned his gaze to the two beautiful women in front of him and said seriously, "Aunt Xiang, Aunt Lan." The two beautiful women responded with a smile, their attitudes friendly. "Treasurer Meng." Meng Wuya nodded. Seeing the scene of Yang Kai greeting this group of people, Yang Zhao's eyes shrank sharply. Only now did he realize that the identities of these two beautiful women were also extraordinary. These two beautiful women, they seemed to be the two maidservants who lived on Hidden Cloud Peak and served Xiao Fusheng's daily life. For several dozen years, he had been living in seclusion on Hidden Cloud Peak, never leaving the mountain, but today he had actually come to War City. It was rumored that these two beautiful women were ordinary people without the strength to truss a chicken. However, no one dared to show them the slightest disrespect, because they had given up their most beautiful years, silently taking care of Xiao Fusheng on Hidden Cloud Peak. If not for their careful service, there may not have been the Grandmaster Xiao Fusheng of today. In Xiao Fusheng's eyes, these two women were definitely important figures. Why would such people come to War City? Was it Xiao Fusheng's idea? Why would Xiao Fusheng do this? Considering all this, Yang Zhao couldn't help feeling a bit horrified. Glancing over at Yang Kai again, his eyes filled with dread. Yang Kong, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying also saw the subtle atmosphere in the field. This group of people from Medicine King's Valley were so friendly with Yang Kai, obviously they were here to seek refuge with him. If it were any other great force, they could still offend them and use a strong stance to intercept them here or expel them from War City. But against Medicine King's Valley, they didn't dare make any big moves, so all of them turned their eyes to Yang Zhao, hoping he would be able to come up with a solution. Yang Zhao couldn't see the situation in front of him, but even if these people were from Medicine King's Valley, even if he couldn't afford to offend them, this time he had to, otherwise the situation would only become more and more troublesome in the future. Taking a deep breath, Yang Zhao said, "Senior Qin, Medicine King's Valley has never participated in the inheritance war. Why have you come to break the balance this time? Please give us juniors an explanation." Qin Zai's face showed a trace of impatience as he coldly said, "Second young lord, this Qin has already said that this time my valley's people have come here only to learn the alchemic way, not to participate in the inheritance war. Your Yang family's life and death battle has nothing to do with my Medicine King's Valley." Yang Zhao smiled lightly and calmly said, "Since you have come to perform alchemy, how about Senior come to my house to perform alchemy? All the materials you need can be provided, even the 7-colored ghost nascent flower that this junior mentioned before can be given to Senior." Qin Zai frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "Nonsense. What kind of alchemy master does your house have that my Medicine King's Valley disciples can learn from? If my house doesn't have one, could it be Ninth Brother's house has one?" Yang Zhao's tone gradually became tough. Obviously he knew that it was impossible to convince these arrogant alchemists with just empty words. Since soft tactics didn't work, he could only use hard tactics. As he spoke, Yang Zhao winked to the other Yang family young lords, all of them understanding and secretly preparing themselves. Yes. Unexpectedly, Qin Zai actually responded. Yang Zhao smiled bitterly and shook his head, thinking that the excuses these Medicine King's Valley disciples were finding were too lame. Ninth Brother's house hadn't recruited any alchemists these past few days, and even if he had, there was no alchemist who could allow these Medicine King's Valley disciples to learn from. His expression gradually becoming cold, Yang Zhao helplessly shook his head and said, "Since Senior has decided to act this way, this junior has nothing to say. The reason why Medicine King's Valley is so respected is not only because it is the gathering place of all the world's elite alchemists, but also because Medicine King's Valley has maintained a neutral stance for thousands of years. Since Senior wants to break this tradition that has been maintained for thousands of years, please forgive this junior for being disrespectful." Qin Zai shouted, "Don't tell me you want to fight. We have no other choice. Please forgive us, Senior. But please rest assured, these junior brothers will be careful not to hurt any of your valley's disciples." Yang Zhao's expression remained indifferent, saying all the good and bad words he wanted to say. First, he wanted to use the word reason so that in the future when this matter spread out, the world wouldn't blame him. As he spoke, the group of masters behind Yang Zhao all stepped forward. At the same time, Yang Kong, Yang Xin, and Yang Ying also issued orders. The three of them didn't have the same courage as Yang Zhao and were somewhat reluctant to offend Medicine King's Valley. But now that things had reached this point, they had no other choice but to temporarily join forces with Yang Zhao to put pressure on Qin Zai and the others while secretly praying that this group of alchemists wouldn't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It would be best if everyone could take a step back and peacefully resolve this matter. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense. The crowd watching the lively scene all gaped, secretly marveling at the boldness of the Yang family young lords. Although Medicine King's Valley had been attacked by the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land last time and had suffered heavy losses, even destroying the Pill Saint statue, it was still Medicine King's Valley. These three words carried unparalleled weight. No one had ever dared to offend Medicine King's Valley like this. But today, someone had set the precedent. "Do you think I don't exist?" Yang Kai, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, sneered at this moment, his face filled with murderous intent. "If you want to touch my people, you'll have to go through me first." Yang Zhao gently shook his head. "Ninth brother, although I admit that you're not weak right now, with only these few people you brought with you, isn't it a bit unrealistic to think you can protect this group of people? Don't lose your troops just to accompany the madam and be eliminated early." Yang Kong, Yang Shun, and Yang Ying also immediately glared towards Yang Kai, their faces filled with unkind intentions. Against Medicine King's Valley, they were hesitant to act, but against Yang Kai, they couldn't wait to destroy him. Second brother, you can try, Yang Kai said calmly. Yang Zhao's expression became dignified as he swept his eyes over the people Yang Kai had brought with him. There were only two groups. One was from the Hua family with two powerful Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters, not inferior to an average Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th Stage Master. The other group was from the Dong family with two Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th Stage Masters. In addition, there were also a few Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and a group of Yuan Qi Masters. Ying Jiu was hiding in the dark, his whereabouts unknown. Although such a group of people wasn't weak under the joint attack of so many parties, they were obviously at an absolute disadvantage. Why was his ninth brother still so calm? Last night's incident made Yang Zhao realize that Yang Kai wasn't as easy to deal with as he had thought. This ninth brother of his was extremely insidious and was good at concealing his strength. His methods were often unique and had a unique style. It was impossible for him to bring people to their deaths without making preparations. What about his other allies? According to the information he had gathered, 11 groups of people had gathered under his command over the past few days, but there were only 2 groups here. Where were the other 9? Considering all this, Yang Zhao's expression changed and he couldn't help feeling aghast. Glancing over at Yang Kai again, Yang Zhao found that his smile was full of trepidation. Not daring to hesitate any longer, Yang Zhao shouted, "Fifth brother? Sixth brother? Seventh brother. Let's join forces and teach ninth brother how to respect his elder brothers. We'll follow second brother's orders." The 3 nodded. All kinds of martial skills and artifacts were activated at the same time at this moment, enveloping the people Yang Kai had brought with him. All 4 sides joined forces to deal with Yang Kai, and in an instant the Dong and Hua family groups fell into a difficult situation. All the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters summoned their defensive artifacts and tried their best, but still failed to block all the attacks. Hua Xing, Dong Qinghan, and Yang Kai also used their own methods to find a safe position in the midst of the energy storm. Seeing Yang Kai's group struggling to cope, Yang Kong and the others couldn't help feeling happy, seemingly imagining the scene of them defeating Yang Kai today. However, Yang Zhao didn't think so. With Ying Jiu hiding nearby, it would be too difficult to capture Yang Kai, unless the 4 young lords dispatched 2 or 3 blood warriors, but that would also expose them to danger. Capture them, Yang Zhao shouted angrily, taking advantage of the chaos brought by Yang Kai to turn his eyes to the alchemists from Medicine King's Valley. Chapter 448. Under Yang Zhao's order, many masters rushed towards the Medicine King's Valley disciples. The Medicine King's Valley disciples, in addition to their superb alchemy techniques, didn't have high cultivation, so in the eyes of these masters, they were nothing more than a group of sheep waiting to be captured. Without using any powerful means, many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters simply flew towards the Medicine King's Valley disciples, each of them stretching out a big hand and grabbing towards the approaching alchemists. Qin Zhe stood in place, indifferent, as if he wasn't worried at all that his valley's disciples would be taken away. The 30 alchemists wearing white robes were also calm and collected, completely unperturbed by this sudden turn of events. Yang Zhao didn't feel the slightest uneasiness. Even if alchemists were arrogant in the face of crisis, they should have an instinctive reaction and panic, but these people didn't show any such reaction. Why? Just as those experts were about to approach the alchemist camp, the gem on Xia Ningchang's forehead suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light. Immediately, a pale blue light spread out in a semicircle, enveloping all the disciples of the Medicine King's Valley. Many of the masters who were caught off guard bumped into this light curtain and couldn't help feeling an amazing elasticity, causing them to jump back and frown. Sure enough, they were prepared. Yang Zhao had long known that the Medicine King's Valley disciples couldn't be easily captured. So when he saw this light curtain, he didn't show much surprise. Instead, his expression became more resolute as he waved his hand and shouted, "Break it!" If this group of people just wanted to rely on a good defensive artifact to block the path of these masters, it was obviously a miscalculation. This artifact was indeed quite good. But these cultivators weren't mediocre either. The brilliance of martial skills and artifacts bloomed once again, and the light curtain created by Xia Ningchong really seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. However, the Medicine King's Valley disciples didn't show any signs of panic. Yang Zhao's eyes became deep as he stared at the movements of the Medicine King's Valley disciples, the uneasiness in his heart growing stronger and stronger, making him want to immediately leave this place. Just as the light curtain began to crack and was about to shatter, a series of stars suddenly lit up in the sky. Amidst the destruction of the starlight, clusters of light suddenly flew out and transformed into sharp weapons at an incredible speed. These sharp weapons made of pure yuan qi were extremely dazzling. The fluctuations were intense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All of the sharp weapons seemed to have been thrown out by someone with great strength. Countless ear-piercing sounds rang out, and the starlight was dazzling. It was like an extremely sharp knife, pressing forward with an indomitable will, cutting through metal and breaking stone. Unstoppable. Everyone's expression suddenly changed, and they all moved to the side, avoiding these attacks that were emitting shocking energy fluctuations. Boom, boom, boom. A series of yuan qi weapons were blocked by these masters, but the resulting shockwaves forced everyone to retreat again and again. Some of the weaker Immortal Ascension boundary masters even coughed up a mouthful of blood on the spot, their faces pale. Only those above the Immortal Ascension boundary 7th stage. That was why he was unharmed. Yang Zhao's eyes immediately turned to the only old man among the Medicine King's Valley disciples. Yang Zhao couldn't see through this old man's origins, nor did he make any moves, but Yang Zhao still instinctively stared at him, not knowing why. Yang Zhao felt that the move just now was the work of this old man. However, this seemingly harmless old man also gave him an inexplicable and strange pressure. Chapter 449. When Dong Qinghan's words reached her ears, Lan Chudai's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at him with a smile. Why did young master suddenly think of saying such things? Dong Qinghan shrugged. It was just a casual remark. Saying so, he began chatting with Dong Qingyan, as if he really was just speaking casually. Lan Chudai opened her mouth, wanting to say a few more words about Yang Kai to Dong Qinghan, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. Looking at the figure in front of her, Lan Chudai slowly shook her head, knowing that in this lifetime she would never have such a good opportunity again. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at the mansion. The house was quiet, with no one in sight, except for Chu Gao-yi and the ordinary maidservants who were guarding the main hall. Everyone else had been taken out by Chiu Yimeng. Yang Kai was busy arranging for the people from Medicine King's Valley to enter the main hall and serving tea. He didn't even have time to exchange a few words with his little senior sister. The people from Medicine King's Valley were not hypocritical or polite, and they didn't treat Yang Kai as an outsider, so the atmosphere was naturally lively and harmonious. After an hour, Chiu Yimeng led her people back. She had taken the 9 groups of people to stroll around War City and didn't really attack anyone, but even so, it was enough to deter the other Yang family young lords. Yang Kai introduced his helpers to Qin Zhe one by one. Qin Zhe just nodded lightly in response, not saying much. The arrogance of an alchemist was obvious, and this was only because of Yang Kai's face. If it were any other time, Qin Zhe probably wouldn't even be willing to meet with these people. Chiu Yimeng quickly arranged the accommodations for the Medicine King's Valley young lady. Qin Zhe still gave her some face, smiling and saying a few words, praising the Chiu family for having a successor, causing Chiu Yimeng to laugh modestly. Soon everything was arranged properly. While Chiu Yimeng was busy, Yang Kai was also busy. This time, Yang Kai's original plan had been disrupted, so tonight he had to set up some defenses. This was to prevent his brothers from joining forces to launch a sneak attack on him. After working until late at night, Yang Kai finally had some free time, just as he was about to go to rest. But she was stopped by the Chiu family's first miss in the shadows. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai looked at the pair of beautiful eyes in the darkness and asked in confusion. "Humph. I was just about to ask you what you were going to do, leaving in such a hurry." Chiu Yimeng stood in front of Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes sweeping over him. "None of your business." Chiu Yimeng snorted and said in a strange tone, "Even if you don't say it, I know you're going to find that little senior sister of yours, right?" "Yes," Yang Kai admitted frankly. "I knew your relationship wasn't ordinary." Chiu Yimeng felt a little sour in her heart as she curled her lips and asked, "Is she from your sect?" "Yes, he's also from High Heaven Pavilion. But why do I see that Qin Zhe's group is very respectful to her? He seems to be even more respectful than you. She's not that old. That's strange. Is there some inside story?" Chiu Yimeng looked puzzled. When arranging the accommodations for the group from Medicine King's Valley, she had heard the conversation between Qin Zhe and Xianing Chong. That was clearly the respectful attitude of a junior towards an elder, which made her feel a little unusual. "There are some reasons, but I can't explain them clearly. You'll understand in a few days." Yang Kai didn't explain. "This should be a group of people you plan to help, right?" "It's in the plan, but I didn't expect so many people to come." Chiu Yimeng smiled. 30 alchemists from Medicine King's Valley, and one of them is mysterious grade. Yang Kai, you've really struck it rich. If this news spreads out, there will definitely be many people coming to join you. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "There are advantages and disadvantages. You should understand this better than I do." Chiu Yimeng nodded. "You don't want to stand out, but now you're already a tall tree that attracts the wind. What will you do in the future? Do you still want to keep a low profile?" "Why not?" Yang Kai grinned. "Beauty, you seem to only see the sensational effect of this group of people from Medicine King's Valley, but not their combat effectiveness. Now that they've come to join me, it's true that they will make my brothers worry, but don't forget, this group of people doesn't have much cultivation. When my brothers calm down and understand this point, they won't take them seriously anymore." Chiu Yimeng was stunned for a moment before nodding. "Yes, I was also a little excited by their arrival and neglected this point. Even with the addition of this group of alchemists, it would take at least 3 months for Yang Kai's group to improve their cultivation qualitatively. Moreover, this was under the premise that there was an adequate supply of materials. 3 months was enough time for a lot of things to happen. What's more, they also had alchemists in their respective houses, but the overall level of those alchemists couldn't be compared to this group from Medicine King's Valley. If they really calculated, it would take at least 3 months for this group of people from Medicine King's Valley to improve the cultivation of Yang Kai's group, and at least 6 months to open up the gap between them and the cultivator from the other houses. Today's matter could only be said that the Yang family's younger generation was shocked by the arrival of Medicine King's Valley's alchemists and made a big fuss out of nothing. Chiu Yimeng pondered for a moment before whispering, "So, the addition of Medicine King's Valley's people won't have much of an impact on them, at least in the short term. However, as time passed, the role of this group of people from Medicine King's Valley would only grow. Let's see if they can figure it out." Yang Kai grinned, his 2 rows of white teeth glowing in the darkness, causing Chiu Yimeng to be stunned. Frowning, Chiu Yimeng suddenly chuckled. "I found that your attitude towards me these past few days has been a little different, not as cold as before. Is that so?" Yang Kai was also taken aback. In retrospect, this was indeed the case. In the past, Chiu Yimeng was too shrewd and calculating, so he didn't want to get close to this woman. However, As the inheritance war unfolded, Qiu Yimeng had left the Qiu family and joined his camp. Perhaps because of this, his attitude towards her had inadvertently changed. "Have you discovered my charm and begun to like me?" Qiu Yimeng chuckled, her eyes filled with provocation. Yang Kai stared at her, the corners of his mouth slowly rising, but without saying anything, he simply approached her step by step. The Qiu family's first young lady suddenly paled, glancing around and discovering that there was no one around. She couldn't help taking a step back, directly blocking her path. In the next moment, a hot breath rushed towards her as Yang Kai put on a frivolous expression, stretching out one hand and placing the other on her shoulder, looking down at her. The distance between the two of them was less than an inch, so the oppressive feeling coming from him caused Qiu Yimeng to panic. She quickly realized that stopping him here to chat was the wrong choice. She shouldn't have said those words to provoke him. "What do you want to do?" Qiu Yimeng's breathing quickened as her eyes flashed. 500 meters to the left, Xiang Tianxiao is lying in ambush. 300 meters to the right is where the two Hu family masters are hiding, and 800 meters in front of me is where the 3 Duanmu family masters are hiding. I'm warning you not to act recklessly. Heh. Yang Kai laughed strangely. "What are you afraid of? We're allies, I just want to get closer to you. Even if we want to get closer, you don't have to be like this. Just stay away from me." Qiu Yimeng had never been so anxious before, not daring to look at Yang Kai's aggressive eyes. Her body pressed against the wall, unable to escape. "I can get closer, do you want to try?" Yang Kai smiled wickedly, silently and mysteriously. The Qiu family's first young lady raised her eyes and glared at him hatefully, her heart filled with bitterness. But when she saw the sly smugness in his eyes, her eyes suddenly lit up. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly smiled and took the initiative to stretch out her hands, wrapping them around Yang Kai's neck like water snakes, softly saying, "Good. Come on. I want to see how you'll have the face to see your little senior sister." As she spoke, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed her perky breasts against Yang Kai's chest, full of provocation. Yang Kai's eyes blinked, immediately reaching out and pinching Qiu Yimeng's cheeks, letting go of her with a laugh. "Playing around is fine, but don't get serious with me. I can't take it." His voice gradually faded away, and by the time Qiu Yimeng recovered from her shock, Yang Kai had already disappeared. "Beast!" Qiu Yimeng felt extremely wronged. Reaching out and touching her face, it hurt like hell. This smelly man didn't know how to control his strength and didn't have the slightest bit of compassion for the fairer sex. After feeling wronged for a while, Qiu Yimeng stared at the place where Yang Kai disappeared, a look of loss filling her face. It was undeniable that this man was the best she had ever seen so far, and quite possibly the best in this world. Such a man was more than qualified to be worthy of her, and she also had a good impression of him. But Qiu Yimeng didn't dare have any thoughts about him, because such a man would not be bound by her. Compared to being with him, Qiu Yimeng wanted to see how far this man could go, and what height he would eventually stand at, overlooking all living things. Perhaps when that day came, she would be able to abandon everything and follow him, but definitely not now. The door to Xia Ningchang's room was tightly shut. A young girl with a veil on her face was sitting at the table, deep in thought. The lights around her flickered, just like her mood, undulating up and down. The words Yang Kai had said to her during the day still rang in her ears, and every time she thought about it, Xia Ningchang's heart filled with sweetness. Her delicate face was always filled with a happy and shy smile, but unfortunately, no one was fated to see it. Yang Kai had never said such direct and shameful words to her. Thinking about this deeply, Xia Ningchang's cheeks became even redder, covering her face with both hands, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The days she spent in High Heaven Pavilion were the sweetest and happiest days of her life, but unfortunately, those days did not last long. Suddenly, the door to her room opened and closed, and a figure rushed in like a whirlwind. Xia Ningchang awoke from her contemplation and only had time to cry out before she was picked up and placed on the bed. The yuan qi and divine sense that had just been condensed immediately dissipated. Although she didn't see what this person looked like, Xia Ningchang smelled a familiar scent and already knew who it was. Treasurer Meng is injured. Yang Kai was shocked. How did he get injured? The little senior sister tilted her head, her brow wrinkling slightly as she whispered, I don't know, Master never told me the details. I only know that he is injured and needs me to cultivate diligently in order to help him heal. Yang Kai's expression became strange. A master like Meng Wuya was actually injured. Yang Kai had witnessed his strength with his own eyes. Compared to an ordinary peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, perhaps only an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master could defeat him. Moreover, looking at his appearance, there was no trace of injury. Could it be an old injury? However, if it was just an old injury, the myriad drug liquid should have some effect. Yang Kai's mind raced, and he decided to wait until he had time to find Meng Wuya and ask him about it. Although Treasurer Meng didn't like spending time with his little senior sister, that was out of consideration for his disciple. In fact, Treasurer Meng had always taken good care of him, especially when they were in High Heaven Pavilion. This was something Yang Kai still remembered. Junior brother, do you have any news about Su Yan? Xia Ningchang suddenly asked. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming gloomy as he slowly shook his head. I've already sent people to inquire, but I haven't heard back. I don't know where she and the people from High Heaven Pavilion went. Don't worry, she'll definitely be safe. Xia Ningchang softly said, stretching out her small hand and boldly stroking Yang Kai's hair, trying to comfort him. If she hears you're here, she'll definitely come looking for you. I hope so. Yang Kai took a deep breath, calmed his fluctuating mood, and changed the subject. Little senior sister, what was that thing you used during the day? It actually repelled so many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters with a single move. Xia Ningchang pursed her lips into a smile as she flicked her finger and the star ring that had appeared earlier in the day reappeared. This is what Master gave me after I broke through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary, the hidden star ring. According to him, it is a mysterious grade mid-rank artifact and contains 3 of Master's martial skills. I only need to circulate my true chi and divine sense to activate the martial skills inside. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling moved, but at the same time, a look of understanding appeared on his face. He had always been puzzled. Even if Xia Ningchang's physique was unique and she had already reached the Immortal Ascension boundary, it was impossible for her to display such powerful strength with just a single mysterious grade artifact. In the end, the power of an artifact depended on the cultivator to activate it. Now that he heard her explanation, it made sense. That was equivalent to Meng Wuya using his full strength. How could those Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator block it? Treasurer Meng's heritage is truly profound. Yang Kai's mouth slowly curved upwards, his thoughts turning, wondering if he should obtain a few mysterious grade artifacts from Meng Wuya. However, with Meng Wuya's stinginess, this matter would be a bit difficult. His treasures would always be given to Xia Ningchang. Others, even Yang Kai, would never be able to take advantage of him. Let's not talk about this for now. Yang Kai returned to his senses and sternly said, Little senior sister, since you've come here, you may be very busy in the future. I'll leave the alchemy matters to you. I need to improve the strength of those people as soon as possible. I like alchemy. Xia Ningchang's eyes curved into crescents. Alchemy is a form of cultivation, and it can also help you. Helping me is one thing, but don't tire yourself out, otherwise Treasurer Meng won't give up. Yang Kai smiled and immediately said, Little senior sister, release your knowledge. See. HM? Xia Ningchang looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing why he said this. I have something to teach you about alchemy. Xiaoning Chong couldn't help but light up. Something related to those two spirit arrays? Yang Kai nodded. Xiaoning Chong immediately released his knowledge sea's defenses, and in the next moment, he felt a terrifyingly powerful spiritual energy invade his knowledge sea. This divine sense was enormous and full of aggressiveness. It was as if it was an indestructible sharp knife. It was also mixed with some cold and evil attributes. Fortunately, this divine sense did not attack her, but even so, Xiaoning Chong was still shocked. Inside his knowledge sea, Xiaoning Chang's spiritual energy condensed into a phantom and tentatively asked, "Junior brother?" And Yang Kai also condensed his own phantom and nodded. "How did you?" Xiaoning Chong looked at the phantom that was countless times stronger than his own spiritual energy. He couldn't understand how Yang Kai could have such a powerful spiritual energy at the Yuan Qi boundary 8th stage. "I can't explain it clearly, but it's not a bad thing." Yang Kai grinned and turned his head to look around, quickly discovering that the feeling his little senior sister's knowledge sea gave him was just like her personality, indifferent and fresh. Below him was an endless sea formed from the convergence of spiritual energy threads. Every immortal ascension boundary cultivator would open up their own knowledge sea. As their strength improved and their spiritual energy cultivated, this sea would grow larger and larger, and the energy it contained would also become stronger. Yang Kai had seen Shan Qing Luo's knowledge sea before and compared it to Xiaoning Chang's. There was a clear difference. The beguiling demon queen Shan Qing Luo's knowledge sea had a vague and seductive aura, but in his little senior sister's knowledge sea, Yang Kai only felt a sense of tranquility from the bottom of his heart. It was as if Xiaoning Chang's knowledge sea could purify the evil in one's heart. Above the knowledge sea, two phantoms stood facing each other. "I'm not familiar with the use of my divine sense right now, so I can only tell you what I know one by one. Just remember it and ask me if you don't understand anything," Yang Kai said. When it came to the use of his divine sense, Yang Kai only had a single soul skill. If he could really use it well, he could wrap the knowledge in his mind with his divine sense, form a light ball of light, and transmit it to his little senior sister without having to go through so much trouble. Xiaoning Chong nodded gently. What Yang Kai wanted to tell Xiaoning Chong was naturally the true alchemic way. Yang Kai had only glimpsed a small part of the true alchemic way's knowledge, but this knowledge included a variety of magical spirit arrays and the experience of many alchemy grandmasters. These things were worthless to the average person, and even to ordinary alchemists, they were too profound and mysterious. However, for an alchemist of the level of Xiaoning Chang's level, this knowledge was no less than a peerless treasure. With this knowledge, Yang Kai believed that his little senior sister would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort in alchemy, perhaps even to an unimaginable degree. As time passed, the sun set and the moon rose. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the two phantoms stood there quietly, one speaking and one listening, both very serious. Xiaoning Chang's comprehension ability was extraordinary, so Yang Kai had some information he didn't quite understand from the true alchemic way's information, but after Xiaoning Chang explained it to him, he was suddenly enlightened and benefited greatly. Gradually, the two of them changed from simply imparting knowledge to discussing it with each other, each expressing their own views and slowly comprehending the true alchemic way. You're only Yuan Qi 8th stage. If you really broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, just how strong would your divine sense be? About this, I'd like to consult you. Yang Kai also frowned. Although I have my divine sense, I don't have a knowledge sea. Meng Wuya couldn't help but sneer. Nonsense. If you haven't reached the immortal ascension boundary, naturally you don't have a knowledge sea. A knowledge sea is the symbol of an immortal ascension boundary master. Don't you have your divine sense? Meng Wuya slowly shook his head. No, one doesn't have to reach the immortal ascension boundary to have their divine sense. As far as this old master knows, there have been others who were in the same situation as you. Without reaching the immortal ascension boundary, they were able to cultivate their own divine sense. There are others like me? Yang Kai's expression shook as he couldn't help feeling a little stunned. It was only because of the existence of the soul-warming lotus that he was able to cultivate his divine sense by chance. But what about others? What method did they use to achieve this? And there are only a few, but this old master knows of one such person. Meng Wuya's eyes flashed with a look of reminiscence, but he shook his head again. It's all in the past, but his situation was short-lived. In the early stages of a cultivator's cultivation, they mainly cultivate Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi exists in the Dantian's meridians, but once they reach the immortal ascension boundary, not only must they cultivate their Yuan Qi, but they must also cultivate their divine sense. Similar to Yuan Qi, when one cultivates their divine sense, they also need a place to store it, and that place is their knowledge sea. Without a knowledge sea, even if a cultivator cultivates their divine sense, it will be like snow melting in early spring, a candle in the wind, dissipating after a few days. That's why this old master said that person's situation was short-lived. But you are different, your divine sense is very strong, so obviously it wasn't born in a day or two. Meng Wuya smiled slightly, looking deeply at Yang Kai. This old master doesn't know what secrets you are hiding, but I can be sure that you definitely have a way to store your divine sense and not let it dissipate. Yang Kai nodded silently, a trace of admiration appearing on his face. When one's strength reached Meng Wuya's level, it was true that he could infer the truth from small details. He may not know about the existence of the soul-warming lotus, but his inference was definitely not wrong. The place where Yang Kai stored his divine sense was the 5-colored soul-warming lotus in his mind. Since you have divine sense, can you also use soul skills? Meng Wuya looked at him sideways. Yes, but I only know one move. One move is more than enough. In the end, divine soul skills are the same as martial skills. Through certain methods, one can perfectly display one's strength. Only the weak need to use such methods. Once you become strong enough, you won't need to stick to some special martial skills or divine soul skills when you fight others. Unconstrained and unrestrained is the standard for the strong. Meng Wuya's tone was somewhat sentimental, giving people the feeling that he had once stood on the level of the strong. After pausing for a moment, he smiled sinisterly. But in your current situation, if you use soul skills, don't you feel that the power is not enough? Exactly. Yang Kai's expression became dignified. This is also where I want to ask for guidance. Naturally, it's not enough. Your divine sense is not stored in your knowledge sea. It is stored elsewhere. If you use it in battle, it is equivalent to you transferring your divine sense from that place and then using your soul skills. There will be a lot of wasted space in between. All of this will be solved after you open up your own knowledge sea. Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he had already guessed this himself, with someone to guide him, the situation was different. Treasurer Meng, do you have a special spiritual energy cultivation method on hand? Yang Kai asked with a wink. Currently, he mainly relied on the true alchemic way to cultivate his divine sense, but if he didn't have pills to supplement his spiritual energy, his progress would be too slow. If he had a special spiritual energy cultivation method, the situation would be different, but such things were too rare. Yang Kai knew that the Yang family had one, but it wasn't something he could obtain. Even the 4th Master Yang wasn't qualified to learn it. Moreover, even if he did have a special spiritual energy cultivation method, its effect wasn't very significant. Therefore, if a cultivator wanted to supplement their spiritual energy, they mostly relied on recuperation or taking pills. Meng Wuya snorted lightly. It's not that I don't have that kind of thing, but on the path of cultivation, you still need to persevere. If you want to take a shortcut, it's impossible. If you have one, teach it to me. Yang Kai grinned, interrupting his preaching. Meng Wuya was very depressed and helplessly said, even if this old master doesn't teach you, with Ning Chang's temperament, she definitely won't be able to resist your coaxing. Saying so, He passed on the special spiritual energy cultivation method to Yang Kai. Yang Kai studied it seriously and soon memorized it, his expression slightly excited as he asked, "How much can this method improve my spiritual energy?" 20%. Meng Wuya replied casually. So little. Yang Kai was stunned. He had thought that Treasurer Meng's method wouldn't be too bad. But 20% was still a bit shabby. Meng Wuya sneered. Don't be unsatisfied. Every spiritual energy cultivation method is extremely precious. This old master knows that your Yang family has one, and the 8 great families have their own methods, but their methods can't compare to this old master's. Their methods can at most increase the recovery speed of one's spiritual energy by 10%. Yang Kai's expression became serious, only now realizing that he had too little access to high-end information and had somewhat underestimated the value of this method. The Yang family's method, if he remembered correctly, should be a mysterious grade top-rank secret technique. A mysterious grade top-rank secret technique was already at the peak of this world, but it could only increase one's speed by 10%, so this method that could increase one's speed by 20%. What grade would it be? Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer dared to underestimate this method and instead stared at Meng Wuya suspiciously. He realized that the more he interacted with Treasurer Meng, the more mysterious he became, and the more surprised he became. Above the mysterious grade was the spirit grade, so what was the above immortal ascension boundary? Yang Kai had a stomach full of doubts and wanted to ask, but after thinking about it for a moment, he decided against it. He hadn't yet reached the immortal ascension boundary, so learning about these things wasn't a good thing. Since you've learned it, then hurry up and scram. Don't spend so much time in Ning Chang's room. Meng Wuya unceremoniously drove him away. How long have I been here? 5 days. Yang Kai was stunned. While discussing the true alchemic way with his little senior sister, time had passed so quickly that even he hadn't realized that 5 days had passed. No wonder he felt a little tired, and no wonder Chiu Meng had ordered the servants to prepare those kidney-nourishing and yang-strengthening foods. Staying in his little senior sister's room for 5 days was enough to cause a lot of misunderstandings. However, during these 5 days something must have happened. In his estimation, at least one of them would have been eliminated. Yang Kai quickly excused himself, left Meng Wuya's room, and ran towards the main hall. Chapter 452. Along the way, the people they met all greeted Yang Kai strangely, especially the 4 girls from the 10,000 Flower Palace. When each of them looked at Yang Kai, there was a strange look in their eyes. Lan Chudai also giggled, but her smile was very ambiguous. Yang Kai's expression was meticulous, but he was too lazy to explain anything. This kind of thing would only make things worse. Young Master Kai, it's already so late in the morning, you're really up early. Why aren't you resting in bed? Hu Xingchun suddenly popped out of nowhere and grinned. How have you been these past few days? What do you mean, how have I been? Yang Kai looked confused. Hehe, you don't need to pretend in front of me. The Hu family young lord's expression clearly showed that he had seen through Yang Kai, lowering his voice and saying, a man and a woman alone in a room for 5 days. Did nothing happen? I don't know what you're talking about. Yang Kai shook his head, pretending to be stupid. Forget it, I understand. But young Lord Kai, this young lord really admires you now. Although I've seen countless women, I've never tried staying in bed for 5 days. You're much better than me in this regard. We should discuss it some other day. Huastars said with a sincere smile on his face. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Yang Kai curled his lips. What are you whispering about? Chiu Meng happened to walk over from the front, and after seeing Yang Kai, she couldn't help snorting, coldly saying, as one of the young lords participating in the inheritance war, Yang Kai, I hope you can put the overall situation first. A woman is a hero's mound, you know this better than I do. Yang Kai frowned and said, naturally, I know. There's no need for you to remind me. Chiu Meng opened her mouth but swallowed her next words. She had already figured out Yang Kai's temper, so naturally, she wouldn't blame him again. This time, it was enough to give him a reminder. If she continued, this smelly man would probably fly into a rage out of humiliation. He would immediately turn hostile. Greetings, young Lord Kai. Next to Chiu Yimeng stood a handsome young man who waited for the two of them to finish speaking before stepping forward to greet them. He was also very humble and respectful. This is... Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. This person looked unfamiliar. He had never seen him before. The young master of Tianyuan City, Lu Feisheng. I told you last time. Chiu Yimeng explained. Lu Feisheng smiled and said humbly, Many thanks to young Lord Kai for accepting me. Tianyuan City is extremely grateful. Yang Kai looked at him and nodded faintly. Your surname is Lu. What's your relationship with the Lu family? I don't dare. Lu Feisheng smiled bitterly. Chiu Yimeng nodded. If you say it has nothing to do with you, then it doesn't matter. For the past few hundred years, the 8 great families had more or less had some connections with the outside world. Young Master Lu's family was originally a branch of the Lu family, but because of some matters, they were expelled from the Lu family 100 years ago. If we really count, Lu Qingyao should be his cousin. Lu Feisheng's expression became slightly sad, his posture extremely humble. Those who were expelled don't dare mention the Lu family again. Over the past 100 years, we have always strived to return to the family. Although my father has become a city lord, he has not yet reached the point of being accepted. Huixing's mouth twitched as he smiled. Just follow young Lord Kai. If you can help young Lord Kai win this inheritance war, I think the Lu family should be willing to accept you back. Hearing him say so, Lu Feisheng's face couldn't help showing a touch of excitement as he cupped his fists and said, Then I'll have to rely on young Lord Hu's auspicious words. My Tianyuan City will definitely follow young Lord Kai's lead. Yang Kai nodded slightly, not saying much, simply turning to Chiu Yimeng and asking, Has my 8th brother lost? Chiu Yimeng looked back at him in amazement, chuckling lightly, You also noticed? Of course, if the group from Medicine King's Valley hadn't appeared, perhaps my 8th brother would have been able to hold on for a while. But the arrival of those people from Medicine King's Valley has definitely made my brothers feel a sense of crisis. At this time, if they don't achieve some victories, I'm afraid no one will dare to seek refuge with them. And, as you said, Yang Quan has been eliminated. When did this happen? The night before yesterday. Chiu Yimeng explained all the information she had received. The appearance of more than 30 alchemists from Medicine King's Valley had indeed caused the Yang family young lords to panic. On the one hand, they urgently needed a victory to build up their reputation. On the other hand, they were also trying to find a way to curb the help these people from Medicine King's Valley could bring to Yang Kai. The night before yesterday, Yang Zhao, Yang Kong, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying all set their sights on Yang Quan's mansion. Yang Quan only had one Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Blood Warrior, and in addition, he only had a second-class force from his mother's family as an ally. With such an absolute disadvantage, he simply couldn't defend himself. After a great battle, Yang Zhao obtained the flag while Yang Shen captured Yang Quan. So far, the second Yang family young lord had been eliminated in the inheritance war. The battle that night was quite interesting. Chiu Yimeng smiled. It wasn't so much that they were attacking Yang Quan, but rather that they were killing each other. The defenses of Yang Quan's mansion collapsed in the first wave of attacks. With the exception of the Blood Warrior who was protecting Yang Quan, the others basically had no power to fight back. It could almost be described as a complete rout. Moreover, your 4 brothers formed 2 camps to attack each other, each of them suffering losses. Yang Zhao and Yang Kong are blood brothers, Yang Shen and Yang Ying are also blood brothers, so it can be said that they were evenly matched. Saying so, she glanced over at Yang Kai meaningfully. However, can you guess who gained the most from this battle? Huixing also smiled as she waited for Yang Kai's answer, seemingly thinking that he wouldn't be able to come up with an answer to this question. Yang Kai sneered. While they obtained the flag, they also obtained my 8th brother. But these gains were almost equal to the losses they suffered from attacking each other. What they really gained was nothing more than the prestige brought by this victory. If we were to talk about the one who gained the most besides me, who else could it be? The smiles on Qiu Yimeng and Huixing's faces gradually converged as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement, obviously not having expected him to have such a clear understanding of the situation. Lu Feixiang was also shocked, a sense of panic filling his heart as he discovered that although he had overestimated Yang Kai, it was still not enough. You know? Qiu Yimeng asked hesitantly, "How did you know? What do you think?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. Qiu Yimeng suddenly woke up and remembered that a few days ago, when everyone was discussing why Yang Kai didn't take advantage of the situation to pursue the great leader, Yang Kai had said that he didn't want to stand out from the crowd, but there was another reason he hadn't said at the time, only telling everyone that they would understand in a few days. Saying it now would only make them think he was being arrogant. It turned out he had already thought about it at that time. "If I didn't know you had stayed in your room for 5 days, I'm afraid I would have thought someone had told you about this in advance." Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. "You really are a man who makes people feel powerless. And the one who gained the most was still you. Although you didn't obtain the flag or the great leader, and this time's matter had nothing to do with you, you still gained a blood warrior. The blood warrior in Yang Quan's house took the initiative to join us after Yang Quan was eliminated." Qiu Yimeng quickly said, "The strength of that blood warrior is no worse than Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Is he injured? Where is he?" Yang Kai quickly asked. The blood warriors were an extremely loyal group. Yang Quan had already been eliminated from the game, so how could the blood warrior who followed Yang Quan be safe? The fact that he hadn't died on the spot was already a testament to his strength. He's seriously injured and is currently recuperating. He won't be able to display his full strength for at least 1 to 2 months, but I think with your miraculous methods, it won't take you much effort to heal him, right?" Qiu Yimeng snorted lightly. She still couldn't figure out what kind of pills Yang Kai had given to Chu Gaoyi and Ning Zhou that allowed them to fully recover in a single day. Even after Chu Gaoyi was seriously injured again that night, he appeared in front of everyone the next day full of energy. Even if there were such miraculous pills, they should be extremely precious. How could they be used so recklessly? "I'll go see him later." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Can you tell me why you did this?" "Why what? Why didn't that blood warrior seek refuge with any of the other young lords, but instead chose you? Why were you able to determine as early as 10 days ago that after Yang Quan was eliminated, this blood warrior would come to you? How could there be no reason for this?" Qiu Yimeng asked a series of questions, obviously having a lot of doubts in her heart. The storm in the Blood Warrior Hall was only known to the Yang family elders and the various young lords. No one else knew about it. Naturally, Qiu Yimeng didn't know much about it. How could she know that Yang Kai had taken a huge risk to choose Chu Gaoyi and Ning Zhou, who had both injured their foundations, in order to win the respect of the entire Blood Warrior Hall? After winning the respect of all the masters of the Blood Warrior Hall, when their young lords were eliminated, if these blood warriors didn't choose Yang Kai, who else could they choose? "I can't tell you." Yang Kai grinned. "But I can tell you that in the future, all the blood warriors who have been eliminated will come to my house." His tone was confident and his expression arrogant. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help thinking about how, as the young lords were eliminated, one after another powerful blood warriors would gather in Yang Kai's house, a look of shock filling her face. This was something that had never happened before. No Yang family young lord had ever been able to command all the blood warriors under his command. If things really developed as Yang Kai said, then he would have created a miracle. At that time, with so many blood warriors present, how could Yang Kai lose? He was now in an invincible position, and when the time came, the remaining enemies could only pray that Yang Kai didn't attack them. "I suddenly feel some sympathy for your brothers. This wasn't a fair battle at all." Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. "The inheritance war has never been fair. If it was really fair, how could Yang Tai and Yang Quan have been eliminated so early?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. Chapter 453. The Inheritance War was a competition of connections and heritage, not a duel between Yang family young lords. In this process, some young lords would gather less support while others would gather more. Coupled with the participation of the Yang family blood warriors, there was no such thing as fairness. The Inheritance War itself was the law of the jungle. There's one more thing I need to tell you. Qiu Yimeng hesitated for a moment before frowning deeply. Obviously, something had happened that made her unhappy. Speak. It's about the alchemists from Medicine King's Valley. Yang Zhao, along with several of your brothers, has jointly protested to the Yang family elder hall, requesting that the participation of this group of alchemists be cancelled, especially Qinzai's. Naive. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, not showing the slightest worry. Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly. Although I think that with your Yang family's intentions in the Inheritance War, the Elder Hall shouldn't take the risk of offending Medicine King's Valley by agreeing to Yang Zhao's request. This matter still needs to be taken seriously. What if your Yang family Elder Hall becomes muddle-headed and agrees to Yang Zhao's request? That's impossible. Yang Kai shook his head and said firmly, the Inheritance War is a competition of interpersonal relationships. Me being on good terms with this group of Medicine King's Valley people is something the Elder Hall would be happy to see. How could they interfere? That makes sense, but with Yang Zhao's shrewdness, he shouldn't do such an unnecessary thing. He must have other intentions. You need to be careful. His intentions? Yang Kai frowned and nodded slightly. Good. While you weren't here, there were probably only these two major events. In addition, Qinzai's group has been clamoring for materials for alchemy, you see. Has the pill room been allocated? It's been allocated and a lot of alchemy tools have been added, but this group of Medicine King's Valley people have their own pill furnaces. Those tools probably won't be used. Yang Kai nodded. Then I'll go give them the materials. You can go about your business. Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly and brushed past Yang Kai. Lu Feisheng also nodded in agreement and followed Qiu Yimeng step by step. Young Lord Kai, this Tian Yuan City's young city lord, seems to be interested in Qiu Yimeng. Since coming here, he's been following Qiu Yimeng inseparably. Huastars grinned meaningfully. Don't you have any ideas? If Qiu Yimeng could be conquered by anyone, then she wouldn't be Qiu Yimeng. Yang Kai shook his head lightly. Why do you mention this? I don't know why, but I don't have a good impression of this Lu Feisheng. Huastars curled his lips. This brat is even more handsome than this young master. This is unreasonable. Forget it. I'm going to cultivate. I won't disturb you any further. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect this playboy to be so hard-working. It was probably because they had felt some pressure in his mansion during this period of time. The people coming and going in the mansion were all leaders of the younger generation of their respective forces. Stars Hua was the successor of one of the 8 great families, so he definitely wasn't willing to be inferior to others. It should be because of this that he had restrained his previous debauchery. Arriving at the pill room, Yang Kai took out all the alchemy materials. Qinzai and the others looked at the room full of alchemy materials. All of them smiled and rubbed their hands together. Brother Qin, from now on I'll have to trouble you. It's no trouble at all. Qinzai smiled. How could it be difficult to learn the alchemic way from martial ant Xia? Xianing Chang was now a top alchemist comparable to Xiao Fusheng. Qinzai and the others usually found it difficult to even see Xiao Fusheng, let alone observe him performing alchemy. Now that they had the opportunity to refine alchemy together with Xianing Chang, they were naturally excited. Little senior sister will probably take a day or two before she comes out. You can familiarize yourselves with her here for a while. Yang Kai's expression became strange. The way they addressed each other had become a complete mess. Qinzai called Xianing Chang martial aunt, while he called Qinzai senior brother. So he could only call him senior brother. Junior brother Yang, you're busy? There's no need to entertain us. Qinzai said casually as he began to study the alchemy materials with the other alchemists from Medicine King's Valley. No one paid any attention to Yang Kai after this. Chuckling, Yang Kai quietly withdrew. Xiaoning Chang really came out of seclusion 2 days later, having completely digested the true alchemic way Yang Kai had taught him and immediately immersed himself in the alchemic way. Inside the mansion, countless pairs of eyes were staring at the pill room. In addition to those from Medicine King's Valley, Yang Kai had gathered a total of 11 groups of supporters. These people had come to assist Yang Kai in the inheritance war, so Yang Kai naturally had the responsibility and obligation to equip them with his own means and enhance their strength in order to cope with the increasingly fierce battles ahead. If the pill room produced pills, they would definitely be given to them. Therefore, every great force was looking forward to seeing what grade of pills the first batch of pills would be, what they would be used for, and how many people would be able to get a share of the finished pills. Yang Kai's mansion was calm, and so was all of War City. After 2 Yang family young lords were eliminated, the inheritance war seemed to have suddenly fallen into a period of calm. Every young lord was increasing their efforts to recruit helpers, and alchemists and artifact refiners were in short supply. The number of materials circulating in the market was decreasing, and their prices were also increasing. This situation had even spread to the central capital. During this time, Pang Qi and Mu Nando of the Bamboo Knot Gang had gathered a lot of materials and quietly delivered them to Yang Kai's mansion at night, fortunately not being discovered. However, this situation would only happen once. The next time they entered War City, they would likely be intercepted. The flag in Yang Kai's hand had also been exchanged for materials from the family, and all of them had been placed in the pill room. However, Yang Kai was still a little anxious. The other group of helpers he had been waiting for had yet to appear, so he didn't know what had happened. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, half a month later, the first batch of pills from the pill room finally came out. After receiving the news, the leaders of the younger generation of the great forces gathered in the main hall, all of them looking towards Yang Kai with excitement and expectation. 11 families, not a single one missing. With the exception of the Duanmu family, everyone else was a dazzling sight to behold. This was a stage for the younger generation. Young Lord Kai, will my Hua family have a share in this batch of pills? Hua Stars chuckled and asked. If it's not enough, then forget it. They will be given priority. My Hua family isn't in a hurry. Do you really think so? Chiu Meng looked at Stars Hua with a smile. How could I lie? Hua Stars' expression became serious. Chiu Meng, you're looking down on this Hua Stars too much. My Hua family is one of the 8 great families. What kind of pills do we not have? It's just that I can't take them from my old man right now. All of you have come from afar. Give them priority. My Dong family can also be given priority. Dong Qinghan also smiled and took a step back. His thoughts were the same as Hua Stars. Only half a month had passed, so even if the group from Medicine King's Valley had excellent alchemy skills and sufficient materials, they shouldn't have been able to refine many pills, certainly not enough to share among so many people. The Dong family was Yang Kai's mother's family, so naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't treat them unfairly, so it didn't matter if they were given priority. As soon as Dong Qinghan's words fell, a wave of modesty sounded in the hall. All the leaders of the younger generation expressed that they would be given priority over others. This harmonious atmosphere made Chiu Meng feel quite happy. After so many days of getting along, Chiu Meng had discovered that the people gathered in Yang Kai's house weren't people who liked to fight. Usually, when they were together, they were all very harmonious. Occasionally, when there was some friction between their subordinates, they would quickly mediate, obviously not wanting to add any trouble to Yang Kai. These small details were enough to highlight the weight of Yang Kai in the hearts of these people. If it weren't for Yang Kai holding such a large weight in their hearts, it would have been impossible for them to be so modest. All of this was because Yang Kai was here. Don't be so noisy. Chiu Meng smiled. Do you think that if there weren't enough pills to share, Yang Kai would have called all of you here? It's precisely because there are enough pills that all of you are gathered here. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help raising their eyebrows. Xiang Tianshao nodded slightly and muttered, worthy of being an alchemist from Medicine King's Valley, the speed at which he performs alchemy is really extraordinary. Zhuofang laughed and said, This War is actually lucky enough to be able to use pills refined by a disciple of Medicine King's Valley. It's all thanks to Brother Yang. Everyone smiled and suddenly felt that joining Yang Kai was a very wise choice. Regardless of anything else, as long as there was a supply of such pills in the future, everyone's strength would steadily improve. Yang Kai smiled and didn't say much. The first batch of pills that came out of the furnace were not from the hands of Medicine King's Valley's disciples, but were all refined by Xianing Chong. The group of people from Medicine King's Valley were still learning alchemy from Xianing Chong, and it was estimated that it would take a few days before they could really start refining. It wasn't that their alchemy skills weren't exquisite, it was just that Xianing Chang's methods were too amazing. Even if they wanted to learn, it would take them some time to learn. Qiu Yimeng, distribute the pills. Yang Kai ordered. Qiu Yimeng clapped her hands, and immediately a few people from the Autumn Rain Hall walked in from the outside carrying trays. On each tray, there were 2 bottles of unknown pills. How generous! 2 bottles for each family. Huastars was stunned. He had thought that in such a short time, each family would be able to get 1 bottle, but the result was twice as many as he had expected. However, if there were so many pills, it meant that the grade of these pills wasn't high. These should be heaven-grade pills. The Hua family young lord secretly speculated. Everyone took the pills and smiled widely. Although they all guessed that this was a heaven-level pill, they didn't look disappointed. Heaven-grade pills were not low-grade, especially when they were supplied to so many people. This is a mixed yuan pill specially used for cultivation. After a pause, Qiu Yimeng smiled and added, a mysterious grade low-rank mixed yuan pill. Chapter 454. The lively voices in the hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone's smiles were still hanging on their faces, but everyone turned to look at Qiu Yimeng and Yang Kai in amazement, their faces full of suspicion, as if wondering if they had misheard or if Qiu Yimeng had misspoken. The Qiu family's first young lady actually knows how to joke. Hu Xingxing suddenly laughed. Everyone in the hall was stunned for a moment and couldn't help laughing, none of them having thought that Qiu Yimeng would actually have such a side to her. However, this joke was really clumsy and there was no humor in it at all. Everyone was just afraid that Qiu Yimeng would be embarrassed, so they pretended to support her. Qiu Yimeng's expression was indifferent as her pair of beautiful eyes swept over the crowd. She didn't refute, nor did she have any intention of taking advantage of the situation, waiting for a long time before asking, "Is it funny?" A series of light coughs rang out. Everyone retracted their expressions and sat up straight. Perhaps you all think I am joking, but what I said is true. What I gave you is a mysterious grade low-rank mixed yuan pill. The pills are in your hands. Open them and you will understand. Qiu Yimeng's tone was flat and direct, not at all joking. How is that possible? Hu Xing's face was filled with disbelief as he shook his head. I have also taken a mixed yuan pill. It was originally a heaven-grade top-rank pill. How could it suddenly become a mysterious grade pill? Mysterious grade and heaven grade, although there was only a 1-grade difference. However, the value of the two was very different. A pill below mysterious grade was just a pill, but a mysterious grade pill could already be called a mysterious grade pill. Every mysterious grade pill was not easy to refine. Not only did it require the necessary materials to refine the pill, but it also required a lot of time and effort from the alchemist. It had only been half a month since the arrival of the people from Medicine King's Valley. Everyone was well aware of the grade of that group of alchemists. The fact that this group of people could refine so many heaven-grade top-rank pills in such a short time was enough to make everyone admire them. However, Qiu Yimeng had told them otherwise. This was a mysterious grade mixed yuan pill, so naturally no one believed it. Not to mention that it was impossible for those people to refine enough profound-level pills to be distributed to everyone in such a short period of time, let alone the Hunyuan Dan. It was impossible for a black grade one to appear. As Hu Xingxing spoke, he opened a pill bottle and casually poured out a pill. His frivolous expression suddenly changed as he stared at the pill in his hand in astonishment. The others did the same. The moment the pills were poured out, cries of surprise and confusion rang out. None of you have a low status in your respective sex, so you must have taken a mixed yuan pill before. Naturally, all of you are knowledgeable. Take a look for yourselves. Qiu Yimeng smiled slightly. He didn't say anything else. Speaking of which, when she saw this batch of Hunyuan Dan in the morning, her reaction was the same as that of Huastar's. She thought that Yang Kai was joking with her, but when she verified it with her own eyes, Qiu Yimeng had to admit that this was indeed a batch of mysterious grade low-rank mixed yuan pills. How could this be? Huastar's was dumbfounded. A black-level Hunyuan Dan was equivalent to breaking the norm. Shocked, the Hua family young master quickly poured out all the pills and checked them one by one. He quickly discovered that this was indeed a batch of mysterious grade pills. How could this be? Huastar's was confused, and for a moment, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Look, this mysterious grade pill actually has lines like the human body's meridians. An exclamation sounded, as if someone had discovered a new world. Pill veins. Heavens, I also have a few mysterious grade pills with pill veins. I have one too, 4 of them. Ha ha ha. I've only heard of pills with pill veins in rumors. I never expected to see one with my own eyes this time. Furthermore, this was not just 1 or 2 profound-level medicinal pills that had formed elixir veins, but a total of 20 to 30% of the medicinal pills had formed elixir veins. Everyone was shocked, their expressions changing, but most of them were filled with excitement. Pill veins. When an alchemist refined a pill, if they had a high enough level of skill, they could cause a pill to form lines similar to the human body's meridians. This was called pill veins. Once something like pill veins appeared on a pill, its value would immediately multiply by several folds. Because of the pill veins, this kind of pill could display a much better effect than ordinary pills. Moreover, no matter how long it was stored, the pill veins would not lose its medicinal properties. As time passed, the pill veins could even actively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nourishing the pill's spirituality and making its medicinal properties stronger. Above the pill veins, there was also something called pill cloud. It was like a dreamy cloud covering the pill. Its effect was even more powerful than pill veins. These were all just legends. Although the status of the people present was not low, it was rare to see a pill with pill veins. It was not that their sex did not have the money to buy it, but this kind of thing could not be refined by ordinary alchemists. Many alchemists who were obsessed with refining pills could only occasionally refine a pill with pill veins under coincidental circumstances. The higher the grade of the pill, the lower the chances of pill veins appearing. Pill veins were the symbol of a top alchemist, the symbol of a top-grade pill. But now, at least 20% of the mysterious grade pills in everyone's hands had pill veins. This ratio was really a bit scary. These pills with pill markings were more exciting than any other treasure. Everyone was whispering to each other excitedly. Tian Yuan City's young city lord Lu Fei-shang was even more excited, holding 2 bottles of mysterious grade pills in his hands, his face flushed red and his breathing hot. In his heart, he was secretly thinking that joining this young Lord Kai was the best decision he had ever made. The war hadn't even started yet each family had already received 2 bottles of mysterious grade pills. There was still a long way to go, so what was there to be afraid of? Even the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace were somewhat excited at this moment. Han Shaoqi's temperament was slightly better, and although she was excited, she still maintained the demeanor of a senior sister. But her beautiful eyes were filled with a strange light as she kept glancing towards Yang Kai. Her face was filled with gratitude. As for the lively Yi Han, she had already begun inspecting the pills one by one. Every time she saw a mysterious grade pill with pill veins, she would shout loudly, causing the other senior sisters to glare at her, secretly warning her not to be so rude. Senior Qin is really amazing. Medicine King's Valley is really amazing. After a while, Chu Jingshan of Soaring Feather Pavilion praised. And Senior Qin already has such means. I'm afraid he will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Grandmaster Xiao in the future. Feng Qianhen of Water Moon Hall smiled. A beautiful smile appeared on her face. Huixing's brow furrowed as he pinched a mysterious grade pill in his hand and stared straight at Yang Kai. He was different from those who came from first-class forces. Although Huixing was a playboy, the things he came into contact with were undoubtedly better than them. The Hua family also had mysterious grade alchemists, more than one, but as far as Huixing knew, even if all of them worked together, it was impossible for them to refine so many mysterious grade pills in such a short time. Even if they were given another 10 years, they wouldn't be able to refine so many pills with pill veins. Even if Qin Zhe was the young valley master of Medicine King's Valley, he was still just a mysterious grade low-rank alchemist. He shouldn't have such great ability, right? Qiu Yimeng's eyes swept over the two young men and women from super families, both of them seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. This whole situation was strange. After obtaining a share of the mysterious grade pills, naturally they would need to cultivate quickly. With the help of these pills, if they wanted to improve their strength, they would need to accumulate enough time. Everyone said their goodbyes and returned to their own courtyards to cultivate. Even Huixing couldn't wait to go back and try out the effects of these mysterious grade pills. After everyone else had left, Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Shouldn't you tell me? Who was the one who refined this batch of pills?" "Don't ask. I'll tell you when I need to." Yang Kai shook his head lightly. This matter was related to his little senior sister, so Yang Kai wouldn't tell anyone. Moreover, except for the people of Medicine King's Valley and Yang Kai himself, no one else was allowed to enter the pill room. Even Qiu Yimeng didn't dare to rashly enter the pill room and disturb the disciples of Medicine King's Valley. So she really didn't know the origin of this batch of pills. Rolling her eyes, Qiu Yimeng snorted and said, "Even if you don't tell me, I'll know. Is it because of your little senior sister that you refined this batch of pills?" The Qiu family's first young lady's mind was quite sharp, and she had judged that Qin Zhe didn't have such great ability. Besides Yang Kai and the disciples of Medicine King's Valley, only Xianing Chang could enter and leave the pill room, so naturally she was able to infer some clues. "Don't speak nonsense. Be careful or I'll silence you." Yang Kai glanced at her, full of warning. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face paled slightly as a trace of astonishment appeared on her face. Just now, she had only said those words casually, but according to Yang Kai's reaction, this batch of pills really had something to do with his little senior sister. Not even bothering to argue with Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng's expression became dignified. Only now did she realize that Xianing Chang wasn't just a woman Yang Kai liked. However, besides the fact that this woman wore a veil, there wasn't anything special about her. On the other hand, her strength was quite strong, at least at the Immortal Ascension boundary first stage. Could it be that this batch of pills was refined by her? Shaking her head with a wry smile, Qiu Yimeng discarded this ridiculous idea. By the time she regained her composure, Yang Kai had already disappeared.